Chapter 1077 to 1078. Chapter 1077. A Splendid World. Zhao Hai's mind was completely glued to the book. Under the book's guidance, the enormous world of cultivation slowly unraveled before Zhao Hai's mind. It was an incomparably mysterious world. Moreover, it was different than the novels that Zhao Hai had read before. Back then, people from the cultivation realm would be riding their swords as they flew in all directions. But this wasn't the case here. The technology of this world was very developed. People could still ride their flying swords, of course, but if they want to hurry then they would be using something else. They would either use transmission formations or some vehicles. The world of cultivation was also very dangerous. Even powerful cultivators would find themselves in danger at any time. If they fly using their swords all the time, then they would need to keep providing energy. If their enemy knew about what they were doing and then used a transmission formation ahead of time, then the cultivator would be fighting with a deficit in energy. The end result of this wouldn't be good for the cultivator. Therefore, cultivators who wanted to hurry along would just use cars and other transportation vehicles rather than waste their energy in flying by themselves. It was just like how a normal human would ride buses when going long distances, who in their right mind would jog from city to city. The same principle applies in the world of cultivation. But Zhao Hai also understood that the level of technology between places differ. It can be said that the science and technology in this world wasn't purely mechanical. Instead, technology would be the base and then other aspects would be added to it. Take the machine field for example. Their mechanical technology was unified with magic formations, creating a unique civilization. But the mechanical technology in the machine realm was only a partial part of their civilization. Magic formations was also added to it. On the other hand, in the cultivation realm, cultivators give cultivation priority. Because of this, their usage of technology was entirely different. While the machine field had fast cars, mechs, and battleships, the cultivation realm was still left with the cultivators themselves equipped with magic artifacts. But currently speaking, the cultivation realm's civilization was much better than the machine field. Although the machine field had powerful battleships, these battleships still fall short compared to the cultivation realm's magic artifacts. Besides the machine field and the cultivation realm, there was still the devil realm, monster realm, spirit realm, and the elven realm. The entire world of cultivation was mainly composed of these 6 powers. They were situated at the middle of the world, becoming its central powers. There were other powers in the world of cultivation as well, but these weren't as huge and as powerful as the cultivation realm and the others. However, these powers still held influence in their respective territories, and with the central powers being hostile to each other, they were able to survive up to now. Although these 6 central powers were in a hostile relationship, this didn't mean that they didn't communicate with each other. There were transmission formations connecting their territories. At this time, the 6 were cautious about fighting lest they risk the lives of the innocent. Because of this, on the surface, the 6 powers were maintaining peace. Although peace was needed to maintain trade, this didn't mean that small skirmishes had stopped. Naturally, these small battles were left unrecorded. However, Zhao Hai had experienced quite a lot of things, so from reading the book, he knew that these battles were constantly happening. After reading, Zhao Hai understood that the Ark continent belonged to the divine realm that was controlled by the cultivation realm. Meanwhile, the Atlanta plain was under the machine field's control. Although the place he ascended was different, he still ascended into a common major plane, the world of cultivation. In addition to Zhao Hai's fast reading speed, the introductory book was also quite short. So in just a breath of time, Zhao Hai was done. After reading the book, Zhao Hai let out a long breath before his eyes lit up with sparkling light. He didn't expect to end up in such a splendid world. This world had battles between battleships and immortal cultivators, and battles between monsters and men was somewhat common. Compared to this huge world of cultivation, the Ark continent, Atlanta plain, divine realm, and the underworld just couldn't catch up. Zhao Hai let out another breath as he returned to his usual mood. Then he turned to Tinkle and said, "Tinkle, what's my schedule for tomorrow?" Tinkle nodded and said, "Young master, you have a class tomorrow at room 1. There, you will receive basic ascender briefing." Zhao Hai gave a nod. Then he said, "Can I go to the cafeteria to eat now?" Tinkle replied, "You can, "Young master, as long as you present your ID card, the cafeteria will prepare a meal for you to eat." Zhao Hai nodded. "Good, then let's eat." "Right, Tinkle, what energy do you need?" "Do you need to consume anything?" Tinkle said. "Young master, this Tinkle doesn't need to eat anything. I could just charge myself every evening. There's no need for you to worry." Zhao Hai nodded. To be honest, he didn't expect Tinkle to sustain itself by charging. He expected the robot to have a huge battery, allowing him to maintain its function for many years. Who would have thought that the robot butler would charge itself every night? Zhao Hai proceeded to wear his mage robe. Naturally, this robe was a transformed version of Zhao Hai's battle suit. Of course, he wouldn't transform his clothes under anyone's gaze, or else people will start to suspect. Although Gu Minayu didn't say much, Zhao Hai was able to hear a lot of things from his words. A lot of ascenders from the lower realms use spatial equipment, so the academy shouldn't be suspicious about him having one. But if he had two or more things that shouldn't be in a lower realm, then the academy might not let him off easily. Upon wearing his mage robe, Zhao Hai went out of his room along with Tinkle. As the two were walking, Zhao Hai turned to Tinkle and said, "Tinkle, how long will one charge last?" "Once I leave the academy and explore the world, wouldn't it be troublesome if you just suddenly lose power?" Tinkle replied, "Young master, I'm a robot butler, so it's impossible for me to be far from home. If young master brings me along inside a car, then I can charge using the vehicle. If young master wants to take me to a place with no electricity, then you might as well leave me behind. I can maintain 2 days of work with one charge. I also have a spare battery inside my body, allowing me to work for a total of 5 days. I will be completely drained after 5 days." Zhao Hai nodded. It seems like Tinkle was just a normal home robot. With this information, it seems like robots were inferior to undead. When he thought about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but pause. Then he tapped his head. He forgot that he revealed that he was an all-element mage yesterday. This means that nobody would suspect him if he had an undead helping him with his matters. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately turned to Tinkle and said, "Tinkle, I'm an all-element mage. Will the academy allow me to summon my undead?" Tinkle quickly replied, "It is allowed, but you can't summon a lot. Common ascenders can summon at most 5 undead to work for them." Zhao Hai nodded. They actually didn't expect the academy to permit this action, but after hearing the answer, he suddenly thought about another matter. Faith power. Using undead meant using dark energy as well. If the machine field was like the divine realm, then they might suppress dark mages. That wouldn't be good. However, this matter wasn't something that Tinkle could answer. Zhao Hai could just delay this matter and find the right time to ask the instructor tomorrow. The two entered the elevator and before long they arrived at the cafeteria. The academy's cafeteria was very huge. The academy's classrooms occupied 10 floors, and there was a cafeteria on each floor. Since Zhao Hai was having his classes on the first floor, he could only go to the first floor cafeteria. The first floor was where the most recent ascenders go to. They were all mages, but since they came from different places, they each have their own differences. Just like Zhao Hai who ascended while still young, there were also talents from other planes that ascended at an early age. Naturally, there were also less talented people who ascended late into their lives. One could see a person's talent from this point. After all, one cannot hide their age. Each floor's cafeteria could accommodate 200 people at the same time. But from the day the academy was established, the cafeteria had never been full. Aside from those wise old men, there were young ascenders that were used to the life in their previous plane where each of their needs were being fulfilled. And since meals in the cafeteria were just ordinary, how could these people eat it? Because of this, those young ascenders would exchange their lower realm coins for machine coins. After that, they would go to the restaurant and have their meals there. When Zhao Hai and Tinkle entered the first floor cafeteria, they saw several people already inside. These people were in mage robes. Most of them were quite old, with white beards and hair. These old mages quietly ate their ordinary meals. Their quiet attitude made the cafeteria quite a spiritless place. Looking at these old mages, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh inside. He can understand the mood of these old mages. They took great pains cultivating their entire life in order to ascend and be treated as deities. But after they ascended, they actually discovered that they weren't treated as deities. Instead, They arrived at an advanced society that didn't look at them as anything special. Faced with this situation, the attack on their spirits would surely be enormous. Zhao Hai also noted robot butlers beside these old mages. Moreover, their robots had the same model as Tinkle. There were only a few advanced-looking robot butlers. Although these old mages were quietly eating, they were still aware of their surroundings. Seeing newcomers coming in, they couldn't help but look at the entrance. Upon doing so, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect a young man like Zhao Hai to come to the cafeteria. Moreover, this was someone they haven't seen before. However, they quickly changed their mind after they understood this was definitely a new ascender. After that, they didn't care about Zhao Hai anymore as they proceeded to face their food. Zhao Hai understood the moods of these old mages. These old mages discovered that they didn't ascend to a holy place. Moreover, they were old, so improving their strength would be very difficult. Because of this, they didn't spend their money extravagantly. Instead, they saved their money so that when they leave the academy, they could use this money in order to live their remaining years in happiness. Zhao Hai lightly sighed when he thought about these old mages. Moreover, he didn't think that these old mages were not talented. After all, they were still able to ascend. This meant that they had potential. Moreover, after living in the lower realms for many years, they surely had a lot of accumulated wisdom. And sometimes, wisdom was the most precious thing one could have. Zhao Hai never looked down on these old people. As he stood at the cafeteria's entrance, he looked around the cafeteria before greeting the old mages close by. "Hello, I'm Zhao Hai. I just ascended here from the Atlanta plain. I hope you can take care of me from now on." The old mages didn't expect Zhao Hai to take the initiative to talk to them. Moreover, he was so polite. One must know that the other young ascenders would just arrogantly look at them before snorting. It was as though they had grown eyes on their foreheads. And now, there was this unfamiliar young man being polite to them. After seeing that the old mages weren't replying, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly as he added, "Everyone here is an ascender from the lower realms. It can be said that we came from the same place. The only thing different between us is our age. Other than that, we are the same group. I hope that we can help each other. After all, the machine field is a very strange place for us." The old mages stared at Zhao Hai. It took a while before someone spoke out. After some time, an old mage stood up and courteously bowed. "I've seen Mr. Zhao Hai. This one is Dins from the Olay Plain." Chapter 1078, Ashley Clan. Being ascenders from the lower realms, these people certainly weren't simple characters, and for these old mages to ascend, it only meant that they were somewhat geniuses among their people. It was only a pity that they were already old when they ascended. This caused their future development to be filled with challenges. But at the same time, these old mages were people who achieved the peak of their realms, and it was impossible for their hands to not be stained with blood. Because of this, their mental states would surely be very solid. It was only because they had ascended to the machine field that these old mages began to feel temporarily dejected. In the future, they would just casually find a place and live a countryside lifestyle. Zhao Hai's words were a faint proposal for an alliance. These old mages were wizened individuals. Therefore, they were able to read Zhao Hai's intention from his words. All of them came from the lower realms. Although they had been received well after ascending to the machine field, this didn't mean that they would be treated well in the future. Perhaps the people from the machine field would treat them as cannon fodder in future battles. These old mages didn't have Zhao Hai's space. Because of this, they had no means to decline arrangements from the machine realm. In this case, it's quite possible for them to meet miserable ends. But if they unite, then the situation would be different. Of course, their alliance doesn't have the means to contend against the entire machine field. But if they band together, they wouldn't be abused in the future. There were gangs who lived long lives because of this principle. These old mages were still outstanding individuals. They were only demoralized at this time because of their status as well as the fact that they were plunged into a strange world. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, these old mages immediately introduced themselves. But in the entire cafeteria, there were only 15 old mages present. After the old mages introduced themselves, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Grandmasters, this young one has just ascended. so I basically know nothing. I'm just like you. I hope that we can mutually support each other in the future." These mages naturally complied as they smiled. Zhao Hai promptly went to the robots in order to get his meal before gathering together with the old men. The food wasn't phenomenal and there wasn't any liquor. Additionally, the room that was built for 200 people was only occupied by a few people, making it very desolate. But despite this, the spiritless atmosphere of the room had vanished. Zhao Hai knew that with Tinkle present, this matter would certainly be known to many people. However, he wasn't worried because there were only a dozen or so people. It was impossible for them to threaten the machine field. He was also doing this in order to catch the attention of the major forces. Zhao Hai believed that no matter where, a force that wants to grow and develop would always need a lot of talents, and it was quite appropriate to say that Zhao Hai was such a talent. And what just happened was indeed like what Zhao Hai thought. What Zhao Hai did today has been noted by the various powers from the machine field. Those who didn't get a video would get a printed report. And a dark mage clan, the Ashley clan, was one of them. The Ashley clan was quite famous in the machine field, and clans of dark mages were quite unique. In the world of cultivation, the six influence weren't only hostile to each other. Besides the six, there were also enemies that they needed to defend against. These were some malicious ghosts produced by extreme lands or powerful magic beats. Up until now, nobody could explain exactly how malicious ghosts came into being. Some said that they were souls of people who had grievances when they died. Upon death, their souls slowly absorbed resentment before forming into malicious ghosts. This theory was also deemed as the closest one to the truth. Aside from these resentful souls, special conditions also needed to be met. It was just like in the underworld where dark energy was strong, eventually producing undead. These malicious ghosts or powerful magic beasts pose threats to the machine field as well. In order to live peacefully, these enemies needed to be dealt with. Normally, this work would be managed by mages or warriors. Therefore, mages and warriors would take care of it in the machine realm. There were plenty of churches in the machine field. Naturally, churches didn't only belong to light element mages. Each mage group had their own church. In addition to this, there were also aristocratic families with mage or warrior lineage. These families had their own unique magic or martial skill. After developing for many years, they were able to slowly influence the realm. However, there were only three powers that really held major influence in the machine field. The first power was the Church Alliance. This alliance was composed of mages. The higher ranks of the alliance were almost made out of mages. Their main objective was to train and take in mages. In the magic field, the Church Alliance doesn't only composed of various churches, they also take in other mage groups into their fold. The second power was the Martial Arts Assembly. Similar to the Church Alliance, the assembly was composed of warriors. They opened this assembly in order to take in warriors who ascended in the machine realm. Naturally, warrior clans would become members of this assembly. The third power was the Machine Field Army. It can be said that the Machine Field Army was the largest force in the realm. Since it was an army, it had battleships, mechs, mages, and warriors among their members. They were the most powerful fighting force in the machine field. If the machine field was the country, then the Machine Field Army would be the country's regular troops. Meanwhile, the Church Alliance and the Martial Arts Assembly would be forces that were recognized by the government. These two powers had complicated relations to the government, but they had certain influence in the overall governance of the realm. The Church Alliance and the Martial Arts also had their own battleships and mech battalion. However, their quantity and quality was lower compared to the Machine Field Army. And in the Machine Field Army, the strongest divisions were the battleships and the mechs, never the warrior and mage divisions. The Ashley clan was one of the members of the Church Alliance. They were a famous dark mage clan, and they had 100 members working inside the alliance. One shouldn't underestimate these 100 people. One must know that the machine field only had a bit more than 1,000 administrative positions in the government. These positions would be divided by the three major powers. The Ashley clan holding 100 of these positions meant that they had terrifying strength. The place where Zhao Hai was at now was the Ashley clan's domain. In the machine realm, there were also a lot of places where ascenders end up. Zhao Hai was just someone who happened to ascend in the Ashley clan's domain. Since the Ashley clan was a mage clan, Naturally they had a special fondness regarding mages. This was especially true for mage ascendants. The Ashley clan attached great importance to people from the lower realms because the Ashley clan's founding patriarch was an ascender himself. Zhao Hai's actions have been sent to the Ashley clan's external hall manager. This manager was also a dark mage. He sat there with his black robe, but unlike most thin dark mages, this manager was fat. He was 1.9 meters tall and should be about 300 jin 150 kilograms. He had brown hair and silver-gray eyes, but he didn't have the honest and simple look of a conventional fatty. Instead, his face looked ferocious, not something a good person would have at all. Currently on the manager's table was a recording of Zhao Hai's actions. A middle-aged person stood in front of him. This person had a normal nose and was also wearing a mage robe. However, aside from his eyes and his robes, there was nothing noteworthy about the man. This person was respectfully standing opposite the fat manager. One wouldn't want to take a heavy breath with the atmosphere inside the room. Zhao Hai didn't do a lot of things in the 2 days that he had been here. Moreover, the recording didn't show everything that Zhao Hai did. All the irrelevant parts were cut out. Only the valuable recordings were kept in. As soon as the video had finished playing, the fat manager looked up at the middle-aged man and said, "This one is interesting." He didn't have any arrogance despite being an ascender. Moreover, he's quite good at communication. He's also talented. The middle-aged person bowed and said, "He is." This Zhao Hai has been assigned to room 2046. He also gave the receptionist a gift as thanks. Then he united the old mages into an alliance. We could see his talent in these actions. Because of that, I recommend him to manager. Manager, our bone symbol camp has slowly lagged behind our other battalions. We should attract more talents to this camp. The fat manager nodded before he sighed and said, "Our bone symbol camp is the 1st battalion of the external hall, but it is precisely because of this status that they always get the most dangerous missions. Additionally, our bone symbol camp could only be replenished if there are deaths. This caused the bone symbol camp to hold too few ascenders. I hope this Zhao Hai can be a gift to the camp." Despite his ugly and ferocious face, the manager's voice was actually peaceful. It made people have a favorable impression of him. One couldn't even associate his voice with his face. Chapter 1079 to 1083. Chapter 1079. The fat manager's attention. As soon as the middle-aged man heard the fat manager, he also couldn't help but sigh. "Manager, this is because your heart is just too soft. If you let our members get eliminated, then the bone symbol camp wouldn't decline." The middle-aged man knew the fat manager's temperament fully well. One shouldn't look at the manager's ugly and ferocious face. Contrary to what he looks like, the fat manager was actually a tender-hearted person. Moreover, he was friendly to all of his subordinates. It was also because of this that the middle-aged man dared to talk like this to the manager. The fat manager looked at the middle-aged man's eyes and sighed. "Tao Wang, you don't understand. Our Ashley family is one of the top forces in the Church Alliance. This also means that the pressure on us is huge. There are a lot of talents and we aren't really sure who and what abilities they have. Because of this, there are some talents in the family that wouldn't be able to play to their own strength. If they did, then they would provide huge help for the family. At this point, the family only looks for people who can fight. No matter who it is, as long as they are taken in, they would be sent to the outer hall in order to undergo a smelting trial inside the camps. A lot of people die during this time because they aren't good at fighting. Talented people dying an undeserved death is truly a waste. This is especially true for the lower realm ascenders. All of them are surely geniuses of their generation, and when they arrive in the machine field, they are treated with great importance. The ones most attracted to this attention are the young men. They ascended from the lower realms at a young age, so each one of them are arrogant. But there would only be a few of them who would integrate with the machine field and fully mature. And as for those older ascendants, they aren't looked at with the same level of importance. Nobody wanted them. But they are also from the lower realms, so their talents are pretty good as well. Additionally, they have practiced for a long time, so they are experienced when it comes to fights. If we give them enough time, then their achievements would be higher than those young ascenders. It is just a pity that nobody sees this point right now. This method of elimination might truly unearth talents, but the yields are too low. I remember someone mentioning this saying before: a silly servant is useful, but a good servant is rare. But not many people remember this saying. All of them are just anxious in looking for benefits. They aren't thinking far into the future. Despite his looks, the fat manager considers this matter differently compared to the other people. His word indicated how tender-hearted he was. He was much better compared to those who just look at weak people as prey. Tao Wang looked at the fat manager and said, "Manager, so what do we do about Zhao Hai now?" The fat manager thought about it for a moment before he said, "We won't monitor him too much. Look for an opportunity to remove his robot's internal surveillance system. We should get on good terms with a person like that. In order to avoid any mishaps in the future, we'll stop spying on him. Let's just observe his character from now on." Tao Wang nodded. "All right, manager can rest assured. I know what to do." The fat manager nodded. "Go. Make sure to observe Zhao Hai's actions. If there are other people who come in contact with Zhao Hai, don't be polite to them. Make sure that they don't get control over our ascendants." Tao Wang nodded. Then he said, "Manager, what if Zhao Hai is challenged inside the school? There are those who've almost done 1 year. Those guys have entered other camps. I'm afraid they would be instigated to challenge Zhao Hai." The fat manager sighed, looking at his actions. "I reckon Zhao Hai isn't a simple character. If he is unable to survive a challenge like that, then he wouldn't be a huge help even if he enters our camp. And don't forget that challenges in the academy only goes through if the challenged party accepts. We can see Zhao Hai's character from this point, right? Also look for opportunities to recruit those old mages from the advanced classes." Tao Wang nodded before he turned around and leaving. The fat manager opened the video once more. After looking at Zhao Hai for some time, he muttered, "He's really a talented person. I hope that he'll become a blessing to my bone symbol camp." Even if the other forces were aware of Zhao Hai, they couldn't do anything. After all, this was the Ashley family's domain. The Ashley family wasn't a group that could be underestimated. Although they weren't a top force in the machine field, the power they held wasn't small. Just for a single ascender, offending a force like the Ashley family wasn't worth it at all. Additionally, each influence had their own training academies. They had no shortage of geniuses like Zhao Hai. However, the other camps of the Ashley family don't have the same mindset. The bone symbol camp might be powerful in the past, but now it was in decline. And now that there was a talent appearing in the bone symbol camp's area, how could these people let him off? These people would certainly make a move. Although Zhao Hai knew that he would be getting attention, he was unaware of how big the focus on him was. In his mind, he was just an ordinary ascendant. How could he cause waves in the machine field? But how could Zhao Hai know that he was already attracting attention the moment he entered room 2046? The matters he did from them on were brought into the attention of many powers. After eating his meal with the old mages, Zhao Hai returned to his room. Then he entered the study and had Tinkle teach him how to use the computer. The computer here was much more advanced than the ones on Earth, although the computer itself was also placed on top of the table. But when it was used, it would retract into the table, allowing the use of the entire table as a workspace. One could directly use their hand in order to explore the computer. There were voice commands as well. Naturally, this computer was better than the one Zhao Hai used before, and in order to improve the user experience, the table can also be moved up, allowing the user to stand up. It was manufactured in order to provide convenience to its users. Zhao Hai didn't feel strange as he used the computer. Although there were a lot of changes on it, the core principle was still the same. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai was confident in using it. Before long, Zhao Hai was using the computer. After that, he entered a few websites and read news from there. There was no need to say whether Zhao Hai was able to understand the interface of these news sites. Zhao Hai absorbed news about the machine field non-stop. It was only until late at night that he began to sleep. But with his current level, there simply was no need for him to sleep. He just rested because of habit. It didn't take long before Tinkle woke him up. Zhao Hai arranged for Tinkle to wake him up every 7 o'clock in the morning. After he woke up, Zhao Hai would clean himself before sitting in the study and drinking 2 cups of tea. Then after reading for a while, he would proceed to the cafeteria to have a meal. After his breakfast, he would then go towards the classroom. Zhao Hai already asked Tinkle and knew that there was no time limit in the cafeteria. You can eat whenever you want. Even if you ate at 10, the robots would still serve the same meal to you. He was already done with scouring the net for news, so after he washed up, Zhao Hai sat in the study room and drank tea while reading a book. There were a lot of books inside the study. Some of these books were introductions about the 6 powers, some were history books, and there were also books about ascending to the machine field. Understanding these things was very important for Zhao Hai. At about 8 o'clock, Zhao Hai put his book down and then went to the first classroom floor cafeteria alongside Tinkle. The old mages were also eating inside. Ever since meeting Zhao Hai yesterday, the old mages began to look into their own situations. In addition to their advantage in age compared to the young ones, they were also aware of their advantage in wisdom. At the same time, they also recognized that they too were peak experts in their own generations. They were demoralized in the past because they had just arrived at a strange place that wasn't in their expectations. Now that they looked into themselves, they began to feel better. Their relationship with each other had improved as well. In the past, when they woke up in the morning, they would just hole up in their rooms reading. Then they would go to the cafeteria to silently eat their meals before heading to class. Most of the time, they wouldn't talk to one another. But today was different. The cafeteria had become a small meeting place. These old people were now chatting as they ate their food. Even those who finished eating stayed around as they drank tea. This tea was also one of the academy's free services. Everyone in the room had their pipes, releasing smoke from their nose as they took sips from their teacup. It was just a pity that there was no liquor. After seeing Zhao Hai arrive, the old men immediately offered him a seat. Zhao Hai returned their greetings before sitting down. Tinkle would get his meal from the kitchen, so there was no need to worry about that. After Zhao Hai sat down, Dins looked at him and said, "Little Hai, have you used the computer yet?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I've used it. That thing is really convenient. It's more convenient than books. If you want to look something up, you can do it immediately." Dinza laughed and said, "It's indeed good." "Right. How was your first night?" Zhao Hai replied, "I forgot the time, so I rested very late." The other old mages laughed. They knew what Zhao Hai was talking about. They experienced it themselves. One of the old mages named Barlet looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you need to control yourself. Otherwise, you would easily get addicted." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Rest assured, I know. I can control myself." Barlet nodded. Then he added, "Since it's your first day, you will have someone provide you with independent counseling. You only have the entire morning as class. You can rest in the afternoon. Since that is the case, how about everyone exchange for some machine coins so that we can go to the restaurant? It's been a while since I've drank some liquor." Chapter 1080, Rune Study. Although Barlet was old, his character was very straightforward. His stature was tall and strong. If he didn't have his mage robe, then people might think that he was a warrior. The other mages agreed with Barlet's proposal. When they were in the lower realms, they were figures at the top of countless people, and ever since they ascended, they were very depressed. Now that the negative feeling has been eliminated, it's time for them to go out and explore the other luxuries of the academy. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Good. I also want to go outside and take a look, but I think there's no need for everybody to take your gold coins out since I have a lot more than you. How about I treat you all?" When the old mages heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Dins turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, it looks like you aren't bluffing. Just how much gold coins did you bring? Don't you use bank cards or something like that?" These old mages were naturally rich people back in the lower realm, but they use bank cards, causing them to only bring a small amount of gold coins. Most of their wealth were in bank cards or things that were similar. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course we also have banks, but I'm used to carrying a lot of gold coins with me." Naturally, this also includes silver and copper coins. "I'm not only a mage, I'm also a merchant." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the old mages laughed. Then Din said, "I didn't expect this youngster to be rich and powerful." "Good, good. Then today is your treat. When the time comes, you better not ask us to contribute for the bill." Zhao Hai laughed as well as he said, "Rest assured, I'll take care of it. I'll go to the classroom first. After class, we'll share a meal together." Dins and the others nodded. Then the group stood up and proceeded to their own classrooms. Since it was Zhao Hai's first day, he would be going to a special room where an instructor would personally meet him. Zhao Hai had Tinkle guide him to his classroom. There was no need to take care of their eating utensils. The cafeteria's robots would deal with them. Unlike its title, Zhao Hai's classroom wasn't anything special. It only had an electronic sign saying Room 2. But Zhao Hai didn't care. In any case, with Tinkle with him, he would not worry about which classroom to go every day. Upon entering Room 2, Zhao Hai saw that the inside was very spacious. Too spacious in fact that there wasn't anything inside, even furniture. Zhao Hai gawked. He saw the other classrooms yesterday, and all of them had furniture inside. At this time, Tinkle suddenly said, "One set of furniture." Just as his voice fell, a set of furniture emerged from the floor. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect it to be like this. He smiled faintly and said, "All right, that's convenient." Then he proceeded to sit on the chair. Not long after Zhao Hai took a seat, footsteps were heard from outside. Before long, the classroom's door opened as a female mage entered. The female mage looked young and had blonde hair. Although she looked old-fashioned, her black mage robe was unable to hide her slender body. Zhao Hai stared at the woman. He didn't expect the teacher to be a beautiful woman. Moreover, she was a dark mage. Zhao Hai hastily stood up. The beautiful woman sized Zhao Hai up before saying, "You are Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai bowed his head and said, "I am. Are you my instructor?" The female mage nodded and said, "My name is Margaret, a dark mage. I will be your instructor for the rest of the year. You can look for me at any time." Zhao Hai stared, then he said, "Instructor Margaret, didn't they say that the instructor would only be available for 1 month?" Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "No, I'm your instructor for the entire year. However, I will only teach you personally the first month. After that, robots will take over. But I'm still your instructor. If you have any difficulties, you can ask me directly." Zhao Hai nodded. "So that's how it is. I'm sorry for troubling you." Margaret shook her head and said, "There's no need to be polite. What I'm going to teach you aren't things like the differences between the lower realm and the machine field. Those things can be found by asking the robots or using the computer. You can learn those at your leisure, so there's no need to waste time on it. What I'll be teaching you is the magic of the machine field. Our magic isn't the same as the lower realms. Although the magic of the lower realms is formidable, they still fall short compared to the magic we use here. In the machine field, our magic is built upon the research of our seniors. After years of study, our magic formations, summoning magic, alchemy, and other disciplines have been fused together in order to form a new system of magic. If you want to survive here, then you need to learn our magic." Zhao Hai nodded. Alright. Zhao Hai thought that he would be guided about how to live life in the machine field. Who would have thought that he would be instructed in magic? What Zhao Hai didn't know was the fact that Margaret wasn't a common instructor. Moreover, Dins and the others didn't have an instructor as special as her. It was only because Zhao Hai had potential that the academy specifically assigned a good instructor to train him. In fact, in the academy, most instructors work part-time. There were only a few instructors present here due to the academy having very few students. Margaret was one of these part-time instructors. However, she wasn't just any other part-timer. She was from the Ashley clan, sent by the Bone Symbol Camp in order to examine Zhao Hai ahead of time. And in addition, she was also here in order to tell people that the Bone Symbol Camp already had Zhao Hai in their sights. If anyone wanted to get in touch with Zhao Hai, then they would have to go through the camp. Dins and the others didn't have the same treatment. Their teachers were common part-timers. After teaching them for 1 month, these instructors would leave and would no longer manage them. And if other powers contact them, the Bone Symbol Camp wouldn't get in the way. The Bone Symbol Camp controlling an ascension point didn't mean that they would recruit every ascender. This just meant that the Bone Symbol Camp had priority in choosing the ascenders they want. After they get their pick, the others would be free to choose their own. Naturally, their pick could also be poached. If the other party was influential, then they could rob the ascender. After poaching a candidate, these people would then have their picking rights revoked. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai, then she nodded and continued. Lower realm magic generally involves incantations and hand gestures in order to cast the spell. If they want to make their spells more powerful, then mages might use wands or staffs to do so. But this type of magic is limited. This is because they largely depend on the user's spiritual force. How much spiritual chi can you use by only relying on your spiritual force? Only a small amount. Because of this, the might of the spells is small. This situation might be great in the lower realms since the energy present there is small. However, this wouldn't do well in the machine field. The density of spiritual chi here is at least 100 times more than the lower realms. If you use the same method here, then that would be like using a small bowl in order to take water from a river. You're wasting time as well as your source of water. Because of this, seniors from the machine field studied through the years in order to invent the present magic system of the machine field. Magic theory. It's a system that unites magic and magic formations. Its might is very formidable. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and saw that his expression was quite pensive. She couldn't help but stare for a moment. Most people would be confused upon hearing such a theory. However, Zhao Hai seems to understand. This gave Margaret a surprise. Margaret said, "Can you understand what I just said?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I can understand some of it." Back in the Atlanta plane, learning magic is basically cultivating spiritual force. Then we would use incantations and gestures in order to concentrate our spiritual force and communicate with the world's energy. Then we use this energy in order to cast our spells. However, I've always thought that this method isn't very convenient. A person's mental strength is limited while there is a lot of energy available for use. Using your own spiritual force to come in contact with this vast amount of energy is very inefficient. I thought that maybe we can use magic formations in order to strengthen our spiritual force so that we can control more energy. It's just that I haven't grasped how to do it yet. Margaret's eyes shone as he heard Zhao Hai. Then she said, "Correct. Very good. The method you are thinking about is very hard to grasp. Because of this, our seniors studied for several hundred years. Their research slowly led us to the creation of magic theory. It uses magic formations and spiritual force in order to communicate with spiritual chi, allowing our spells to gain more power." Zhao Hai gave a nod. Then Margaret added, "In order to study magic theory, you need to first learn about magic formations." Zhao Hai, have you studied magic formations before? Zhao Hai nodded. I've dabbled in it. However, I didn't give it priority. Because of that, I'm only able to learn simple formations. Margaret nodded. After many years of development, the machine field already formed sets of theories regarding magic formations. It might look difficult at first, but it's actually very simple. If you want to learn magic formations, then you would need to learn its basic framework as well as the runes. As long as you become familiar with these two, you can learn magic formations in a short time. Zhao Hai gawked for a moment before his eyes shone as he said, "Instructor, so you mean that you already broke down magic formations into frameworks and runes? Do you know what each rune signify?" Margaret nodded. Right. After years of study, the machine field managed to slowly break down every rune that can be used. In fact, the uses of these runes are fixed. The only thing that differentiates them are in where they are used. Putting it in an analogy, if a rune is a stroke, then magic formations are characters composed of these strokes. Although the strokes are fixed, using them in different characters meant that they had different meanings. This is the core of magic formation study. Zhao Hai's eyes remained sparkling. He wasn't able to think about this point. Magic formations play a huge role inside the space. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Making magic formations using runes is only a fundamental skill in our magic system. Later on, you would need to make sets of magic formations in order to form a huge formation net. This net will produce more powerful results than individual magic formations. If magic formations are characters, then formation nets are words. As for what these words mean, then it would depend on the characters used to make them." Zhao Hai kept nodding. Looking at Zhao Hai's reaction, Margaret couldn't help but give a gentle nod. Then she knocked on the wall opposite Zhao Hai. The wall quickly turned into a screen. The screen was all white with nothing else on it. Margaret's hand swiped at the wall, making a row of runes appeared. Zhao Hai wasn't ignorant about these symbols. This was because he saw them in magic formations. They were the most common symbols he had seen. Margaret turned back to Zhao Hai and said, "One of the most difficult parts of magic formation study are runes. Currently, there have been as many as 100,000 symbols found. Moreover, as studies go further, more and more symbols would emerge. It would be impossible for a single person to remember more than 100,000 runes. Because of this, most mages would specialize on which department they would study runes in. Zhao Hai interjected. Runes are also divided into different departments? Margaret nodded. Then she said, correct. They are divided into 9 types: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, wind, and space. These 9 departments comprised runes in our current system. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect runes to be divided into 9 departments. Moreover, the first departments refer to the 5 elements. Are runes somewhat related to the 5 elements? 1. As he thought about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown as he said, Instructor, is there metal element magic here? Why does the metal element have runes? The 5 elements refer to the wuxia. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/wu_xing. Chapter 1081. Shops. Zhao Hai had a metal element divergent ability. However, he had no way to integrate this kind of ability into his own attacking system. He can use both martial arts and magic, but he can't use his metal element in them. So as soon as he heard Margaret saying that runes were divided into 9 major departments, of which the 5 elements were part of, Zhao Hai couldn't help but ask. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai. She also knew that the lower realms generally had no metal element magic. Because of this, she knew how to answer Zhao Hai's question. Correct. There is metal element magic here. Unlike the lack of metal element magic in the lower realms, the machine field was able to develop metal element magic by studying the cultivation realm's 5-element energy. Zhao Hai nodded. It seems like the machine realm's magic theory had absorbed some aspects of the cultivation realm's spells, then they slowly evolved their methods in order to arrive at their current state. Actually, it can be said that in the world of cultivation, most cultivation methods have aspects that tie them back to the cultivation realm. Take the machine field, for example. Their 2 strongest means of attack were through battleships and magical mechas. It was needless to say that battleships came up through studying the cultivation realm's crafting techniques. After being baptized with magic formations, it became a weapon. But even if its might was formidable, it needed to be mentioned that it still fell short compared to the cultivation realm's magic artifacts. As for magical mechas, to put it bluntly, they were enlarged version of the cultivation realm's golem techniques. And naturally, it wasn't as good as the cultivation realm's golem techniques. Golem techniques allow control over multiple golems. Moreover, when a golem was destroyed, the damage to the controller was limited. As for magical mechas, they are a combination between golem techniques as well as the cultivation realm's armor refining techniques. Although its might wasn't small, each pilot can only control 1 mecha, and when a mecha gets destroyed, the pilot would certainly die. The machine field's magic theory was also conceived with the same principle. It was partly based on the cultivation realm's 5 elements. As for how they managed to extract that aspect, nobody knows. Although Zhao Hai managed to figure these out, he didn't say anything. Instead he just nodded. Margaret saw Zhao Hai's understanding and then asked, I heard that you're an all-element mage. Which rune department do you want to study? There was no need for Zhao Hai to think as he immediately answered, Instructor, I want to study runes of the dark element. It would be best if they are related to summons. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Margaret's eyes couldn't help but shine. She was someone from the Ashley family, a heritage of dark mages. Naturally, she hoped that Zhao Hai would study dark element runes. However, Zhao Hai has to decide which department he would study in. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to learn runes from other elements, the Ashley family would still take him in. The Ashley family were a group of dark mages, but they would still recruit mages from other departments. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the family to grow. It was only because the core members of the family were dark mages that they were titled as a dark mage family. Margaret took a deep breath in order to calm her mood. Then she said, Actually, if you want to progress with magic theory, you would need to learn all runes. It's just unfortunate that there are too many runes in existence. Only a few could achieve such an endeavor. Magic formations with 1 element aren't too strong. But if you fuse runes from 2 departments, their might would increase a lot. It's not just a simple matter of adding 1 and 1. Zhao Hai gave a nod. Then Margaret continued, You certainly are familiar with dark element summoning magic, but in the machine field, In order to display its biggest strength, you would need to study dark element runes as well as space element runes. I'll teach you dark element runes first, then after a few days, we'll tackle runes of the space element. Dark element summoning magic focuses mainly on dark element runes while space runes act as auxiliary. Zhao Hao nodded once more. Margaret began to draw a symbol on the wall. Each stroke of the rune were clearly stated. The interpretation of the rune was also well detailed. Although Zhao Hai just looked like he was listening, he was actually informing Kair to record everything. Not a single character should be missed. This was very important for their future. Although he had Kair record the runes, this didn't mean that Zhao Hai couldn't understand them. Each rune might look simple, but a single change would have an impact on the rune. It was clear that the machine field's understanding of these runes was beyond his imagination. The emergence of these runes was truly priceless in the use of magic formations. The people inside Zhao Hai's space were also researching magic formations. However, compared to the machine field, they were still too far off. The people from the machine field researched for who knows how many years before coming up with magic theory. But in order to be an expert in this system, one needed to cross a certain threshold, studying magic runes. The reason why there were a lot of runes was because people would create new runes. Because of this, the number of runes wasn't fixed. One could also study magic formations itself. However, it would be better if you created your own formation that suited your style, and in the process, creating a new rune was much easier than creating your own magic formation. As he listened to Margaret's lecture, Zhao Hai nodded. Creating new runes was just like inventing something new, nothing very special. However, creating a new magic formation was different. It was just like the difference between creating a new word and creating a new sentence. What made Zhao Hai happy were Margaret's words telling him that the runes could be found on the computer. This was absolutely good news for Zhao Hai. Others might not remember all of the runes, but he can. He has the space to do it for him. This was equal to Zhao Hai having the computing power of a computer. Average people might remember all of the runes. However, they would find it hard to use the most appropriate ones when necessary. It was just like how a person who knows how to write might not know how to write an article. Although Zhao Hai had learned a lot of runes, the time he spent doing so was actually a lot. It took about 2 hours for Margaret to introduce the runes. Margaret concluded the class at around 11 o'clock. Zhao Hai expressed his gratitude before walking out of the classroom and heading towards the cafeteria. All this time, runes had occupied his head. He was itching to obtain those runes. However, he also knew that he shouldn't be too anxious about this matter. After waiting in the cafeteria for some time, Dins and the others arrived. Zhao Hai stood up as he was warmly greeted by the old mages. Although Zhao Hai was young, these old mages were experienced in human interactions, so they didn't dare to underestimate Zhao Hai. If not for Zhao Hai, they might still be depressed. Zhao Hai hastily returned their greeting. After exchanging courtesies, Zhao Hai looked at Dins and the others and said, "Everyone, why are you still on this floor? Couldn't you request a transfer?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Dins and the others couldn't help but turn red. Each one of them had been dejected until recently. Because of this, they didn't have the motivation to transfer floors. Moreover, they ascended earlier than Zhao Hai, so they shouldn't be present on the first floor. When they heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Zhao Hao looked at their reactions and knew what they were thinking. He didn't laugh at them. They were in a poor condition, so laughing at their state was useless. Zhao Hai just gave a friendly chuckle as he said, "Tinkle, lead us to the store to have a look." "Right, let's look for a bank first." Tinkle replied, "Yes, young master. The shops and the bank are on the first floor of the academy. Please follow me." Zhao Hai nodded and then turned to Dins and the others. "Today's my treat. We'll explore the shops to look. I'll buy you anything you want." Sigh. It's a pity I wasn't able to go shopping with beautiful women. Instead, what I get is a group of old men. It's unfair. As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, Dins and the others felt their hearts warm up. But after a moment of staring, the group began to burst into laughter. Dins looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You smelly brat. It's your fortune to have us accompany you. What are you being sad about? Let's go." Zhao Hai chuckled before shaking his head. Then along with the smiling old men, Zhao Hai walked out of the cafeteria. While the group was chatting, they quickly arrived at the elevator. This time, They rode one of the bigger elevators as they headed to the first floor. When the elevators opened up, Zhao Hai saw two beautiful women in professional attire standing in the front. They were smiling as they said to the group, "Welcome, everyone." Zhao Hao nodded before inspecting the scenery ahead. Before him was a very large market with a lot of people inside. A large part of these people were staff. The staff weren't wearing mage robes. Those who were wearing mage robes were ascenders who were buying stuff with their robots. Zhao Hai didn't bother the two women for long as he led the old men towards the market. This was also the first time for the old men. All of them couldn't help but be absorbed by the atmosphere. As the group were walking along, Zhao Hai inspected the shops. All of the things that mages generally used were here. Some of the items offered were even beyond what Zhao Hai expected. Chapter 1082, Crazy Dog. Magic in the lower realms and the machine field were completely different. Things in the lower realms weren't necessarily useful in the machine field. Because of this, upon seeing all of these mage equipment, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. The place was full of mage equipment, from staffs, robes, potions, and even mage manuals. However, these things weren't in line with what Zhao Hai learned about magic theory. Magic theory was very mystical, but its power stemmed from magic formations. Using the lower realms magic staff was definitely the wrong thing to do. Because he knew about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel strange. Why would these shops display items that lower realm mages use? However, Zhao Hai was quick to understand why. When the old mages saw these items, they were immediately excited. They quickly went to the shops and looked through the items displayed. Looking at the expressions of these old mages, Zhao Hai understood that they had yet to understand the essence of magic theory. Because of this, they were still willing to buy these lower realm items in order to increase their strength. In the lower realms, these people were the peak characters of their generation. Potions and staffs were useless to them. With their strength, nobody in the lower realms would dare fight them. Because of this, they didn't have suitable items when they ascended. But in the machine field, the importance of potions and magic staffs became apparent to them. Therefore, they wanted to buy some potions or a staff in order to increase their strength. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was certain that these items would be useless. Magic theory and ordinary magic were different. Later on, when they learn more useful cultivation methods, they would find that these lower realm items that they thought to be useful were in fact very weak. Zhao Hai arrived by Din's side as he smiled faintly and said, "You want to buy these things?" Din turned to Zhao Hai and forced a smile as he replied, "I was short-sighted before coming here in the machine field. I thought that unparalleled existences like me didn't need any means to preserve my life." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Believe me, you don't want to buy them. These things won't help you progress in magic theory. The magic we studied and magic theory are completely different. At our current state, these things are useless. We should go to other shops and see if we can find special tools used by mages in the machine field." Zhao Hai didn't lower his voice, not because he wasn't afraid of offending people. He just didn't see any staff around. On the other hand, the staff standing close by couldn't help but look at him with shock. Just like Zhao Hai said, the items sold here were useless for machine field mages. The only reason these items were sold here was because ascenders had yet to have deep understanding about magic theory. If they did, then not only wouldn't they buy these items, they would buy life-preserving items instead. Although this was the first time that the staff has seen Zhao Hai, she was actually very clear about people of the bone symbol camp. This was Zhao Hai's first day attending class. Having this deep understanding of magic theory on his first day was simply too astonishing. Just before the staff could say anything, a cold snort was suddenly heard nearby. Then an arrogant-sounding voice said, "If you couldn't afford it, just say you couldn't afford it. Do you really think that you have a deep understanding of magic theory?" Zhao Hai and the others stared before all of them turned their heads to look at a young mage standing close by. This young mage seems to be between 20 to 30 years old. On his side was a robot butler. This butler was more advanced compared to Tinkle. Although this robot looked the same, one couldn't hear any sound when it walked around. Moreover, it was more pleasing to look at than Tinkle as it resembled a person a little bit more. The young mage's figure was symmetrical. He had a very white face, blonde hair, and a magnificent mage robe. Compared to the charming young man, Zhao Hai looked like a commoner. The arrogance on the young mage's face was akin to an emperor looking at a beggar. Zhao Hai looked at the young man and frowned before asking, "Does Mr. know us?" The young man coldly snorted as he turned his head to Dins and the others and said, "Useless old bastards. Even if you manage to ascend, what can you really do, right? Why aren't you hiding inside your rooms like you used to?" Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at Dins and the others. The expression on the old men's faces weren't looking good. Zhao Hai turned his head back to the young man and said, "Mister, if you like these things, then why don't you buy more? Or can it be that you lack money as well? Do you want me to buy you something too?" As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, Dins and the others couldn't help but gawk, and then each one of them laughed. They knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to treat this person. He was just teasing him. When he heard Zhao Hai, the young man's face paled. He retorted, "It's useless to save your face. If you can't afford it, then don't talk nonsense. Do you really think that I would receive any charity from you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Useless thing, putting my good gesture to waste." Then he turned to the old mages and said, "Let's go. I don't want to fight a crazy dog." The young man's eyes couldn't help but blaze in anger when he heard Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai had the numerical advantage and the young mage hadn't ascended for long either. Additionally, the school forbade any unregistered fights, so he cannot make a move. After that short intermission, Tinkle brought Zhao Hai to the bank. Upon entering, a robot immediately walked towards Zhao Hai and bowed. "Mister, welcome. What kind of transaction would you like to do?" Zhao Hai looked at the robot and saw that it was just like those robot mages back then. "It's quite an advanced robot." Zhao Hai immediately replied, "I want to exchange some gold coins for machine coins. Can you lead me there?" The robot quickly said, "Mister, please follow me." Then he brought Zhao Hai to a room nearby. There weren't a lot of people inside the hall, but the ones present were doing basic transactions. Exchanging for machine coins wasn't done inside the hall. A person was waiting inside the room. This one was human and not a robot. He quickly stood up and greeted Zhao Hai. "Mister, welcome. I'm glad to be of service." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his hand to retrieve a bag of gold coins with 1,000 coins inside. He handed it to the person and said, "This is 1,000 gold coins. Please exchange it for machine coins." Upon receiving the bag of gold coins, the man said, "Mister, please wait for a moment. Since the gold content of the lower realms coins aren't the same, we need to test the coins first before we determine the exchange rate." Zhao Hai waved his hand. The man took the coins with him and left. Before long, the man came back as he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, the gold content of your coins is very high. Each coin can be exchanged for 20 machine coins. Does Mister still want to go through with the transaction?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he took his ID card out and said, "Please deposit the money." Then he handed the card over to the man. When he came out of the bank, Zhao Hai was now a rich young man with 30,000 machine coins. Zhao Hai didn't immediately go and buy items. Instead, he headed to the elevator and went to the restaurant along with Dins and the others. There was no need to mention that the food of the machine field were very good. After eating, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the shops. But this time, they didn't stay for a long time. They just bought some daily necessities before leaving. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to buy items. Things he needed to buy weren't available on the first floor shops. The academy's shops were also divided into floors. Those who have ascended for less than a month could only go to the first floor shops. They were still forbidden to head to the other floors. Meanwhile, Dins and the others were very happy. The past several days, they had been holed up inside their rooms and had been dejected. Moreover, they failed to prepare items before they ascended. Most of their possessions were left behind for their descendants or disciples. In their opinion, those things would have no use after they ascended. Also, if they failed their ascension, then their family members wouldn't be able to use their items. Therefore, they didn't bring anything. Unlike Zhao Hai, they were truly poor ascendants. Zhao Hao returned to his own room. After placing the things he bought in a convenient place, he proceeded to wash himself before going back to the study. He began to read basic runes and their comprehensive explanations. Zhao Hai's understanding of machine theory grew deeper. Even if he didn't go to class, He could still manage with self-study, but what Zhao Hai needed to do right now was to send all information about magic runes to the space. These runes were important to the space's research into magic formations. Because of this, as he sat on the computer scanning through the various runes, he also instructed Kair to record everything down. Chapter 1083, The Core of Magic Theory. When evening came, Zhao Hai had already saved all of the runes to the space. While Kair went on to classify each one of them, Zhao Hai took a rest. The next day at exactly 7 o'clock, he woke up, read a bit, ate his meal, and then proceeded to the classroom. Not long after Zhao Hai entered the classroom, Margaret entered. Zhao Hai quickly stood up and gave his greetings. Zhao Hai has seen instructor. Margaret nodded. Then she said, "Take a seat. I heard you had a conflict with Frey yesterday?" Zhao Hai stared. He looked at Margaret with confusion. Then he said, "Is Frey that young man from the shop?" Margaret nodded. "Correct. Frey is a young expert that ascended from the spirit wind plane. The plane is quite a good one in the lower realms. It's rich with spiritual chi, so quite a few people had ascended from there. Moreover, people from the spirit wind plane are being especially cared for in the machine realm. Each one of them are arrogant. Since you offended Frey yesterday, people might look for you to cause trouble. There are already people from the spirit wind plane that had become famous here. You should be more careful in the future." Zhao Hai gawked. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Maybe I won't be meeting any of that when I leave the academy. In any case, since I've offended him, I can't do anything." "Are the people from the spirit wind plane domineering?" Margaret sighed. "This time, you really made a mistake. The people from the spirit wind plane are very domineering. Their pride didn't only come from their origin, they also have a very close relationship with the wind god palace. Almost every ascender from the spirit wind plane are wind element mages and are very gifted in the wind element. Therefore, most of their ascenders gets recruited by the Wind God Palace. After you head back, make sure to read about the Wind God Palace. This way, you'll know what you're up against." Zhao Hai nodded. He gave Margaret a salute and said, "Thank you, instructor." Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. "Zhao Hai, you're talented. However, there are a lot of talents like you in the machine realm. Before becoming true experts, nobody would treat you with real respect. A dead genius is a useless genius. You need to remember to protect yourself." Zhao Hai nodded. Margaret added, "The waters in the machine realm are much deeper. When you go back, make sure to read about the churches. I want you to be intelligent in your actions. After you exit the academy, you need to enter under the umbrella of a strong power. That way, you will be safer." Upon hearing Margaret, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but be moved. He wasn't a fool, so he was clear about the darkness of this world. Therefore, when he heard Margaret, he immediately understood that Margaret was also from one of those strong influences. Margaret didn't express which power she was from. She just turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I won't say anything else. You will understand them later on. Let's proceed to studying magic formation runes. Did you remember anything we went through yesterday?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Instructor, I've already studied and remembered the runes from the dark element and the space element." Margaret couldn't help but stare. Her expression changed as she made sure. "Remember? You memorized them?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Yes, instructor. I've memorized them all." Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right. Since you memorized them all, I'll give you a test. As long as you pass the test, we'll begin studying magic theory. If you miss anything and are deceiving me, then you will be penalized." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Instructor, you can rest assured." Margaret nodded. Then she went around Zhao Hai's table and said, "Dark and space element tests." As her voice fell, the table turned into a screen with test questions in them. Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he just nodded. Then he became absorbed in answering the questions on the screen. Actually, most of these questions were being answered by Kair. But since Kair was one with his mind, this was equivalent to answering it on his own. As soon as a question appeared, he was able to effortlessly answer them. It took about half an hour before Zhao Hai was done answering all questions about dark and space element runes. Naturally, it was impossible for all the runes to be present. Only a part of the runes appeared on the test. This was just a test to see Zhao Hai's understanding about runes. While Zhao Hai was answering the questions, Margaret was quietly watching by his side. To be honest, Zhao Hai's ability exceeded her imagination. Moreover, it seems like Zhao Hai provided the correct answers to the questions. This gave her quite a shock. She already looked highly upon Zhao Hai before, but now it seems like she was still underestimating him. Zhao Hai wasn't just an ordinary genius. He was an extraordinary genius. After waiting for Zhao Hai to complete the test, Margaret nodded and said, "Good. It means you can now study magic formations. Let me give you an introduction about the machine field's magic formations." While she said that, Margaret went to the wall opposite Zhao Hai and turned it into a screen. Margaret turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Magic formations are actually magic runes combined together, forming a structure that can tap into the energy of the heavens and the earth. Aside from the special formations, most magic formations are circular. Materials in making magic formations have also been heavily researched. After many years of study, we found out that the runes are the main reason we can control the world's spiritual chi. The materials used to make the formation are just auxiliary." Zhao Hai nodded. Just like Margaret said, the relationship between the magic formation's might and the material used was quite significant. However, the ones that had a major impact on the formations were the runes that the machine field had studied. Margaret continued, "Magic formations is a path itself. Magic is also its own path. However, by themselves, the two aren't very strong. Compared to the machine field's magic theory, each of those paths are weak." When she spoke up to here, Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "If you have read the introductions, then you should be aware that aside from the machine field, there are also other powers in the world of cultivation. Moreover, these powers aren't peaceful with each other. In the beginning, the machine field has been heavily bullied by the other powers. But when magic theory was invented, and we began making battleships and magic meshes, we slowly gained the qualifications to be treated as equal to the other major powers." Zhao Hai quietly listened to the lecture. He was already aware of these matters, therefore he wasn't startled. Margaret went on, "However, battleships and meshes have always been the weakest part of the machine field. Magic theory covered for this weakness. Because of magic theory, it made it possible for us to use our spiritual force in order to make magic formations out of thin air. The more powerful the spiritual force, the quicker the formation is created, and the more powerful it would be." Boom! A thunderclap resounded inside Zhao Hai's mind. Zhao Hai began to understand the core of magic theory. It uses spiritual force as a base of magic formations. This was the main pillar of magic theory. Zhao Hai wasn't new to using spiritual force. However, he didn't think about using spiritual force in order to arrange magic formations. When he thought about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but close his eyes, digesting Margaret's words carefully. The words she said were very simple, anybody would be able to understand them. But those words couldn't be underestimated. They were essential to Zhao Hai's current enlightenment. As she said those words, Margaret was also observing Zhao Hai's response. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's reaction, Margaret couldn't help but smile. Intuition was very important to a mage since it could bring forth enlightenment. Margaret hasn't met anyone who became enlightened by those few words. This alone explained how uncommon Zhao Hai's talent was. Not only was Zhao Hai digesting Margaret's words, he was also trying to use his spiritual force to arrange a magic formation. His spiritual force was much stronger compared to most mages. He can also direct his spiritual force to perform certain functions. Just like Barry's ability to control hair like spiritual force, Zhao Hai could also use his spiritual force as minute strands. Not only was Zhao Hai's spiritual force formidable, he also had good control over it. But even if this was the case, he wasn't able to find an appropriate use for this characteristic. As a person, his movements were limited. It was just like tying a rope to a tree. He still wasn't able to reach the skies. Even if he was skillful, he wasn't able to make use of it. Margaret's words opened a whole new world in front of Zhao Hai. Upon hearing about this new application, Zhao Hai was impatient to try it out. Zhao Hai and an ordinary mage's control over their spiritual force had a huge difference. While most mages could control their spiritual force as one unit, Zhao Hai was able to divide it by strands. This way, Zhao Hai's attention was divided into small strands. Dividing one's attention in order to control these strands of spiritual force might sound simple, however, it was incomparably difficult. Not to say multiple strands, Controlling 2 strands alone would prove difficult. One might not even find one capable of doing it among 10,000 people. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai can control countless strands. This wasn't only because he had a powerful mental strength. This was also because he had learned the succubus clan's methods of controlling spiritual force, and with the help of the space, this became possible. Zhao Hai was currently using his spiritual force as a base of a magic formation. Zhao Hai had a basic understanding about magic formations. He also knew that he cannot be ambitious and tie multiple magic formations at the same time. Because of this, he can only arrange a simple formation. However, Zhao Hai was quick to discover that the magic formations he learned didn't allow for spiritual force to be their base. This caused Zhao Hai to be puzzled. He slowly opened his eyes and discovered that Margaret was sitting down while drinking tea. Seeing Zhao Hai opened his eyes, Margaret smiled faintly and said, "Were you trying to arrange a magic formation? Did you fail?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then Margaret gave another smile and said, "Most mages will try it when they heard those words, but in the end, they failed." "Do you know why?" Zhao Hai shook his head. Margaret gave the answer. "It's because magic formations in the lower realm and the machine realm are different. The magic formations used to make magical meshes and battleships are also different from magic theory's formations." When he heard Margaret, Zhao Hai's spirit couldn't help but shake. He finally began to understand. Machine Field's magic theory was much more complex than he thought. He couldn't just use it just because of a small realization. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Although there are also circular magic formations in the lower realms, their perimeter circle are mostly just lines." However, nobody knew that the perimeter circle was actually the most important part of the formation. If a magic formation was a building, then the perimeter circle would be the ground where the building was built on. The preparation of the ground dictates the life of the building. For magic formations, the perimeter circle is the foundation where it was built into. A magic formation's might is directly related to this. Zhao Hai's eyes became brighter and brighter. Margaret was satisfied with Zhao Hai's expression. She now knew that Zhao Hai didn't just dabble in magic formation. He had certainly given it some time to study. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such an expression. However, Margaret didn't comment about it as she continued. In the lower realms, the perimeter circle are just lines. But in the machine field, perimeter circles are made out of magic runes. Zhao Hai suddenly felt refreshed. He began to believe the difference between the lower realm's magic formations and the machine field's magic theory. No wonder he was unable to use his spiritual force to create magic formations. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and smiled as she said, "If formations are used in ordinary magical meshes and battleships, perimeter circles could just be made with lines. At most, it would affect the might of the formation. But in magic theory, the perimeter circle needed to be made out of magical runes. Otherwise, even if you have a powerful spiritual force, you still won't be able to arrange magic formations." Zhao Hao nodded. He just experienced it, so he believed Margaret's words. But this time, he wouldn't easily attempt to arrange a magic formation. This was because he became clear about the complexity of magic theory. Seeing Zhao Hai stop himself from trying it out, Margaret couldn't help but give a gentle nod. Zhao Hai's performance made her satisfied. She said, "When arranging magic formations from different departments, some changes needed to be made in the internal pattern. Today, I will tell you about the 9 most basic patterns of magic formations." Chapter 1084 to 1085. Chapter 1084. Condensing a formation. Zhao Hai is currently sitting inside his room with his eyes closed. In about half a meter in front of him was a magic formation slowly coming to form. This magic formation looked mystical as it is composed of multiple magic runes. However, the process was very slow as each rune needed to be formed individually. Zhao Hai immediately returned to his room after his class. What he learned today was too important for him. It can be said that he now had a certain understanding about magic theory. The lesson was actually very simple, just the condensation of magic formation using spiritual force as a base, how the perimeter circle needed to be made out of runes, and then how to establish a formation so that it could exert its maximum power. Deciding on which formation he wanted to condense, Zhao Hai finally settled on a summoning formation from the dark element. The formation belonged to a two-element formation with the space element as an auxiliary. It was because of this arrangement that the formation was quite difficult to condense. For mages in the machine field, condensing their first magic formation was the first hurdle to their path to mastering magic theory. As long as they were able to condense their first magic formation, they would then have an idea on how to condense others later on. As for two-element formations, they were much more difficult to condense compared to formations that only had one element. Zhao Hai also asked Margaret about the undead summoned using this summoning formation. It seems like the undead that were called over weren't ordinary undead, but they were at least king level in strength. At this time, Zhao Hai wanted to see what a summoned king level undead looks like. If he could really summon king level undead, then he could surely bolster the space's strength. The magic formation slowly condensed. When the last magic rune was completed, the formation suddenly shone before an outline of a humanoid was seen. Upon seeing this outline, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he summoned a gold skeleton. Gold skeletons might be powerful to others, but in front of Zhao Hai, they were nothing. Crystal skeletons and skeleton kings were the true powerhouses in Zhao Hai's eyes. As for gold skeletons, Zhao Hai didn't even know how many he had inside the space. He didn't have to work so hard just so that he could summon a gold skeleton. But Zhao Hai changed his mind when he began to understand what was happening. Mages in the machine field would often layer formations one after another. If he layered several formations together, then he would surely be able to summon more powerful undead. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't care much about what undead he could summon. What was important to him was the process of condensing a magic formation. In order to smoothly condense a magic formation, Zhao Hai didn't divide his spiritual force but instead concentrated his mental energy and condensed the formation slowly. The magic formation that Zhao Hai condensed wasn't self-created. The formation was already a widespread format in the machine realm. With Zhao Hai's current understanding of magic theory, he didn't have the means to create his own formation. However, this didn't stop him from believing that he would be able to create his own formation later on. Zhao Hai collapsed his formation. However, he didn't immediately go on to condense another one. Instead, Zhao Hai closed his eyes and sensed the feeling of condensing his first magic formation. As for the gold skeleton that he summoned, Zhao Hai can be sure that it wasn't summoned from the underworld. As for which plane it came from, he didn't know. Almost all of the undead in the underworld had been turned to Zhao Hai's subordinates. If his formation summoned an undead from the underworld, then he would be the first to know. Since he didn't feel anything from the gold skeleton, then Zhao Hai was certain that it didn't come from the underworld. Also, after sending the gold skeleton to the space, he discovered that it was stronger compared to the underworld's gold skeletons. This caused Zhao Hai to be surprised. From this point, Zhao Hai could see how extraordinary magic theory was. Even if one reached Zhao Hai's strength, summoning magic in the lower realm didn't allow a person to summon gold skeletons. If you wanted a gold skeleton, then you can only subdue one and form a contract with it. As for the machine realm, even if Zhao Hai used the same amount of effort, since he has ascended to a place with a higher concentration of spiritual chi and has used magic theory, his summoning magic can now bring forth gold skeletons. This just shows how terrifying magic theory was. However, one shouldn't see Zhao Hai's number of gold skeletons as normal. If he didn't have the space, he wouldn't have this much gold skeleton subordinates. Zhao Hai sat in his chair as he looked back at the process of condensing a magic formation. He immersed himself in the feeling so that he could be more relaxed on his next attempt. As soon as he felt that he was ready, Zhao Hai immediately tried to make his second formation. But this time, his thoughts just accelerated as a formation appeared in front of him in no time. It was a fully condensed magic formation. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare before calling Kair inside his mind. Kair, what just happened? Kair smiled and said, "Young master, don't forget that your spiritual force is one with the space. Since the space has the ability to record, it functions just like a computer. When you condensed your first magic formation, the space recorded the entire process. Even if the process was difficult, as long as it was compiled and saved inside, you will then be able to use it any time. Therefore, later on, if you want to arrange a magic formation, You can do so with just a thought. Upon hearing Kair, Zhao Hai burst with happiness before he said, "So that's the case. Fantastic." "Kair, can the space help me condense the magic formations?" Kair replied, "Young master, you're getting lazier and lazier. The space can't just help you condense magic formations. Since it is like a computer, you will need to write a program so that it could run. Condensing formations is just like writing a program. Therefore, you need to condense the formation on your own before it can be recorded and saved." Zhao Hai also felt that he was being a bit greedy. He was certain that no other mage had this ability. He could essentially condense a magic formation once and then use it over and over again. It was extremely convenient. After he thought about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. "It seems like I need to condense more magic formations." "Laura, how are you doing?" Although he cannot enter the space, Zhao Hai can still communicate with Laura and the others. As soon as she heard Zhao Hai, Laura nodded and said, "Brother Hai, rest assured, we're doing just fine. The machine field isn't the same as the lower realms. You have to be careful. There's no need to worry about us." Zhao Hai gave a nod. "I can't do anything in the meantime. Later, I'll inspect the room for some surveillance devices. If there aren't any, I will have you come out to get familiar with the environment." "Right. Did father-in-law and the others receive the magic runes?" Laura smiled and said, "They've seen them. In fact, they're very happy that they haven't gone out of their rooms for quite a while now." Zhao Hai couldn't help but chuckle. At this time, Wild Dragon Island's laboratories were almost abandoned. Karen and the others moved to the small asteroid that was connected to the 100 Spirit Tree. The small asteroid was close to where Zhao Hai's villa was located. It had a surface area of about 100,000 square meters. A 100,000 square meter area was quite huge, so Zhao Hai had Karen and the others move into the asteroid. Not only Karen's group, the other people in Wild Dragon Island also decided to move. After all, the asteroid was many times bigger than Wild Dragon Island. Besides the asteroid, there were also 99 other fruits that the 100 Spirit Tree produced. But Zhao Hai didn't immediately use them. Although these 99 fruits weren't as huge as the asteroid, their use was still quite significant. They can be used as a spatial item, it can be farmed, and it can also help one's cultivation. It was a product that went against the will of the heavens. These fruits would surely have great uses in the future. Zhao Hai exchanged a few words with Laura and the others before stopping. After that, Zhao Hai began to focus on magic formations. There were countless magic formations in the machine field, and every magic formation was its own magic spell. These formations can be layered on top of one another in order to create even more varied effects. At present, it's highly probable that nobody in the machine field knew just how many magic formation effects there were. With the space's storage function, the more magic formations Zhao Hai condensed, the better. Naturally, he must take this opportunity and condense as much magic formations as he can. Zhao Hai understood that even if the academy was safe, once he left, nobody would be able to guarantee his safety. He didn't believe in the machine field's laws either. They were just there for the common people to follow. For those huge powers, these laws were simply useless. Moreover, Zhao Hai had offended Frey, who was from the Wind Spirit Plane. People from this plane were pivotal beings in the Wind God Palace. Frey and his people might not deal with him inside the academy, but once Zhao Hai left, it was difficult to say whether these people would try to attack him or not. If his strength was insufficient, even if there was the space, Zhao Hai would still have to turtle in order to survive, and that wasn't what he plans to do. Most importantly, Zhao Hai was somewhat afraid. If he always hid inside the space, then sooner or later, someone would get wind of its existence. When that time comes, the troubles coming for him would be even bigger. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to use the present time to promote his fighting strength. Chapter 1085, Laying Cards Out on the Table. Zhao Hai stopped condensing formations when dinner time came. During this time, Zhao Hai managed to condense more than 20 magic formations. People would be shocked by this speed, but to Zhao Hai, this was nothing. After condensing his first magic formation, Zhao Hai managed to get the feel of the process. Because of this, he was able to condense magic formations much easier later on. At this point, Zhao Hai could branch his spiritual force out into 5 threads while maintaining their accuracy. This allowed him to condense more than 20 magic formations in such a short period of time. These magic formations weren't just from the dark element. He also condensed formations from the other departments. After all, he was an all-element mage. It wouldn't be strange for him to use magic from the other elements. Zhao Hai proceeded to head towards the cafeteria. After seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Dins and the others gave him their greetings. Seeing Zhao Hai's beaming appearance, Dins couldn't help but smile as he asked, "Little Hai, did you do anything worth celebrating?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he replied, "I just learned some beautiful magic." Of course it's a happy event. When Dins heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, "You boastful brat, today's your 2nd day of class. What magic could you have learned? Aren't you still learning about magic runes?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Right, I just didn't expect that magic formations would be this strong. For the people of the machine field to reach this level of research regarding magic formations, I really admire their efforts." Dins sighed and said, "The upper realm is really the upper realm. Their magic formations have completely surpassed our expectations. Moreover, these past few days, I've been reading about their void condensing formation technique in my computer. To be honest, it looked extremely formidable." The others agreed with a nod. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he turned his hand, making a pile of snacks appear. These snacks were famous in the Ark continent. Therefore Zhao Hai's space didn't lack these things. In order to avert suspicions, the snacks were cold. He also took out several bottles of liquor. Dins and the others couldn't help but stare at what Zhao Hai took out. After some time, Dins pointed at the items and said, "Little Hai, where did you get these things?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I got it from the lower realms." "Where do you think I got them from?" "These are famous snacks back home. Everyone have a taste of our liquor too." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Dins quickly said, "Since that is the case, then we would have to be impolite. I didn't expect an ascended expert like you to bring these things along. It's quite strange." Zhao Hai just faintly smiled as he replied, "I'm still quite young, so naturally I still enjoy these things. Unlike you old deities who don't eat commoner food." Even if these old men knew that Zhao Hai was ridiculing them, they couldn't say anything back. When they were about to ascend, they didn't know that the upper realms would be like this. They thought that they would become immortal gods. Since this was the case, then they won't need material possessions anymore. Some of them even left their spatial equipment with their families. Zhao Hai didn't tell them that he had started condensing magic formations. From what Zhao Hai can see, it seems like these old men had yet to condense their first magic formation. If he tells them that he has, then they might feel down. After sharing a meal and chatting with everyone, Zhao Hai returned to his own room. But this time, he didn't immediately condense magic formations. Instead, he sat in front of the computer and looked up information about the Spirit Wind Plane and the Wind God Palace. He offended Frey, so it's possible that he had already become their enemy. The news he gained made Zhao Hai almost jump in fright. Just as Margaret said, the Spirit Wind Plane couldn't be underestimated. It was a plane that specialized in producing ascenders. Almost every year someone would ascend from that plane. Moreover, these ascenders were very close to each other. Offending one of them equated to offending all ascenders from the Spirit Wind Plane. Additionally, almost all of the Spirit Wind Plane ascenders were talents in the wind element. Because of this, Wind God Palace had been recruiting them year after year. This allowed the plane to gain a pivotal position inside the church. Also, the Wind God Palace was one of the major churches in the Church Alliance. At the same time, their strength inside the alliance can be said to be one of the top. It was a huge power. The entire machine field was controlled by 3 major powers, with the Church Alliance being one of them. With the status of the Wind God Palace inside the Church Alliance, it certainly held great power. Zhao Hai never expected that he would offend such a huge group. Upon thinking up to here, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems like being Loki in the machine realm wouldn't do him any good. With that thought in mind, Zhao Hai turned the computer off and then began to condense more formations. Zhao Hai stopped at midnight. At this point, He had already condensed about 50 magic formations. Even locally born experts of the machine realm wouldn't be able to do that. The next day went accordingly. After eating with Dins and the others, Zhao Hai proceeded towards his classroom. But to his surprise, Margaret was already waiting for him inside. Zhao Hai hastily gave his greetings. "I've been unfair to Instructor Margaret. I'm sorry for being late." Margaret shook her head and said, "You're not late. I just came early. Take a seat. I have something to tell you." Zhao Hai complied immediately and sat down. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It is a custom in the Ascender Academy to study magic formations during the first month. Generally, if you still haven't learned anything after the first month, you will be turned over to a robot instructor. After learning magical runes, your instructor would then teach you about void condensing formation technique. After that, you will go to a church in order to further study. However, your progress has surpassed my expectations. Have you learned how to arrange magic formations?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Yes, I have learned how to arrange formations." Margaret gave a nod. "I have already contacted the school about this, so you don't have to come here anymore. In the future, I can just directly contact you. Here, this is for you." It is a small computer with a call function. Then Margaret threw a wristband-looking thing towards Zhao Hai. It was silvery and bright. Zhao Hai wore the wristband and then tried to operate it. Honestly, it was more convenient to use than computers. When operating it, there was a light screen that acted just like a monitor. "It's very good." Zhao Hai stopped playing with the wrist computer after a while. Meanwhile, Margaret just left him to explore the device. When Zhao Hai stopped, she said, "My contact number has already been saved in that device. You can use it to talk to me directly. What you need to learn right now is how to condense magic formations. The more familiar you are to condensing magic formations, the quicker you would be. After you leave the academy, your speed will decide whether you live or die." Zhao Hai nodded. He already understood this aspect. But with the space, the matter of speed was nothing. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I will be open to you." You ascended inside the Ashley family's bone symbol camp's domain. Later on, after you leave the academy, someone from the bone symbol camp will invite you to join the camp. I'm also from the bone symbol camp. It seems like our leader has been paying attention to you, so he sent me over. Our Ashley family is also a member of the Church Alliance and is one of the most important members of the Dark Church. The Bone Symbol Camp was the Ashley family's most famous outer sect camp, but now it has fallen. However, this Ascender Academy is still controlled by us. I hope that you will choose our camp when you graduate. Our leader has already told me that we have stopped monitoring you at school. The surveillance device inside your robot butler has also been removed. You can rest assured." Zhao Hai stared. He already knew that Margaret was from a powerful group, but he didn't expect her to lay everything on the table. But he still believed Margaret's words. If she really wanted him to join the Ashley clan, then she wouldn't deceive him with this matter. Moreover, with the innate skill that he showed, he was certainly worth being groomed by the Ashley family. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said, "Instructor, rest assured, if nothing happens, then I would like to join the Bone Symbol Camp. However, I hope that the instructor could help me look after Dins and the others. If you can, please recruit them to the camp as well." Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. "If I tell the camp leader, I'm sure he will agree. Since I've already interacted with you, the other powers would know to not get in touch with you. But since our Bone Symbol Camp has been very low-key recently, there would be some blind fellows who will try to contact you. I hope that you can make your decision clear to them. After you head back, read about the Bone Symbol Camp's situation. Don't just look at the overall statistics. Also pay attention to the casualty rates of the camps in recent years. You are a smart one. You should understand what I mean by this." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Instructor can rest assured, I understand." "But instructor, I managed to offend someone from the Wind God Palace. If I join the Ashley family, won't I bring trouble along with me?" Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and calmly replied, "The Ashley family is a dark mage family. We aren't afraid to face trouble." Zhao Hai nodded. "Yes, instructor, I understand." Margaret nodded. Then she said, "It might be inconvenient for you to condense formations inside your room. You can go to the grounds to condense your formations and then try to see its power. I'll give you two things. This first one will allow you to use a special room in the practice grounds. Besides, you Nobody would be able to enter this room. This other one is a formation used to adjust the density of spiritual chi. After 1 month, this formation will adjust the concentration of spiritual chi around you. This way, you will be accustomed to the normal amount of spiritual chi by the time you graduate. Then she threw 2 things over to Zhao Hai. Chapter 1086 to 1090. Chapter 1086. Special Robot Store. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 things he received. One looked like a card that you use in hotels. It also had a room number on it. The other one was a metal plate that had a small magic circle. It wasn't very heavy and looked much like an ornament. However, Zhao Hai knew that the magic formation was more than just a decoration. He deposited the 2 items in the space before expressing his gratitude to Margaret. Margaret nodded and said, "I hope that you can live up to our expectations. Don't waste the camp leader's efforts. I've already taught you everything I can. What you need to do now is to learn the void condensing formation technique. Your further development will depend on your efforts. After you go back, you can look at how others layer their magic formations. However, don't waste your time mimicking their style. You need to pave your own road. Understand?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Instructor, feel relieved. I know what to do." Margaret nodded. Then she left the room. Seeing Margaret leave, Zhao Hai's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. He didn't expect to be on someone's sights this quickly. Moreover, now that he entered the struggle of the machine field, it seems like withdrawing was impossible. Although it can be seen that Margaret wasn't forcing Zhao Hai to join the Bone Symbol Camp after he graduates, there was a veiled threat in between her words. Margaret told him that this Ascender Academy was under the Bone Symbol Camp's control, and it seems like they can dictate where someone can go after they graduate. Also, since they can take the surveillance device away, this also meant that the Bone Symbol Camp had formidable control in this academy. If he didn't join the Bone Symbol Camp, then he might not have a very good future. Internal struggles exist everywhere. The machine field wasn't exempted. The Wind God Palace wouldn't dare deal with the Ashley family. However, if Zhao Hai joins the other powers, then the Ashley family might not mind killing him. The reason Zhao Hai had this thought was because he had been showing shocking talent in these past couple of days. Studying magical runes would take others months to memorize, but he only did it in 2 days. Others might start to practice the void condensing formation technique by the time they graduate, but Zhao Hai was doing it right now. These caused powerful groups to take notice of him, especially the Ashley family. Other powers might not be aware of Zhao Hai's talents, but the Ashley family was clearly aware of it because of Margaret. If Zhao Hai doesn't join the Ashley family, then the family definitely wouldn't allow him to join other powers. In the eyes of the Ashley family, Zhao Hai was someone who has a good chance of being a powerful expert. Letting this person join a group other than them would be impossible. Because of this, Zhao Hai could only join the Ashley family. However, Zhao Hai doesn't object to joining the family. What he needed to do now was to understand the Bone Symbol Camp's situation. Moreover, Zhao Hai needed to have the old mages join the Bone Symbol Camp as well. This was for self-preservation. With the old mages together with him, his future would be more secure. The machine field was a strange new place. Being in a group was definitely much better than being all alone. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai stood up. He was preparing to head to the shops in order to see whether there were any anti-surveillance devices. If there were any, he was prepared to buy one. This didn't mean that he didn't trust Margaret's words. Since Margaret said that they had removed all of the surveillance equipment, then those should have already been removed. This was the Ashley family's way of showing their sincerity. Zhao Hai wanted to buy anti-surveillance equipment not because of the Ashley family, but because of the other powers. The Ashley family's intent of stopping any surveillance on him wasn't necessarily shared by the other powers. At the very least, Zhao Hai wanted to be assured. Zhao Hai had always been a careful person, and since he was in a strange new environment, he needed to be extra careful. Margaret's words weren't enough to make him feel relieved. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He really wished to ascend without any problem so that he could bring his wives to explore new places. But now it seems like this would be impossible. The struggles of the upper realm wasn't any better than the lower realm. Bringing Tinkle along, Zhao Hai went to the elevator and headed towards the shops. After looking through the shops, he was finally able to spot the place he wanted to find. a special robot store. Gu Minyu recommended Zhao Hai to look for this shop in order to remove any surveillance devices installed inside Tinkle. Zhao Hai had always kept this suggestion in mind. Although Gu Minyu wasn't an upper-level staff in the academy, he still had some information that only people from lower levels knew. Because of this, he can tell Zhao Hai about these special robot stores. Zhao Hai inspected the shop. It looked just like any other shop. It didn't have any special qualities. If not for Gu Minyu, Zhao Hai wouldn't have paid attention to this place. After seeing nothing special, Zhao Hai brought Tinkle inside. Just as he entered the store, a robot immediately welcomed him. This robot wasn't an advanced one and it had the same appearance as Tinkle. However, Zhao Hai was surprised since this robot didn't have any clanking sounds that Tinkle always had. When the robot arrived in front of Zhao Hai, it gave a bow and said, "Mr. Welcome. Is there something we can help you with?" Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly and said, "I want to modify my robot butler. Can you do that?" The robot immediately said, "Of course, please come with me." Then it gestured towards Zhao Hai. The robot's movements weren't stiff at all. Moreover, it can give answers very quickly. At the same time, it didn't seem to have programmed responses. This caused Zhao Hai to be more curious about this shop. From outside the shop, you can see ordinary robot parts and electronics. It looked like any other shop of its kind. But as the robot led Zhao Hai further in, things began to become different. Behind the shop was a repair station with a lot of old robot components piled up. A person was sitting on the pile while manipulating a robot placed in front of him. As Zhao Hai entered the room with the robot suddenly said, "Hey, sober up. This gentleman here wants to modify his robot butler." Upon hearing the robot, Zhao Hai couldn't help but gawk. The robot was actually speaking like a human. It seems like this was the setting the robot was given. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel interested about this person. The man turned his head towards Zhao Hai. Seeing the person's face, Zhao Hai stared for a moment. His age didn't seem to be high, maybe around 30 years old. His face was a bit pale and he had ordinary work clothes on. He looked very ordinary aside from his fiery eyes. The man looked at Zhao Hai and quickly gave his greetings as he said, "Mister, you want to modify your robot butler?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I just ascended from the lower realms and the academy gave me this robot butler, so I'm here to modify it." When he heard Zhao Hai, the man's eyes turned bright before he said, "Since the robot is given by the academy, then it should be fine. Why do you want to modify it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I just want a robot butler that is completely loyal to me. Do you understand what I'm saying?" The man's eyes turned brighter. He nodded and said, "It seems like you've been introduced by a friend. I know what you want. What else do you require?" Zhao Hai said, "I want it to help me scan my room for any surveillance device. I'm someone who doesn't want to be monitored." The man nodded. Then he held his wrist computer out and typed some things out as he said, "Go on, say all of your requests in one go." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Make him more advanced, not easily damaged, and store more energy so that it wouldn't need to charge every day. It would be best for it to last a long time. I also want it to know some knowledge about the machine field's machinery. And that doesn't mean just robot repair. I want it to know how to tinker with other things. Naturally, since it is a robot butler, I don't need it to fight. Instead, make sure that it can attend to my everyday needs." After the man recorded everything, he looked at the list and couldn't help but knit his brows. Then he said, "Let me tell you the truth. I can certainly do all of this, but I think that it would be a waste. If you want all of these functions, then you could just buy a more advanced robot. Not only can advanced robots meet your requirements, they can do it much better than this one. Do you want to change your request?" Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he nodded as he said, "Since that is the case, then I'll do what you say." Then he gestured to Tinkle and said, "Just make sure that it doesn't have any sounds whenever it moves. Also, make its battery last longer. As for the advanced robot, I'll take whatever Mr. recommends me. As long as it meets my requirements, then it's fine. But it needs to be able to connect to the network at any time." The man smiled and said, "No problem. Being connected to the network is the most basic function that everyone wants. so there's no need to worry about that. Making your robot butler silent and last longer is very simple. You can leave him to me right now and come back after an hour or so. You can take a stroll around the shop to kill time. As for your new robot, it would take me 3 days to make it match your requests. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then said, alright, I'll leave Tinkle to you first. Do I go outside to choose my advanced robot? The man replied, what's outside are ordinary goods. They're no good. If you trust me, I can choose for you. I have some robots I assembled myself. Although their functions are inferior to those bought outside, I can guarantee that they are more easy to use. Moreover, they are made out of better materials. Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, since you're recommended by a friend, I'll trust Mr.'s choice. The man gave Zhao Hai a look before he laughed and said, you're an interesting fellow. I like you. And don't call me Mr. My name is Chi Yi. You can call me Ah Yi. Zhao Hai smiled and said, so it is Manager Chi Yi. You have an interesting name. Then I'll be calling you Ah Yi from now on. Ah Yi, let's go see the robots you recommend. Chi Yi smiled and said, okay, right. What's your name? You still haven't told me. Zhao Hai quickly replied, right. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm called Zhao Hai. You can also call me Ah Hai. Chi Yi smiles and said, good, let's go see my robots. Also, who told you to come see me? Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's Mr. Gu Minayu. He's a reception staff. We got along well, so he told me about your shop and to make sure to come visit in order to modify Tinkle. Since someone from the academy told me that the surveillance on my robot was removed, I decided to come here since I'm not an expert in robots. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Chi Yi stared for a moment before his eyes shone. Then he replied, oh, if that's the case, then there's no problem. If that's what they said, then it means that you're a genius. You can rest assured. If they said that the surveillance has been removed, then nobody in the academy will be monitoring you. If they removed their surveillance on you and other parties still dared to look into your actions, then this only means that the other party is being hostile. This will most likely cause a conflict. I reckon that only a few people would dare take such a risk. Zhao Hai replied, is that so? I really didn't know. It seems like coming over to you was the correct decision. Right. How about having dinner with me? I also have some friends from the academy. I hope we can share a few cups together. Chi Yi looked at Zhao Hai and said, how long have you been in the academy? You already made a few friends. Alright, that's not an issue. Come over at night. I'll be waiting. As he said that, the two arrived at a door. Chi Yi put his hand on the door before it opened. Then the two proceeded to enter a room. This room was about 100 square meters. It wasn't small at all. Inside the room was a huge display of robots. These robots were all humanoid. They don't look beautiful, but all of them were very clean and well polished. Chapter 1087. You're from the Bone Symbol Camp? Zhao Hai inspected the robots. They were evidently much better than Tinkle. At the very least, the facial features of these robots were closer to being human. Their joints looked more flexible as well. Chi Yi looked at these robots with the looks that one might give a lover. Then he said, all robots in this room are assembled by me. The parts used to make them are also slowly being processed by me. They're not made by some huge company. These robots are my unique products. Looking at Chi Yi's expression, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Chi Yi truly had an unparalleled attraction to robots. All of these robots were actually made entirely by him. It was an amazing feat if you think about it. After some time, Chi Yi let out a long breath. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, you and me are destined to be friends. You can choose any one of these robots. Zhao Hai looked at Chi Yi and smiled. Alright, then I'll have to thank you in advance. But since you made these robots, I'll have to ask you to choose one that can match me the most. In any case, you'll also be the one to modify them. When he heard Zhao Hai, Chi Yi couldn't help but ask, you trust me that much? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, just like you said, we're destined to be friends. And from what I can see, you're a guy I can trust. Chi Yi suddenly laughed. Alright, then it's settled. You can come back 3 days later. I can assure you that you won't be disappointed by our robot. Let's head out. Zhao Hai didn't say anything else and just followed Chi Yi out of the room. Outside the workshop, Zhao Hai looked at Chi Yi and said, Chi Yi, with your ability, You should be capable enough to make your own company. Why do you only have a small shop in the academy? Chi forced a smile as he replied, supporting this academy is the Ashley family's bone symbol camp. I'm from the camp myself. However, I don't like magic and would prefer studying robots. People like me won't get accepted anywhere except the bone symbol camp. This shop isn't even mine. I don't operate this shop to make money. I'm just handling it on behalf of the camp. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect Qi Yi to also be part of the bone symbol camp. He looked at Qi Yi and said, I've just recently heard about the bone symbol camp. I heard that this ascending point is controlled by them. Are you an ascender as well? Qi Yi just gave a bitter smile as he answered, how is that possible? With my skill, I won't even be able to ascend. As you can see, my talent is just ordinary. However, I like to research robots, and the ones I make aren't inferior to the ones made by huge companies. Because of this ability, I was able to be recruited by the bone symbol camp. In my opinion, the machine realm is just like the lower realms. There are powerful beings and then there are the commoners. I'm just a commoner in this realm, not any different from commoners from the lower realms. If not for my talent in robotics, it would be impossible for me to be invited by the bone symbol camp's leader. Zhao Hai looked at Qi Yi in confusion. Then he asked, why did you join the bone symbol camp? Qi Yi smiled and said, doesn't your lower realm have a division between nobles and commoners? If you are a commoner and then suddenly you've been invited by a noble to join their clan, wouldn't you accept? Zhao Hai began to understand Qi Yi's decision. He nodded and said, I understand. But is the bone symbol camp good? I heard that they're somewhat declining. Qi Yi coldly snorted and said, bone symbol camp hasn't declined. However, it's just different from the other camps who employ brutal training methods. In the bone symbol camp, everyone is a friend, a brother. The camp leader never eliminates anybody and had everyone play to their strengths. In the other camps, everyone is an enemy and competitor. Every camp would add people to their numbers every year, some even reaching 100 people annually. Those who survive will be recruited. The bone symbol camp doesn't follow this path. Aside from deaths during battle, nobody dies when training. Because of this, the bone symbol camp is somewhat weaker than the other camps, making it seem like we're declining. Zhao Hai nodded. Looking at Zhao Hai's response, Qi Yi's eyes couldn't help but shine as he said, why don't you join the bone symbol camp? That would be fantastic. If that is the case, then I will give the robot to you for free. When he heard Qi Yi, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. Qi Yi was truly a straightforward person. Although he understood some worldly wisdom, he still falls short compared to those old foxes. If other powers wanted to recruit Zhao Hai, the conditions they would provide would certainly be very good. Compared to those offers, a little robot would be nothing. However, Zhao Hai can see the bone symbol camp's attitude by looking at Qi Yi. If nobody protected people like Qi Yi when they entered other camps, then they would certainly be long dead. Qi Yi living up to this point was actually an abnormality. Zhao Hai smiled and said, then give me a good one. I have already promised Instructor Margaret to join the bone symbol camp. The people we're going to dine with will also be joining the camp. If there's a chance, I'll have them visit so that they can have their robot butlers be modified too. Qi Yi patted his chest and said, just hand them over to me. I might not be good at anything else, but when it comes to robots, there's nothing I can't accept. Have all of them send their robots over. Zhao Hai gave a nod. Then after leaving Tinkle behind, he left the shop to explore the other shops. It can be said that this area had too many stores, but this time, Zhao Hai didn't buy anything. He was a lower realm ascender with no backers. If he showed off by wantonly buying a lot of things, then people might begin to get suspicious. Moreover, things sold in these stores would certainly be available anywhere else in the machine field. As long as he graduated from the academy, he could just buy what he wants outside. Therefore, there's no need to be anxious at this time. 1 hour passed and lunch time was approaching, so Zhao Hai returned to Qi Yi's shop. Seeing Zhao Hai return, Qi Yi immediately invited him in and said, come, take a look at your robot. Then he took Zhao Hai to the workshop. Upon entering, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. In the middle of the room was a robot. He could see from its head that it was Tinkle, but the body seems to be new, making Tinkle more pleasing to look at. Looking at Zhao Hai's reaction, Qi Yi proudly smiled and said, What do you think? The robot now has an automatic solar charging system as well as a noise suppression upgrade. Most importantly, I've installed an anti-surveillance device inside to make sure that nobody will monitor you. Take it. Return for your other robot in 3 days. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Alright, thank you. Ah Yi, don't forget our evening meal." Qi Yi waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I won't forget." After that, Zhao Hai brought Tinkle to the academy's cafeteria. Dins and the others were already waiting for him inside. Currently, Dins and the others also have their own instructors. However, since their instructors were part-time, they weren't as approachable as Margaret. Nevertheless, the old mages still take their regular classes. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Dins immediately called him over. Dins and the others were also quick to discover Tinkle's changes. Dins looked at Tinkle and said, "Little Hai, did you have Tinkle modified? It looks very good." Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "It really does. There's a special robot shop in the market that can modify your robots. I've reached an agreement with the shop's manager to have your robots be modified as well." Dins and the others had already regarded Zhao Hai as one of them. They also knew that Zhao Hai didn't lack money. Because of this, they didn't decline his goodwill. Dins nodded and said, "Alright, when do we send the robots?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This afternoon. I've invited the manager to have dinner with us. You can use this chance to have your robots modified. By tomorrow, you should be able to get them back." Dins stared. He looked confused as he asked, "Do you know the manager? You even asked him to have dinner?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing special. I just talked to him and judging by his character, I decided to invite him to dinner. He's also a machine field native. Talking to him will give us more understanding about the machine field." Dins nodded. "Alright, we'll go meet him. Having friends here will give us advantages in the future. After all, the academy doesn't teach us everything." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the others and said, "How about we meet here at 5 o'clock? Then we'll set off to the store to look for Qi Yi. Don't forget to bring your robots. You're going to leave them behind so that Qi Yi can modify them." Dins and the others nodded. However, the faces of several people don't seem quite right. Zhao Hai mentioned modifying their robots multiple times now. These old men were also old foxes, so they knew that Zhao Hai might be hinting at something. However, none of them said anything as though they didn't get anything from what Zhao Hai said. After lunch, Zhao Hai returned to his room. Upon entering, Zhao Hai turned to Tinkle and said, "Tinkle, inspect the room. See whether there are any surveillance devices hidden inside." Tinkle responded, "Yes, young master." Then Tinkle's eyes emitted flashing red lights as they scanned the entire room. After some time, Tinkle stopped and said, "Young master, there are no monitoring devices inside the room. You can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he began to relax. However, he didn't immediately let Laura and the others out. Instead, he sat down and practiced his magic formations. At the same time, he had Kair monitor Qi Yi's actions to see if he was really sincere in helping him modify his robot. If Qi Yi changed anything, then Zhao Hai will not take Laura and the others out. Chapter 1088. Unusual Level Division. Zhao Hai's condensation of magic formations was getting faster and faster. At this point, he could already condense 10 formations at once. But compared to the total amount of known magic formations in the machine field, his speed was still far from enough. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried as he continued to condense 10 magic formations at the same time. Each batch needed 10 minutes to be finished. He could now condense at least 50 formations every hour. Such speed has never been seen before and might never be seen again. Moreover, Zhao Hai's condensed magic formations weren't as simple as that. Every magic formation that Zhao Hai condensed has been recorded by the space. Then Kair would take these formations and run them under the scanner. This way, the space could come up with the most appropriate combinations. In the machine field, the level of a mage depended on the number of magic formations they could layer on top of another. The overall division came in 10 levels. The levels were divided as so. First level mages were those who could layer less than 5 formations. Second level mages could layer 5 to 10 formations. Third level mages would be 10 to 50 formations. Fourth level mages needed 50 to 100. Fifth level, 100 to 500. Sixth level is 500 to 1000. 7th level is 1000 to 3000. 8th level ranges from 3000 to 5000. 9th level, 5000 to 10,000. And then 10th level was over 10,000 layered formations. Nobody knew for how long the machine field has existed, but magic theory had existed for at least tens of thousands of years. But until now, the highest level mage could only reach the 9th level. There has never been a 10th level mage. The most powerful 9th level mage could only layer 9,999 magic formations. Achieving 10,000 layered formations seemed to be impossible. It can be said that layered formations were the symbol of strength in the machine field. Moreover, with the number of magic formations present in the machine field, layering them together was an almost impossible feat. In fact, in the current machine field, it was speculated that even the most senior mage couldn't layer 3,000 magic formations together. This meant that currently, nobody had reached 8th level. The most powerful mage of this generation was at the 7th level. Layering 3,000 magic formations together needed a massive amount of time to accomplish. Also, in the middle of battle, where would one find time to spend in order to arrange such a huge formation? It was practically impossible. But if you only use a few layers of formations, they would be too weak to fight against other experts. In the world of cultivation, the cultivation speed of every realm was almost the same at the early stages. In the machine field, mages that can layer 5 formations could resist against a forged body expert. If you follow the divine realms metric, then forged body experts were equivalent to 9th rank or demigod rank experts. As for mages that can layer 10 formations together, they would be equal to chi condensation experts, god ranks to peak god ranks. Cultivating to this stage generally wouldn't take a long time. Wanting to layer 10 to 50 formations wasn't that difficult either. As long as one can layer 30 magic formations, then this meant that they had already reached foundation establishment. Most mages would be stuck at this level. There were a lot of mages that would never go beyond 3rd level. But for the cultivators, foundation establishment was just the beginning of their path of cultivation. It can be said that only 1 in 100 cultivators could reach foundation establishment. For mages, this ratio drops down to 1 in 10,000. In this case, mages would find it hard to go against cultivators. The power divide between warriors in the machine field was also the same as the mages. However, the warriors didn't base their levels on how much magic formations they can layer on top of another. Instead, they based their strength on how far their sword chi could reach. Their division of level was also very simple. It was just like the mages, but the numerical values were multiplied by 100. For example, 1st level warriors could release their sword chi for less than 500 meters. 2nd level warriors is 500 meters to 1 kilometer, and so on. The highest level warrior could release his sword chi as far as 1 million meters. Naturally, this level only existed in legends. One needed to note that the term sword chi was only a generalization. This didn't mean that it was energy released using a sword. There were warriors in the machine field that use weapons that were not swords. As long as they can launch their energy to a certain extent, they would be similarly ranked. Because of this system, mages and warriors of the machine field found it hard to go against experts from other realms. In the end, they could only rely on the might of battleships and magic meshs. As for Zhao Hai, he was just concentrating on condensing magic formations in the meantime. He wasn't planning to layer magic formations yet. He was planning to try it inside the space and not in the academy. Even if he was alone in a secluded part of the academy, Zhao Hai still thought that it wouldn't be safe. Therefore, he could only do it inside the space. By afternoon, Zhao Hai managed to condense several hundred magic formations. After looking at the time, he stopped and went out of his room to head towards the cafeteria. Seeing that Dins and the others were already in the cafeteria, Zhao Hai quickly called them over so that they could head to the shops. There was a small advantage to being in the academy. It didn't matter if it was the shops or the cafeteria. All of them were open all the time. You can buy items and eat food whenever you want. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai and the others arrived outside the strange robot shop. Chi Yi was still busy inside the workshop and would be for a long time. When Zhao Hai arrived, he stopped working as he laughed and said, "Hi, you're here." "As you can see, I've been busy with work." Zhao Hai smiles and said, It's alright. Let me introduce you. They are recent ascenders to the machine field. They're just a little bit older than me. I'll have to trouble you to modify their robots as well. We'll be leaving their robots here for now. Just tell them when they can get them back. Chi laughed and said, "You guys really want me to work, huh? Alright, rest assured, I will complete everything in time." Then after greeting Zhao Hai, he proceeded to greet the old men. After the two sides exchanged their greetings, Zhao Hai brought everyone to the first floor restaurant. This time, the restaurant was chosen by Qi Yi. This restaurant was simply called Academy Restaurant. It wasn't a large one nor did it look anything special. Once they arrived at the restaurant, Zhao Hai turned his head towards Dins and the others as he said, "Everyone, there's something I need to tell you. The Ascender Academy that we're in is controlled by the Ashley family's bone symbol camp. The people from the camp has already contacted me and hoped that I could join them after I graduate. I also told them that it would be great if everyone here can join." Dins and the others stared. To be honest, they were completely unaware about this matter. Zhao Hai scanned them and then continued, "From what I understand, besides the bone symbol camp, the other powers that recruit ascenders employ the survival of the fittest mindset. They would carry on brutal training in order to eliminate the weak. Those who stay behind are recruited while the others would be dead. The bone symbol camp doesn't do the same program. As long as you join the camp, they will make sure that you play to your own strength. At the same time, they would arrange jobs that is appropriate to your abilities." Qi is someone from the bone symbol camp. Since he is only interested in robots, the camp leader had him manage a robot shop in the academy. Everyone should be able to understand what I want to say. You aren't like the young ascenders, so people from the machine field wouldn't place great importance on your existence. If you join other camps, then you will certainly be treated as cannon fodder. Because of this, I'd like all of us to join the bone symbol camp. Then later on, we can take care of each other. What do you think?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Dins and the others turned silent. They weren't fools. Conversely, they had gained rich experience from the lower realms, so they knew how people acted. There were a lot of stronger people among the young ascenders, therefore they couldn't help but believe Zhao Hai. Additionally, they were aware that joining a camp together meant that they can protect each other more effectively. The old men looked at each other before they nodded. After that, Barlet said, "Rest assured, little Hai, we understand what you're saying. Since you want us to join the bone symbol camp, then everyone will follow you." The others nodded, showing their agreement. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's good that everyone agrees. Since Qi is also from the bone symbol camp, we will have to trouble him to modify your robot butlers. This is because there are monitoring devices inside each of your robots. Your every action and movement have fallen to the other people's attention. We'll have Qi help you to remove these devices. After all of us are now part of the same family." As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, the faces of Dins and the others changed. They turned to look at Qi Yi for affirmation. Qi Yi couldn't hide his excitement. In the past, old mages like them would join other camps to be cannon fodder instead of the bone symbol camp. Because of this, the bone symbol camp was lacking in numbers. Having this much people join at the same time naturally made him happy. Looking at the old mage's expressions, Qi Yi immediately nodded and said, "Right. Each of your robot butlers has monitoring devices inside them, and these devices don't only send information to one or two people, but to multiple groups at once. These people would gauge you depending on your performance. If you can meet their standards, then they will contact you to invite you over to their camp." Dins and the others' faces were somewhat ugly. They didn't expect their day-to-day life to be monitored. This was basically like throwing their undergarments out into the streets. Nobody would be able to endure it. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and said, "I know that a lot of people will contact you when the time comes, and they might give you a lot of good benefits, but you should also know that your lives are your most important possession. Under such brutal training, you cannot guarantee your survival. Also, we are a minority group. Even if you get promised good conditions, nobody can guarantee that they will follow through with their promise. Therefore, I hope that all of us can enter the same camp so that we can help each other." Chapter 1089, Connecting to the Network. Dins and the others nodded. They're already late into their ages, past the times when one would want glory and power. To the current them, survival was more important than anything. Therefore, As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, all of them thought that his words were reasonable. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Earlier, I looked up the situation with the Ashley family's bone symbol camp online. Although they don't seem to differ compared to the other camps, they were even seen as declining. But after going through the bone symbol camp's casualties in the past 10 years, their ratio only came up to 1 to 1,000. And when carrying out special tasks, they would have a casualty rate of 1 to 5. In other words, in 5 people, only 1 would die. Meanwhile, the other camps would have a casualty rate of 1 to 1. This means that there are times that all of their recruits die during missions. It's a very brutal statistic. If everyone is interested, you can look it up yourselves." Dins and the others nodded. They will look it up, but this didn't mean that they didn't believe Zhao Hai. They just wanted to see this casualty rate with their own eyes. They believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't deceive them with this matter. There simply was no need to do so. As long as they go back, they can prove it themselves. Zhao Hai looked at the others and said, "We didn't ascend here just to die. Therefore, joining the bone symbol camp is our best choice. Even a low allowance wouldn't be a problem." And from what I had looked up, the bone symbol camp's allowance wasn't even that low. Dins nodded and said, "Just like what Little Hai said, we didn't ascend in order to become cannon fodder. It would be best for everyone if we can enter the bone symbol camp. This way, we can take care of each other." The others also gave their agreement. Seeing that everyone has agreed, Zhao Hai said, "Good. Since everyone agrees, then I don't have anything else to say. Come, let's drink. Let's work hard together and enter the bone symbol camp." The others raised their glasses and cheered. The reason why Zhao Hai dared to say all of this at this time was because the robot butlers were currently left behind in Chi Yi's shop. Moreover, the restaurant that they were currently in didn't have any monitoring devices. Of course, this was something that Zhao Hai asked Chi for. The Ascender Academy that Zhao Hai was currently in was closely monitored by the bone symbol camp. There were only a few places that didn't have any surveillance device. Zhao Hai knew about this point, so he asked Chi Yi for a restaurant that wasn't monitored. Because of this, they were now inside this specific restaurant. After eating their meal, Zhao Hai and the others returned to their own rooms. Zhao Hai checked the internet for a while before going back to condensing formations. For the following days, Zhao Hai's life went normally. Every day, he would go to the cafeteria to have breakfast, then he would go to the classroom in order to get a lecture. After that, he returned to his room and whatever he liked. Zhao Hai had yet to release Laura and the others. However, he kept monitoring Chi Yi in the past 3 days. He wanted to see whether Chi Yi really didn't want to monitor him or was he just feigning ignorance. It didn't take a long time before Zhao Hai knew that Chi Yi was a genuine ally. The man seems to have a heavy obsession with robotics. He always stayed inside his shop. When it was time to eat, he would just have the cafeteria deliver food to him. Most of the time, he was in his workshop tinkering with robots. Dins and the others' robots were done being modified the day after they were sent in. Chi Yi didn't ask them for money. After all, in Chi Yi's eyes, Dins and the others were already people on his own side. Besides looking at Chi Yi's actions, Zhao Hai was also monitoring Dins and the others. Zhao Hai wanted to see if they would agree to being recruited by other people. 3 days went by fast. Zhao Hai got up early to eat before going to Chi Yi's shop. Today was the day he would get his new advanced robot. Zhao Hai didn't know what kind of robot Chi Yi had prepared for him. Although he was monitoring Chi Yi, the moment Zhao Hai knew that he was an ally, he stopped. When Zhao Hai entered Chi Yi's shop, Chi Yi wasn't there. Zhao Hai didn't need to be polite and just went straight to the workshop. Chi Yi had already modified the robot in his shop to allow Zhao Hai entry. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't encounter any troubles as he went to the workshop. When he arrived at the workshop, Zhao Hai saw Chi Yi being busy tinkering with a robot. This wasn't the robot that Zhao Hai saw back in that room 3 days ago. Instead, it was a robot with a high degree of human appearance. The body of this robot was covered with a biochemical skin. Its 2 eyes looked like genuine eyes. If not for its lack of emotion, one might mistake it as a real person. Zhao Hai can affirm that this wasn't his robot. This was because Chi Yi's robots never had biochemical skin. To Chi Yi, robots were robots. They were their own life forms and they didn't need to cater to humanistic standards regarding appearance. Although Zhao Hai thought otherwise, he didn't say anything. For people like Qi Yi, this aspect was regarded as very important. Zhao Hai looked around the room and saw a robot at the side. He had seen this robot in the room back then. Its whole body was made out of shining metal. It wasn't very tall, only at about 1.8 meters. It had a somewhat human face, but it was still very far from robots with biochemical skins. Seeing that Qi Yi was completely focused on his task, Zhao Hai gave out 2 light coughs. Qi Yi quickly turned his head towards Zhao Hai. After grabbing Qi Yi's attention, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Ah Yi, I'm here for my robot. How is it? Is it done?" Qi Yi immediately said, "It's done. Take a look. It has everything you requested. What do you think? Do you want to leave your old robot here? Having this one is already enough." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's all right. There's no harm in having 2 robots. You seem to be busy. I'll take my leave." Qi Yi nodded and said, "All right, come over later in the evening. How about we share a cup or 2? Zhao Hai agreed. "Get 2 meals delivered and we'll drink here." Qi Yi nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned around and left the shop along with his 2 robots. Since it was still time for classes, there were very few people wandering the shops. Zhao Hai didn't meet anyone as he was returning to his room. When he arrived at his room, Zhao Hai had Tinkle inspect the new robot. Finding that there were no monitoring devices on the robot, Zhao Hai began to feel relieved. Then he waved his hand and had Laura and the others come out. As soon as they came out, Laura and the others immediately cheered as they threw themselves towards Zhao Hai. Being hugged by several women, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel incomparable satisfaction. After some time, Laura and the others calmed down. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled as he said, "You're still unable to leave this room. However, you can browse the internet on the computer so that you can understand this world more. After I leave the academy, I'll find a way to provide all of you with machine field ID cards." Laura waved his hand and said, "It's fine, we like being inside the space anyway." "Brother Hai, I had father study the plate that Margaret gave you. He believed that it wouldn't take long before they can duplicate it. When the time comes, we would also be able to adapt to the machine field's spiritual chi." Zhao Hai nodded. "Good. After you go back, I'll also have Tinkle go along with you so that father and the others could see it. However, I can't have Tinkle enter the space for long. It wouldn't be good if people see me without my robot butler for a long period of time." Laura nodded. Zhao Hai took out several wrist computers and then handed them over to Laura and the others. This way, they could access the internet on their own. Computers in the machine field were much better than the ones in the space. Computers in the space didn't have any network connection. Because of this, computers can only perform basic functions. But in the machine field, computers were connected to each other, and in a degree 100 times more advanced than Earth. Therefore, it didn't take long for Laura and the others to be immersed on the internet. Zhao Hai just discovered that connecting to the machine field's internet didn't require any payment. Whether they were robots or computers, connecting to the network was free. While Laura and the others were accessing the net, Zhao Hai was on the side condensing magic formations. When dinner time arrived, Zhao Hai stopped what he was doing. Then he turned to Laura and the others and said, "All right. It's already late. You should go back. You can come over to play tomorrow." Laura and the others looked at the time, and it was indeed already late. However, some of them were still reluctant to leave. Zhao Hai just smiled and had them download some content to their computer so that they could do something when they returned to the space. After waiting for Laura and the others to be done, Zhao Hai sent them over to the space along with Tinkle. But just as Tinkle entered the space, a prompt was suddenly heard. "Robot from a high-rank science and technology civilization detected. Space upgraded to level 130. Host can now buy 10 high-ranking science and technology backgrounds and 50 ordinary backgrounds." Since the robot has advanced wireless connection to its source civilization, the space has now obtained the civilization's advanced wireless network function. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before a wave of happiness washed over him. He had always wanted to make a network inside the space. However, the computers had yet to become popular inside the space. Moreover, he didn't have any experience in making networks. He didn't expect the space to solve the problem for him. However, Zhao Hai suddenly thought that the space was now connected to the machine realm's network. Did this mean that the space was now exposed? When he thought about this, he immediately called Care, Care, what does this mean? If the space can connect to the outside world, then does this mean that the space's secret will soon be discovered? Care smiled and said, young master, there's no need to worry. Although it can connect to the outside world's network, the space will not emit any signals. The space can only receive information. It cannot send. Upon hearing Care, Zhao Hai relaxed. Then his two eyes shone as he said, Care, can you connect to secret bases of the machine field and steal their secrets? Care shook her head and said, I'm afraid we can't, young master. I just tried it. It seems like the machine field's public network is just a place to play around. Real secrets aren't connected to the public network and exist on isolated networks. Zhao Hao nodded. Although he felt helpless, he could also accept this fact. Nevertheless, this network would be extremely useful for the space. Turning his head to Care, Zhao Hai said, Care, popularize the use of computers in the space's academies. Let everyone know about the machine field and let them see what kind of place it is. Care nodded. Looking at the time, Zhao Hai said, alright, I need to head out. It wouldn't be good if I stay here for longer. Care nodded. Then Zhao Hai returned to his room. After reorganizing his thoughts, he proceeded towards the cafeteria. The space's connection to the internet was a crucial development for the people inside the space. This connection became a bridge that allowed the people to be aware about the massive world of cultivation outside. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that these people would want to leave. Because of the space's benefits, it was already common sense for them to stay inside. Compared to the intense competition in the machine field, the space was incomparably peaceful and rich. How could someone from the space think of leaving? At most, they would look at the situation outside as entertainment. Even the people inside the space couldn't help but pity the people in the machine field. These people were going all out in order to become stronger. Average people were also working extremely hard. The new technology was very helpful to Karen and the others. They can now get direct access to magic formations. This caused their research to be more relaxed than before. Being able to gain the machine field's foundation had saved them a lot of trouble. The only regrettable thing to all of this was the fact that the network was only limited to the machine field. Because of this, Zhao Hai was still blind about the situation of the other realms. Chapter 1090, Monthly Examination. Time quickly passed by, and unknowingly, Zhao Hai was already in the machine field for 1 month. In this month, Dins and the others already passed the requirements and rose to the second-floor classroom. Besides Zhao Hai, only 2 other ascenders were left on the first floor. Ascending didn't have a set time interval. Sometimes, there would be dozens of newcomers in 1 year. Some years might even reach hundreds. But at the same time, there would also be times when only 1 person ascended. This situation was very normal. The 2 other ascenders on the first floor were young men. Zhao Hai tried to talk to them, but the 2 were full of vigilance towards him. Moreover, their arrogance was something that even Zhao Hai couldn't bear. In the end, Zhao Hai can only give up on them and focused on condensing magic formations instead. At this point, the number of magic formations that Zhao Hai had managed to condense had reached 100,000. Moreover, this wasn't the only improvement he had in this month. At this point, Zhao Hai can now condense 100 magic formations at the same time, and these 100 magic formations would be condensed in 5 minutes or so. Although Dins and the others had moved to the second floor, they didn't stop contacting Zhao Hai. The group ate their meals together almost every day. Naturally, Qi would be part of this from time to time. Margaret also got in touch with Dins and the others to invite them to the bone symbol camp. This caused the old man to feel relieved. On the other hand, the time for Zhao Hai's monthly examination came. As long as he passed this examination, he would then be able to rise to the second floor. Additionally, the metal plate would begin to function. The magic formation on the metal plate would adjust the density of spiritual qi inside Zhao Hai's body. This would enable him to slowly adjust to the machine field's spiritual qi. When 1 year passes, he would then be able to fully adjust to the realm's environment. Zhao Hai was able to see the exam that Dins and the others underwent. However, upon seeing their exam, Zhao Hai was no longer sure what kind of exam he would face. The exam that Dins and the others took was the same test that Margaret had given Zhao Hai on his second day. In other words, Zhao Hai had already passed the monthly exam in his second day. This made the monthly examination redundant. Zhao Hai believed that Margaret wouldn't give him the same test. Although he was wondering about what his test would be, Zhao Hai didn't actually ask Margaret about it. He just continued to live his days on the first floor, either attending classes or staying inside his room condensing magic formations. The day of the test quickly arrived. Zhao Hai punctually arrived in his classroom before 9 o'clock. This time, he didn't bring his robots. The two were left behind his room accompanying Laura and the others. Zhao Hai believed that Margaret would also arrive in time, and sure enough, Margaret entered the room at 9. When she saw Zhao Hai, Margaret just said, "Follow me." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Margaret was a quiet person and never said anything useless. Apart from giving lectures and answering questions, she generally kept quiet during classes. Zhao Hai was already used to her cold and quiet demeanor. Although it can be said that Margaret only instructed him for 3 days, these 3 days were the most important days for Zhao Hai. This was because it was in these 3 days that Margaret opened up Zhao Hai's path to being an expert. Magic theory was very suitable to Zhao Hai's cultivation method. As long as he had condensed a specific formation, he would no longer spend time in arranging it in the future since it would appear almost instantaneously. This also applies to layered formations. Although Zhao Hai was condensing magic formations in these past several days, he didn't relax when it comes to layering formations. Layering magic formations wasn't as simple as putting one formation on top of another. Layered formation came in many types. The simplest one of them was layering 2 of the same formations. For example, if Zhao Hai layers his summoning magic formation, he wouldn't need to spend a lot of time on it since there would be no conflicts between parts of the formation. Because of that, this type was said to be the simplest. However, this arrangement also meant that this type of layered formation was the weakest. If it was in numerical terms, it was just adding 1 to 1. The effect wasn't amplified that much. The most difficult layered formations were those who incorporated formations from multiple elements. Even layering 2 formations would prove difficult. But since this increased the resulting formation's geometric structure, the magic formation would be very powerful. In the machine field, there were people who tried to make the strongest layered formation using computers. However, there had yet to be any success. Computers weren't omnipotent, and even if it managed to calculate the strongest combination, the requirements to condense such formation would be extremely strict, to the point where no errors should happen during the entire process. In the end, mages were still people. They weren't machines. Even machines had flaws, much less mages. For a mage to layer formations without a single error was borderline impossible. Layered formations simulated by computers required perfection. As long as a single error appears, the formation would be rendered useless. It might even injure the mage casting it. Because of this, the best layered formations in the machine field were those made by mages who had battled for a long time. Moreover, starting from 5 to 10 layered formations, these were deemed as a secret by mages. They would only pass their formations down to their disciples or younger generations. It was impossible for these formations to be revealed to the public. However, these things weren't an issue for Zhao Hai. Inside the space was the universal scanner. Although the scanner was still level 1, it was something that most computers couldn't compare to. The biggest characteristic of the scanner was that it was made to cater to Zhao Hai's needs. It can be said that everything inside the space revolves around Zhao Hai. The scanner was not different. Because of this, Kair had the scanner analyze the formations that Zhao Hai condensed so far. At the same time, the scanner would create combinations that would suit Zhao Hai the most. In addition to practicing magic theory, Zhao Hai was also trying to layer magic formations. At this point, he can now layer 100 magic formations together. Zhao Hai and Margaret took the elevator and went up the building. There were some floors in the academy that weren't open to the students. These floors were some of the most important facilities of the academy. Teachers usually lived on these floors. They went through the uppermost floor of the academy and then to the platform on the roof. Parked on the platform was a small battleship that was shaped like a small bean. It had a rounded head and tail. The entire battleship was 50 meters long and 20 meters wide. Painted on its side were 4 characters that spelled Ascender Academy. Seeing this battleship, Zhao Hai couldn't help but gawk. He turned his head to Margaret and said, "Instructor, are we going outside?" Margaret nodded and said, "There's no point in testing you using the standards we use on the others. In the Ascender Academy, there would be 10 tests per year. This first exam tests your knowledge of magic runes, the second tests if you can condense a formation, and then the third exam is a smelting trial outside the academy." Zhao Hai frowned for a moment before he said, "I still haven't adjusted to the concentration of spiritual qi. Is it all right for me to go outside?" Margaret answered, "There's no need to worry about that. The Academy's battleships are all modified to automatically adjust the concentration of energy. Also, the place that you'll be going to will have less concentration of spiritual qi compared to normal. These tests are specially arranged for Ascenders to undergo. The Academy had prepared everything in advance. Your test this time is to go outside and eradicate a malicious ghost." Zhao Hai replied, "Malicious ghosts, are they like the Lich?" Margaret gave a nod and said, "There are similarities, but malicious ghosts aren't the same as Lich. These malicious ghosts are stronger than the Lich from the lower realms. They not only use magic, they can also do physical attacks. For you who just learned magic theory, dealing with these things would be tough." Zhao Hai gave a nod. Margaret continued, "The place we're going to is an area on the edge of the machine field. Its concentration of spiritual qi isn't high, but there are still people living there. Moreover, it is an important sector for my thrill mining. But because of the constant mining, it had become a place with rich yin energy. This caused the place to produce dark creatures. This place is also one of the smelting trials of the Machine Field's academies. Besides you, there are also other Ascenders undergoing their smelting trial in that place. Therefore, not only do you need to be wary of malicious ghosts, you also need to be vigilant against other Ascenders." Zhao Hai gave another nod. At this time, they had arrived in front of the battleship's door. Then door automatically opened and then closed when they entered. In front of Zhao Hai was a corridor. Margaret led Zhao Hai towards a door. Then she said, "This will be your room. Don't wander around aimlessly. The battleship has its own internal security system. If for some reason you end up inside forbidden areas, you will immediately be attacked by the ship." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "Instructor Margaret, how long will it take us to reach our destination?" Margaret answered, "In about 3 days. In these 3 days, people will come to deliver food to you. You can use the internet inside your room and you can also practice. It would be best if you don't go out." Zhao Hai nodded for the last time before he went inside his room. The room wasn't very big, only about 20 square meters. It had a bed, a table, a bathroom, and a sofa. Nothing else. But what made Zhao Hai surprised the most was that there was a window inside the room. Although it wasn't big, he could still see the scenery outside. Chapter 1091 to 1093. Chapter 1091 to 40H level talent. Zhao Hai sat by the window and looked outward. He didn't know when the ship took off. He simply didn't feel it moving. He couldn't help but praise the technology of this world. After looking at the window for some time, Zhao Hai turned away and faced his room before taking out a small device. The device was an anti-monitoring device that Qi had made for him. It had the most advanced anti-surveillance technology in the machine field. As long as a room had monitoring devices, this device would immediately issue an alarm before emitting an electromagnetic signal that causes the monitoring device to malfunction. In the machine field, there were 2 ways to monitor a person. The first method was through monitoring devices. There were plenty of monitoring devices in the machine field. The same was true for anti-monitoring devices. But compared to monitoring devices, anti-monitoring devices were much easier to make. Anti-monitoring devices were ingeniously crafted. As long as they emit their electromagnetic waves, they would certainly disturb any monitoring device in the vicinity. This way, the person who set up the monitoring device wouldn't be able to get anything. Besides monitoring devices, the other method used to spy on other people was through magic. This method was difficult to guard against. Surveillance magic was generally very secretive and difficult to detect. However, Zhao Hai wasn't really afraid of surveillance magic. Zhao Hai's spiritual force was very formidable, and with the existence of the SACE, Monitoring him using magic was almost impossible. Because of this, Zhao Hai only needed to worry about monitoring devices for now. Seeing that there were no monitoring devices inside his room, Zhao Hai began to feel relieved. His figure immediately flashed as he returned to his room back at the academy. Laura and the others were also inside his room, waiting for Zhao Hai to bring them information. When they saw Zhao Hai come out from the space, the women couldn't help but stare. Then Laura stepped forward and said, "Brother Hai, why did you use the space to come back? Are you starting your test? What kind of test is it?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "My test this time seems to be on a planet called Tyro, killing malicious ghosts. I won't be taking it in the academy. You can go with me on the ship." As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and the others cheered before following Zhao Hai out of the space. Zhao Hai also took the robot that Qi Yi had made for him. Zhao Hai named this robot number 9. Bringing Laura and the others as well as number 9 to the ship made Zhao Hai's room look cramped. However, they only stayed inside for a short while before they returned to the space. In any case, if someone came to look for him, it wouldn't be too late to head back to his room. Upon returning to the space, Zhao Hai let out a long breath before going to the hot spring to take a nice bath. When he returned to the living room, Meg had already prepared a delicious meal for him. Zhao Hai hadn't entered the space recently since he needed to adapt to the environment outside. Now that he had returned to the space, he can finally relax. After eating, Zhao Hai went on to condense magic formations at the side. Meanwhile, Laura and the others were browsing the internet. There wasn't anything wrong with the space. Laura and the others just preferred to stay beside Zhao Hai. They spent most of their time going to Zhao Hai's room to accompany him. Zhao Hai also understood their feelings. Therefore, he would accompany them while condensing his magic formations. Zhao Hai can spend more time with Laura and the others since he now has more control over his spiritual force. Currently, Zhao Hai had already condensed nearly 100,000 magic formations. He had also gathered several hundred magic formations combinations. These combinations had been provided by the scanner. The least powerful combination he had composed of 5 layers while the most powerful one was actually 100 layers. 100-layered formation was the symbol for level 4 mages. There were only a small amount of people who had reached this stage in the machine field. If people become aware that Zhao Hai, who has yet to graduate from the academy, could use a 100-layer formation, they would certainly die from shock. However, wanting to use the scanner to analyze formations with more layers would be impossible. This was because the universal scanner was still level 1. The most it could do was 100 layers. Zhao Hai also accessed the net to look at how strong 100-layer formations were. Take a small fireball for example. On its own, it was a weak magic. Even if Zhao Hai reached his current level, his fireball still wasn't strong. At the most, the fireball would be as strong as an anti-tank grenade. However, after passing through a 100-layer formation, its might would become similar to a missile. Killing several hundred people with it wouldn't be a problem. The current issue for Zhao Hai at this moment was how to upgrade the scanner. Only when the scanner gets upgraded would his strength increase. But as he was worrying about this, Zhao Hai discovered something. His spiritual force was just enough to use a 100-layer formation. If he used anything more than that, his spiritual force would be extremely stressed out. Because of this, there was no point for Zhao Hai to worry about upgrading the scanner. Even if the scanner could analyze more powerful formations, Zhao Hai still wouldn't be able to use them. Although Zhao Hai's body was being constantly improved by the stellar transformations art, it was still not enough for him to use magic with more layers. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't idle because of this. Besides condensing formations as well as trying to compile formation combinations, Zhao Hai also did one other thing. He was looking into how warriors in the machine realm fight. In the machine field, combat methods of warriors were very simple. They just need to increase the energy inside their body and then their groups would provide them with corresponding weapons. However, these weapons were different than what warriors from the lower realms used. These weapons were specially made in the machine field to contain magic formations. These formations allowed the energy inside a warrior's body to concentrate so that they could send it out. Warriors in the lower realm would use their energy in order to coat their weapons, making them sharper. On the other hand, Warriors in the machine field can actually send their sword chi out, providing them with long-ranged attack. Moreover, the sword chi that was sent out would be supported by the formation inside the weapon, increasing its attacking power. But in the end, how far the sword chi would travel still depended on the user's strength. It was said that there was once a legendary warrior in the machine field that used his sword to slaughter his enemies in all directions unhindered. Although this legend might be fake, Zhao Hai still took it with caution. He had already found some magic formations used for engraving weapons. After having it go through the scanner and then combining it into a 100-layer formation, Zhao Hai had it engraved on his staff. This would be another one of his cards in the future. Zhao Hai also conducted tests inside the space. He used his staff and turned it into a sword in order to send a sword chi out into the distance. His sword chi reached 10,000 meters, which was equal to a level 4 warrior. After testing both paths, Zhao Hai can confirm that his strength was indeed at level 4. The current strongest being in the machine field was about level 8. Being only level 4, Zhao Hai still fell short. However, if people from the machine realm knew that Zhao Hai had level 4 strength, they would certainly be startled. This was because, generally, lower realm ascenders would at most only reach level 2 upon graduating. There were a minority that reached level 3, but never level 4. Zhao Hai was constantly condensing magic formations inside the space. He was also familiarizing himself with arranging layered formations. Although he can now use 100-layer formations in almost a flash, he would still need to practice on it for a long time. Being able to use layered formations wasn't a direct indicator of a person's strength. Layered formations were just like weapons. Some were like spears, some were like shields. As long as one practices to the point where they knew the most appropriate way to use formations, only then would they effectively grasp its power. At this point, Zhao Hai's everyday program has been arranged. Besides eating and sleeping, he spent most of his day practicing his layered formations while also practicing how to launch his sword chi. Zhao Hai had just discovered why the swordsmanship in the machine field was so strong. This was because he can attach a bit of his spiritual force on the chi as it was launched. This allowed him to make the sword chi change directions. This skill was new to Zhao Hai, so he needed to digest how to use it effectively. Zhao Hai was very clear that these things would be the basis of his survival in the machine field. Although it looks like Laura and the others were leisurely browsing the internet, Zhao Hai actually knew that they were scouring for information. They were looking for things related to the cultivation realm as well as any methods to make the undead stronger. Even if there were a lot of information that were deemed confidential in the machine field, information that was public was already enough for Zhao Hai and the others to use. Information about magic theory, magic formations, alchemy, and other disciplines were definitely useful. This was especially true for alchemy. Although warriors still had their weapons in the machine field, lower realm magic staffs and magic potions were useless to mages. However, mages still had their weapons. The first of these weapons were magic staffs. Magic theory was different than magic formations in the lower realms. According to their spiritual force, mages in the machine field were able to engrave a number of magic formations on their staff. Don't know why it was named like that. Chapter 1092, Tyro Planet's Mining City. Engraving magic formations on their staffs allowed mages to bypass using the void condensing technique. This way, they could launch magical spells instantly, strengthening a mage's combat ability. However, the more magic formations they engrave on their staffs, the more spiritual force they would need. Therefore, the number of magic formations a mage could engrave was limited by their own strength. If they engraved too many, they wouldn't be able to cast it. Their magic staff would burn and become useless trash. This was also the difference between using staffs and using the void condensing magic formation technique. Magic formations from staffs required spiritual force to start. On the other hand, formations using the void condensing technique were already condensed using spiritual force. Because of this, there was no need for it to be started with spiritual force. Besides magic staffs, there were also magic potions. Magic potions had more uses in the machine field compared to the lower realms. In the lower realms, magic potions would generally heal wounds or enhance cultivation. But in the machine field, The most popular magic potion could rapidly restore one's spiritual force. It was normal for mages to run out of spiritual force during a fight, and once their spiritual force dries up, they wouldn't be able to cast magic formations, putting them in a dangerous position. Having magic potions that can restore a significant amount of spiritual force greatly enhanced the capabilities of the mages in the machine field. This allowed mages to have more avenues for survival. For someone who was focused on their job, 3 days would quickly fly by. In these 3 days, aside from having his meals inside his room, he would practice and rest inside the space. On the 3rd day, Zhao Hai left the space and spent the entire time inside his room. He was afraid that Margaret would look for him. Therefore, he decided to wait for her inside his room. Although he came out of the space, Zhao Hai still continued his non-stop condensing of magic formations. He can now condense more than 10,000 formations at the same time. After some time, while Zhao Hai was condensing formations, 2 faint knocks were heard on the door. Zhao Hai immediately got up and opened the door to see Margaret on the other side. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Come with me to the hall. We're about to arrive at our destination." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he followed behind Margaret. Normally, people couldn't casually go inside the ship's command hall. Of course, Zhao Hai wasn't aware of this rule since he stayed inside his room all this time. But since he can monitor the ship using the space, he was able to find out that Margaret's status wasn't simple. Even the ship's commander was very respectful to her. Meanwhile, Margaret was thinking that Zhao Hai wasn't only a genius and a clever person, he was also very patient. For 3 days, he was able to stay inside his room without leaving. Because of this, Margaret began to favor Zhao Hai. From what Margaret had experienced, most people would be restless after entering a ship for the first time. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't have such restlessness. He didn't even seem to be curious as he just stayed inside his room. Such willpower made Margaret look at Zhao Hai in a favorable light. The two quickly arrived at the ship's command hall. The room wasn't very large. It was only around 100 square meters. There were about a dozen people inside operating the ship. However, these people didn't look busy. Most of them had cups of tea on their hands as they chatted with each other. In the middle of the hall was a table with a couple of chairs. Sitting behind the table was a man about 40 years old. He had a neat appearance and also held a teacup on one hand. Meanwhile, displayed on his table was the view outside the ship. A planet was getting bigger and bigger on the display, showing that the ship was getting closer. This man was the ship's commander. Seeing the two arrive, the commander quickly stood up and greeted Margaret. "Instructor Margaret." Margaret nodded. Then she gestured towards Zhao Hai and said, "This is Zhao Hai." "Zhao Hai, this is the ship's commander, Kirk." Zhao Hai gave Kirk a salute. The latter did the same. During this exchange, the other people inside the ship were looking at Zhao Hai with curiosity. Zhao Hai didn't particularly care about their curiosity. Among everyone here, only Margaret and him had mage robes, showing that she was an academy instructor and he was the student. Therefore, it wouldn't be strange if these people were curious about him. Margaret arrived by the commander's table and looked at the planet that was getting closer and closer. The planet was black and yellow. Zhao Hai came to know that this black part was actually the planet's oceans. Instead of being blue, the planet's waters were actually black. On the other hand, its lands were yellow. Scattered on these yellow lands were weeds. Moreover, there was no drinkable water on this planet, making it inhospitable. The main reason why humans chose to develop this planet was because it had something that they need: mithril. This mithril was different than mithril found in the lower realm. In the lower realms, mithril was just a metal with magical properties. Mages wouldn't necessarily make use of it. But in the machine field, mithril wasn't just something used by mages. It was something that they cannot separate themselves from. In the machine field, mithril was a material with high conductivity. Whether it was magic or battle chi, both needed good conduction materials for their weapons. Therefore, both magic staffs and weapons couldn't be made without mithril. In the beginning, Tyro planet only had miners operating in its mines. They lived inside tunnels and rarely went above ground. This was because the planet had a lot of powerful magic beasts. In addition, the plants and even the planet's water were toxic. These beasts had been eating and drinking these things while growing up, making them poisonous themselves. As long as they cut your skin, you've basically forfeited your life. Afterwards, major powers from the machine field decided to develop the planet, establishing permanent residences. In these residences were water filtration systems as well as food manufacturing facilities. Although these residences were still inside tunnels, they gradually formed underground cities. Most people inside these residences were still miners, but their families also took residence in the planet. At this time, besides its mining industry, Tyro Planet also had a special tourism sector. They allowed tourists to explore the mines and stay in specially made tunnel hotels. There were also services that allowed people safe travel above ground to kill the local poisonous beasts. Tyro Planet wasn't owned by any of the three major forces, although those forces would want to swallow the planet. Because of the other two, nobody was able to succeed. In the end, they granted Tyro Planet its own independence. The planet would trade its ores for machine coins and other supplies from the three powers. Although the job was hard, the miners could earn a lot. It wouldn't be strange for a miner to be rich after working here for more than 10 years. Although the tunnels in Tyro Planet were safe, the areas where the miners work in weren't. The underground had poisonous beasts as well as malicious ghosts. But since their population was little, and the density of spiritual chi was small, it wouldn't be worth it if an army was stationed here all the time. Therefore, the tasks of eradicating this danger was handed over to the academies. This information wasn't something that Zhao Hai looked up. Instead it was Laura and the others who found out about it. Zhao Hai wasn't too concerned about this mission. With the density of spiritual chi not being strong, it would be impossible for powerful creatures to emerge from this place. Although the ship seemed slow, it was actually approaching the planet quickly. But as it got closer to the planet's atmosphere, the ship began to slow down. As soon as they entered Tyro Planet, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. The place was really desolate. There was an endless number of yellow rocks as far as the eye could see, growing on the cracks on the ground, and the rocks were grasses and shrubs. These plants were similarly colored as the rocks, yellowish. One could often see beasts roaming the surface or fighting for food. Zhao Hai couldn't see even a shadow of human civilization. At this time, the spaceship descended on an enormous crater. It was at least a kilometer wide and was too dark to be able to see what was inside. The ship slowly descended. Its speed got slower and slower, and in about 10 minutes, Zhao Hai discovered a beeping light. Then a staff turned towards Kirk and said, "Captain, a communication request." Kirk nodded and said, "Accept it." Then the staff member nodded before tapping the desktop. Before long, an image of a person about 30 years old appeared. He appeared refined as he bowed and said, "Welcome, friends from the Ascender Academy. I am the station master of Tyro Planet's spaceport. Please follow the lights as you land your ship on port number 5. Thank you in advance for cooperating." Kirk gave a saute and said, "Yes, Station Master." Then the image vanished. Shortly after that, lights appeared, showing signals to lead the ship to its landing point. After the ship landed successfully, Margaret led Zhao Hai to exit the ship. On the other hand, the staff on the ship actually stayed. They still needed to settle things on the ship before they could leave. As Margaret led Zhao Hai out of the ship, someone was already waiting for them outside. He was an old man with white hair and beard. Surprisingly, this person was wearing mage robes. After seeing Margaret and Zhao Hai, the old man immediately bowed and said, "Instructor Margaret, welcome. Please follow me." Margaret returned the greeting and said, "Mr. Sim is too polite." Then the three proceeded towards nearby car. The car was quite big. It had 4 rows of seats. Margaret and Sim were on the second row while Zhao Hai was sitting alone on the third row. The vehicle also had tea for its passengers. After going in, Sim offered Margaret and Zhao Hai a cup each. Then he opened his mouth and said, "To the Academy reception." Zhao Hai knew that those words were meant for the computer driving the car. Just as Sim's voice was heard, the car immediately moved. At this time, Sim turned to Margaret and said, "Instructor Margaret, I apologize for the trouble. Is this the only student that will take the trial?" Margaret placed her cup next to her chair and then nodded. "Yes, this time, only Zhao Hai will participate in the exam. In addition to our academy, who else is here?" Sim lowered his voice as he replied, "In addition to your academy, there's also the Atom Family's Academy as well as the Wild Academy. Altogether, They brought 10 people for the trial. The Atom Academy brought 6 people while the Wild Academy brought 4. Upon hearing the names of these 2 academies, Margaret couldn't help but knit her brows. She didn't say anything and just nodded. At this moment, the car stopped. The cave in front of them had 10 layers overall. It looked like a 10-story building, but instead of floors it was made out of holes. Besides the entrance and the exit, as well as the glass windows, the entire cave was made out of stone. It was a space of about 1,000 square meters. There were already several cars parked inside. Exiting the vehicle, Zhao Hai couldn't help but inspect the surroundings. The place was very lively, completely uncharacteristic of a mining tunnel. It was more than 200 meters high. On its ceiling were magic formations that provided light. Aside from the columns, the other places were places where people live in. There were also flying cars going in and out. The street was full of traffic. The neon signs on the shops added to the liveliness of the place. If this wasn't a mining tunnel, it wouldn't have been different to a city. But since it was a mining tunnel, instead of buildings, people dug into holes. Because of this, the place exuded a unique characteristic. Zhao Hai just gave the area a glance before he followed behind Margaret and Sim towards the reception. As soon as they entered, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare for a moment. The inside was beautifully renovated. There was a bar inside the hall and even a lounge to relax. Carpets covered the floors and beautiful wallpapers plastered the walls. Chapter 1093. Provocation from the Atom Academy. The cave was actually this beautiful. Zhao Hai didn't expect this. If he didn't see what it was like outside, he would have thought that he had just entered a hotel. Sim, Zhao Hai, and Margaret proceeded to the counter. Behind this counter wasn't a human. Instead it was a robot. Sim said, "Bring the room card prepared for the Ashley Ascender Academy." The robot nodded before pulling out 2 cards and handed them over to Sim. After receiving the 2 cards, Sim gave them to Margaret and said, "Instructor Margaret, these are the rooms prepared for your academy. Please take a rest first." Margaret took the room cards and then gave a polite nod. "Thank you, Mr. Sim." After that, Margaret led Zhao Hai towards their room. Just as the 2 arrived in front of the elevator doors suddenly opened. On the other side of the doors were 7 people wearing mage robes. This group ranged from young to old. At the center of the group was a middle-aged man. This man was very thin with a mouse-like mustache. He looks particularly annoying. The man had expensive-looking golden yellow mage robes. Seeing this person, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. The man was one of the very rare metal element mages. There wasn't any magic for the metal element in the lower realms. Only people born in the machine field would have a talent in this area. Moreover, it was recognized by many people that metal magic was the hardest to deal with. Naturally, this didn't mean that the other magic elements were inferior to the metal element. There might also depended on the mage's ability. Even if one had a peerlessly good sword, if it fell into the hands of an idiot, it was still impossible for the idiot to use the weapon's might. Magic was also the same. It was just that metal element mages were rarer than mages from other elements, and with the metal element's strong attack and defensive magic, it was considered as the element that was the hardest to deal with. In the past few days, Zhao Hai had also consumed knowledge about metal element magic. However, he was left disappointed. There wasn't anything special about metal element magic. It was just like any other magic in the machine field. It was only because metal element magic required a special physique that it was very rare. Actually, one could study metal element magic in the lower realm. As long as one has physique compatible with metal element magic, they were able to study metal element magic. People in the lower realms with metal element physique were heaven-defying beings. Although they didn't have any cultivation methods, their bodies alone made them formidable. Therefore, they were slowly able to make their mark on society. In the Ark continent, they were known as divergent ability users. It was just a pity that there weren't any cultivation methods for the metal element, or else there would be metal element mages in the lower realm. Behind this metal element mage were 6 other mages. The ages of these people were greatly varied. The oldest of them already had white hair while the youngest seems to be nearing 30 years old. Their expressions were also varied. The old mage had a gloomy look as though he had lost interest in everything. Dins and the others had this same look in the past. As for the youngest mage, he looked very arrogant, just like the mage Frey that Zhao Hai ran into. Seeing these expressions, It seems like the Ascender Academies had the same atmospheres. Still, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He didn't want to make any contact with these people. After all, he wasn't a saint. If he wasn't trying to survive in the academy, he might not even care about Dins and the others. In such an unfamiliar environment, it was unwise to meddle in other people's business. It wouldn't bring you any benefits, only risks. Zhao Hai didn't plan to meddle with these people, but the other party actually stopped after going out of the elevator. With the thin mage at the lead, he looked at Margaret with shining eyes. It seems like he was harboring evil intentions. This caused Zhao Hai's heart to sink. Zhao Hai was able to see Margaret's reaction when Sim told her about the other academies present. Seeing the expression on the thin mage's face, it seems like there was going to be a confrontation. The thin mage looked at Margaret and suddenly smiled. "Margaret, I didn't expect your academy to send you for the exam. Generally, it was those old turtles who would come here. Seeing you is rare, really rare." Margaret looked at the mage, and with a cold voice she replied, "Jin Changjai, why are you talking to me with your stinky mouth? Want me to teach you a lesson?" It was obvious that this Jin Changjai somewhat dreaded Margaret. After a brief pause, he coldly snorted and said, "Margaret, don't forget where this is. This isn't your academy. If you dared to make a move here, then if not me, other people will deal with you." "Right. It seems like your academy's talents have gotten less and less. This time, only one came to take the exam. What a pity." Margaret Ju coldly snorted and didn't say anything else. Then she turned and entered the elevator. All this time, Zhao Hai stayed silent and just followed Margaret to the elevator. Seeing that Margaret didn't care about him, Jin Qingjai coldly snorted. Then he led the other mages forward. Sim arranged the Ashley Family Academy to be on the 8th floor. After Margaret settled things in her own room, she entered Zhao Hai's. Zhao Hai quickly invited Margaret to take a seat and then offered her a cup of tea. He then sat opposite Margaret. He knew that she had something to say, so he waited. Sure enough, Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You should have heard what Sim said. In addition to our academy, there's also the Atom Academy and the Wild Academy. Wild Academy is an institute for warriors. They have no conflict of interest with us. The Northfield family behind even has a friendly relationship with the Ashley family. Therefore, you don't have to worry about them." Zhao Hai nodded. He wasn't quite clear about the relationship between various influences in the machine field. Although he had looked things up on the internet, he couldn't believe anything online. Margaret continued, "However, you need to pay attention to the Atom Academy. Behind the academy is the Atom family. Our two families have a grudge against each other. Because of this, no matter which academy, if an extraordinary talent emerges, the other party would do their best to exterminate that talent. This time, Jin Qingjai saw you. He should be aware that you will be joining the Ashley family. They have 6 people this time, so they will definitely try to make a move during the exam. You need to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Rest assured, I will pay attention to them." Margaret sighed, "I didn't want you to do the trial at this time, but your strength has already reached this level. It would be useless to let you learn the basics." Even though the Bone Symbol Camp didn't employ brutal training methods, exams like these are inevitable in the academy, and you can only join the camp after you pass the exam. In this exam, the most dangerous ones aren't the beasts and malicious ghosts. Instead, you need to be alert against those who will take the exam with you. You won't know when they'll make a move, so don't trust anyone. If necessary, kill them. Understand? Zhao Hai nodded. "Yes, I understand." Margaret gave a nod. Then she added, "Take a good rest. Sim will tell you about the contents of the exam tomorrow. You should prepare as well. You can go outside and buy things that you need. The money you have on your ID card can be used here as well." Seeing Zhao Hai nod, Margaret turned and left the room. Zhao Hai immediately used his anti-surveillance device to see if there were any monitoring devices inside the room. Sure enough, he was able to discover monitoring devices. Moreover, it seems like these devices weren't installed recently. This caused Zhao Hai to be curious. After removing the monitoring devices, Zhao Hai took a good look at his room. The place wasn't very big. There were only 2 rooms, a living room and then a small bedroom that had a bathroom inside. Zhao Hai knew that Margaret was just next door. Moreover, the soundproofing wasn't good. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't make Laura and the others come out. Instead, He went to his bedroom, pulled down the curtains, and then entered the space. After returning to the space, Zhao Hai immediately started cultivating. He just discovered that the exam might be more dangerous than he imagined. Because of this, he needed to be more familiar with his strength as soon as possible. Condensing magic formations, experimenting with magic formation combinations, and even trying out sword chi. Zhao Hai's workload has increased. Although Laura and the others felt worried about Zhao Hai, they didn't stop him. They knew that Zhao Hai's hard work would only make their lives in the machine field much better and comfortable. Because of this, they decided to be diligent in handling Zhao Hai's other affairs. They made sure that Zhao Hai ate well, rested well, and was always at his optimum condition. After practicing for several hours, Zhao Hai proceeded to take a rest. He will understand the contents of the exam tomorrow. Perhaps it might even start immediately. Zhao Hai didn't dare to tire himself out at this time since it would affect his condition tomorrow. Chapter 1094 to 1096. Chapter 1094. Killing intent from slaughtering a million people. The academy reception looked similar to any commercial hotel, and in addition to rooms, there were also areas that allowed mages and warriors to practice as well as conference rooms. This conference room wasn't the room with a round table that normal people might think. Instead, this room looked more like a classroom. There was one person in front while the others sat on the chairs. Sim was standing in front of the room while Zhao Hai and the others sat on the chairs. Besides Zhao Hai and Margaret, Jin Changai's group of 7 was also present. In addition, there were also 5 people that looked like warriors. They were people from the Wild Academy. Just like Margaret said, the people from the Wild Academy were very polite to them. Just as they entered the conference room, their instructor greeted Margaret and shared a few words with her. When everyone had sat down, Sim gestured towards the wall behind him. On the wall was a stretch of map. In this map were dazzling amounts of mining tunnels. Fortunately, in this cobweb of a mining network, there were green lines that ran through them. There were also tunnels that had red lines and red dots. Sim referred to the red lines and said, "These are old mining tunnels. Malicious ghosts appeared in these tunnels before, so we send people to check them often. As soon as a malicious ghost is spotted, we will immediately inform the academy so that they can send people to destroy them." After that, Sim pointed at the red dots and said, "In this particular tunnel, malicious ghosts and creatures frequently appear. We don't know what is going on inside. What we know is that some severe change occurred and some undead creatures appeared. Sometimes, mutant beasts appear as well. At this time, there are 5 malicious ghosts and more than 100 undead inside. We haven't fully explored the tunnel, so we cannot rule out other dangers." Margaret wrinkled her brow and said, "Mr. Sim, how long has it been since you explored this tunnel? Why are there so many malicious ghosts?" Sim immediately answered, "We explore the tunnels every other month. It isn't necessary that these malicious ghosts were produced in this tunnel. They can come from other tunnels and just ran here. This tunnel is very big and the dark energy inside it is strong, very suitable for dark creatures to live in. I think it's because of this reason that there are so many malicious ghosts." Margaret nodded and said, "Is it necessary to be in teams during this exam?" Sim shook his head and said, "This old man wouldn't require that. It depends on the arrangement your academies make. If you want to team up, then you can do so. It would also be fine to do the exam alone." Margaret frowned. "Aren't all those malicious ghosts inside the same tunnel? How can one take the exam alone?" Sim forced a smile and said, "Instructor Margaret, I think you misunderstood. This tunnel is very big. It isn't smaller than a mining city. In fact, this tunnel was intended to be used to make a mining city. Because of this, there are holes in this tunnel that led to other tunnels. It can be said that this cave tunnel extends in all directions, like a maze. Teams might have more trouble catching the malicious ghosts, but they are safer. On the other hand, those who are alone might find malicious ghosts easier, but they are in more danger." Hearing Sim's words, Margaret understood what he meant. Whether it was Sim or Margaret or the others, they all knew that the most dangerous element in this exam weren't the malicious ghosts, it was the other examinees. Because of this, going in a team was much more dangerous than going alone. At this time, Jin Shinjai coldly snorted and said, Some people really want to take advantage of others once they see their only candidate in trouble. Our Atom Academy already has 6 people as a team. We can't have any more people enter. Anger flashed in Margaret's eyes. However, she didn't show her anger. She was just asking what being in a team meant. Taking the exam in a team and taking it individually was different. Teams weren't allowed to attack each other. Margaret also wasn't aware of Zhao Hai's current strength. In her mind, Zhao Hai was at most a first-level mage. Being able to layer 5 formations would already be good for him, but with his current strength, entering the exam without a team would be dangerous. Now, after Jin Qingjai spoke, it was impossible for Margaret to prepare a team. She couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Hai was the best talent that the Bone Symbol Camp had seen in many years. She didn't really want to lose Zhao Hai in this exam. As she sighed, Margaret began to have thoughts about withdrawing Zhao Hai from this examination. However, she knew that it would be impossible. Once people entered the examination area, participants were no longer able to withdraw. It was even impossible to admit defeat ahead of time. Margaret began to blame herself for not preparing enough. She should have investigated the exam in advance. She didn't expect to run into the Atom Academy. Zhao Hai might get unlucky this time. However, since things had developed up to this point, Margaret can no longer back down. Margaret just snorted as she stood up and approached the Wild Academy's leader and said, "Hello, Mr. Dan. How about forming an alliance with my academy?" The Wild Academy's instructor couldn't help but gawk upon hearing Margaret. Then he turned his head towards Jin Qingjai. Normally, he would agree to Margaret's request. After all, a mage warrior team could display even bigger might. But this time, the Atom Academy was present, and they brought 6 people with them. On the other hand, the Wild Academy only had 4 examinees. The Ashley Academy and the Atom Academy had a grudge against each other. Having Zhao Hai with them would definitely bring danger the Wild Academy team. After seeing the expression on Instructor Dawn's face, Margaret's heart couldn't help but sink. She knew what he was thinking. However, Margaret couldn't blame him, so before Dan could answer, Margaret just nodded and said, "It's fine if Instructor doesn't want to." Then she turned around and left, incurring Jin Qingjai's ridicule. Seeing the look on Jin Qingjai's eyes, Zhao Hai turned his head to Margaret and whispered, "Instructor, will it be a problem if too many people die in the tunnels?" After hearing Zhao Hai, Margaret couldn't help but stare. Then she turned to look at Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai's smile stayed the same, Margaret's heart turned cold. Margaret knew that Zhao Hai was intending to kill upon hearing his words. However, no killing intent can be felt from Zhao Hai's body. His body language seemed as if he was talking to a friend. This kind of performance showed that Zhao Hai had been killing people in the lower realm. The more one kills, the heavier a person's killing aura would be. If one killed 100 people, the killing aura on their body would be very heavy. If ordinary people met them, the killing aura would be enough to frighten them. However, once one killed more than 1,000,000 people, they would be able to learn how to hide their killing intent. Even if they killed, they wouldn't exude any intention of murder. It can be said that if a person can hide their killing intent well, then they were definitely butchers, people who killed 1,000,000 people. Margaret had seen a lot of devils that have ascended from the lower realms. However, these people were still far from killing 1,000,000 people. These people couldn't hide their killing aura. In Margaret's case, she only saw one person who was able to hide their killing aura. This person was a core member of the Ashley family who had went to the 6 realms battlefield for many years. People who came back from this smelting trial became extremely powerful. But even so, this person would still show his killing aura once he lost his temper. He was unlike Zhao Hai, could completely hide his killing aura. This only meant that Zhao Hai hadn't just killed 1,000,000 people. Thinking about this number was terrifying. One person killing 1,000,000 people. What was this concept? Average people would have long turned insane from killing this much people. And now, Zhao Hai seemed like a normal person. He even gave people a very sunny feeling. Such a person was actually scary. He was certainly an abnormal character. Zhao Hai didn't expect that his few words would invoke this many thoughts from Margaret. If he knew about Margaret's thoughts about his killing aura, he would definitely be rendered speechless. Margaret's thoughts ended in an instant. Then she replied, "No, there would be no problem if you kill those people." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, Sim looked at Margaret with sympathy. Then he turned his head to the others and said, There are more than a dozen entrances to this tunnel. Will everyone go together or separately? Although Margaret knew that Zhao Hai had killed a lot of people, she still wasn't assured about his strength. So she was the first to reply, "We'll be going on our own." Sim nodded and then looked at the Atom Academy and the Wild Academy. The two also chose to leave separately. Sim nodded and said, "All right. Then you three groups should prepare things and then eat. I will arrange 3 cars for you. These cars will send you down the tunnel and wait for your return." Although we can't see what happens in the tunnel, our people had set up an alarm inside it. Once you kill the malicious ghosts and the undead, the alarm would stop. We will then come and inform you that the exam is over. You have 3 hours to prepare. After 3 hours, come back here and I will lead you to your cars. Chapter 1095. Like watching a horror film. Zhao Hai calmly sat inside the moving car. The vehicle he was riding on was modified with thick armor. But besides that, the inside of the car didn't have too much change. The seats of the car could be leveled, allowing a person to lie down and rest. There was also a machine inside that automatically served tea. While drinking tea, Zhao Hai used his spiritual force in order to examine the situation outside. In fact, the technique that he used was the same technique that was widely utilized in the underworld. Because of this, he was quite familiar with it. He didn't release his flying needles because he didn't know how people were monitoring this exam. It wouldn't be good if a master came and saw the flying needles. Being in a strange environment, Zhao Hai needed to keep his cards secret as long as possible. The car was very fast and agile. After flying for more than 3 hours, the car entered the tunnel that Sim described. As soon as he entered the mine, Zhao Hai's brows couldn't help but jump. This was because there was a lot of dark energy inside. The dark energy was very strong. Although it wasn't comparable to the underworld's level, on a planet with thin spiritual chi, it was still a strange phenomenon. The speeding car advanced without slowing down. However, the lights coming from the front seemed to stop short. Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't because of the car's lights. The place just had a very thick dark energy, affecting the distance illuminated by the light. Zhao Hai felt the dark energy around him and discovered that this energy was different than the one present in the underworld. The dark energy in the underworld was calm and pure. On the other hand, the dark energy here had a wild property to it. It can be compared to an angered magic beast. Zhao Hai knit his brows. He knew that dark energy with this wild characteristic couldn't grow docile creatures. No wonder malicious ghosts were present here. So it was because of this. Although Zhao Hai had some concerns about other things, he wasn't worried about the dark creatures present here. He had been too exposed to dark energy that he had already familiarized himself with it. The dark energy here might be different, but it didn't affect Zhao Hai at all. After nearly another hour, the speeding car stopped. Once he was out, Zhao Hai swept the surroundings with his spiritual force. He had arrived at a fairly huge space. It should be a major mining tunnel. It wasn't any smaller than the mining city that Zhao Hai just came from. Zhao Hai didn't stay by the speeding car for long. He quickly flew towards the tunnel. Hai's spiritual force also scanned the surroundings. He wanted to see exactly how large the tunnel was. With Zhao Hai's spiritual strength, this wasn't a difficult thing to do. His spiritual strength has been fully developed in the underworld and could be sent thousands of kilometers away. This was also the special characteristic of those who live in the underworld. Because they weren't able to see anything, creatures in the underworld needed to use their spiritual force instead of their eyes. Developing their spiritual force was very important. Zhao Hai stayed in the underworld for quite some time. In addition to his already formidable spiritual force, his stay in the underworld made his spiritual force even stronger. At this point, most mages at the same level couldn't defeat Zhao Hai's spiritual force, and Zhao Hai had already reached level 4 as a mage. He was considered as a minor expert. Before long, Zhao Hai's spiritual force covered the entire tunnel. The total space inside was quite large. There were a lot of small and large tunnels connected to it. Moreover, Zhao Hai already discovered the 2 other academy student teams inside the tunnels. Zhao Hai swept one of the team with his spiritual force. They were the 4 warriors from the Wild Academy. They had already withdrawn their weapons and formed a circle. The one in front carried a bright lamp. He didn't see anything wrong with what they were doing. After all, warriors don't have very strong spiritual force. When Zhao Hai swept the Atom Academy with his spiritual force, he couldn't help but smile. Although they came with 6 people, they weren't grouped up. They were wary of each other and even held their own lamps. Mages in a dark environment, but they were using lamps. Weren't they just making themselves a target? Warriors don't have strong spiritual force, so it was understandable for them to use lamps. However, one shouldn't forget that warriors had formidable bodies. Even if an enemy gets close to them, they would still be able to defend themselves. As for mages, they couldn't achieve this point. Mages were more suited to long-distance attacks, and with their weak bodies, illuminating themselves with lamps could only be described as courting death. Fortunately, these mages still had a bit of brain matter left. They arranged several layers of protective formations on their bodies. However, most protective formations shone. This might not be an issue in a well-lit environment, but in the dark, the shine from the formations just made them moving lighthouses. Zhao Hai didn't think about taking action against these people at this time. This was because he just discovered where the malicious ghosts and undead were. In addition to the malicious ghosts and the undead, Zhao Hai also found a few beasts. They were all inside small caves in the tunnel. But what made Zhao Hai somewhat depressed was that the malicious ghosts and the undead were very close to the Atom Academy's students. Meanwhile, he was a bit far from them. Zhao Hai didn't know that this was actually because of Margaret's request to Sim. Naturally, Margaret and Sim didn't know where the malicious ghosts were. However, Sim can change where Zhao Hai would end up. Margaret requested Zhao Hai to be dropped far away from the Atom Academy. Therefore, the current situation happened. Through the space, Zhao Hai used a couple of jumps before arriving where the malicious ghosts were. However, he didn't make a move. Instead, he waited for an opportunity. Zhao Hai calculated that if the Atom Academy's people were to continue going forward, it wouldn't take long before they meet the malicious ghosts. Once both sides fight, Zhao Hai would see the Atom Academy's level as well as the strength of the malicious ghosts. If the malicious ghosts killed the Atom Academy students, then that would save Zhao Hai a lot of trouble. When Zhao Hai asked Margaret earlier, he was really intending to kill these Atom Academy students. Although they were both from the lower realms and didn't share any enmity, Zhao Hai was certain that Jin Qingjai had instructed them to get rid of him once they meet in the tunnel. Zhao Hai wasn't a saint. As long as a potential danger emerges, he will immediately eliminate it. Zhao Hai had already dissolved into the dark energy around him. Even the malicious ghosts wouldn't be able to sense his presence, much less the people from the Atom Academy. Zhao Hai learned this move from the Lich. The Lich had the ability to transform the energy inside their body into dark energy and then integrate it with the underworld's dark mist. Actually, their bodies were still present during this time. Zhao Hai made adjustments on this trick so that he can use it for himself. Before long, the Atom Academy's students entered the territory of a malicious ghost. From what Zhao Hai sensed, this tunnel didn't have 5 malicious ghosts, but 7. However, these 7 ghosts weren't in a group. They were in their own territories and there seems to be no evidence of a close alliance between them. Each malicious ghosts had several undead as subordinates. However, these undead weren't only humanoid. There were also beasts among them. When the group of mages entered the malicious ghost's territory, the malicious ghost immediately discovered their presence. The ghost proceeded to hide itself before sending out a loud shout. The shout was very sharp and ugly to hear. It was truly a ghost's wail. Hearing this ghost's wail, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. This was because the ghost's cry was actually a spiritual attack. The malicious ghosts looked a bit like the Lich. They didn't have physical bodies and were more ugly. They had horrific face and long fingernails. Zhao Hai didn't expect them to look like this. As the malicious ghost issued its loud cry, its undead subordinates also moved towards the group of mages. Besides them, the other malicious ghosts also sent their subordinates over. The beasts inside the tunnel were beginning to move as well. Although Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of these things, he wasn't planning to offer his help. He wanted to see how strong the Atom Academy's students were. Naturally, Atom Academy's 6 mages were able to hear the ghost's cry. The group stopped before beginning to group up, but there was still some distance between them. Zhao Hai looked at their action and couldn't help but laugh. They were already in a predicament, yet they were still wary of each other. It would be difficult for them to survive at this rate. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai's figure flashed as he entered the space. These ghosts were pretty sensitive to dark energy. Zhao Hai didn't want to risk himself being discovered and keeping disaster from happening to the Atom Academy's people. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the space, he saw Laura and the others looking at the monitor. Displayed on the screen was the situation with the malicious ghosts and the Atom Academy. The women were sitting there with a nervous expression. Zhao Hai knew that they weren't really worried about the mages of the Atom Academy. They were looking at the scene as though they were looking at a horror film. Zhao Hai coughed lightly, causing Laura and the others to jump in fright. Seeing their reaction, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. When Laura and the others saw Zhao Hai laughing at their frightened expressions, they couldn't help but scold him in anger. After some time, the group sat down and looked at the monitor. Although the Atom Academy students kept some distance from the others, they could still see each other. At this time, an old mage waved his staff, causing a magic formation to appear followed by a burst of light. The light condensed into a light ball that illuminated the surrounding area. Zhao Hai nodded, seeing that it was light magic. It seems like the old mage was a light element mage. Moreover, he seems to be able to use magic theory. The younger mages saw the old mages move and also cast their own magic. But since all of them weren't light element mages or all element mages, they can only use lower realm light magic. Zhao Hai actually gave a nod. In this mining tunnel, only light energy can suppress the dark energy. Although magic theory was more formidable than ordinary magic, only light magic could suppress dark magic. Moreover, it wasn't a wise choice to use magic that one wasn't familiar with. Ascenders like Zhao Hai could use almost all elements from the lower realms. Even if they weren't skilled, it still wouldn't be difficult to use low-level magic from other elements. At this time, knowing that your enemy was a dark creature, the best choice was to use light magic of the lower realms other than using unfamiliar magic from magic theory. At the very least, they could guarantee their own safety. Seeing that the mages had used light magic, the malicious ghost didn't go forward and stayed hidden in the darkness. Its mouth cried time and time again. Besides being a spiritual attack, this cry also instructed its subordinates to charge towards the enemy. The ghost's subordinates were undead, so they also have an innate fear of light magic. However, they couldn't hold back the command of the ghosts. The only thing they could do was to slowly move forward. When the undead got in contact with the light element magic, their bodies immediately emitted black gas. Each undead gave out a pitiful yell as their bodies slowly dissolved. The Atom Academy's students relaxed when they saw this happening. The magic in their hands went past the undead, but they weren't able to hit the malicious ghost at all. The ghost just floated in place like a viper hiding in the darkness, staring at the 6 mages. At this time, the other malicious ghosts did the same as the other ghost. They commanded their undead towards the mages as they themselves hid. Chapter 1096, Wild Beasts. Although the undead controlled by the malicious ghosts weren't strong, there weren't 100 just like Sim said. Instead, it was more than 1,000. The mages present here were strong, but in such an environment, they were already under tremendous pressure. And even if the light element magic were lethal to the undead just stopped going inside the range of the magic. Instead, the undead took stones and began throwing them towards the mages. These undead were low-level zombies. They weren't fast nor were they defensive. However, they were actually famed for their strength. Each stone that these zombies threw would certainly have great strength behind it. Fortunately for the mages, they already had protective measures on their bodies. Because of this, the stones didn't pose too much of a threat to them, and these mages weren't just standing targets. They immediately launched their own magic towards the undead, and after passing through layers of formations, the might of these spells couldn't be underestimated. It didn't take long before the mages were able to decimate the more than 1,000 undead. However, the mages only managed to destroy the undead. Their original target, the malicious ghosts, remained unharmed. Not only did the malicious ghosts remain uninjured, the sounds of fighting also attracted the nearby beasts. The strange thing was, although the beasts could sense the malicious ghosts, both of them were actually living in peace. They seemed to have a mutual understanding that the mages were their enemy. These beasts weren't simple. When Zhao Hai scanned them using his spiritual force, these beasts actually reacted. This reaction surprised Zhao Hai the most. Zhao Hai's spiritual force was very hard to detect. However, these beasts actually managed to faintly sense it. Zhao Hai also discovered that these beasts and malicious ghosts had at least king-level strength. Although their strength couldn't compare to the mages present, this didn't mean that they couldn't do anything. Although magic theory produced great power, its requirements for spiritual force was also quite huge. These mages had just ascended. Even the staff they used were from the lower realms. If these mages exhaust themselves, then they wouldn't be able to stop the assault coming from the malicious ghosts and the beasts. Zhao Hai sat inside the space and looked at the monitor. The malicious ghosts and the beasts had encircled the 6 mages, prepared to attack at any time. However, the mages were clueless about this development. They just continued to advance with caution. Zhao Hai could see that the environment of the tunnel closely resembled the underworld. Not only was its dark energy dense, it also had a slight suppression on the soul. This caused the strength of the people inside it to be suppressed. However, Zhao Hai already accustomed himself to the underworld, and with his formidable spiritual force, this effect didn't have any use to him. Zhao Hai knew that these mages wouldn't live for long. The malicious ghosts and the beasts had coordinated themselves well. Currently, the mages still had enough strength to put up a fight, but once they run out of energy, these malicious ghosts and beasts would definitely be impolite. However, this development didn't make Zhao Hai glad. Even his feeling of watching a movie had disappeared. The movements of these malicious ghosts and beasts were very unusual. They were too smart and knew how to work with each other. This wasn't something that ordinary ghosts nor beasts could do. Naturally, this didn't necessarily mean that these malicious ghosts and beasts were under someone's control. In fact, there was a very small probability for this to happen. Dark cultivators would never choose Tyro Planet. Even if this tunnel had Thickian energy, almost similar to the underworld, there were much better places for them to go in the cultivation realm. Instead of being under someone's control, all signs indicated that these malicious ghosts and beasts were probably protecting something. The question now was, what were they protecting? Does this tunnel have something like the underworld's giant heart? Was it worth their protection? The thought of this caused Zhao Hai's brows to wrinkle even more. Laura and the others had no time to notice Zhao Hai's expression at this time. Currently, all of their eyes were stuck on the monitor. They were completely immersed in this horror story happening in front of them. Zhao Hai gently waved his hand, causing another smaller monitor to appear in front of him. Shown on this screen were the 4 warriors from the Wild Academy. Hearing the battle between the mages and the undead, the 4 warriors decided to come. Zhao Hai didn't stop them, and he didn't have any reason to. Although the Ashley family had some friendship with the Northwild family, Zhao Hai could see that this relationship wasn't that deep. Otherwise, when Margaret asked their instructor to team up, they wouldn't have disagreed. Zhao Hai had certain classifications for people. The first type were his family, like Laura and the others. If someone dared to make a move on his family, then they would die. The second type were his friends like Dins and the others. Although Zhao Hai would provide them help during their difficult time, he wouldn't treat them as though they were his family. And if there came a time where Dins and the others could help him but didn't, then that would be the time to end their friendship. The third type of people were passers-by. These people had no relationship with him. He wouldn't go out of his way to give them a hand. To him, they didn't matter. After all, he wasn't a saint. The last type were his enemies. Needless to say, they were people he needed to eliminate. To Zhao Hai, people from the Wild Academy were passers-by. Their lives didn't matter to him. He wouldn't kill them, but he also wouldn't stop them if they were courting death. Just before the warriors from the Wild Academy reached the Atom Academy's mages, the beasts suddenly began their attack. Meanwhile, the malicious ghosts stayed put. However, those dark beasts were enough to deal with the mages. All in all, there were 12 dark beasts with strengths equal or greater than king-level experts in the underworld. Most importantly, although the energy inside these beasts were dark, they weren't undead. Thus they were alive. In turn, this gave them the ability to resist light magic. Of the 12 dark beasts, 10 looked like wolves, but instead of fur, they had scales on their bodies, making them look more terrifying. The other 2 beasts had the form of snakes. Their entire body was black and covered in scales, making them fully integrate into the darkness. These snakes didn't look strong and could even be grabbed by one's hand. However, the snakes were very long, Both of them had bodies that extended 20 meters out. While searching for information about Tyro Planet, Zhao Hai was introduced to these snakes. In fact, these snakes were quite famous in the planet. They were relatives of iron thread snakes, known as poisonous iron thread serpents. Poisonous iron thread serpents were beasts unique to Tyro Planet. Their bodies were harder than iron and comparable to steel. Most importantly, their poison was very lethal. Even their scales were poisonous. If one was bitten by this snake, even level 4 warriors wouldn't be able to survive. The wolves weren't simple either. They were known as poison scale wolves. They were beasts that lived in a pack of 5 to 10 members. They weren't strong, but all of them were poisonous. They were also able to spit poison from their mouth. Their poison could corrode battle chi and magic. If the poison hits a human, the person would soon dissolve into black liquid. Naturally, these things weren't found by Zhao Hai. They were all presented to him by Laura and the others. After knowing that Zhao Hai was heading to Tyro Planet, Laura and the others began to check for information regarding the place. Tyro Planet was relatively famous in the machine field, so they were able to find information about the planet quite easily. While they were browsing, they were able to find information about the poisonous iron thread serpents as well as the poison scale wolves. The poison scale wolves slowly came out of the shadows, coming under the light produced by light magic. The range of the old mage's light element magic was now smaller than before. It was obvious that he was beginning to be exhausted. Seeing the poison scale wolves, the expressions of the mages couldn't help but change. They were here to eliminate malicious ghosts. They didn't expect to meet poison scale wolves. They weren't fools, so after arriving at Tyro Planet, they immediately searched for information about the planet. Therefore, they were aware about how terrifying these wolves were. Upon seeing the wolves, a young mage couldn't help but say, "Poison scale wolves? Why are they here? Where are the malicious ghosts?" Nobody replied to him, causing the mage's face to turn uglier. At this time, the poison scale wolves began to launch their attack. As the wolves attacked, the two poisonous iron thread serpents began to scale the walls of the cave. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown upon seeing the wolves. Although poison scale wolves were quite strong, they don't seem to be able to fly. In the lower realms, those with the same strength as the wolves were able to fly, so why weren't these wolves flying? It was certainly strange. While Zhao Hai was thinking about this, the poison scale wolves swarmed the 6 mages. The malicious ghosts and snakes stayed put, preparing to stage an ambush if an opportunity came. Chapter 1097, Malicious Ghosts Possession. Ho! A poison scale wolf pounced towards a mage. Although the wolf couldn't fly, its leap still covered a huge distance. It jumped 100 meters in one go. The mage didn't expect the wolf to jump so far, so he wasn't able to guard on time. This allowed the wolf to hit the mage's protective barrier. Boom! The mage's barrier fiercely shook, causing his body to fly backwards. While the mage was pushed back, his barrier shattered as well. This caused the mage's expression to change. One should know that this protective barrier was made using magic theory. Although it was only a single layer formation, it was still very powerful compared to normal barriers. How could such a barrier be destroyed by a poison scale wolf in one strike? However, it seems like the strike also exhausted the wolf. As it fell from the air, the wolf looked like a falling leaf as it fluttered to the ground. The mage relaxed, but just as he was about to arrange another single-layer barrier, he suddenly felt his back turn cold. He was startled and immediately flew forward, but it was already too late. As the mage was flying forward, he felt his neck turn cool, then his arms felt light, then his entire body completely shut down. At this time, the other mages had yet to notice this, but Zhao Hai was able to see everything. A poisonous iron thread serpent just attacked. After tying down the mage's neck, the snake bit off one arm before proceeding to take the mage's life. Not long after the mage died, the snake wrapped around his neck tighter, slammed its body on the ground and then flung the body towards the darkness. At the same time, the snake used the momentum from throwing the mage's body in order to retreat and find an opportunity to attack another mage. Before the first mage's body hit the dark floor of the cave, a malicious ghost suddenly charged forward and slowly possessed the mage's body. The mage then opened his eyes. However, the eyes were completely black. Also, His body was filled with strong killing aura. The possessed mage fluttered back into the light magic, but as he entered the range of the light magic, he began to emit black gas. His eyes also showed a painful expression. However, he didn't make any noise. Instead, he continued to get close to another mage. This mage turned out to be the old light mage. Zhao Hai calmly looked as all of these happened. After the poisonous iron thread serpent flung the mage towards the darkness, Zhao Hai knew that the mage was already dead. However, instead of being transformed into an undead like he expected, the malicious ghost actually possessed the mage's body. Back on Earth, it was well known that ghosts were able to possess a body. However, Zhao Hai didn't see any ghosts in the Ark continent nor the underworld that could do so. He didn't expect to see this ability here. The possessed ghost was already beside the old mage. Although the mages from the Atom Academy weren't united, they weren't stupid. They were aware that the old mage was the only light element mage among them. If the old mage died, then they would have a very difficult time fending off the ghosts and beasts. Because of this, the mages grouped up with the old mage being in the center. But since these mages weren't able to see the action made by the poisonous iron thread serpent, they didn't have any suspicion towards the possessed mage. This allowed the possessed mage to get close to the old mage without any difficulties. The possessed mage also pretended to hold off the assaulting poison scale wolves. At the same time, he went closer and closer towards the old mage. Before long, the malicious ghost was already 5 meters away from the old mage. Although the old mage noted this action, he didn't attack the malicious ghost. The old mage's magic now had reduced range. Also, the other mages didn't use light magic from magic theory. Instead they used lower realm magic. Zhao Hai knew that the old mage's spiritual force was beginning to be exhausted. It must be said that the old mage's spiritual force shouldn't have been exhausted this soon. However, the old mage still wasn't familiar with magic theory. This caused him to consume more spiritual force than usual. Another reason for this consumption might be the mage's underestimation of the undead. These mages had also met undead in their own lower realms, so they didn't take the undead too seriously. Because of this, they attacked the undead without thinking. As a result, they consumed their spiritual force too quickly before even meeting a malicious ghost. While the old mage was distracted, the possessed mage suddenly charged towards him. Then the possessed mage stretched his hands out. These hands didn't cast any magic. Instead it became long black claws that looked very menacing. The old mage wasn't on guard against this surprise attack. When he discovered the attack, it was already too late. Before the old mage could react, the ghost's claws had already ripped a hole on the old mage's throat. The old mage's throat gave out a horrifying sound as he looked at the malicious ghost in horror. It didn't take long before the old mage lost his strength. With nobody left to maintain it, the light magic began to vanish. With the old mage dead and the powerful light element magic gone, the other malicious ghosts began to charge towards the other mages. The poison scale wolves and the poisonous iron thread serpents also pounced towards the remaining 4 mages. The 4 mages panicked. They didn't expect the old mage to die just like that. They were confident that as long as the old mage lived, even if they couldn't kill the malicious ghosts, they could still escape. Now that the old mage was dead, their opportunity to escape was gone. While the 4 mages were still flustered, the ghosts and the beasts seized the opportunity as they roared and charged over. With the cooperation between the ghosts and the beasts, the 4 mages were killed in less than 10 minutes. After the remaining mages died, the other malicious ghosts proceeded to possess their bodies. At the same time, the beasts hid themselves in the darkness. This was because they could feel other people entering the area. This time, the team that entered were the warriors from Wild Academy. Each one of them were now carrying lamps as they flew forward. Zhao Hai looked at the 4 warriors and then sighed. If they came a few minutes earlier, they might have been able to unite with the mages. Even if they can't kill the ghosts, it wouldn't be a problem for them to escape. But now, they are already too late. Laura and the other nodded. Then Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, will you make a move now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Not immediately."
Chapter 1103 to 1104. Chapter 1103. Full support in cultivation. Spaceships had protective shields, but this didn't mean that these shields were omnipotent. In outer space, danger was in every corner. They may be attacked by space junk, cosmic rays, or anything else at any time. There are even some cosmic rays that could tear apart a ship's shield like paper. Because of this, most ships had emergency doors installed on its outer cabins. These emergency doors were there to be used whenever the ship gets damaged. Once the hull gets breached, these emergency doors would immediately be activated, isolating the affected compartments. Even if the pressure on those compartments shred and rip apart everything inside, it still wouldn't affect the ship's overall operation. Those 3 cabins had been damaged because they had been targeted by the pirates. Therefore, Kirk immediately ordered the emergency doors of those cabins to be closed. This way, it ensures that the ship continues to fly normally. If the emergency doors were left open, then the pressure on the ship would get bigger and bigger. It might even cause the ship to break in two. If that happens, then they would surely be finished. Seeing that the pirates had been shaken off, Kirk and the others began to relax. Then Margaret and Kirk looked at Zhao Hai with an unusual gaze. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would stay calm in such a critical event. One shouldn't underestimate the decision to turn back. In their position, it wasn't an easy task to calmly choose to turn around and head back. Although they were indeed closer to Tyro Planet, they weren't that close. They had already been traveling for close to a day, and were now 1/3 of the way back to the academy. Most people might just bite the bullet and push through. Zhao Hai also thought about going forward. However, if the Ashley family's enemy really did want to deal with them, then it's possible that they would stage multiple ambushes along the way. Because of this, Zhao Hai knew that going back was the only solution that could provide them with an assured chance of survival. And his choice was correct. As the ship turned around, the pursuing warriors and mages couldn't catch up. This allowed Zhao Hai and the others to escape with their lives. Zhao Hai saw Margaret and Kirk's gaze, but he just smiled and didn't say anything. Margaret didn't ask Zhao Hai anything as well as she turned to Kirk and said, "I'll send news back to the family and ask them for assistance as soon as possible. Meanwhile, let's stay in Tyro Planet and recuperate." Kirk nodded. Although they still haven't arrived at Tyro Planet, Kirk knew that they were as good as safe. And as long as they reached the range of the planet's defenses, nothing would happen to them. Planetary defenses were quite common in the machine field, and on a planet with Mithril, Tyro Planet had defenses much stronger than most. After landing on Tyro Planet, the people on the ship were finally able to let out relieved sighs. Margaret took Zhao Hai back to the reception area and told Sim about the situation. Then she asked Sim to provide them with a place to stay. Naturally, Sim immediately agreed to the request and arranged a room for them. After the rooms had been assigned, Margaret went to Zhao Hai's room. After being invited inside by Zhao Hai and offered a cup of tea, Margaret sat opposite her student. She looked at Zhao Hai for some time before she said, "Zhao Hai, I need to thank you for your calm thinking. If it weren't for you, we would have decided to proceed." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Instructor is too polite. I'm just thinking for myself. If we really continued going forward, then not everyone in the ship might have survived." Margaret nodded. Then she said, "I reckon you've already known about the Bone Symbol Camp." To be honest, the camp's present state isn't the same as the past. There's nothing in the camp that could attract an expert. However, I still hope that you can join the camp. At the very least, you will be safer if you join us. And after you enter, I will tell the camp leader to concentrate the camp's resources into cultivating you. With your talent, you will definitely be a famous expert in the region." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Instructor, there's no need to go that far. I will join the Bone Symbol Camp because I want to. I definitely won't regret this decision." Margaret nodded. Then after a moment she said, "I'll give you more freedom when we go back to the academy. This way, you can adapt to the spiritual chi at your own pace. Once you adapt to the normal density, you can tell me and I will let you graduate in advance." Zhao Hao nodded. To be honest, he didn't want to stay in the academy anymore, and he also wanted to adjust to the machine field's normal spiritual chi density as soon as possible so that he could strengthen himself more effectively. He wanted to advance quicker so that he could gain a footing in the world of cultivation, as well as providing Laura and the others with an identity. This way, they would be able to boldly move about in the machine field and not stay inside the space all the time. Margaret added, "I've already informed the family. They will be sending support, but they would arrive the day after tomorrow. You need to be careful in these 2 days." Although nobody would dare make a large-scale assault on Tyro Planet, this doesn't mean that they won't send someone to do assassination. If you have nothing to do, it would be best if you stay inside your room. Zhao Hai nodded. All right, instructor can rest assured. Margaret nodded before she stood up and left. Through this event, Zhao Hai was able to confirm that the Bone Symbol Camp had already settled on recruiting him. Otherwise, Margaret wouldn't have told him that they would allocate all their resources in order to cultivate him. Besides this, Zhao Hai also discovered something from Margaret's words. First, it seems to be true that the Bone Symbol Camp lacked experts. And second, Margaret's was certainly someone of considerable status. After Margaret left, Zhao Hai immediately entered the space. Seeing Zhao Hai return, Laura and the others quickly welcomed him. Then Laura said, "Brother Hai, that was dangerous. You need to be more careful." Zhao Hai just smiled and said, "It's fine, you don't need to worry." You heard Teacher Margaret. After returning to the academy, I will be able to adapt to the normal level of spiritual chi quicker. This way, I could leave the academy earlier. Once I leave, I will find a way so that you can go out. You don't have to stay inside the space every day. When they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and the others immediately cheered. For them, this was a very important matter. They've already seen how colorful the machine field was, so they all wanted to explore the place with their own eyes. It was just a pity that they had yet to gain the opportunity to do so. So when Zhao Hai told them about this, they couldn't help but be happy. Seeing their happy expressions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be happy as well. After everyone had calmed down, Zhao Hai said, "However, we still have to stay in Tyro Planet for a couple of days. I plan to use these days to take a look at the tunnels and take normal mithril for ourselves. It would be a waste if I couldn't get some mithril after coming here." Laura smiled and said, "You don't need to worry yourself about this. Since we've been here already, you can return at any time. I think what you need to focus on right now is to improve your combat effectiveness." "Right, if you have time, you should go to the mining city and buy some gifts for Dins and the others. If Brother Hai really wants Dins and the others to follow you in the future, you need to increase their strength and provide them with formations to practice on. Take Dins for example. He's a fire mage, so he should be studying fire element formations. You can give him a combined formation and have him condense a formation that suits him best. Not only would he get stronger, he will also feel indebted to you." Although Margaret said that the Bone Symbol Camp would concentrate on cultivating you, there would still be people inside the camp that will feel dissatisfied with this decision. Therefore, you need to cultivate your own group. After listening to Laura, Zhao Hai felt that her words were justified. If he joins the Bone Symbol Camp in the future, he would need to cultivate his own influence. Otherwise, he would be isolated. Although Dins and the others were older, Zhao Hai didn't find any problems with them. The space had potions that can extend life, so they should be able to live a couple of 100 years more. Moreover, as their cultivation increased, their lifespan would also increase. When the time comes, they would be experts that nobody would dare underestimate. As long as Zhao Hai shows them favor now, then when he joins the Bone Symbol Camp later, he wouldn't be afraid of being surrounded on all sides. He would have his own group to rely on. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. I'll use these days to practice." "Right, Gayer. I was thinking of using potions to break through my bottleneck. Help me look for herbs that can allow me to break through to the second layer of the Stellar Transformations art. I always felt that breaking through the second layer would bring me a huge benefit." Kayer nodded. Then she turned around and flew away. At this point, Little Silver had become Kayer's assistant, following behind her all the time. As for Bubble, the fellow actually liked to hang around in the villa alongside Laura and the others. The women were already used to its existence. They even used Bubble as a pillow from time to time. By this time, Zhao Hai had lost interest in dealing with Bubble. Although this fellow looks lazy, its strength was actually pretty good. Zhao Hai had already placed a lot of things inside Bubble's body to undergo water refining. Among these things were 2 grown azure dragon snails as well as the column of ice where Bubble was originally taken from. It needs to be said that Zhao Hai was able to learn about the azure dragon snails in the machine field. As long as the snails were refined to a certain degree, they could be used as a warship. As for the column of ice, it was born from Bubble and was very rich in the water element. This type of material had numerous uses in the machine field. There would definitely be great uses for it in the future. Chapter 1104, Bone Symbol Camp's Hope. Just an hour after Zhao Hai started cultivating inside the space, Kayer suddenly went to look for him. Upon seeing Kayer, Zhao Hai knew that she was here regarding the potion that he needed to break through. Sure enough, when Kayer reached Zhao Hai, she said, "Young master, we've found a potion for your cultivation. However, it needs some time to brew. Moreover, you also need a massive amount of spiritual chi when you consume it. How much spiritual chi you absorb will have a great impact on your strength. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, are you saying that the spiritual chi inside the space and the academy are not enough? So do we need the machine field spiritual chi in order for me to advance? Kair nodded. Yes, young master. Also, Sister Laura and the others just checked online and discovered that there's a spirit gathering formation in the machine field. It can accumulate massive amounts of spiritual chi in a specific area. Moreover, we've analyzed that as young master adapts to the machine field's spiritual chi, the spiritual chi in the space will also increase up to the point where it will be the same as the machine field. Therefore, it would be better for you to get used to the machine field's spiritual chi first before trying to increase your strength. This way, we can arrange the spiritual gathering formation when you can absorb the most spiritual chi. Zhao Hao nodded and said, alright, then I'll wait. However, you still need to prepare that potion. This way, we could avoid later troubles. Kair nodded. Then she turned around and left. Zhao Hai put the matter of his promotion to the back of his mind as he continued to practice. By dinner time, Zhao Hai went out of the space. He reckons that people would bring him supper, but he didn't expect that not long after he came out, a knock would come from his door. Sweeping using his spiritual force, it was actually Margaret. This caused Zhao Hai to stare. Him and Margaret weren't too familiar with each other. Their encounters with each other were minimal. If he were to count the times they had met, it wouldn't reach 10. Margaret looking for him at this time caused Zhao Hai to be puzzled. However, Zhao Hai still opened the door. Upon seeing Margaret, he pretended to be surprised as he said, Instructor Margaret, why are you here? After seeing Zhao Hai, Margaret smiled faintly as she answered, what, you don't want me to come? It's not good to cultivate inside your room every day. Good cultivation is a balance between hard work and relaxation. Follow me to the dining hall. The crew are there. You need to mingle with them. When he heard Margaret, Zhao Hai understood why she came to see him. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't reject the invitation, so he said, alright, then I'll have to trouble instructor. Margaret nodded. Then he led Zhao Hai towards the dining hall. Zhao Hai also discovered that since he offered his help in the recent crisis, Margaret began to have changes in her attitude. The two arrived at the dining hall, and sure enough, the spaceship's crew was already inside. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, they immediately welcomed him enthusiastically. Zhao Hai also knew that these people were happy because they were able to preserve their lives. Even if they were paid highly, the risk they had to go through was also equally as high. Moreover, their strengths aren't that great. They were just average people. Regarding these people, finding a stable and high-paying job was something that brought them great joy and satisfaction. After all, in the machine field, they simply held little to no status. Just like ordinary people, the crew also had families to feed. If they died, even if the Ashley family provided their families with pension, their families' living conditions would still drastically decline. Because of this, these people were very grateful to survive the recent ordeal. Zhao Hai didn't put too much air as he politely returned the crew's greetings. Seeing Zhao Hai's conduct, the crew were immediately won over. It didn't take long before the Zhao Hai became one with whole group. Margaret and Kirk sat on another table. This table was smaller, and those who were sitting with them were the ship's first and second mates. In other words, sat on this table were people who had status. Kirk looked at Zhao Hai's conduct and couldn't help but smile as he turned to Margaret and said, Miss Margaret, it seems like an extraordinary fellow would be joining our bone symbol camp. He also looks like someone who had killed other god-rank experts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been this calm. Kirk as well as his two mates were also from the bone symbol camp. Just as stated before, this camp was structured differently compared to the other camps. Other camps would just recruit talented individuals and wouldn't care about other people. The bone symbol camp, on the other hand, would accept anyone as long as they show skill. Margaret smiled and said, Zhao Hai is truly special. You might not know, but he already has his own group in the academy. Moreover, these people are unlike those blind followers of young geniuses. Also, you're right. It seems like this guy has slaughtered at least 1 million people in the lower realms. Kirk and the other two people from the bone symbol camp knew what killing 1 million people meant. So when they heard Margaret, their expression couldn't help but change. The first mate commented, killing 1 million people? He doesn't look like it. Margaret replied, from what I saw, it's possible that he had killed 1 million people before he entered the exam's mining tunnel. He asked me if there would be problems if the Atom Academy's 6 students die, but as he asked me, I couldn't feel a sliver of killing intent. Additionally, his calm manner in the earlier crisis only appears on 2 types of people. The first type are those who are very confident in their strength. They don't believe that the destruction of the ship would have any effects on them. The second type are those who don't think seriously about human lives. I think Zhao Hai is the latter. Because of this, I believe that Zhao Hai had killed more than 1 million people. Kirk turned towards Zhao Hai, who was currently chatting with the crew. No matter how he looked at it, Kirk couldn't see Zhao Hai as someone who had killed 1 million people. However, Kirk also knew that people had all sorts of mysterious means and secrets. He was just curious, so he didn't say anything. On the other hand, Kirk's second mate was more curious. He turned to Margaret and said, "Miss Margaret, how long has it been since Zhao Hai came to the academy? Why haven't I heard of his name before?" Margaret turned towards them and then lowered her voice as she said, "Zhao Hai just ascended a month ago. Also, you didn't hear any of this. If others know that Zhao Hai became a level 1 mage a month after ascending, then he will be in certain danger." Although Kirk and the others didn't cultivate, after serving the Ascender Academy, they knew what being a level 1 mage just a month after ascending represented. In all of their time serving the academy, this was the first time that they heard an achievement as great as this. Margaret looked at Kirk and said, "You know our camp's current situation, and you should be aware that Zhao Hai's strength isn't normal. His talent is very great. Not only was he able to become a level 1 mage before the exam, he also achieved skill in utilizing magic theory properly. His future development should be limitless. Because of this, we cannot reveal that he had only ascended for 1 month. We should tell everybody that he had ascended 5 months ago. If we don't, not only do we need to be on guard against outside powers, we also need to be wary about the family's other camps. Those fellows don't want the Bone Symbol camp to rise again." As a member of the Bone Symbol camp, Kirk was aware of the infighting amongst the family's camps. What Margaret said was correct. If other camps discover Zhao Hai's special talent, they would certainly deal with him. Because of this, the 3 nodded. Then Kirk said, "Miss Margaret, rest assured, we know how to keep a secret. The other camps have stepped on the Bone Symbol camp all these years. Now that Zhao Hai is here, it's natural that we would take care of him." Margaret nodded, then her eyes began to light up as she said, "Zhao Hai will certainly become a pillar of the Bone Symbol camp. With his help, the camp would rise again." Kirk and the others agreed. If the Bone Symbol camp wanted to rise, then they would need an expert at its head. But at this time, the camp had no experts that can assume command. The Bone Symbol camp didn't lack funds. The external hall would certainly allocate funds to make the camps function. Moreover, they can also generate income on their own. Although the Bone Symbol camp didn't have powerful experts, their ability to make money was second to none in the Ashley family. However, the Bone Symbol camp also knew that increasing their ability to make money would only bring them trouble. Because of this, the Bone Symbol camp had always hoped for a powerful expert to join their ranks. But because of its deteriorating reputation, talented students didn't choose the camp. This caused the camp to lack powerful experts. This was the Bone Symbol camp's weakest point. After the meal, Zhao Hai returned to his room. It was already late into the night. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't head out and instead he just entered the space. And after practicing for a while, he took a rest. The next morning, Zhao Hai went out of the space and had his breakfast at the dining hall. Just as he was about to head out, Margaret and the crew arrived. Seeing that Zhao Hai was leaving, Margaret wrinkled her brow as she asked, "Zhao Hai, are you planning to head out?" Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he answered, "Instructor, I haven't explored Tyro Planet before, so I want to head out and see it for myself. I also want to give Dins and the others some gifts. I heard that my thrill here is much cheaper compared to other places. Since my thrill is very helpful for mages, I want to buy some before I head back." Margaret frowned. "It's dangerous outside. I suggest that you don't go. Pirates may be watching and waiting for us to head out." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Instructor, it will be fine. I still have strength to fight back. You can rest assured that nothing will happen to me." Margaret shook her head, but after thinking that Zhao Hai had been inside his room all this time, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. So after a while, she said, "All right, you can go, but I will come with you." Zhao Hai stared, then with a shy expression, he looked at Margaret and said, "Instructor, there's no need. I can go by myself." Margaret coldly snorted and said, "Either I go with you or you're not leaving." Zhao Hai looked awkwardly at Margaret, but in the end, He gave a helpless nod and agreed. All right, right. Since instructor is going, why don't the others come as well? If you see anything you like, just tell me and I'll buy it for you as a gift. Zhao Hai's offer made the crew cheer. Then all of them grouped up and walked out. Margaret looked at the crowd around Zhao Hai and couldn't help but helplessly shake her head. She didn't know if she should praise Zhao Hai for being generous or scold him for spending too much money. Although it was true that MyThrill and MyThrill products were much cheaper in Tyro Planet, besides those, other items were much more expensive in comparison. Besides being a mining planet, Tyro Planet was also a tourism spot, and one major characteristic of a tourist spot was its inflated price on goods. It seems like Zhao Hai was going to bleed today. Margaret quickly followed behind Zhao Hai and the others. Actually, Tyro Planet's mining city wasn't any different compared to other cities. Besides its houses being caves and not seeing the sun, the other facilities weren't that different from other planets, and also, compared to other planets, the amount of MyThrill products here were indeed a lot more. Along with the jolly crew of the ship, Zhao Hai walked on the city streets. They didn't ride a vehicle and instead opted to walk on foot. There were a lot of shops in this street. Besides shops, there were also stalls selling wares. But since these stalls didn't have any high-quality goods, Zhao Hai didn't bother looking. Then suddenly, Zhao Hai felt a few hostile gazes directed at them. Zhao Hai swept the area using his spiritual force and found out that the gazes came from a couple of mages sitting in a small tea house. Although they seemed to be laid back, their eyes wandered murderously towards Zhao Hai's group from time to time. Chapter 1105 to 1106. Chapter 1105. Assassination. Zhao Hai had experienced countless killings, so he was very sensitive when it came to killing intent. Therefore, upon sensing the killing intent directed at him, Zhao Hai knew that these people were the pirates. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Instead, she contacted Kair with his mind. Kair, pay attention to those mages in the tea house. Record their faces and see if they're the same as the pirates we met before. Kair immediately complied. After this exchange, Zhao Hai carried on and strolled with the ship's crew. Then suddenly, Zhao Hai's attention was taken by a magic staff in a nearby shop. Also, the ship's sign looked like it had been there for many years, making the shop look ancient. The signboard was made of wood, contrasting the other high-tech signboards of its neighbors. The signboard's print was also very common, making it look like the ugly duckling among the group. However, Zhao Hai was dazed by this signboard. This was because he could feel magic coming from the piece of wood. It seems like the signboard wasn't made with simple methods. Seeing Zhao Hai stop, the crew became confused. One of them looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Zhao Hai, what are you staring at?" Zhao Hai recovered. Then he looked at the others as he smiled and said, "Everyone, let me take a look at that shop for a moment. I want to buy some things for my friends back at the academy. MyThrill is very cheap here, so I want to see what that shop has to offer." The crew were originally invited by Zhao Hai to play, so upon hearing him, they immediately nodded and joined him in entering the shop. The shop wasn't big, so when Zhao Hai's group of more than 10 entered, they immediately made the place cramped. Zhao Hai proceeded to examine the shop. It was very ordinary. It had wooden shelves and containers that looked like they were made a long time ago. They were also covered with glass, adding to their unique look. The staff displayed on these shelves and containers were also very plain. Beneath each staff was its name and then its price. As soon as Zhao Hai's group entered the shop, a robot quickly received them. The robot bowed and said, "Welcome. What can I help you with?" The robot looked ordinary, just like the shop. Although it was a bit more advanced than Tinkle, it still wasn't advanced. Zhao Hai didn't care as he replied, "I need several magic staffs. Let me see your catalog." The robot immediately complied as it said, "Please wait a moment." Then the robot went to one side of the store and took out a book from a cabinet. After handing the book over to Zhao Hai, it said, "All of our magic staff are listed here." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he opened the book. Although it looked like a book, it was actually an electronic display. Once a page was opened, a projection of the magic staff would appear. Then a voice would be heard, introducing the staff's functions as well as the magic formation recorded inside. This kind of things was rare in the machine field. Zhao Hao flipped the book as he paired them with the numbers below the staffs on the cabinets. He was looking for staffs suited for Dins and the others. Honestly, The mage staffs in this store were really good. All of the staff were made of wood that were suited for mages to use. They were also engraved with 5-layer formations for level 1 mages and formations for level 2 mages. The shop didn't have staffs surpassing level 3. However, this selection still caught Zhao Hai's eyes. After all, Dins and the others had yet to reach level 1. Giving them 2 advanced staffs wouldn't be good. Margaret stood at the back, observing Zhao Hai earnestly scanning through the staffs. She couldn't help but sigh. She began to understand Zhao Hai less and less. A month after ascending, he was already a level 1 mage. It can be said that he was a genius. It was normal for these kinds of people to be arrogant. However, Zhao Hai wasn't arrogant at all. Not only did he befriend old mages like Dins and the others, he could also mingle with the ship's crew. Such a person was truly rare. Margaret couldn't help but wonder what kind of place could train someone such as Zhao Hai. One must know that each young ascender from the lower realms were very talented individuals. They most likely had powerful influences supporting them back in the lower realm. Besides cultivating, all of their other needs were well taken care of. Because of this, these talents developed arrogant behaviors. Zhao Hai was a genius among geniuses. Since he was able to ascend at a young age, this meant that he also had a huge background. However, Zhao Hai was experienced in battle. He also had well-developed social skills. Margaret even suspected Zhao Hai of killing more than 1 million people. Putting these facts together, it seems like Zhao Hai was different compared to the others of his kind. Zhao Hai bought 15 level 1 staffs. After paying nearly 20,000 machine coins, the group proceeded to walk out of the shop. And just as they came out, Kair's voice resounded inside Zhao Hai's head. "Young master, we've investigated those people. They were indeed the pirates that attacked the ship. There's no mistaking it." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he stepped back 2 steps to Margaret's side and said, "Instructor, the pirates that attacked us are close by. Moreover, we've already been surrounded. We need to see that our brothers are safe." Margaret stared, then her expression turned cold. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Are you sure?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm very sure. I'm quite sensitive to killing intent. Moreover, their glares didn't stop. Before we went into the shop, I saw a few mages at a tea shop. At that time, I thought that they looked like the people that attacked our ship. And now, I feel their murderous intent. It seems like they're ready to take action." At this point, Margaret already had great trust towards Zhao Hai, so she immediately replied, "All right, I'll tell the crew to return." Zhao Hai shook his head and whispered, "We can't just abruptly retreat. Otherwise, the pirates would make their move. We need to divert their attention." "Instructor, as long as we guard the crew, it'll be fine." Margaret nodded. She couldn't help but raise her spiritual force. Zhao Hai looked around him and sneered. Then he turned to the crew and laughingly said, "Brothers, I managed to buy a lot of good staffs today. I want to celebrate. How about we drink at that bar over there?" Then he pointed at a roadside bar. Although the crew couldn't understand why Zhao Hai suddenly decided to have a drink, liquor was always welcomed. The crew didn't become polite and just cheered as they ran towards the bar. Upon seeing the crew running, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh as he shouted, "You heard drinking and you ran faster than anyone I know. If I don't follow behind, who would pay for your drinks?" Knowing Zhao Hai was just having a playful banter, one of the crew replied, "We'll just tell them to put the drinks on your tab." "Brothers, let's run faster. We must drink at least 2 bottles today." Zhao Hai pretended to be anxious as he ran after them towards the bar, saying, "Brothers, don't drink too much. I might not be able to afford it all." Then he showed the physical weakness of a mage. Even when the crew had entered the bar, Zhao Hai still fell behind. Looking at Zhao Hai's acting, Margaret couldn't help but commend him secretly. Zhao Hai's words made the crew run faster and his acting was on point. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly cast a formation in front of him. Then a big sword flew out of the formation and went straight towards the bar's 2nd floor. Just as the sword was about to hit the bar's window, a barrier appeared and blocked Zhao Hai's attack. However, after releasing the sword, Zhao Hai followed up with a 5-layer formation. A fiery spear emerged out of the formation and chased behind the sword and also hit the barrier. One could see a faint silhouette of a person right behind the barrier. The person easily blocked the sword, but the fiery spear caught him off guard. The fiery spear tore through the barrier as though it was paper and then stabbed the person behind it. The man screamed for a moment before the fiery spear exploded. After the loud explosion, the person's entire body was erased. However, what was strange was the fact that although the person was killed, and the bar's window was damaged, nothing else was affected by Zhao Hai's attack. Zhao Hai didn't stop. He released another 5-layer formation. When the formation appeared, a burst of dark mist suddenly spread out, covering the entire street. One couldn't even see their own fingers if they stretched it out. Chapter 1106. Choosing a battlefield. As the dark mist spread, Zhao Hai immediately flew towards Margaret's side and whispered, "Instructor, I can feel their position and they can't sense us. Once they enter the dark mist, we can deal with them." Margaret nodded. She also felt her own spiritual force being greatly suppressed. One must know that Margaret was a level 5 mage. Her spiritual force was very strong, but in this dark mist, her spiritual force could only reach 500 meters. Zhao Hai continued to whisper, "Instructor, come with me to the bar first. Let's take the crew go to a safe place. My magic will last for a while, but if they use light magic, then the most it could last is 10 minutes. We need to save the crew during that time before we can move on our own." Margaret agreed. Then she said, 10 minutes is enough. And don't forget, Tyro Planet has guards. Since we just made a huge move, they would definitely be alarmed. 10 minutes is enough for them to rush over. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he caught Margaret's body and then led her towards the bar. The people inside the bar were also aware of what just happened outside. Because of this, nobody went out. Some of them even hid below the tables. The magic Zhao Hai used didn't just cover the street, it shrouded the bar as well. However, this magic didn't affect Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai and Margaret entered the bar, he immediately let go of her hand and said, "Instructor, stay here while I go look for the others." Margaret, who has never been pulled by a man before, was now blushing. She just nodded as Zhao Hai went towards the table. Naturally, the crew were the ones drinking there. When they heard the commotion, they immediately hid under the table. When Zhao Hai arrived at the table and saw the crew's state, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he knocked on the table and said, "All right, you need to get out of here." Then he waved his hand. A light quickly covered the table, dispersing the dark mist around the crew. When the crew members heard Zhao Hai's voice, they couldn't help but stare. They looked up and saw Zhao Hai standing in front of them. After a short pause, the crew immediately jumped up. Zhao Hai made a gesture to silence them and then whispered, "Listen to me, the pirates that attacked us are here. I just killed one of them. I'll send someone to lead you out of this area. Remember, unless he disappears, you shouldn't come out." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and summoned a skeleton. The crew knew that this wasn't the time to talk, so they just nodded and followed the skeleton. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai's body disappeared and went to Margaret's side. Margaret had already calmed down at this time. Although her spiritual force has been suppressed, she was still able to know what happened inside the bar. Naturally, she was able to see Zhao Hai's action. When Zhao Hai returned, she immediately said, "There's no visibility in the dark mist. Are they not going to attack?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "They will. They are still outside the dark mist. Maybe they want us to think that they won't attack. It would be more dangerous for us if the guards don't arrive for some time. This way, the pirates can be more assured to take bolder actions." Margaret thought about what Zhao Hai said for a moment, then she said, "That's impossible. Tyro Planet is supported by the 3 major groups. It isn't that easy to bribe the guards of the 3 powers at the same time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then that means they used other methods to lure the guards away." "Instructor, we need to find a way to deal with them. It would be good if we could break out of the encirclement." Margaret nodded. "All right, but don't you feel that their encirclement is quite tight?" Margaret couldn't help but feel regret. She had been very negligent. On the entire ship, only she and Zhao Hai could use magic. The others were just ordinary people. They couldn't provide any firepower. Moreover, Margaret wasn't a fool. They had been entangled with the pirates, yet the guards had yet to arrive. This meant that the enemy had prepared themselves well. It seems like they planned to deal with the Ashley family's group today. Upon thinking about this, Margaret turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I'm afraid that even if we break through, they still won't let us go easily. At the earliest, the people from the family would arrive tomorrow. Before that time, we will be in constant danger." Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he said, "Instructor, I think we need to find a proper battlefield for us to fight in. Doing it in this city is certainly not good. We couldn't move properly knowing that innocents might be caught in the crossfire. We would also be in trouble if the 3 powers look into the fight and see the damage we did to the city. Additionally, they have a lot of people surrounding us. We need an environment that is more complex and easier to hide in." Margaret agreed. Aren't you good at dark magic? Why don't we enter a tunnel? That kind of environment should suit our needs." Upon hearing Margaret, Zhao Hai's eyes shone. Then he immediately agreed. "Instructor, I just thought about a place. As long as we lure them there, I can guarantee that none of them would be able to return." When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you thinking about the exams tunnel?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The exams tunnel has a large amount of dark energy. If we enter there, we could use dark magic at full strength, and with my summoning magic, they will surely die." Margaret paused for a moment, then she frowned and asked, "But do you know the way to the tunnel? Moreover, that place is quite far from here. Will those people follow?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course they will. They want to kill us, so if we go to a remote place, they will be more than happy to follow. Most importantly, if we attract their attention, the crew will be safe. I reckon the mage and warriors attacking us wouldn't make the crew their priority. Also, I was able to remember the path I went through when I took the exam. Instructor can trust me on this." Margaret nodded. "They wouldn't attack the crew who can't use magic." "Alright, let's head there." She might not be aware of it, but Margaret had already began to blindly trust Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, follow me. Let's break through their encirclement first, then we'll run straight towards the tunnel." He didn't wait for Margaret to respond as his body suddenly flew. Margaret followed closely behind. Zhao Hai sped towards the people on the opposite side of the bar. At this time, Zhao Hai took out a magic staff. This staff wasn't the blood ghost staff. Instead, it was a staff he just recently bought. It was a light element staff. When Margaret saw Zhao Hai take out the light element staff, she couldn't help but stare. Low-level light magic can be said to be the weakest of its rank. Only when it reaches higher levels would light magic be considered very powerful. So why did Zhao Hai take out a light element staff? After taking the staff out, Zhao Hai turned to Margaret and said, "Instructor, in a while, make sure to close your eyes." Margaret finally understood what Zhao Hai wanted to do. She couldn't help but secretly nod. She was already aware that Zhao Hai was an all-element mage. However, Zhao Hai was still level 1, which was the lowest level when it came to magic theory. Nevertheless, if Zhao Hai was skillful in his usage of magic, then he was someone that couldn't be underestimated. Magic theory and lower realm magic were still somewhat related. In the lower realms, all-element mages were very powerful even at lower levels. However, this was given that they were able to utilize their magic properly. They need to be able to discern which magic was appropriate to use at a certain time. Even if a spell wasn't strong, as long as it is used properly, it could still kill someone. And even if someone could use strong magic, if they didn't know when to use it, then their efforts would just be wasted. Because of this, there was a saying among mages, "There are no bad spells, only garbage mages." At this time, the attackers were fully focused on the dark mist. A sudden eruption of light magic from the darkness would certainly disorientate them. Even if it was a low-level spell, the abrupt change in brightness would still blind them. And once they were blinded, they would panic, fully disturbing their encirclement. This would give Zhao Hai and Margaret an opportunity to escape. It didn't take long before the two arrived on the street. Margaret felt two hidden spiritual forces at an intersection nearby. It seems like two mages were hidden near that place. These two spiritual forces were very well hidden. Margaret even failed to notice them before. Even now, if she wasn't concentrating, she wouldn't have been able to see them. This caused Margaret to be surprised. She was a level 5 mage, a level most mages wouldn't reach in their lifetime. And now, there was Zhao Hai. Was his spiritual force stronger than hers? Without delaying, Zhao Hai waved the staff in his hand as he said, "Burst light." And with his voice, a 5-layer formation suddenly appeared and then exploded. The explosion emitted an incomparably bright light. This turned everything around him into white. The two mages who were waiting for them felt a stabbing pain in their eyes before their vision was completely blocked. Chapter 1107 to 1108. Chapter 1107. A demon. Zhao Hai didn't make a move on the two mages. He just said, "Let's go." Then after he said that, Zhao Hai went to the alleys. If Zhao Hai was by himself, then he would have killed the two mages with his sword. But since Margaret was with him, he cannot do that. He wasn't prepared to reveal his cards yet. While they were quickly flying on the street, Zhao Hai also released flying needles in order to scout the surrounding terrain. This way, they wouldn't walk into a dead end. The longer Margaret flew beside Zhao Hai, the more curious she became. She was able to see Zhao Hai suddenly turn to a corner from time to time. Although they were being chased by a large number of mages and warriors, They had never been stopped. Zhao Hai seems to be very familiar with the streets here. While Margaret was thinking about this, she discovered that they were already outside the city, at the entrance of the mining tunnels. However, the entrance to the tunnel was covered by a fence which read Examination Tunnel, no entry. Margaret didn't expect them to really reach this point. At this time, Zhao Hai waved his hand, releasing a spell that exploded the fence. Then he immediately flew in. Without even the time to process her thoughts, Margaret also flew into the tunnel. However, Margaret could still feel that they were being pursued. She was also able to see that there weren't any level 5 experts among them. The highest was only level 4. Margaret's strength was higher, but she wouldn't dare go around and fight it out with them. This was because there were just too many of them. Margaret felt that their pursuers numbered no less than 50, and there weren't just mages. There were warriors among them as well, and worst one being level 2. In this situation, if she did decide to fight, then she would be courting death. Margaret followed Zhao Hai into the mine, with their pursuers closely behind. When they were in the city, the mages and warriors were afraid of destroying any buildings. But now, they didn't have this concern anymore. So from time to time, magic and sword chi were being sent towards Zhao Hai and Margaret. The two flew quickly. Also, since the tunnel wasn't a straight line, the enemy had yet to overtake them. The dark energy in the tunnel gradually became thicker. Although Zhao Hai had already mined the ghost mithril and taken little silver, there was still remnant dark energy in the tunnel. After all, after many years of accumulation, it wouldn't disappear in such a short time. However, it was clear that neither Zhao Hai nor the pursuers cared about this. They knew that this was the exam tunnel, and also, Tyro Planet's examination site was well known to be fairly safe. Some of the pursuers had also taken their exams here. Because of this, they knew that there were no such dangers for them given their current strength. Margaret kept following behind Zhao Hai's figure all this time. To be honest, Margaret was forced to accept this arrangement. She had seen their pursuers, and she was now aware that the guards have been made unavailable. With so many people chasing them, this was definitely a trap. If they fought in the city, then they might injure innocents or cause huge damage to property. When the time comes and the matter was solved, it was possible that the three powers would use this excuse to cause trouble to the Ashley family. At the very least, they would not let off the Bone Symbol camp, and Margaret didn't want to pull the camp into this conflict. Because of this, Margaret agreed to Zhao Hai's plan on going to the tunnels. Not only would they ensure the crew's safety, she would also have the space to annihilate these fellows. Even if she couldn't kill them all, with the tunnel's terrain, she could at least get rid of some of them. The two quickly flew straight ahead. Their pursuers weren't slow either. Both sides were separated by about 500 meters. It would be impossible to hide from the mages and warriors at this distance. As long as they stay close to Margaret and Zhao Hai, tracking magic can be used to follow them all the time. During times where they caught glimpses of Zhao Hai and Margaret, the pursuers couldn't help but smirk. Margaret was just following behind Zhao Hai at this point. She couldn't recognize the tunnel anymore. She believed that if Zhao Hai left her here, then she might take a very long time to return. At this time, Zhao Hai's voice was heard. "Instructor, we're arriving at the exams mining tunnel. Make sure to follow closely behind." Margaret nodded. When the two entered the dark tunnel, Zhao Hai immediately released dark magic. This dark magic not only made the dark mist in the tunnel thicker, it could also conceal their presence. After releasing this magic, Zhao Hai quickly brought Margaret to hide in a nearby cave. Then they both stood there quietly. Margaret kept still as she just stood there, looking at their pursuers arrive. As the mages and warriors entered, Margaret counted them all. There were actually 78. Zhao Hai whispered, 78 people, 40 mages, 38 warriors, 18 level 2s, all of them warriors. 20 mages and 20 warriors at level 3, and then 20 level 4 mages. This isn't a small force. That's not correct. There are also 2 assassins. It seems like these people really want us dead. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Margaret couldn't help but stare. She whispered, "Assassins? There are assassins?" She failed to sense these assassins. Now that she heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but be shocked. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right. They're about level 3. They almost evaded my notice. They're quite strong." Margaret slowly wrinkled her brow. "What should we do now?" Zhao Hai didn't turn towards Margaret as he smiled faintly and said, "What do we do? Easy. Make sure that these 80 people don't run away. They will become members of my undead army." After that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Then as he made his signal, A spatial rift appeared beside him. It didn't take long before large quantities of undead flooded out of the rift and charged forward. What made Margaret stare was the fact that the undead seemed to be inexhaustible. She tried counting them all but soon found out that there were too many of them. Margaret might not be surprised if it was just the number. The most important thing was the strength of these undead. They were very strong, although they were a bit worse than level 1 mages. Their strength couldn't be said to be the worst in the machine field. Levels in the machine field depended on magic theory. However, such classification was unfair to lower realm ascenders. Ascenders from the lower realm hadn't studied magic theory. Because of this, it was impossible for them to be level 1 mages immediately. From Margaret's estimation, lower realm ascenders should have at least level 3 spiritual force. It was only because they didn't know magic theory that they weren't classified as level 1. If there was no magic theory, then there would be a lot of level 3 mage and warriors in the machine field. The natives would have no way of being stronger than ascenders. It can be said that magic theory was already biased against ascenders from the lower realms. However, the world was unfair. You can't blame anybody for being born in a lower realm. The heavens are blameless. This was a fact. For Zhao Hai to release Sportling level 1 undead was already a great feat. People from the machine field didn't fully neglect lower realm magic. After all, magic theory absorbed a lot from lower realm magic in order to be made. Therefore, Margaret had a clear understanding regarding lower realm magic. She knew that mages from the lower realm could turn undead into their summoned creatures. This method could also be used in the machine field. However, nobody used this method since the creatures summoned would be very weak. They were almost useless. A normal person in the machine field could casually destroy 10 creatures summoned this way. However, Zhao Hai's summons had strength close to level 1 mages. This caused Margaret to be startled. Not to say ordinary people, even those who had cultivated would be no match against these undead. There were also 9 ranks in the machine field. However, they couldn't be called true experts. Generally, people in these levels or lower were called apprentices, mage apprentice and warrior apprentice. Only after breaking through beyond 9th rank could one become a level 1 mage, a true mage. Because of this, most level 1 mages won't pay attention to apprentices. However, this didn't mean that they didn't have any fighting strength. Compared to normal people, these apprentices were still much better. This was especially true for 9th rank apprentices. They were close to being level 1, so nobody looked down on their strength. If a level 4 mage was surrounded by 109 ranks, then it's possible they would be killed. The biggest difference between mage apprentices and mages was that apprentices cannot practice magic theory. This didn't mean that they weren't allowed to study it. It was just that their spiritual force was insufficient. However, they were still able to study ordinary magic, and during this study, they would dabble in magic formations. This will help them in the future when they study magic theory. It can be said that apprentices were inferior to ascenders when it came to spiritual force. However, apprentices still had their own advantages. Compared to ascenders, they were more familiar with magic formations. But in the end, spiritual force was the most important. Even if an apprentice was adept in magic formations, he still wouldn't be able to reach level 1 if they lack the spiritual force needed. There were plenty of 9th ranks in the machine field that weren't able to break through to level 1. Because of this level division, Zhao Hai's uncountable number of 9th rank undead caused Margaret to be shocked. Zhao Hai didn't release a lot of undead. He stopped when they reached 10,000. However, these undead weren't any ordinary undead. All of them were wearing bone armor. The Bone Armor Legion was Zhao Hai's elite force in the underworld. Upon arriving in the machine field, Zhao Hai wouldn't dare to release ordinary undead. This would just be sending the undead to their demise. Currently, Zhao Hai's Bone Armor Legion had reached 30,000. But this time, Zhao Hai only chose to release a third of them. After releasing the undead, Zhao Hai turned his head to Margaret and said, "Instructor, let's go outside, so when we kill these people we would know where they came from." Margaret broke out of her shock. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you brought all of these undead from the lower realm? Did you make them?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I learned a secret method that can refine ordinary undead into advanced level. All of these undead are made by me." Margaret stared at Zhao Hai, her expression quite pale as she asked, "Are they people you killed?" Upon hearing Margaret, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "They are, but not all of them. There are many that can't be used because I failed to refine them." Margaret's expression turned paler. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How many people did you kill?" Zhao Hai looked at Margaret's expression and couldn't help but smile faintly as he answered, It would be best for you to not know." After saying that, Zhao Hai went out of the cave. The undead were already fighting against the mages and warriors. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai's departing back as her expression turned ugly. She believed Zhao Hai's words. There were demonic characters in the lower realm that made undead by killing people. If such a person joins the bone symbol camp, who knows if it was a blessing or a curse? Chapter 1108. Fire Temple's Zhang family. Zhao Hai was calmly looking at the fight happening outside. He deliberately revealed that he had killed a lot of people, so he wasn't surprised that Margaret knew. What he wanted to see was Margaret's response. Margaret was beside Zhao Hai. Although her eyes were directed at the fight inside the tunnel, one could see that her eyes were empty. It was obvious that her thoughts weren't on the fight in front of her. Zhao Hai's words gave her quite the impact. She didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so casual about his character. He was actually able to refine a lot of people into his summoned undead. No matter which realm, such a person was called a demon. Even in the devil realm, there weren't a lot of people like Zhao Hai. When she thought of this, Margaret couldn't help but turn her head towards Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai was focused on looking at the battlefield. His expression looked a little disturbed. Margaret stared, then she hastily looked at the battlefield, thinking that the undead might be having troubles dealing with the enemies. But when she saw the situation, she gawked. This was because the undead were overpowering the pursuers. They were performing excellently. So why was Zhao Hai looking disturbed? What Margaret didn't know was that Zhao Hai didn't treat undead as mere tools. To him, they were living people who had their own identity. They were treated as Zhao Hai's subordinates. Currently, Zhao Hai just felt the death of several hundred undead. Because of this, his expression turned serious. The fight didn't last long. These undead were Zhao Hai's elite. In normal days, they would be in the hell space. They didn't only cultivate, they also practiced battle formations and coordination. Because of this, the mages and warriors simply couldn't do anything amidst the assault of the undead. In less than an hour, the 80 pursuers were completely eliminated. Margaret stared at the performance of the undead. The coordination between each undead were simply fantastic. Even the machine field's best army would have trouble mimicking such coordination. With the fight finished, Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the undead. The killed undead were also taken back to be sent to the hell space and buried under the Bone Mountain. This has become a tradition among the undead. After receiving the undead, Zhao Hai turned his attention to the corpses of the slain mages and warriors. After a short pause, Zhao Hai waved his hand and surrounded those bodies with black gas. Zhao Hai didn't use his ordinary black gas to turn these corpses into undead. Instead, he added a 100-layer formation to amplify the effect. Zhao Hai originally didn't intend to go through so much trouble. He could just turn these bodies into undead and then throw them into the space. However, the scanner had analyzed this formation a long time ago. This was also the first 100-layer formation that Zhao Hai learned. There wasn't anything wrong with turning the corpses into undead using Zhao Hai's usual method. However, this formation wouldn't only preserve the corpse's intellect and memory, it could also minimize the loss of strength. For example, if a level 4 mage were turned into an undead using Zhao Hai's old method, even if it was improved by the space, it could only reach 9th rank strength. And in the machine field, 8th or 9th rank apprentices weren't able to use magic theory. But if he used this 100-layer formation, the undead would keep their level 4 strength. This was why Zhao Hai settled on using this method. And since he didn't want Margaret to see his 100-layer formation, he decided to cover himself with a thick dark mist. Before long, Zhao Hai finished his magic. The dead mages and warriors were now standing, their weapons in their hands. Their strength had also been preserved. But since Zhao Hai didn't want Margaret to know about his ability, he had the undead be in their skeleton form. Zhao Hai immediately interrogated the undead. After getting the needed information, Zhao Hai turned to Margaret and said, "Instructor, does the Ashley family have a grudge against the Fire Temple's Zhang family?" When she heard Zhao Hai, Margaret couldn't help but stare. Then her expression changed. Fire Temple's Zhang family, they sent these people. The undead were in their skeleton form, so naturally they couldn't talk. Zhao Hai communicated with them using his spiritual force. Margaret wasn't able to hear anything. Zhao Hai gave a nod and said, "They did. The Zhang family's target is you. Once they dealt with you, they would bring a calamity to the Adam family. And once the Ashley family and the Adam family went to war, the Zhang family would greatly benefit." Margaret coldly snorted and said, "Zhang family. So it's the Zhang family. Good, good." Zhao Hai looked confused at Margaret's reaction. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, I won't hide anything from you. I'm actually the sixth daughter of the Ashley family's current patriarch, Thunder Ashley. My mother was a lower realm ascender and married my father later on. However, my father didn't treat mother well, causing mother to be depressed. When my mother ascended, she became a member of Bone Symbol Camp. And since I don't want to join family struggles, I decided to join the Bone Symbol Camp as well and be a teacher at the academy. And when I was young, my father ordered me to marry the Zhang family's third son, Zhang Ming. When Zhao Hai heard this, his eyes couldn't help but rise up as he said, so the Ashley family and the Zhang family had a very good relationship. Margaret sneered and said, not only good, they're known as our most faithful ally. I didn't expect that this ally was actually the family's biggest enemy. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said, Instructor, what are you planning to do now? Margaret coldly snorted, what else do I have to do? After I head back, I will immediately report this to father. Although he didn't treat my mother well, he is still my father in the end, and I'm a member of the Ashley family. If the family falls, then I won't have a good life. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said, Instructor, I suggest not telling your father about this yet. He wouldn't believe you immediately. And even if you tell him, will he wage war with the Zhang family? If your two families go to war, then only outsiders would benefit. Margaret stared, then she lightly frowned and said, that's true. But if I don't tell him, then the Ashley family wouldn't be guarded against the Zhang family. Zhao Hai also frowned. He knew that what Margaret said was true. But if they tell the patriarch now, then the Ashley family would be disadvantaged with the fallout. Moreover, Margaret already said that her relationship with her father wasn't good. Her father might not even believe the report. But as a patriarch, would he neglect this matter completely? Even if he didn't believe it, he would still be wary of the Zhang family. In this case, it would be good for the Ashley family. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai nodded and said, reminding your father would be fine. But remember, you're just reminding him. Don't get too angry at the Zhang family and make this matter known to everyone. The Ashley family wouldn't benefit if it wages war with the Zhang family. When Margaret heard this, she couldn't help but frown. Although her relationship with her father wasn't very good, she knew her father well. The current patriarch was a self-contained person. He wouldn't easily listen to anyone else's words. If she really told her father, then her father wouldn't immediately believe it. And just like Zhao Hai said, they shouldn't spread this matter. Upon thinking about this, Margaret sighed and said, all right, I'll deal with this matter. I won't mention this matter to anyone. Zhao Hai nodded. When he saw Margaret's expression, he knew that there were some underlying matters he was unaware of. However, these were things that were out of his hands. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent the undead to the space. However, there was no response from the space, which surprised him. In the past, when a strong undead enters the space, a prompt would always came up. But this time, after formidable undead entered, there was nothing. However, Zhao Hai changed his mind when he understood what was going on. Actually, this wasn't the first time this has happened. Ever since he received undead from the underworld, the space began to adjust. For the undead who haven't reached demigod level, the space would automatically upgrade them. However, after they become demigods, they would have to rely on their efforts in order to progress. This matter might also stem from the space treating the undead as their own independent race. In the past, the space treated the undead as robots, allowing the undead to be upgraded. Although it was a bit disappointing, Zhao Hai accepted the space's new way of handling the undead. After all, he was the one who thought the undead to be their own race. Therefore, he wasn't opposed to the space's decision. In fact, it seems like the space was adjusting to his own wishes. Chapter 1109 to 1110. Chapter 1109. The guards finally arrive. Seeing Zhao Hai take his undead back, Margaret began to relax. She can now affirm that Zhao Hai wasn't the kind of person to kill people just to turn them into undead. His current actions reflect what he did. When Zhao Hai finished collecting his undead, Margaret turned to look at him. It seems like Margaret was waiting for Zhao Hai to talk. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said, Instructor, there seems to be 100 of them. 80 came after us and the rest went to the reception hotel. They're planning on catching all of us in a net. Can the people in the hotel hold on? Upon hearing this, Margaret's expression changed. Then she said, the reception should have some defenses of their own. But if the enemy has level 3 or level 4 mages, they would find it difficult to defend. However, Sim is there. Although he isn't very strong, he's still a capable level 3 mage. We should quickly head back. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, Instructor, I have a spatial ability. We can use it to teleport back to the hotel. However, once we arrive, my strength would be completely drained. I won't be able to help in dealing with the enemy. When Margaret heard him, her 2 eyes shone. Then she said, Good, then let's head back. Don't worry about the enemy, I can deal with them. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he muttered some incantations before pointlessly waving his hands. Before long, a spatial passage appeared. Margaret followed closely behind after Zhao Hai entered. The next moment, the 2 were already inside the hotel. As soon as they arrived, they immediately heard bursts of explosions coming from outside. Zhao Hai pretended to pale as he said, Instructor, I need to adjust my breathing. I'll leave this place to you. Margaret nodded. Then she turned around and went out. Before long, she arrived at the hall. Upon reaching the hall, Margaret knew where the explosions were coming from. The hotel actually had a defensive formation in place. Defensive magic formations in the machine field were different than the ones back in the lower realms. In the machine field, defensive magic formations used crystals in order to operate. Because of this, the energy used in defending was much more powerful than defensive formations in the lower realms. Upon seeing the crystal stones, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect the crystals inside the space to be an important resource in the world of cultivation. Margaret looked at the shield that encircled the reception. Sim was standing behind it, occasionally firing spells towards the enemies outside. His appearance seemed to lack anxiety. However, Margaret's expression wasn't very good. The fight in the reception lacked the presence of Tyro Planet's guards. This meant that the people from Tyro Planet might have been bought. Tyro Planet was an important mining site for Mithril. The control of the 3 major powers over this place was quite strict. But now, attackers were in the city while the guards were nowhere to be found. This could mean that the guards were replaced, and that they were replaced by the enemy's people. If this was the case, then this action might not only involve the Fire Temple's Zhang family. The Zhang family wasn't powerful enough to accomplish this. However, all of these things were just speculations inside Margaret's head. She didn't think too deeply into this matter. It was impossible for her to find out relevant information on her own. After this thought, Margaret began to move. One must know that Margaret was a level 4 mage. She might not like fighting and opted to teach and research magic formations, but she was still more skilled in using formations than most mages. If this was an ordinary fight, then Margaret might suffer a loss due to her inexperience. However, Margaret was in a defensive position, sending magic towards the opposing mages. This was a different matter. She couldn't be hit, but she had all the avenues for attack. Naturally, it was the attackers who suffered losses. The opposite party also discovered Margaret's sudden appearance. Although they didn't know how she was able to appear here, they knew that the assassination had failed. Their main goal this time was to assassinate Margaret. They already surrounded the bar Margaret was in. They even prepared a backup plan. If Margaret managed to break out of the encirclement, then she would definitely return to the reception. This was where another batch of ambushers would wait for her. But unfortunately for them, the ordinary-looking Zhao Hai that they neglected completely ruined their plans. Instead of returning to the hotel, the 2 went to the mining tunnels instead. With their main force pursuing the 2 into the mining tunnel, those left behind decided to assault the hotel in order to kill the ship's crew. However, they failed to take into account the hotel's defensive formation. However, they weren't worried. In their mind, it didn't matter if they were stuck here. After all, their main goal was Margaret. As long as she was killed, the crew being alive or dead didn't matter. But now that Margaret appeared, they couldn't help but panic. They didn't know why Margaret was here, but they were aware that their operation had failed. With the defensive formation in place as well as Margaret's presence, assaulting the hotel was no longer possible. Moreover, they couldn't attack for a long time. Although they had bribed this region's garrison officer, if the guards took too long to respond, the garrison officer would get into trouble. With no time to change their strategy, the attackers were completely defeated. The attackers looked at each other before their leader nodded and waved his hand. The attackers immediately withdrew from the scene. However, Margaret and the others didn't take the defensive formation down. They didn't know if an attack would come once more. After seeing the enemy's retreat, Sim went to Margaret and said, "Instructor Margaret, What just happened? Where is Zhao Hai? Sim had a very good impression of Zhao Hai. The kid had a good temper and wasn't arrogant. Margaret let out a long breath before replying. Zhao Hai is fine. He's just inside his room adjusting his breath. Are the crew fine? Sim nodded and said, they're all right. However, some of them had yet to come back. They're the ones Zhao Hai brought with him outside. Margaret thought about the skeleton that Zhao Hai had the crew follow. There shouldn't be any problems on that side. Margaret nodded and said, there should be fine. Right. Where's Kirk? Sim replied, he should be in his room. I told them to stay in their rooms and don't come out. Margaret nodded. Then she turned and went towards the rooms. Zhao Hai was also paying attention to what happened outside. Naturally, since he didn't really need to settle his breathing, he could spare the effort to look at the scene. Seeing the attackers retreat, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then he immediately informed the undead leading the crew to head back. Meanwhile, he walked out of his room, still in his pale appearance. Just as he came out, he immediately saw Margaret. Then he asked, Instructor, how is the situation below? Margaret looked at Zhao Hai. Then she quickly replied, everything's fine. The attackers had withdrawn. You can take a rest. There's no need to worry. Zhao Hai nodded. That's good. I just used too much energy. Meanwhile, I'll immediately have the undead lead the crew back. Margaret nodded. I'm heading to Kirk's room. You can come along. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he followed Margaret to Kirk's room. Zhao Hai knew that Margaret was now considering him as someone on her side. This was a welcome development. This meant that he could move more conveniently in the academy. Kirk's room wasn't far from Zhao Hai's. It didn't take long before the two arrived outside. After knocking at the door twice, Margaret called out, Captain Kirk, are you in? It's Margaret. Just as her voice fell, the door immediately opened. Kirk looked at Margaret with pleasant surprise. He couldn't help but feel glad as he said, Miss Margaret, you're back. Good, good. That's fantastic. Mr. Zhao Hai, you're here as well? Good. This is good news. Margaret nodded. Rest assured, there's no need to worry anymore. Right. Call the others and gather at the dining hall. It's almost time for lunch. Let everyone eat what they want. Kirk nodded. Then he proceeded to call the others. At this time, a siren was heard. This siren was different than the ones back on Earth. This one was more incisive. Then suddenly, Sim arrived and then said, Miss Margaret, the guards are here. Do you want to see them? Margaret's expression quickly turned ugly. She just encountered 3 attacks today, yet the guards didn't appear even once. And now that the matter had settled, they suddenly appeared. Margaret sneered before she turned and went downstairs. Zhao Hai didn't say anything and just followed behind Margaret. He knew that Margaret was about to say unpleasant words. However, he didn't prevent Margaret from doing so. The Ashley family isn't a small influence in the machine field. Because of this, they need to have daring. If they didn't say anything about how the other party handled this matter, then they might appear weak to others. Chapter 1110, Meatball Zhu. Just as Margaret and the others arrived at the hall, they suddenly heard a loud and arrogant voice. Where is your manager? Get him out here. Let's hear what he has to say. When Margaret heard this, her face turned uglier. She quickly walked towards the hall alongside Sim and Zhao Hai. After arriving at the hall and seeing the guards, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Just as he imagined, the leader of the guards was a fat, round-headed man. He was so fat that his neck was practically non-existent. He had 2 small beady green eyes. His arms, body, and belly were round. He looked like a mascot for meatballs. At this time, Sim took a step forward before giving the fat man a salute. Garrison officer, sir. What winds blew through you that you actually came to my broken place? You give me too much face. The meatball looked at Sim. His eyes actually lit up as he said, Sim, you old bastard. You have some explaining to do. What just happened? Without even waiting for Sim to respond, Margaret interjected and said, who are you to ask us for an explanation? It is you who needs to answer to the Ashley family. After hearing Margaret, the meatball man turned to look at her. His beady green eyes blinked before it glared with intensity. He looks like a hungry wolf that just found a defenseless lamb. The meatball immediately answered, is the beautiful lady talking to me? Well, I am the garrison officer of the western district of this mining city. Zhu Dacheng. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this name, Zhao Hai couldn't stop himself from bursting with laughter. He looked at the meatball and said, you're actually called Pig Large Intestine? Really? Ha ha ha. What a name. Margaret was also about to laugh, but she suppressed it to the point where her face was blushed. Zhu Dacheng was speechless. His face turned red. Then he said, my name is Zhu Dacheng, not Pig Large Intestine. Kid, You're courting death. Margaret just met the meatball's threat with a cold snort. Then she said, I don't care if your name is Zhu Dacheng or Pig Large Intestine. Where were you when we were attacked? And now that those people retreated, you conveniently arrived. Are you surnamed Zhu or are you a real pig? You actually have the gall to ask us for an explanation? Zhu Dacheng didn't expect Margaret to be this impolite. He was stunned silly for a moment before he huffed repeatedly as he said, You're just an insignificant academy instructor. What gives you the courage to speak to me? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He was now sure that the Zhang family had bribed this meatball officer. Zhao Hai coughed lightly and said, Garrison officer, sir, please allow me to interrupt. This is our academy's instructor Margaret. She is also the Ashley family patriarch's sixth miss. People just attempted to assassinate her. Has sir thought about what would happen if the Ashley family's sixth miss gets killed here? Will the Ashley family let this matter go? Even if sir has a backer, do they have the courage to offend the entire Ashley family? If he was speaking to a smart person, Zhao Hai might not have uttered these additional words. However, he needed to elaborate further so that Dacheng would never miss any detail. When Zhu Dacheng heard Zhao Hai, his originally red face turned pale. Just like Zhao Hai said, he became the garrison officer because his brother-in-law was a bishop of the Fire Temple. Although a bishop wasn't that powerful, he had enough pull to place Dacheng in Tyro Planet to be the West District's garrison officer. Even if Dacheng was as stupid as a pig, he still knew the Darkness Church's Ashley family, and they weren't just a small force in the machine field. Although his brother-in-law was a bishop, even he wouldn't dare to make war with the Ashley family. With this thought in mind, Dacheng couldn't help but wipe a cold sweat. At the same time, he was cursing the person who bribed him. They didn't tell him Margaret's true status. They only stated that she was an academy instructor. Because of this, he didn't care about the repercussions. With Zhao Hai's words, however, Dacheng couldn't help but be frightened. Zhu Dacheng wiped his cold sweat, then he turned to Margaret and with a stuttered voice, he said, I have seen Miss Margaret. Miss Margaret, I truly apologize for not knowing that you're here. What happened today was truly unfortunate. It happens to be the guard troops' quarterly exercise. I ask Miss Margaret to forgive me for this mistake. Margaret coldly snorted, a fist Zhu, no matter what happened, I was attacked here. You neglected your duties and that is a crime. So how can we solve this matter? Are you still asking me to compensate for what happened? Dacheng quickly replied, I wouldn't dare. I just followed normal procedure and plan interrogate everyone on the scene. I wouldn't dare let Miss Margaret suffer a loss. Miss Margaret, rest assured, after I head back, I will immediately find those responsible for today. We will definitely provide you with a satisfactory answer. Zhao Hai nodded. Although the meatball officer was stupid, he wasn't stupid enough to reveal anything. Moreover, his response and excuse was actually calculated. Zhao Hai went to Margaret's side and whispered, Instructor, this is not the time to make another enemy. Then he retreated after saying that. Margaret pressed her anger down upon hearing Zhao Hai. Then she said, Since this is the case, I will not say anything. However, you need to give me an answer, or else, the Ashley family will make sure to investigate. Zhu Dacheng wiped his sweat away and then said, Yes, Miss Margaret can rest assured. Margaret snorted before turning around and leaving. Naturally, Zhao Hai followed closely behind. Dacheng began to relax after Margaret left. As he wiped another batch of sweat, he turned to Sim and said, Brother Sim, you protected Miss Margaret. For this, I must thank you. If I really allowed Miss Margaret to fall, then I'm truly finished. Sim smiled bitterly and said, Sir Garrison Officer, even I'm unaware of Miss Margaret's status. I just fulfilled my responsibilities here. Now that I think about it, it was quite scary. If Miss Margaret suffers an accident in my watch, then even my old bones won't be able to appease the Ashley family. As he wiped his sweat once more, Zhu Dacheng said, In any case, I need to thank you this time, brother. Alright, I need to head back and see which bastards decided to cause us trouble. Then he ran out. Although he was unsightly, he wasn't slow. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared into his car and before long, the vehicle was seen speeding out of the hotel. Seeing Zhu Dacheng escape, Sim sneered and muttered, Thank me HMPH. You think you can escape the Ashley family's retaliation? Stupid pig. After he said that, Sim left the hall. Before this event, Sim was truly unaware of Margaret's status. If Zhao Hai didn't say it, then he would have never thought that the common academy instructor was actually the Ashley family's sixth miss. With such an extraordinary status, An unimportant person like him couldn't afford offending her. Margaret quickly arrived at the dining hall. At this time, Kirk and the crew were already inside. After Margaret and Zhao Hai appeared, those who were nervous began to calm down. At this time, Sim walked over to Margaret and said, "Miss Margaret, this old man is truly unaware of your status. Excuse me if I have ever offended you." Margaret shook her head and said, "Mr. Sim, you don't need to apologize. Instead, I need to thank you. If not for your help, the crew might have been in danger." As she said that, they suddenly heard footsteps. Margaret and Sim turned to look at the source. The crew that went with Zhao Hai had come back. The crew were hidden by the skeleton in a small alley for 2 hours. Although they were afraid, the skeleton remained motionless, so they didn't dare to go out. Then after the skeleton left the alley, they knew that the danger has passed. Therefore, they immediately followed behind it and returned to the reception. Once it was in front of the hotel, the undead vanished. And after they entered the hotel, they were informed by a robot to head towards the dining hall. When Zhao Hai saw them enter, he smiled at them and ushered them over to the hall. And upon seeing that Zhao Hai and Margaret were safe, the crew felt relieved. They gave the two their salute before then entered the dining hall. Seeing that Margaret was about to say something, Zhao Hai gave a nod before taking a seat. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything to him. Although she looked favorably at him, she knew that it wouldn't be good to be enthusiastic at this time. After everyone had sat down, Margaret looked at everyone and said, "It has been a very dangerous day. Me and Zhao Hai were attacked outside, and even the hotel was sieged. Fortunately, with the help of Mr. Sim, we were able to survive. Also, there's no need to worry anymore. There are 100 attackers this time. 80 of them were killed by me and Zhao Hai in the mining tunnels. Moreover, the clan's help would arrive tomorrow." Upon hearing Margaret, everyone cheered. However, Sim was actually startled. He had fought with the attackers, so he knew how strong they were. He didn't expect there to be 100 of them all in all. This was equal to the strength of a small power. But what made Sim surprised even more was Margaret killing 80 of them. 80 level 3 to level 4 experts couldn't be underestimated. Margaret was only a level 4 mage while Zhao Hai was level 1. Sim was very curious about how the two were able to kill 80 experts. Margaret waited for the others to calm down before she continued. "It has been a terrifying experience, but I expect that there shouldn't be any danger from now on. I called everyone to the dining hall today so that we can enjoy a good meal and recover from the shock. Mr. Sim, I have to trouble you. If you have anything delicious, please serve it." Sim laughed and said, "Today's outcome is a joyful occasion. This is fate. This old man will take care of it." Everyone, wait for a moment. Then immediately after he said that, Sim turned around and left. Margaret turned to the others and said, "All right, since we still need to wait for the dishes, I'll have to ask everyone to have a couple of drinks. There's no need to be polite. Captain Kirk, Zhao Hai, Mr. Ken, Mr. Jing, please sit with me. I have something to say." Zhao Hai, Kirk, as well as the first and second mate sat at the table Margaret was gesturing towards. After everyone had sat down, Margaret said, "Today's matter was too dangerous. I need to thank Mr. Zhao Hai. If you weren't here, then we might have suffered an accident." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Instructor is too polite. I'm now a member of the Ashley family. Naturally, I will do my best to help. Also, if I don't make a move on those people, then I would be the one who will perish." Margaret shook her head and said, "Even if you say that, I still need to thank you. If you weren't here, then people would have died. You can rest assured, after you return to the academy, you will definitely be given the best grades. And once you enter the bone symbol camp, you will be given the best treatment." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then I'll have to thank you, Instructor Margaret." Margaret nodded and said, "Zhao Hai, how long do you think you can get out of the academy? You should be getting more familiar with the density here, am I correct? It shouldn't be long before you fully adapt." Zhao Hai nodded, "Right. Just like Instructor said, I'm beginning to adjust to the machine field's density. I should be finished in a couple of months." After hearing that, Margaret gave a nod and said, "When we return to the academy, I'll be giving you some materials to read through. These are about the bone symbol camp. I hope you can understand what it means to be in the camp." Just after she said that, robots arrived at the hall and began serving food. The atmosphere inside the dining hall immediately turned lively. Chapter 11:11 to 11:12. Chapter 1111. Killer Fatty D Spars. Zhao Hai was currently sat inside the space, Looking at spaceships, the Ashley family sent 10 ships altogether. Upon seeing these ships, Zhao Hai couldn't help but recall what happened yesterday. They drank too much. He didn't even know how he got to his room. He drank a lot yesterday. The crew were drinking alcohol like maniacs. This might be because they had just escaped possible death. Each one of them offered Zhao Hai a toast. In the end, Zhao Hai lost count of how many glasses he drank. Zhao Hai didn't use his abilities to dispel the alcohol. Although it would be easy for him, he wanted to become friends with these people. So he just went along and got drunk. After Zhao Hai was sent to his room, he was immediately hauled over to the space by Kair. Then after being filled with spatial water, he sobered up. Now was the day after the event. The Ashley family's reinforcements finally arrived. There were 10 ships altogether, each one bigger than the Academy ship. Zhao Hai began to understand the Ashley family's strength after seeing these ships. Being able to send 10 ships at a moment's notice meant that the Ashley family weren't people that could be underestimated. Because of the planet's atmosphere, the ships had to slow down upon its descent. While this was happening, Zhao Hai observed the ships. Printed on their side were emblems depicting a skeleton covered in dark clouds. This seems to be the Ashley family's emblem. After that, Zhao Hai measured the ships using his eyes. The 10 ships were 500 meters long, 200 meters wide, and 100 meters high. They were shaped like a shuttle, possibly because they were made for speed. Zhao Hai also inspected the crew manning the 10 ships. There were 100 crewmen on each ship, and besides the crew, there were about 500 mages and warriors divided among the 10 ships. These mages and warriors spanned from level 1 to level 5. The majority of them were level 1 while the level 5s numbered only 10. This manpower was already astonishing. Leading this group was a fat man. Although he was thinner than Zhu Dachan, he was still larger than average people. He wore mage robes and had a ferocious face. It made one think that he was a butcher. Zhao Hai knew who this person was. He was the Bone Symbol Camp's lord. Zhao Hai saw him in the pictures. However, when he saw the images, he couldn't imagine how a ferocious-looking man was leading the camp with the least amount of deaths. His actions were truly the reverse of his appearance. Actually, Zhao Hai's impression of this fatty was very good. Not only did he publicly state that the Bone Symbol Camp would eliminate brutal eliminations, he also stuck to his decision. This alone was a good reason for Zhao Hai to look at him in a favorable light. Moreover, from the information found online, this fatty wasn't only the Bone Symbol Camp's lord, he was also the Ashley family's external hall manager. It can be said that he had a high position in the family. Because of this status, nobody dared to make a move on the Bone Symbol Camp despite its declining status. Besides being the manager of the external hall, he also had another identity. He was a loyal servant to the Ashley family's current patriarch, gaining the patriarch's deep trust. However, one shouldn't discount him just because he was a kind camp lord that eliminated brutal elimination methods. In fact, it was well known to Ashley family's enemies that he was actually a fierce butcher. Killer Fatty Despars was a very famous character in the machine field, famed for being vicious and merciless to his enemies. His character seemed contradictory, but he was actually quite similar to Zhao Hai. He would be caring to his own side while merciless towards his enemies. It was also because of this that the Ashley family's patriarch was relieved having Margaret join the Bone Symbol Camp. The patriarch believed that Despars wouldn't place Margaret in any danger. Naturally, all of these were connected together by Zhao Hai. It was impossible to see everything just by searching online. However, his assumptions shouldn't be far from the truth. This time, Despars actually came here in person. This meant that the Ashley family was attaching great importance to this event. Seeing that the ships were about to break through the atmosphere, Zhao Hai closed the monitor and prepared to head out. Just as he returned to his room, Zhao Hai immediately heard a knock. Zhao Hai quickly opened the door and saw Kirk on the other side. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Kirk immediately said, "Little Hai, come with me quick. The reinforcements that the young lady asked for has arrived. Moreover, it is personally headed by the camp lord." Zhao Hai pretended to be shocked. Then he quickly nodded and followed behind Kirk. Before long, they arrived at the entrance hall. Margaret was waiting for them there along with Sim. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Margaret nodded and said, "Zhao Hai, you'll come with us to greet the camp lord." Zhao Hai nodded. After that, Margaret and Sim went out of the hotel first. Kirk and Zhao Hai followed closely behind. While the group's car was approaching the spaceport, they could already hear the faint sound of spaceships. As they got out, they saw several huge ships coming down. Once the ships stopped, a cabin door opened on one of them. Then a big and fat figure came out and walked towards Margaret. This was Killer Fatty D. Spars. After seeing Margaret, D. Spars said, "Young miss, are you alright? You scared me to death." Then he inspected Margaret, afraid that she might be missing a part of her body or something. Margaret smiled faintly and said, "Uncle, there's no need to worry, I'm fine." At this time, Sim stepped forward and offered his greetings. Sim Pujian had seen manager D. Spars. Zhao Hai and Kirk also stepped forward and gave their salutes. D. Spars only gave Sim a nod before he turned to Zhao Hai and Kirk. Kirk also only received a nod from the camp lord. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai was being carefully sized up. After Zhao Hai gave his salute, he proceeded to stand still. And although D. Spars was sizing him up, his expression didn't move. He kept calm. Some time passed. D. Spars suddenly laughed and said, "Good, good. Zhao Hai, I already heard about you. You're a good lad, right? Let's head back first before talking." After he said that, he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. Zhao Hai gave a short bow and said, "Thanks for the praise, Manager D. Spars." D. Spars waved his hand, causing the group to enter the vehicles and proceed towards the hotel. It was impossible for Zhao Hai and Kirk to ride with D. Spars. Because of this, they rode another car along with Sim. After boarding the vehicle, Kirk looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Now that the Lord has praised you, your future in the camp will certainly be bright, and with the young Miss support, you will certainly become an important member of the camp. When that time comes, I'll have to rely on you." Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "I haven't entered the camp yet. Moreover, there are still more exams I need to go through. Let's talk about that when it happens." Kirk actually laughed. "You don't have to take them all. With your current strength, you are already qualified to enter the camp, and with just a few words from the camp lord, you can be exempted from those exams." Just like what the young miss said, as long as you adapt to the machine field's normal density of spiritual chi, you will immediately be summoned to the camp. They didn't hide their conversation from Sim. After all, this wasn't a secret. While they were talking, the car continued to speed towards the reception. Before long, they already arrived. The group entered the entrance hall. Sim tactfully asked to be excused. Zhao Hai and Kirk also asked to be excused, but Margaret stopped Zhao Hai. Kirk was able to return. After the three had taken a seat, D. Spars looked at Margaret and said, "Young miss, what happened? Tell me everything." Margaret nodded. Then she told everything from beginning to end. She described the end of the exam, the attack in outer space, up to the attack on the hotel as well as the pirates' retreat. D. Spars listened carefully, and once Margaret was finished, he let out a long breath and said, "That was close. You're lucky that Zhao Hai is here. If not for him, you might have been in serious danger." Zhao Hai just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. D. Spars turned to Margaret and said, "Young miss, you can rest assured, I will make sure to investigate this matter thoroughly. No matter who it is, I will definitely bleed them dry." Margaret hesitated for a moment. She didn't say that Zhao Hai managed to interrogate the attackers. Now that she heard D. Spars, she couldn't help but think whether to tell him or not. D. Spars was a man who had seen a lot. So after seeing Margaret's expression, he knew that there were still things that had not been said. So he immediately asked, "Young miss, do you know anything? Tell me." After hesitating, Margaret finally opened her mouth and said, "After the attackers in the mining tunnel were killed, Zhao Hai turned them into undead. Then from the undead's mouth, we were able to discover that they're from the Fire Temple's Zhang family." As soon as he heard Margaret, D. Spars couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Fire Temple's Zhang family? How is that possible?" Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, are you really sure that they're from the Zhang family?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I am. They told me that they're people from the Zhang family. The undead can't lie, so the information should be correct. Moreover, we killed 80 people this time. It shouldn't be that hard to find some clues as to who sent those fellows." D. Spars nodded. He agreed with Zhao Hai's idea. It was impossible to hide any traces of 80 people disappearing. As long as they looked, they would certainly find clues. With this thought in mind, D. Spars sneered and said, "Zhang family, so it is the Zhang family. Good. They're quite ambitious." Then D. Spars turned to Margaret and said, "Young miss, prepare to head back. The old master has placed great attention on this matter. It would be better if you see him as soon as possible." Chapter 1112, Treatment. Zhao Hai was currently sitting inside his room in the spaceship. This room was bigger than the one he had at the academy ship. Altogether, The room was 50 square meters. It was divided into the living room and the bedroom. The entire layout was the same as those seen on ordinary accommodations. This room was inside the Dry Bone, D-Spar's flagship. Zhao Hai was taken by Margaret to this ship while Kirk returned to his own. Zhao Hai was only able to embark on the Dry Bone because of Margaret. After D-Spars saw Margaret, he didn't delay for a moment and immediately had Margaret pack up to leave. But before they left, Margaret said that she wanted Zhao Hai to go with her to the Dry Bone. Otherwise, Zhao Hai would have been inside Kirk's ship. After Zhao Hai entered his room, he didn't immediately enter the space. Instead, he took his anti-surveillance device out to examine the room. Upon seeing that it wasn't being monitored, he felt relieved. However, he still didn't enter the space. There were a lot of powerful mages inside the Dry Bone. These mages would certainly pay attention to his room. If they managed to sweep his room with their spiritual force and found that he wasn't inside, then he would be in trouble. Because of this, instead of entering the space, Zhao Hai stayed inside his room and condensed magic formations. At this point, Zhao Hai had no idea how many magic formations he had condensed. He now had very good control over his spiritual force, allowing him to condense 100 formations at the same time. Such speed was quicker than before. While he was condensing formations, Zhao Hai was also opening his computer. Actually, this action was merely a decoy. What was shown in his screen was the display from the Space's monitor. Seen on it was Killer Fatty D-Spar's room. D-Spars wasn't in his room at first, but instead he was giving instructions to the ship's crew. But after the fleet departed, he returned to his room. Not long after D-Spars returned to his room, a knock was heard. D-Spars stared, then he said, "Who is it?" Margaret's voice replied, "Uncle, it's me." When he heard that it was Margaret, D-Spars immediately opened the door and asked her to come in. After Margaret had sat down, D-Spars had his robot pour her some tea before asking, "Young miss, why did you come here? Do you have something to say?" Margaret nodded and said, "Uncle, I am here to tell you something about Zhao Hai." D-Spars wasn't the only one listening to her. Zhao Hai was also eavesdropping. D-Spars looked at Margaret and said, "Young miss, is something wrong with Zhao Hai? When I heard that you killed 80 experts back in Tyro Planet, I began to feel that something is not right. Is this related to him?" Margaret nodded. Then she said, "Actually, fighting in the tunnel was his idea. Moreover, I offered no help in killing the 80 mages and warriors. All of them were killed by Zhao Hai." As soon as D-Spars heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. He knew that Zhao Hai was a level 1 mage. How could a level 1 mage deal with 80 level 2 to level 4 experts? How was that possible? Margaret looked at D-Spars and said, "Zhao Hai is a mage that specialized in dark magic summoning. While in the lower realms, he was able to create 10,000 undead. More importantly, these undead all had the strength of rank 9 apprentices. It was because of these 10,000 undead that he managed to kill all those mages and warriors. Then he turned all of them into undead." As soon as he heard Margaret, D-Spar's eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle. He said, "Young miss, you mean Zhao Hai made those undead in the lower realm? He killed more than 10,000 people?" Margaret nodded and said, "Last time, I asked him and he seems to recognize it." Not only did he confirm this, he also said that he has a secret method to refine undead and turn them into these rank 9 apprentices. In other words, he should have made much more than 10,000 undead. D-Spars smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect a young man of his age to be vicious." Hee. Interesting. If he can hand over the method to refine the undead, then it would be a great boost for the Ashley family. Margaret saw D-Spar's reaction and couldn't help but angrily retort, "Uncle, do you understand what I'm saying? Zhao Hai could have possibly killed more than 1 million people in the lower realm. He's a dangerous character. Is a person like him appropriate for the Bone Symbol camp?" When he heard Margaret, D-Spars laughed and said, "Young miss, you're thinking into this too much. Which ascender doesn't have their hands stained with blood? Moreover, ascenders of that age are rare. Being able to ascend at a young age meant that they have a huge background. Even if someone has great talent, as long as they don't experience bloodshed, then they wouldn't be able to have the mindset required for ascension." Zhao Hai's formidable strength and talent, along with his vicious and merciless nature, is what makes him a worthwhile person to nurture. Also, killing a lot of people don't generally mean that they aren't good people. And even if he is a dragon, the Ashley family is a den of dragons itself. The young miss doesn't need to worry. Margaret knit his brows, but in the end she nodded. Although he didn't dabble too much on family matters, She was still aware of the family's strength, not to mention Zhao Hai's 10,000 rank 9 apprentice undead. Even if he has 100,000, the Ashley family still wouldn't be afraid of him. If you want to rear a dragon, then you need to have the skills to kill one, and the Ashley family wasn't afraid to kill a dragon. Despars saw Margaret nod and then said, "From what I can see, there's no point for Zhao Hai to return to the academy. How about we send him directly to the bone symbol camp and have him adjust to the density of spiritual chi there. After he adapts to the density, we can immediately give him something to do." Margaret paused, then she frowned and said, "Uncle, isn't his too soon? Moreover, is it really appropriate to take him away from the academy?" Despars smiled faintly and said, "Young miss, special people need special means for training, and since Zhao Hai is a unique person, there's no need to train him using normal methods. There's no need to worry about this. Right, young miss, accompany me to visit Zhao Hai. I want to see if he is willing to hand over the method to refine undead creatures. It would be a huge help for the family if we can get our hands on it." Margaret frowned for a moment before nodding. Although she didn't have that good of a relationship with his father, she was still a member of the Ashley family. Naturally, she needed to consider the family's benefit. After listening to their conversation and seeing that they were coming over, Zhao Hai proceeded to close the computer. If he hadn't been to the underworld, then he wouldn't have a method to refine high-ranked undead. But after he entered the underworld, with notes from the Lich as well as the rare herbs found there, Zhao Hai was able to summarize a method of refining ordinary undead into high-ranked ones. Moreover, after some experimentation, the method succeeded. Although it wasn't as fast as just sending the undead to the space, it was still a proven method. Moreover, with this, he could conceal the existence of the space. Not long after Zhao Hai closed the monitor, he heard a knock on his door. Zhao Hai didn't ask who it was and just opened it. Seeing that it was Despars and Margaret outside, Zhao Hai pretended to be startled. Then he invited them in and poured them a cup of tea. Despars looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, Zhao Hai, don't be so busy. Take a seat. I have something to ask you." Zhao Hai pretended to be curious, so he sat down and asked, "Camp Lord, I'll do my best to answer." Despars smiled and said, "I heard from the young miss that when you were attacked, you released a large amount of undead. Moreover, these undead were high-ranked ones. Is this correct?" Zhao Hai acted frowning as he nodded and said, "That's correct. In the lower realm, I was able to come by a method to refine ordinary undead. That is why I have a lot of powerful minions." Despars nodded and said, "Is it possible for the Ashley family to buy this method from you? If you decide to sell it to us, then the family would make sure that you won't suffer a loss." Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't just immediately agree. Such action would make Despars suspicious. Instead, he made an awkward expression before forcing a smile and saying, "Camp Lord, it isn't that I don't want to hand over the method, but I'm afraid that you won't be able to use it." When he heard Zhao Hai, Despars frowned. Then he asked, "Why wouldn't I be able to use it?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he waved his hand, taking sheepskin scrolls out. Then he placed them on the table and said, "Camp Lord, please take a look." Despars took the scroll and read it carefully. He discovered that the scrolls had existed for a very long time. It seems like Zhao Hai was able to preserve it well, that the prints were still visible. The more he read, the more Despars was surprised. Then in the end he was shocked. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and asked, "Zhao Hai, where did you get this method?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "Back in the lower realms. I was being chased down. In the end I can only enter a forbidden region. There were a lot of undead in this place and nobody dared to enter it. When I entered the region, I saw a very old mage tower. It was also inside that tower that I managed to get the herbs written on that method. Additionally, there's a very strong density of dark energy present there. Therefore, I was able to succeed in making those powerful undead. However, after I managed to escape that place, no matter where I went looking, I wasn't able to see those herbs anymore. I also checked online after coming to the machine field and still wasn't able to find those herbs. So even if I handed the method over, I'm afraid the camp lord wouldn't find it unusable." Chapter 1113 to 1114. Chapter 1113. Giving a gift. When Despars heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Kid, you're really careful, huh? You actually looked them up on the internet. However, you can rest assured, after you become a member of the Bone Symbol Camp, you will know that this isn't a problem. Even if you cannot look up those herbs online, This doesn't mean that the Bone Symbol Camp had no way of procuring them. If you give this method to us, you can skip the academy and directly join the camp. Moreover, I will give you the best allowance as well as 10 million machine coins, a good house, car, and everything you will need to live your life here. If you don't want robots to serve you, I can also give you 2 maids. What do you think? When Margaret heard the spars, she couldn't help but feel anxious. She was afraid that Zhao Hai would really want female maids. She didn't know why, but she felt uncomfortable hearing that these spars would provide Zhao Hai maids. Upon hearing these spars, Zhao Hai was shocked. Then realization dawned on him. The sheepskin scroll did indeed record plants in the underworld. However, he was in the world of cultivation where treasures are abundant. It wouldn't be impossible to collect the herbs written on the scroll. However, Zhao Hai didn't regret his decision. Firstly, the method on the scroll was already proven to work. And second, this method was completely useless to him. Using this method in order to gain benefits was a very good decision. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai immediately replied, "Since the camp lord says so, then I will accept your offer. However, I don't want the maids. Having the robots serving me is already enough." Spars didn't expect Zhao Hai to accept the offer immediately. Moreover, he didn't hesitate to accept the reward. This caused Zhao Hai's image to be elevated in Spars' mind. The fat manager laughed happily and said, "Alright kid, since this is the case, there's no need for you to return to the academy. You can go to the Bone Symbol Camp immediately and receive your payment. Remember this, kid. You're now a member of the Bone Symbol Camp." Zhao Hai nodded. Spars proceeded to stand up and leave. Margaret also stood up. She gave Zhao Hai a look before following Spars. Zhao Hai suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Instructor, wait a moment." Margaret stared. Spars stopped as well. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said, "Instructor, will you be going back to the academy? If you will, can you please take the magic staff I bought for Dins and the others with you?" When Margaret heard that it was about this matter, she immediately nodded and said, "Alright, since I will be returning to the academy, I'll hand them over to Dins and the others." Zhao Hai nodded and then waved his hand, taking the magic staffs out and handing them over to Margaret. Seeing Zhao Hai take out staff after staff, Spars couldn't help but feel amazed as he said, "Kid, are you a wealthy lord or something? What other things did you take with you from the lower realm? Come on, let me see them." Zhao Hai wasn't offended by Spars' words. Instead, he couldn't help but smile. Although Spars was quite rude, this also meant that he already had a certain trust towards Zhao Hai. Also, even if Spars wanted to make a move on Zhao Hai, he couldn't since Margaret was here. When she heard Spars, Margaret couldn't help but frown and said, "Uncle, how can you be like this?" Spars laughed out loud. After some time Zhao Hai laughed as well and said, "Camp Lord, now that you say it, I have some things I want to give you. I hope you won't dislike them." Spars was just joking around. He was a famed character in the machine field. He had seen too many good things. So how could he covet things from a young ascender? He was merely teasing Zhao Hai. But after hearing the young man, Spars gawked. He couldn't help but turn his head to Zhao Hai and saying, "Really? Good, good. Take them out and let me see." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand and took out 2 bottles of liquor. Then he handed them over to Spars, saying, "Camp Lord, these are liquor I brought from the lower realms. I saved them for a good occasion, so please have a taste." Spars expected Zhao Hai to give him money or treasures. He didn't think Zhao Hai would give him 2 bottles of liquor. This caused him to look at Zhao Hai in a more favorable light. If Zhao Hai had given him money or some precious treasure, then that would make him too vulgar. With these 2 bottles of liquor, Spars' appraisal of Zhao Hai became higher. Spars laughed and said, "Alright, then I'll accept them." "Right, join me for a meal. Let's drink this wine together." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare disobey your order." Spars laughed as he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. After that, he turned around and left. Margaret also gave Zhao Hai a nod before leaving. When Zhao Hai saw the 2 leaving, he couldn't help but smile. His experience in gaining favor was quite lacking. However, he had help. He asked Laura to help him out. Laura was a skilled businesswoman, a profession where gaining favor was essential. What to send and who to send to needed to be carefully considered. Laura was also very skilled in this aspect. Zhao Hai went according to what Laura said and gave Spars 2 bottles of liquor. Seeing Spars laugh, Zhao Hai was very glad. Having Laura and the others was truly a blessing to him. Zhao Hai didn't go to the space and just stayed in his own room. condensing magic formations. He was taking less and less time to explore lately. He looked like a cultivating madman. However, such actions only made Despars and the others relieved. This isn't to say that Zhao Hai was doing this for the Ashley family. This was Zhao Hai's nature. He didn't like to attract too much attention, especially when his strength was still lacking. Otherwise, he would only attract unwanted trouble. There were just too many magic formations in the machine field. Moreover, these magic formations weren't just limited to ones in the machine field. The cultivation realm also shared some similar formations with magic theory. Because of this, even if Zhao Hai was condensing formations every day, he still didn't know when he would be done. However, his current accomplishments still made Zhao Hai happy. The magic formation sets in his mind were increasing. At this point, 100-layer formation sets that Zhao Hai could use had numbered over 1,000. The other formation sets were even more numerous. If one was a normal mage, then even if they had these formation sets, they still wouldn't be able to use them. It was impossible for any other mage to learn all element formation sets. They could only use formations that belonged to the elements that they were proficient in. It was just like how a warrior couldn't master all of the techniques in the world. He could only learn those techniques that were compatible with him. In the machine field, the level of a mage didn't rely on how many formations they mastered. Instead, levels were determined by how many layers a mage could support. Even if you condensed a 5 or 10 layered formation, you would still be a level 2 mage. And even if you grasped a 50-layer formation, you were still a level 3 mage. However, Zhao Hai's situation was different. He can use the space to cast these formations, and this wasn't his only advantage. His advantage in fighting against an enemy was also very huge. He could use the most appropriate formation set during a fight. This would allow him to always gain momentum in every encounter. Although mage fights looked different than warrior fights, they were essentially the same. The only thing that differed between the two were their styles. An example of this would be a straight palm attack. One could choose to defend against it or just counterattack. Mages were also the same. If the enemy used an ice cone to attack, one could choose to use a shield to block or instead send a spell to counterattack. All of these decisions relied on a person's mindset. It was also impossible for a person to be fully calm during these encounters. In this case, experience would play a huge part. But things were different for Zhao Hai. The space could calculate the most advantageous way to fight. This would allow him to use the most appropriate method to attack. This would also allow Zhao Hai to be in the upper hand in most fights he would be in. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai was under the space's control. The space was just used as a tool. The space just provided Zhao Hai with these techniques. To Zhao Hai, the space was a tool. The most convenient tool there was. Zhao Hai practiced up until mealtime. He didn't go out of his room at all. At this moment, someone knocked on his door. Zhao Hai opened the door and saw a robot on the other side. This robot looks like a Taoist. Its body was covered with biochemical skin. However, it was bald. It also had a serial number on its forehead, informing people that it was a robot. The robot bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, the camp lord asks for your presence in the restaurant." Zhao Hai nodded and followed the robot to the restaurant. The Dry Bone was a medium-sized ship. There were more than 100 people on board. With the addition of mages, there were only about 200 people inside. Besides the compartments meant for cabins, weapons and ammunition, there was still ample space inside the ship. Because of this, there were things like restaurants, bars, entertainment areas, and other recreational areas inside the ship. One must know that ships were usually traveling for very long distances. Traveling in space for several months was a very common occurrence. Therefore, the crew needed places for entertainment. Otherwise, people would burn out from the stress. The ship's restaurant wasn't well decorated. It was only a white room without any side halls. It can be described as a huge cafeteria. Although it was already time for eating, there were only a few people inside. Most of the crew were still working. They didn't have the time to spend at the restaurant. When Zhao Hai entered the restaurant with the robot, Despars immediately saw him. He waved to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, here." Zhao Hai proceeded to go over along with the robot. The table was quite huge, enough for 10 people to sit beside it. At this time, 9 of them were occupied. The only free spot was beside Despars. Also sitting on Despars' side was Margaret. She was left of Despars while Zhao Hai was supposed to be on the right. Zhao Hai didn't become too polite as he quickly approached and gave a salute. "I have seen the camp lord." Despars laughed and said, "All right, Don't be overly polite. Take a seat. These people are from my bone symbol camp. Later on, all of you will be working together. Zhao Hai bowed towards the others and said, Zhao Hai has seen everybody. Please look after me in the future. As he gave his bow, Zhao Hai saw that 4 of the people here were mages while the other 4 were warriors. Although they didn't carry any weapons, they were full of vigor. One could see that they weren't weak. Zhao Hai also saw that the people in front of him were level 5. Whether they be mages or warriors, level 5 strength was already considered as an expert in the world of cultivation. When they saw Zhao Hai giving them a salute, the others immediately returned the gesture. They knew that these spars had a high evaluation of this young man judging by his sitting position. Moreover, they also knew that Zhao Hai was a genius. He was the hope of the bone symbol camp. Therefore, they were being polite to him. After exchanging greetings, Zhao Hai sat down. Seeing Zhao Hai salute the others, Spars was very satisfied. He heard that even if Zhao Hai was a genius, he wasn't arrogant at all, but it was better to see it firsthand. Once Zhao Hai had settled down, Spars smiled and said, our main duty is fetching the young miss. We've already accomplished our duty. Additionally, Zhao Hai has officially entered the bone symbol camp. This is a cause for celebration, and it just so happens that little Hai had saved some liquor from the lower realms for me. It seems like we'll be tasting something new today. After he said that, Spars laughed. As soon as the others heard him, they couldn't help but laugh as well. Zhao Hai looked at Spars and said, Camp Lord, actually, I can bring more than those 2 bottles of wine. Those 2 bottles aren't enough for all of us to drink. I'll take out some more for us. These aren't as good, but please do have a taste. After he said that, he took out more bottles of wine. Just by looking at the bottles, one could see that they weren't as good as the ones given to Spars. Zhao Hai gave Spars liquor bottles made with crystal. They looked beautiful. However, the bottles he took out were made out of simple glass. Chapter 1114. Tell me the truth. Spars didn't say anything. Instead, he just enjoyed the event. Moreover, leaders were supposed to receive better gifts compared to others. Even if it was the same gift, it needs to be shown that it was still unique. Naturally, Spars wasn't excused from this rule. Seeing that the wines Zhao Hai took out were different from what were given to him, Spars felt refreshed. He laughed happily and said, Kid, you seem to have a lot of wine. It seems like you're quite the drinker in the lower realm. Quick, pour us a cup. Zhao Hai complied. He opened the bottle and then poured everyone a glass. Naturally, this wine was made inside the space. He was able to find out that people in the machine field didn't have much liquor to choose from. What they drank was a version of fruit wine. Although the taste was good, it wasn't easy to get drunk off of it. After Zhao Hai poured everyone a glass of wine, he didn't make an address or something. Instead, he turned to look at Spars. Seeing Zhao Hai's action, Spars' smile turned wider. He secretly commented about Zhao Hai's tactfulness. Generally, the first person who would propose a toast at the table would be the head of the family, the person with the highest status. And in this situation, even if this wasn't a family, Spars was still the person who needs to raise the glass first. Although Margaret technically had a higher status than Spars, she was a woman. In this case, the one who should propose a toast should be Spars. Spars expected Zhao Hai to give the toast. However, Zhao Hai actually turned to look at him. Naturally, this meant that Zhao Hai was waiting for him to make the toast. This made Spars appreciate Zhao Hai even more. Spars took his wine glass, looked at everyone and said, our operation this time is mainly to retrieve the young miss. However, we're also here to show those people that our bone symbol camp couldn't be underestimated. We're showing them that we aren't afraid of war. Anyone who dares to step on the bone symbol camp's dignity will be put to death. I know that everyone has been feeling suffocated in the past few years. However, this isn't the time for the bone symbol camp to fall. As long as the conditions are ripe, the bone symbol camp shall rise again. The whole realm will know and fear the banner of the bone symbol camp. Spars knew that the overall strength of the bone symbol camp was very good. However, what it lacked the most was a powerful expert. Most camps would have level 6 or level 7 experts as deterrent forces. They were far stronger than 1,000 ordinary experts. They were like nuclear bombs, but much more feared. However, the current strongest expert in the camp was Spars. His strength was quite powerful, achieving level 6. He also reached the peak of his level by being able to use a 1,000-layer formation. However, if he wanted to use his formations, he would need a long time to prepare. He gained his title Killer Fatty not because of his strength but because he killed his enemies using calculations and plots. After D-Spars found out about Zhao Hai's talent, he immediately regarded him as the camp's hope. He needed to concentrate the camp's efforts into cultivating Zhao Hai. This would enable the bone symbol camp to rampage through the machine field once more. Because of this, D-Spars had the confidence to declare the future rise of the bone symbol camp. The people sitting by the table were also old members of the camp. Naturally, they understood what D-Spars meant. Everyone raised their glasses and cheered. The bone banner approaches. The bone banner will be seen everywhere. D-Spars laughed out loud and said, "Good, let's drink." Then he consumed the entire glass of wine. Drink. Everyone simultaneously held their glasses and drank the wine in one go. But since they haven't drank this kind of wine, they weren't aware of how strong it was. The moment they drank the entire glass, they immediately felt the path from their throat to their stomach burn as though it was on fire. There were some who couldn't bear the smell of alcohol. There were also some who immediately coughed repeatedly. Some were even choked to tears. At this time, D-Spars let out a long breath smelling of alcohol and said, "Ha, this is good wine. It's strong enough for me." The warriors among the group had the same reaction as D-Spars. Upon drinking the wine, they couldn't help but applaud its strength and fragrance. They didn't need Zhao Hai to pour them another glass and just poured a glass on their own. After a while, the atmosphere of the table turned warmer. But Margaret, who was on the left side, couldn't help but hold her stomach upon drinking her first glass of wine. Then she stood up and ran away. The preceding meal went greatly. D-Spars and others' capacity for alcohol was evidently better than Kirk and the others. Everyone drank a lot. However, Zhao Hai didn't drink a lot. He drank a few cups of spatial water beforehand, and even if he drank some wine, he didn't consume too much. This way, the outcome with drinking with D-Spars and the others wouldn't be the same as drinking with Kirk's group. Kirk and the others were just ordinary people, so if he drank with them and pass out, they would just treat it as normal. On the other hand, if he drank too much and passed out while being with D-Spars and the others, then they might think that he was weak. They wouldn't feel secure with a person who couldn't handle liquor. Finally, D-Spars and the others passed out on top of the table. Zhao Hai helped them return to their rooms before he went to his own room. Then he continued to practice. The next day, when Zhao Hai appeared in the restaurant, everyone he knew and even those who he didn't know gave him a smile. And as he sat down to eat, D-Spars entered. One has to recognize that the wine made by the space was very high quality. Therefore, even if D-Spars and the others passed out from drinking too much, they didn't suffer from a hangover. Moreover, spatial water was used as the wine was created. Because of this, not only would the drinker not feel a hangover, they would instead feel more refreshed the next day. Seeing D-Spars enter the restaurant clearly full of energy, everyone inside couldn't help but gawk. D-Spars noticed that Zhao Hai was about to eat a meal and his two eyes couldn't help but shine. He laughed and said, "Little Hai, you young people really know how to drink. You actually drank with us until we passed out. Ha ha ha." Zhao Hai smiled and gave D-Spars a salute. D-Spars laughed once more and said, "Come eat with me." "That was the greatest drinking session I've been in. Your wine is very satisfying." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Camp Lord, if you want, I can hand over the formula so that you can make it yourself. Then we could share it with our brothers. We can also sell it to increase the bone symbol camp's income." As soon as he heard Zhao Hai, D-Spars couldn't help but pat his shoulder and said, "Good, Little Hai, now that you're a member of the bone symbol camp, you can rest assured. When we start selling this wine, I'll make sure that you'll have 1/5 of its profits." When he heard D-Spars, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he embarrassingly replied, "Camp Lord, that wouldn't be good. I only handed over the formula." D-Spars waved his hand and said, "Stop right there. You don't know how much your formula is worth." "Rest assured, the bone symbol camp would never treat our members unjustly. You don't know, but the robots made by that kid Chi have been mass-produced by the camp's factories and sold outside. He also gets 1/5 of the profits. This is the rule of our bone symbol camp." Hearing D-Spars, Zhao Hai had no way to decline, so he nodded and said, "All right, I will accept it. But if our brothers need me to do anything, please tell me so that I can offer some help." D-Spars patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. At this time, a robot came with Despar's meal in hand. Then the two proceeded to silently enjoy their meal. After having eaten his meal, Zhao Hai was about to return to his room before Despars stopped him. Then after going to Zhao Hai's room, Despars looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, tell me the truth. Can you deal with people with higher levels?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Camp Lord, I think I'll have no problem dealing with level 4 experts. This is because in addition to being a level 4 mage, I'm also a warrior. I can wield a sword and attack like a warrior. With my undead and sword, I should be able to exterminate level 4 experts." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Despars actually stared for a moment. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're a warrior as well? You study battle chi in the lower realms?" Zhao Hai nodded. "I did. I just chose to ascend in a mage continent because I thought that mages would be more valuable after I ascend. Therefore, I chose to ascend as a mage." When he heard Zhao Hai's reply, Despars laughed and said, "That's good. Fantastic. I can understand your decision. Rest assured, the Bone Symbol Camp will make sure to properly cultivate you." Have you been using formations you found online? The Bone Symbol Camp has secret formations and formation sets that haven't been released to the public. You will have access to all of those. Moreover, I will make you a weapon suitable for you. We'll also provide you with everything you need so that you can grow into an expert as soon as possible. This way, the Bone Symbol Camp would rise sooner. If someone else said that, Zhao Hai might feel something off. However, since it was Despars, Zhao Hai wasn't offended. This was because Despars wasn't doing it for himself. He was doing it for the Bone Symbol Camp and the Ashley family. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't have any sense of belonging to the Ashley family. However, he actually had a favorable impression regarding the Bone Symbol Camp. The one who approached him from the very beginning was Margaret, and up to the present, the Bone Symbol Camp had always gained Zhao Hai's favor. Zhao Hai liked the Bone Symbol Camp's people since they weren't plotting against each other in order to gain benefits. Everyone had the same goal, and that was to make the Bone Symbol Camp rise. Everyone made sacrifices in order to meet this goal. This was what moved Zhao Hai the most. Chapter 1115 to 1116. Chapter 1115, External Halls 8 Camps. Zhao Hai has the space, so he didn't care about gaining something like authority. Additionally, he has a very good family. There was no reason for him to be sad. However, humans were group animals, and after ascended to the machine field, the Bone Symbol Camp had been really good to him. Although he handed over some benefits, those things weren't useful to Zhao Hai in the first place. Now, Despars was more willing to provide him with benefits, which was good for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also knew that huge families would have their own secrets, and these secrets would be very useful to him. Despars saw that Zhao Hai had not spoken, so he couldn't help but ask, "Little Hai, is something wrong?" Zhao Hai stared, then he shook his head and said, "There's no problem, but Camp Lord, I have to ask for your help. I have 2 robots back in the academy. Please help me to transport them to the camp." One of those 2 robots is made by Chi Yi. I also see Tinkle to be very convenient. Despars thought that Zhao Hai had some misgivings, so when he heard Zhao Hai, he laughed and said, "This isn't a problem. That kid Chi Yi might not be good at anything other than tinkering with robots, but he's really talented. Rest assured, after you adapt to the density of spiritual chi, everything you need will be taken care of." Zhao Hai nodded. Seeing Zhao Hai agree, Despars said, "Good, then go and take a rest. We'll be close to the Bone Symbol Camp tomorrow." Then he stood up and proceeded to leave. Zhao Hai also stood up and escorted him out. Zhao Hai spent the rest of his day condensing formations in his room. He didn't expect a simple academy exam to spiral into his present situation. Moreover, he was even able to prematurely enter the Bone Symbol Camp. Recalling the experience, Zhao Hai wasn't able to see anything improper. Although he showcased his terrifying ability, his true strength was still hidden. This was very important for him, and Zhao Hai also needed to do this. When it came to the machine field, only when one shows off their strength would they get attention and benefits. Imagine if Zhao Hai didn't become a level 1 mage just 1 month after ascending. If his strength wasn't as strong as it is right now, if he was like Dins and the others who were old and had no potential, would Despars still be polite to him? Will the Bone Symbol Camp allocate materials so that he could cultivate? Certainly not. Also, if other camps hear that Zhao Hai had the wine formula as well as the means to refine high-level undead, then they would definitely try and eliminate him. The machine field wasn't a simple place. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai was careful in revealing his capabilities. Telling the Spars that he was both a mage and a warrior was on purpose. Zhao Hai discovered that the real essence of the machine field were the secrets of the various powers. However, those secrets could only be passed on to a family's loyal members. Even those inside the family would find it hard to get access to restricted magic formations and formation sets, not to say ascenders. Therefore, Zhao Hai revealed that he was also a warrior to these Spars so that the camp lord would place more importance to him. Only then would Zhao Hai gain the qualifications to learn these restricted secrets. The day quickly passed by. Besides inviting Zhao Hai over for dinner, the Spars also brought Zhao Hai to the entertainment area to play around for a while. This entertainment area was for the crew to relax in. There were plenty of fun things to do inside the huge iron hall. After playing around for a while, Zhao Hai talked to the Spars and then returned to his room. Regarding Zhao Hai's actions, the Spars didn't say anything. In his mind, Zhao Hai was a person who was infatuated with cultivation. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't have reached this high in such a short time. Nothing noteworthy happened that night. The next day was the same as the previous. He had breakfast with the Spars and was told to prepare his things. They might arrive at the bone symbol camp by evening's time. Zhao Hai nodded and returned to his room. Then he investigated the bone symbol camp's situation. He was able to know the location of the camp's main base. Zhao Hai also discovered that the Ascender Academy was quite far from the camp space. The city where the Ascender Academy was located was called Auspicious Cloud City. This was a city managed by the Ashley family. About 10,000 li south of the city was a huge remote landmass. This landmass wasn't any smaller than a continent. Altogether, the island was more than 3 million square kilometers. This island was the main city of the Ashley family, named Lofty Demon City. The entire city occupied the whole island. The island's name was Lofty Demon Island. Surrounding the big island were 8 smaller islands. These 8 islands looked like soldiers guarding Lofty Demon Island. Stationed on these islands were the Ashley family's 8 camps of the external hall. The 8 camps had names that were themed with bones or ghosts. The bone symbol camp was one of the 4 camps with bone in their name. The planet where the Ashley family was stationed, it was called Dark Magic Planet. The entire planet was the Ashley family's domain, their supreme headquarters. There were more than 10,000 cities on this planet, with a population surpassing 10 billion. As for ascension points, there were more than 100 of them. The area where Auspicious Cloud City was located was under the jurisdiction of the Bone Symbol Camp. The lands surrounding it also belonged to the camp. With the decline of the Bone Symbol Camp, the other camps began to target these lands. However, since these places were under the Spars, they didn't dare to be excessive. The least they could do was to poach talents away from the camp. Although the 8 camps of the external hall were all under the Ashley family, this didn't mean that all of them had good relationships with each other. Conversely, the relationship between the 8 camps wasn't too good. This was because of the system of competition that the Ashley family set up. There would be competitions between the 8 camps each year. The financial support of each camp relied on the results of these competitions. Control over ascension points and recruitment also hinged on the competition. Besides these things, it was also a matter of status. Each year, people on other camps want to be a step above the others. Those below would treat those above as their elder brothers. The Bone Symbol Camp haven't been in a good state in recent years. Although they weren't at the bottom of the competition, they hovered at 6th or 7th place. When they see the other camps, they have to give a salute. Who wouldn't be embarrassed with this? The Bone Symbol Camp didn't lack money. The robots that Chi made already brought huge profits to the camp. Because of this, even if the family hadn't been giving that much money to the camp was still quite rich. What the camp needed the most was status. It can be said that the Ashley family was a very famous existence in the machine field. One family controlling an entire planet was quite rare in the realm. There were a bit more than 1,000 livable planets in the machine field. Moreover, these 1,000 planets were divided by the 3 major powers, and in these major powers were smaller powers. If each of these smaller powers wanted a planet of their own, then even 10,000 planets wouldn't be enough. Therefore, most planets were controlled by an alliance. Groups like the Ashley family that controlled an entire planet were rarely seen. After understanding the strength of the Ashley family, Zhao Hai knew that they really weren't simple. Controlling an entire planet despite there being only more than 1,000 planets in the realm was a huge accomplishment. Before long, the fleet arrived at Dark Magic Planet's outer space base. All in all, the Ashley family had 4 outer space bases. These bases were used to protect the planet's safety. The base they were in had 10 large-class ships, more than 100 medium-class spaceships as well as countless small ships. Although the Drybone was a medium-class ship, it was generally used for reconnaissance duty, something that smaller ships would do. Because of this, the Drybone was able to enter planets. As for large and other medium ships, they weren't permitted to enter. This was due to the disturbance that they would cause upon entering the atmosphere. It was very possible for them to cause natural disasters. Generally, only smaller ships could enter a planet. With Despars being the Patriarch's trusted subordinate, he was able to move 10 ships without reporting. Although the Drybone was on the smaller side among medium-class ships, even to the point where it can enter a planet and do tasks that only smaller ships would do, it was still a medium-class ship to its core. Its combat power was much stronger than small ships, and since it was made for scouting, its speed was extremely fast. This was the reason why Despars used it to fetch Margaret. But even with the Drybone's properties, it still wasn't allowed to enter Dark Magic Planet. The only thing they could do was leave the ship on the outer space base and then transfer on smaller ships before entering the planet. Back when Zhao Hai headed towards Tyro Planet for the exam, he wasn't able to see these outer space bases. This was because there was no need for them to go to these places. The Academy's ship was a small-class ship. They could use another route to enter and leave the planet. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't able to see these bases. But this time, they needed to stop on a base in order to transfer ships. Therefore, Zhao Hai was able to look at these outer space bases. Zhao Hai stared at the site. He didn't expect these bases to be so enormous. The entire base looked like a floating metropolis. Besides the base itself, it was surrounded by innumerable satellite ports. Ships were seen everywhere, coming in and out of the base. Chapter 1116, Bone Symbol Camp. When the ship stopped, Despars brought Zhao Hai and disembarked. When they went out of the ship, Zhao Hai discovered that they were now walking on an airlocked corridor. People could use this passage to safely get into the base. After passing through the corridor, they arrived at a platform. This platform was also airlocked. The environment inside it was the same as the spaceship. There were several vehicles stopped at the platform. Despars took Margaret and Zhao Hai to ride one of them. As they sat inside the car, Despars turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, we need to quickly head back to the family, so we wouldn't be able to stay here for long. But the next time, I will definitely take you to play around this base." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Camp Lord is too polite. I also want to head back so that I can continue practicing." Despars smiled and said, "Don't think about practicing all the time. Your training speed is fast enough. Being able to use 5-layer formations in such a short time is already a good accomplishment." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Despars didn't persuade Zhao Hai further either. He had spent most of his life in the Ashley family and had seen all kinds of people. Cultivating madmen like Zhao Hai were among these people. And as long as they don't die in the future, they would definitely become famous experts of the realm. The car quickly flew through the base, and before long, they were already on another port where a smaller ship was waiting for them. There were a few people standing at the door of the ship. All of them were dressed in their uniforms. The uniforms were in one piece with the upper and lower body connected together. It seems like they were made out of leather. It had a tight design, looking quite good. When Despars' group of 3 got out of the vehicle, the person at the lead immediately said, "We have seen the manager. The ship has been prepared." Despars nodded. Then he said, "Good. Help me express my thanks to your chief. I'm in a hurry and don't have time to see him." The man didn't dare stop Despars. At this time, Despars embarked on the ship along with Margaret, Zhao Hai, 30 mages and 20 warriors. This time, Zhao Hai didn't go to a room inside the ship. It would only take a short time for this small ship to reach the planet's surface. Therefore, Zhao Hai spent the time inside the command hall along with Despars. Naturally, there was a captain taking command of the ship, so Zhao Hai and the others just stood in the hall and looked through the displays in order to look at the scenery outside. When the ship entered the atmosphere, Despars let out a long breath. Then he turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, "We'll be sending you to the camp first to get settled down. After that, I will deliver the young miss to the family. I already gave word to the people back in the camp. They will give you a good room that will allow you to adapt to the machine field's spiritual chi. However, don't adapt to the density too fast. or else you'll get corrupted. You need to gradually adapt. Zhao Hai nodded. On the other hand, the mages behind them felt their hearts stir. Although the Spars had been very good to everyone in the Bone Symbol camp, they had never seen their camp lord take care of someone like he did with Zhao Hai. The Spars didn't tell anyone else about Zhao Hai being both a mage and a warrior. When Zhao Hai told him this information, the Spars decided to block it from spreading. In his opinion, being both a warrior and a mage was Zhao Hai's trump card. But what he didn't know was that Zhao Hai had much more terrifying secrets. At this time, Zhao Hai saw 9 islands arranged in a squarish manner on the ship's computer. The middle island was much bigger than the 8 surrounding it. The surrounding islands looked like it was guarding the middle landmass. D. Spars pointed at an island and said, "There is Bone Symbol Island where the Bone Symbol camp is." Currently, the camp has more 4,000 mages and more than 6,000 warriors. The weakest is level 1 while the strongest reached level 5. In addition to the camp itself, there are also 2 residential areas as well as 8 training regions in the island. While you get settled in the island, I will send the young miss home. I will certainly come back as soon as possible. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Camp Lord can relax. I don't have a lot of demands anyway. After I reach the camp, I will immediately practice. I won't be doing anything else in a short time." D. Spars nodded and said, "I already told them to not make any mistakes." "Alright, let's prepare to head down." The ship had already reached the Bone Symbol camp's airspace. It was now slowly descending into the camp. The Bone Symbol camp also had their own port. However, it wasn't very large. Its main use was to accommodate small ships that brought supplies from the outer space base as well as the other islands. Because of this, the port doesn't need to be too big. Zhao Hai used this period of time to observe the camp's headquarters. Although it was called a camp, it was actually a very high building. From his estimation, Zhao Hai reckoned that it was about 200 floors high, exceeding a kilometer tall. Its surface area also reached about 10,000 square meters. The entire building was tower-shaped with glass windows. It actually looked very beautiful. Zhao Hai didn't expect the camp to have a very advanced building. It was not what he expected. At this time, the ship had safely landed on the ground. D. Spars brought Zhao Hai as well as the mages and warriors out of the ship. There were members of the Bone Symbol camp waiting for them outside. D. Spars looked at Tao Wang who was standing at the front and said, "Tao Wang, Zhao Hai has already joined the camp. Have you arranged his things?" Tao Wang nodded and said, "Camp Lord, you can rest assured. Everything has been prepared." It was obvious that D. Spars trusted Tao Wang, so he nodded then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, go follow Tao Wang while I send the young miss home. If you need anything, just ask Tao Wang." Zhao Hai nodded and gave Tao Wang a salute. Then D. Spars turned around and re-entered the ship. He would be heading to Lofty Demon Island. Seeing the ship fly away, Tao Wang turned to look at everyone and said, "Alright, all of you should get going. Little Hai, come with me. I'll lead you to your place." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Thank you, big brother Tao." Tao Wang smiled and said, "There's no need to be polite. We're already camp brothers. Let's go." Then after he said that, he led Zhao Hai into the building. The building's first floor was a very large hall. There were dining rooms and resting areas on the side. But the biggest attraction on this hall was the huge electronic wall, showing all kinds of information. Tao Wang said to Zhao Hai, "Besides the funds the family gives each year, the camp is pretty much self-sufficient. The family would also post tasks for the camps to accomplish. These tasks would be sent through the internal network. We can complete these tasks in order to gain more money. So every year, there would be a lot of people who are idling here to pick tasks. Additionally, we take the funds allocated by the family and distribute them to the members as wages. However, for those who want to practice, this wage is simply not enough. Because of this, the camp needed to create its own wealth." Zhao Hai nodded at Tao Wang's words. Although the Ashley family supported the camps, this didn't mean that the family would shoulder all of their expenses. Every year, the money provided by the family was always limited, so each camp needed to think of ways to make money on their own. Tao Wang continued, "These tasks aren't only on Dark Magic Planet, there are some that were on other planets. If you want to accomplish this task, then you can only use a ship. And if you want to get there faster, then you will have to use a transmission formation. However, the transmission formation's fee is higher. If the task is issued by the family, then the costs would be subsidized. Otherwise, we would need to pay for it with our own money." While he said that, Tao Wang and Zhao Hai went inside an elevator. Then Tao Wang pressed the number for the 180th floor. After he pressed the button, Tao Wang turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Actually, our camp is similar to the academy. The first floor has the restaurant. There are also places for practicing and other things. The building also has a market where people run their own shops. This is also where people trade for goods. The tasks we do usually don't just include monetary compensation. Sometimes, people would unearth treasures. You can go to the marketplace and trade them for some money. Naturally, you can contribute these treasures to the family. The family would certainly make sure that you would not be treated unjustly." Zhao Hao nodded. He understood that the external hall's camps were actually just the family's exclusive mercenaries. They would receive remuneration in exchange for accomplishing tasks given out by the family. A huge family's development not only depended on their experts and powerful ships, they also need to work on other aspects such as their foundation. The external hall plays an essential duty for this aspect. Although the people in the external hall weren't individually strong, their overall strength wasn't bad. They were equal to an army. The external hall was an army that doesn't need too much money to function, and at the same time, they could also provide the family with benefits. For example, an external hall mage could dig up a valuable ore during their time outside. If they didn't have any uses for this ore, then they could sell it off to other people. However, this exposes them to the possibility of being robbed and killed. Because of this, their best choice was to sell the ore to the family in exchange for something of equal value. Naturally, they could also keep them for their own use. When they were strong enough in the future, they could use the ore. But before that happens, if someone knew what they had, then they would definitely be in danger. This ore might very likely be an indispensable piece for a powerful weapon. If the family gets their hands on it, then they could make a weapon that would help the family increase their strength. With this setup, the family would acquire a lot of good items, and during wars, these manufactured weapons might play a critical role. A weapon's value was very difficult to estimate, especially in the world of cultivation. There were some average powers in the world of cultivation that rose into prominence just because they had an extremely powerful weapon in hand. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke them. This was akin to a country having their own nuclear arsenal. It was because of this that the family allowed the camp to post their own tasks for their members. This way, the external hall's members would bring them more benefits. Tao Wang proceeded to introduce Zhao Hai to the camp's situation. The market was divided into two floors, one on the 100th floor and the other on the 105th floor. The market on the 100th floor was a mall opened by the Ashley family. This was where potions and goods for mages and warriors were sold. Moreover, the prices here were cheaper than the markets outside. On the other hand, the market on the 105th floor was the trading floor. People from the camp go there to trade. Mages that obtained magic swords would trade it since it was useless for them. Meanwhile, a warrior that needed items like magic swords would find it on this floor. When he heard this, Zhao Hai's eyes shone. He didn't expect a trading floor to exist here. This will certainly provide him with a lot of items for the space. At the same time, he could use the processing machine to make items that he could trade for. At this time, the elevator sounded out with a ding. When the elevator doors opened, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he didn't expect this floor to look like his. The floor was very tall at about 10 meters high. There were also some ornamental trees planted on the ground as well as some grasses. Most importantly, the rooms here didn't look like the other places. Each accommodation had its own yard, just like a villa. They looked very elegant. Looking at Zhao Hai's reaction, Tao Wang smiled and said, "Normally, this place is reserved for people level 4 and above. However, the camp lord specifically instructed me to prepare a spot for you. Let's go, I'll show you to your house." Zhao Hai was somewhat touched. He was no doubt treated specially. Although he hadn't seen the other floors, he knew that the other rooms weren't as good as the ones on this floor. Zhao Hai felt that only level 5 experts deserve spots on this floor. Chapter 1117 to 1118. Chapter 1117. A little gift. Zhao Hai felt that it was unfair. However, this unfairness wasn't for him, but for other people in the camp. He was a newcomer to the camp, and the strength he revealed so far was only level 1. In this case, him living in a villa meant for level 4 experts was unfair to the other people in the camp. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai couldn't help but look at Tao Wang. "Big brother, this isn't good. If I live here, what would other people think? I think I should live in the lower floors." Tao Wang smiled and said, "Rest assured, those fellows wouldn't think bad of you. Don't underestimate those guys. Every one of them are rich. Don't forget that besides this building, There are also 2 residential areas in the island. Those who wanted to live in villas would have already bought their own. Also, since the camp lord wanted you to live here, nobody would dare say anything. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, then I'll have to thank Big Brother Tao. Big Brother, this little brother just ascended from the lower realms, so I don't have a lot of precious things. The only thing I can gift you are these 2 bottles of wine. These are the most valuable things I have right now. I also gave the camp lord 2 bottles of this wine. Please have a taste. Also, please have everyone in the camp have a taste of the wine. If they like the flavor, then our Bone Symbol camp might open our own winery. I've also given the formula for this wine to the camp lord. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and took 2 bottles of wine out as well as a spatial bag. Spatial bags weren't rare in the machine field. One could easily buy one as long as they practice at a certain level. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of taking one out. Tao Wang understood what Zhao Hai wanted to convey, but regarding Zhao Hai's respectful manner, he happily received the gift. He received the 2 bottles as well as the spatial bag and said, alright, this big brother doesn't have a lot of hobbies besides drinking. I'll have a taste of your wine when I head back. I'll also send these wines to everyone. Don't worry, I'll tell them that these came from you. Zhao Hai laughed and said, Big Brother Tao is too polite. Come drink with me later. Right. I also have 2 other kinds of liquor. Take it back and have a taste. After that, Zhao Hai took out another 2 containers and handed them over to Tao Wang. Tao Wang wasn't polite and stored the 2 containers into his own spatial item. Then he smiled and said, let's go and take a look at your house. We'll have a drink after you get settled. Then he led Zhao Hai along. Zhao Hai's villa wasn't near the elevator. He was placed in the floor's best location. This location was beside a window, allowing its occupant to see the scenery outside. Zhao Hai inspected his place. He didn't have much requests for his accommodation. As long as it was livable, then it was already good. The whole villa was divided into 2 floors. The land area of the villa was less than 100 square meters. There was also a small garden outside. The other villas on this floor were constructed the same way. Tao Wang carefully introduced Zhao Hai to the villa. Although the house was very small, it was fully equipped. It even had a kitchen installed. The upper floor had 3 bedrooms while the lower floor had the kitchen, living room, and bathroom. After showing Zhao Hai the house, Tao Wang said, Little Hai, although this house is quite small, you can rest assured the camp lord has already prepared a good villa for you. As long as you get used to the machine field's density of spiritual chi, you can immediately move to that villa. Zhao Hai smiled and said, there's really no need to bother. This place is already good. Right, Big Brother Tao, can I use the kitchen here instead of going to the cafeteria below? Tao Wang smiled and said, of course you can. If you don't want to prepare your own food, I can buy you some robots that can cook for you. You don't need to worry about payment. The camp lord already made sure that you get everything you want. Zhao Hai replied, Brother Tao, I already have robots, left them behind in the academy. I've already asked the camp lord to fetch them for me. Please help me deliver those robots here. As for other requests, my main task here is to adapt to the spiritual chi as soon as possible. As long as I can adapt to the spiritual chi, then everything is fine. Tao Wang laughed and said, this kid. Alright, then I will get you some food for now. You will also get your food delivered regularly. The camp lord wants to make sure that you won't get burdened with pointless stuff. Then after he said that, he left with a laugh. Zhao Hai knew that Tao Wang was joking with him, so he just smiled and familiarized himself with the villa. He went to his room and took out the anti-monitoring device. After seeing that there weren't any surveillance device inside, he felt relieved. However, he didn't enter the space. He knew that these spars might come later on, so instead of returning to the space, he sat down and condensed more formations. After 2 hours, the sound of a car was heard outside the villa. Then quickly after that, Tao Wang's voice was heard, Little Hai, are you there? Come here quickly. Zhao Hai went out of his villa and saw these spars and Tao Wang outside. Besides the 2, nobody else was present. Zhao Hai quickly opened the door and asked the 2 to come in. Zhao Hai also discovered that Tao Wang was bringing several bags which seemed to contain things. Tao Wang wasn't too polite as he directly went to the villa's dining room. Then he put the bags down and took out its contents. What was inside were few meal boxes with food inside. Looking at Zhao Hai's dazed expression, these spars laughed and said, Little Hai, since it's your first day in the camp, I brought Tao Wang here to drink. So how about sharing a few cups with us? Zhao Hai replied, Since the camp lord wants someone to drink with, then I will naturally comply. It's a pity that you brought me food. Otherwise, I would have prepared you some food myself. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tao Wang suddenly smiled. Then he gave Zhao Hai's spatial bag back to him and said, "Little Hai, I already took the liquor inside and replaced it with food ingredients. If you want to make some food, then you can feel free to do so." Despars and Tao Wang thought that Zhao Hai was boasting. In their opinion, a cultivating genius like Zhao Hai must have certainly focused his efforts on cultivating. In this case, how could he possibly know how to prepare food? Zhao Hai didn't care about what the two thought. The thing in his mind right now was what Tao Wang just said. Then out of curiosity, he took his spatial bag and looked inside. And just like Tao Wang said, there were ingredients inside. There was meat, eggs, vegetables, and other things needed for cooking. Zhao Hai looked at the ingredients and then looked at the food that Tao Wang and Despars brought. There were fried chicken, fries and so on. There weren't any special food. To be honest, Zhao Hai truly wanted to drink, but he couldn't enjoy his drink with these foods. When he drank inside the space, he would have liquor and food prepared by Meg. At this point, Meg's cooking was a bit inferior if not on par with a master chef. And since Zhao Hai wanted country cooking, Meg prepared Chinese cuisine for him, and because of this, Zhao Hai had developed a particular taste. At this point, he couldn't eat common dishes. Therefore, Zhao Hai took out some fish and vegetables and then proceeded to cook. Seeing Zhao Hai's skillful actions, Despars and Tao Wang couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to actually know how to cook. Before long, Zhao Hai completed 2 dishes. One of them was a cold dish, which was a home-cooked dish of puai. The other dish was a hot dish which was made with fish. Zhao Hai placed these 2 dishes on the table amidst Despars and Tao Wang's surprise. It must be said that even if the world of cultivation was much stronger than Earth, it was still inferior to Earth in terms of cuisine. In the world of cultivation, everyone gave full priority to cultivation. Even if they had the same ingredients as back on Earth, they still wouldn't spend the time to research how to make better dishes. If people from the world of cultivation had the time to research dishes, they might as well use it to research formations or other things related to getting stronger. Because of this mindset, the entire world of cultivation didn't have any deep understanding of cuisine. What people generally ate were simple dishes. Homemade dishes like cold dishes didn't look any special. The hot fish dish, on the other hand, looked like it took a lot of work to prepare. Despars and Tao Wang were dumbfounded by the skills they witnessed. In the past, when Zhao Hai was eating at the academy's cafeteria, he discovered that the dishes there weren't much to talk about. And after accessing the internet, he finally knew the level of cuisine here. Therefore, he decided to show off some cooking skills. It must be said that his cooking skill was only inferior to Meg's. Despars looked at the 2 dishes and said, "Little Hai, did you just cook these 2 dishes? Where did you learn to cook?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I studied it back home." Have a taste. Tao Wang took some chopsticks and proceeded to eat. Chapter 1118, Level Up, Stellar Body Tempering Technique. The people in the Bone Symbol camp were aware that a new member had joined them, and that this new member was assigned a villa in the place where level 4 experts live in. Although there was no point for them to go to the floor where the villas were, some of them still read about the floor, and when they heard the news, they couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Moreover, this new member seems to be a mystery. In addition to the time where he asked Tao Wang to give the members some wine, this person never appeared in the camp. It has been 2 months since then, and the number of people who had seen this new member could be counted on one hand. It was also found out that in addition to not exploring the camp, this person doesn't leave his room most of the time. He would stay inside his villa every day. Besides his 2 robots as well as Tao Wang and the camp lord, nobody had ever gone to his villa. Also, Tao Wang and the camp lord were often seen visiting his villa once or twice a week. In the past 2 months, the two had visited the villa 20 times. Also, every time Tao Wang and the camp lord left the villa, both of them would be red-faced, obviously drunk. This made the members of the camp even more curious about the person in the villa. What the people in the camp didn't know was that Tao Wang and Despars didn't only visit Zhao Hai to drink, they were also monitoring how Zhao Hai was adapting to the spiritual qi. Seeing the rate of Zhao Hai's adaptation, Despars and Tao Wang were ecstatic. Others would take 1 year before adjusting to the density of spiritual qi, but Zhao Hai only took 1 month. However, Tao Wang and Despars were clueless about something else. Besides adapting to the machine field's density of spiritual qi, Zhao Hai's strength had also experienced a breakthrough. Zhao Hai had already adapted to the spiritual qi density a month after entering the bone symbol camp. Moreover, he felt that he was going to break through. Because of this, he looked for a chance to go out of the camp and look for a desolate place. Then he arranged a spirit-gathering formation and attempted to break through. The myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art spiritual qi requirement for breaking through from the first layer to the second layer was simply terrifying. After breaking through to the second layer, Zhao Hai's spiritual force underwent a huge enhancement. Originally, the most he was able to use were 100-layer formation sets. But after this breakthrough, he was now able to use 1,000-layer formations. This made him equivalent to a level 6 mage. This breakthrough didn't only improve Zhao Hai's strength. The second layer of the stellar transformations art gave him a technique. The technique was a set of fist martial arts with an unusual name. Stellar Body Tempering Technique. The fist technique with a peculiar name made Zhao Hai very curious. In the beginning, he thought that this set of fist techniques wouldn't have any use to him. After all, he had additional abilities that made his body beyond what most people had. His crystal body as well as his ability to become liquid metal was already very good. He thinks that this set of techniques was a bit weak. But after he carefully looked through the Stellar Body Tempering Technique, he began to take it seriously. The contents of the book was too formidable. The technique would let the user absorb the strength of the stars into their body. And this absorption didn't mean on the meridians or the skeleton. This was actually tempering on a cellular level. According to the Stellar Body Tempering Technique, every human cell was a place to store energy. They were dependent and independent of each other in certain aspects. The Stellar Body Tempering Technique leads the power of the stars into a person's body, making it more sturdy and allowing it to store energy. As long as one can persist on practicing, eventually, each cell of a person would attain the power of a star. When that time comes, they would truthfully be unparalleled under the heavens. This technique was unprecedented. It was like those heaven-defying methods from the novel Zhao Hai read before. If it wasn't in his hands right now, then Zhao Hai might think that this method was too perfect to exist. However, after seeing this technique, Zhao Hai couldn't help but hesitate. Did a perfect technique really drop into his hands out of thin air? It doesn't look like it. By the end of the technique, its weakness was pointed out. And just like any body tempering technique, its disadvantage was the pain. This body tempering technique requires one to use their own spiritual force to move the power of the stars and introduce it to their body. The power of the stars doesn't temper the flesh, the blood, nor the bones, but a person's cells, every cell in the body. When practicing the stellar body tempering technique, one needed the ability to separate their consciousness and body. Otherwise, they would be in danger. This separation between consciousness and body meant that one's spirit was separated from their physical body. It was similar to a soul leaving the body, but not exactly the same. When one's soul left their body couldn't move. However, the separation of consciousness and the body only meant that one's mental intent was outside the body. In other words, while being outside the body, one's consciousness could still control their body as though it was a puppet. Although the stellar body tempering technique explicitly wrote the dangers of using it, Zhao Hai still practiced it. He now felt that the technique would be a great use to him. Zhao Hai thought that with his crystal body as well as his ability to become liquid metal, this body tempering technique shouldn't hurt as much. However, he soon discovered that he made a mistake. A very huge mistake. His body had multiple divergent abilities. Hai's crystal body made his body incomparably hard. Meanwhile, his liquid metal body made his body like mercury. But because of this, Zhao Hai's pain was elevated when practicing. If other people's cells were like pieces of bread as it underwent the technique, then Zhao Hai's cells were akin to iron balls. Tempering this iron ball made it red hot, and as it was repeatedly hammered, this iron ball would eventually turn into a refined steel ball. When Zhao Hai began practicing the technique, he began to understand why one would need to separate their consciousness from their body during tempering. Unless one separates their consciousness from their body, they would experience soul-wrenching pain, endangering their mental state. Upon directing the power of the stars to temper his body, Zhao Hai felt his every cell in his body burning from pain, much worse than being burned alive. He wasn't able to issue a punch before he fainted on the spot. After he stopped practicing the technique, Zhao Hai began to think about how to succeed in practicing it. Separating his consciousness while controlling his body shouldn't be difficult. He could have his consciousness fly out of his body and have care possess it. However, Zhao Hai didn't do this. This was because he felt that achieving mastery on this process would provide him with a great advantage. Zhao Hai used 5 days to fully achieve the separation between consciousness and body, but it still had to be said that he had Kair's help with this. He would have Kair control his body in order to feel the separation. Then he would slowly control his body with his own thought until he was able to fully use it. After achieving this step, Zhao Hai began practicing the stellar body tempering technique. This time, he succeeded with his consciousness in the air while controlling his body. He began to control his body to execute a punch, and this time he didn't even feel a little pain. This was where Zhao Hai began truly learning the stellar body tempering technique. However, practicing this method couldn't be done for days on end. At most, Zhao Hai can separate his consciousness for 2 hours each day. This was also his limit in practicing the fist techniques. Now, Zhao Hai's daily schedule included practicing the stellar body tempering technique. Just as expected, this technique was really useful for him. After he began practicing the technique, his crystallization and liquefaction had been perfectly integrated to his body. In the past, when he used his crystal form, his body would become like crystal, and although he hadn't used it in a fight, he saw that his liquid metal form would make him indistinguishable compared to a normal human form. But now, when Zhao Hai used these two forms, his body wouldn't undergo a drastic change. Although it would change his form a little, one could still see that it was Zhao Hai. Moreover, his body can now be as hard as diamond and also as soft as a mountain stream. The advantages of the stellar transformations body tempering technique didn't stop here. It also had a huge benefit to Zhao Hai's spiritual force. At the same time, his absorption of spiritual chi in practicing the stellar transformation yin-yang art had become much smoother and quicker. Besides these harvests, in the past 2 months, Zhao Hai had also received the secret formation sets of the bone symbol camp. When Zhao Hai opened the file, he saw that there were about 100,000 formations inside. Using these 2 months, Zhao Hai was able to condense these formations. Now that Zhao Hai had broken through, he could easily condense 10,000 magic formations at the same time. His speed had become extremely shocking. Not to mention the bone symbol camp's formations, even the entire machine field's public collection of formations had already been condensed. At this point, the number of formation sets that Zhao Hai can use had reached an insane and uncountable amount. But even if this was the case, Zhao Hai didn't think that he was unparalleled. This was simply impossible. He was clear that mages in the machine field still fell short compared to other people in the world of cultivation. In the other 5 realms, their strongest weapons were the people themselves. But in the machine field, their strongest weapons were battleships. Because of this, while Zhao Hai was still condensing formations, the majority of his effort was practicing the stellar body tempering technique. Although he could only practice for 2 hours every day, Zhao Hai could still visualize how the fist techniques were used. The more he visualized, the more he felt the novelty of this technique. There were 2 ways to use this set of fist techniques. One was to supplement the tempering of the body itself. Using the set of fist techniques to temper the body would allow the tempering to be done with twice the results and half the effort. But the other way to use the fist technique was to use the stellar transformations art to enhance it. This would make the fist technique a top-level technique against enemies. Zhao Hai's stellar transformations yin-yang art had now reached the 2nd rank of the 2nd layer. Each layer of the art was divided into 9 ranks. Before this breakthrough, Zhao Hai was stuck at the 1st layer, 9th rank, and now that he had broken through, he immediately barreled through to the 2nd rank of the 2nd layer. One could see how hard it was to break through from layer to layer. Besides his cultivation level being promoted, the space had also leveled up. Zhao Hai's space was now level 150. Moreover, the spiritual chi of the space had become equal to the machine field, and because of the 100 spirit tree and the tree of life, the level was beginning to surpass the machine field. The reason of the space's upgrade was the increase of the spiritual chi density. As Zhao Hai adapted to the machine field's spiritual chi, the space was also undergoing changes. As Zhao Hai's adaptation improved, the space's level increased as well, and in the end, the space stopped at level 150. Naturally, It was impossible for there to be no benefits when the space reached this level. The space had recognized the machine field spiritual chi to be medium grade. So now, Zhao Hai can purchase medium-grade cultivation backgrounds as well as science and technology backgrounds. As for magic backgrounds, Zhao Hai could now purchase advanced level ones. One shouldn't underestimate these backgrounds. Zhao Hai had benefited a lot with his upgrade. The science and technology background now allowed him to make meshs and battleships. As for the cultivation backgrounds, high-ranked herbs can now be planted there. It even reached the point where the backgrounds can produce magical treasures. It was because of all of these developments that Zhao Hai stayed inside his villa for 2 straight months. He was continuously practicing in the space. Chapter 1119 to 1120. Chapter 1119. 6 Realms Beginner Competition. Although the people in the Bone Symbol camp were very curious about Zhao Hai, nobody actually said anything about his treatment. This was because his arrangement was given by the camp lord himself. The Bone Symbol camp was a very united group. Every member of the camp was very respectful of these spars. Therefore, when Zhao Hai was arranged to live in the level 4 area, nobody made a bad comment. Instead, everyone hoped that Zhao Hai could make accomplishments soon. This way, the Bone Symbol camp could rise. The people from the Bone Symbol camp were also not strangers to Zhao Hai's progress. They knew that Zhao Hai had just ascended for a month before being taken to the Bone Symbol camp, and in the past 2 months, Zhao Hai had been adapting to the spiritual chi of the machine field. When they first heard about Zhao Hai, the people in the Bone Symbol camp couldn't help but feel their blood boil. Zhao Hai being invited over to the camp a month after ascending was enough to show his talent. The people in the camp knew that their own talents weren't that good. The current strongest expert in the camp was at level 5. They simply had no superiority over the other camps. Because of this, they want Zhao Hai to progress quicker. This way, he could make the Bone Symbol camp raise their heads high once more. In the beginning, when the people from the Bone Symbol camp saw that Zhao Hai was quite fast in adapting to the spiritual chi density, they couldn't help but get worried. They were afraid that since Zhao Hai was getting preferential treatment, then he would become arrogant and complacent. But in the end, this thought quickly vanished. Seeing Zhao Hai not leave his villa for 2 months made people shut up, and in place of worry, their feelings were replaced by anticipation. It was common for mages to close up for practice, but this would only take a few days. This was because they would need to take a few walks in order to unwind. Not only would stress not offer any advantages, it would also affect their mental state, and an unsteady mental state was detrimental to cultivation. Generally, those who cultivate for extended periods of time were cultivators from the cultivation realm. They had methods that had high requirements when it came to mental states. Closing up for a long time was a method of training their mental state. By closing up for a long time, they would be able to polish their mental states. In turn, this would benefit their cultivation. However, those cultivators had different methods compared to mages. Although they didn't want to, mages had to recognize that their training methods were inferior to that of cultivators. Now, Zhao Hai had grinded for 2 straight months. His mental state truly left the people from the Bone Symbol camp ashamed. Although it can be said that these spars and Taowing were often looking after him, achieving this point wasn't easy. But what they didn't know was that Zhao Hai spent the majority of his time inside the space. He didn't stay outside for a long time. 2 months had passed but Zhao Hai had yet to come out. However, the people from the Bone Symbol camp didn't have the time to think about him at this time. This was because the Pentennial 6 Realms Beginner Competition was approaching. This so-called beginner competition was actually a life and death battle. This battle was held every 5 years. Only those who ascended in the last 5 years could participate in it, and people from the world of cultivation were barred from entering. This competition has been held more than 100 times. The goal for this competition wasn't just for comparing skills, it was also resource allocation. Although the world of cultivation was seen as a huge treasure trove for resources, the true treasures of this world was actually very limited. Take Ghost Mithril, for example. One might see that Zhao Hai managed to mine a lot from Tyro planet. However, if these ores were divided to those who needed it, then only a small number of people would be able to get their hands on the ore. Things like the Ghost Mithril ore were very important for experts. This was because one's cultivation would be improved once they get their hands on it. This was especially true for those who practice magic theory. Because of this, Competition for resources among the people in the world of cultivation went non-stop. There were no obvious territorial lines between the 6 realms in the world of cultivation, and in the borders between 2 powers, there were gray areas that both territories manage. However, there was actually no control over them, and the planets in these gray areas would sometimes have things that everyone needed. In order to compete for these resources, people from the 6 realms fought repeatedly. Casualties in these fights were innumerable. In the end, the higher-ups of the 6 realms knew that this couldn't continue. Therefore, the 6 realms reached a consensus to hold an event every year for ascenders. The ones permitted to join this event were only those who ascended in the past 5 years. This way the participants wouldn't be too strong. Additionally, if they died, then the loss wouldn't be too big and no group would be seriously damaged. Those who won the competition would have more jurisdiction over these gray areas for 5 years, and then 5 years later, another competition would be held in order to decide who would control these areas for the next 5 years. And to those ascenders who attended the competition, the people from the 6 realms would make sure that they weren't treated unjustly. Not only would these people obtain rich rewards, their influence and advantages would also increase. Some were even given a high-value mine. It can be said that the beginner competition wasn't just a way for the 6 realms to establish borders, it was also a way for newcomers to become famous in a very short time. Each time the 6 realm beginner competition happened, geniuses would come out of the woodwork. Although these people were from the lower realms and had ascended for no longer than 5 years, their cultivation levels were actually quite good. Some had even developed to become experts. The competition was also a grand event where major forces compete for their interests. Although there would be countless losses and injuries, for the major powers, the gains far outweigh the losses. As time passed, the 6 realm beginner competition became not just about vying for resources, it also became an event for realms to showcase their strength. So every time the beginner competition happened, everyone paid attention. And now, even if there was still a year left before the beginner competition, the qualifiers for the competition had already begun. All the forces in the 6 realms were beginning to compete on who would participate in the competition. The top 100 in the qualifiers of each realm would go to join the beginner competition. Because of the rule that ascenders were the only ones allowed to enter the competition, the major influences of each realm didn't have the means to participate. Take the Ashley family, for example. Their key forces were all members of their family, and thus, these members were natives to the machine field, with almost no ascender among their ranks. And even if ascenders managed to join their core forces, these ascenders couldn't join since they had ascended for more than 5 years. Therefore, the core of each family had no way of joining the competition. Therefore, in the machine field, those who attended the beginner competition were certainly from external halls. This was because, besides the few family members joining, each external hall were made up of ascenders. There were plenty of ascenders in the bone symbol camp that had the qualifications to join the competition. However, they weren't strong. The strongest among them was no more than level 2, and those who were thinking of joining the competition were very little. This situation didn't stop the bone symbol camp's members from paying attention to the 6 realm beginner competition, especially those who had the requirements to attend. Although they weren't strong, they still thought that they had the chance. Zhao Hai was completely unaware of this matter. He just ascended to the machine field, and in addition to his time practicing, the times he accessed the net was very minimal. Therefore, he managed to miss information about this huge event. Moreover, D-Spars and Tao Wang didn't inform Zhao Hai about this matter. This was because the beginner competition carried an extremely huge risk. People would die in the most unexpected ways. Zhao Hai had ascended 3 months ago and was still adapting to the density of spiritual qi. Allowing him to join the competition was simply sending him to his death. Although D-Spars knew that Zhao Hai had plenty of powerful undead, allowing him to compete against level 4 mages, he still didn't think of having Zhao Hai join the competition. This was because Zhao Hai was the bone symbol camp's hope. Also, the bone symbol camp wasn't lacking in money nor resources, so he didn't want Zhao Hai to take risks. But even if Zhao Hai didn't know, this didn't mean that other people wouldn't, especially Laura and the others. They surf the net every day in order to understand the machine field better. And how could the internet not include information about the competition? Not only was information available, the propaganda about the competition was overwhelming. There were even sites that wrote about the competition's origins, its process, and its past results. Everything about it was expertly detailed. Therefore, Laura and the others were aware about this matter. Needless to say, the machine field was at the bottom of all participants. After all, the strength of the other realms was focused on the individual while the machine field relied on meshs and battleships. Because of this, the machine field had no chance in winning the competition. But this didn't mean that they wouldn't send participants. Conversely, the machine field would always send ascenders to participate. Although they would struggle against the other 5 realms, these participants were also fighting for their groups in the machine field. The machine field was also using the beginner competition as the basis for the internal distribution of resources. Just like how the 100 final participants were handsomely rewarded, their groups would also gain a corresponding benefit. And if a participant did well, gaining good achievements, then their group would receive good advantages. Because of this, the machine field placed great importance on the competition. During this period of time, as long as one was online, they would definitely read about this event. And it was in this manner that Laura and the other learned about the entirety of the competition. Chapter 1120. I must participate. Zhao Hai was currently inside the villa. In front of him was a computer with an article about the 6-realm beginner competition. After reading the article, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "What, you want me to join this competition?" Laura nodded and said, "Right. We have been in the machine field for 3 months now, and in the past 3 months, we have basically adapted our lifestyle to it. You should also know how sincere Spars has been. So isn't this beginner competition an opportunity to make the bone symbol Khmer prize again?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You sound like a member of the bone symbol camp." Laura chuckled, "Although I'm not a member of the camp, I was able to see how the camp works in the past few days. To be honest, I've taken a liking to this group. Everyone is united. These Spars certainly poured great effort into this camp." Zhao Hai nodded. He couldn't help but agree to Laura's words. He also liked the atmosphere of the camp. And to be honest, he had already learned a lot in the machine field. It was time to go outside and look at different sceneries in the world of cultivation. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai gave a nod and said, "All right, I'll join the competition. I also want to see the strength of the other realms." Laura and the others happily nodded. Zhao Hai saw their reaction and smiled. To be honest, Zhao Hai's stay inside the space was to accompany them. He knew that Laura and the others were bored of staying inside the space. Therefore, he took the time to be with them. Looking at the time, Zhao Hai and the others had their meal before Zhao Hai went out of the space. Then he told his robot to contact Spars and Tao Wang. All robots have communication functions built inside them. However, when people leave their homes, they usually don't bring their robots with them. When they were out, they would use their computers to contact other people. Although they didn't know why Zhao Hai contacted them, Spars and Tao Wang still used the quickest time to head towards the villa. Seeing that Zhao Hai was already waiting for them, Tao Wang looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Little Hai, what's the problem? You want to drink?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Camp Lord, Brother Tao, take a seat first. I have something to tell you." Spars and Tao Wang looked at Zhao Hai's conduct and couldn't help but feel that something was happening. They had been in contact with Zhao Hai for 2 months, so they already have an idea about his temper. Zhao Hai, who wasn't really too formal, acting formally made them feel somewhat strange. The two sat down with Zhao Hai opposite them. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "Camp Lord, I called you over to tell you that I have already adapted to the machine field's spiritual chi. Moreover, I've decided to enter the 6 realms beginner competition." Spars and Tao Wang heard what Zhao Hai said and couldn't help but stare. Spars immediately stood up and said, "No, Little Hai, you can't. The beginner competition is very dangerous. You can't participate." Tao Wang added, "Little Hai, you shouldn't join. It's too dangerous. It's common for people to die in the competition. Even those powerful experts lose their lives." Zhao Hai saw their reactions and could understand what they were thinking. He smiled faintly and said, "Camp Lord, Brother Tao Wang, rest assured, I fully understand the danger of the competition. However, I need to participate. This is the turning point for the bone symbol camp." Spars and Tao Wang found themselves silent upon hearing Zhao Hai. They worked hard so that the bone symbol camp would rise. However, they still didn't think it's time for Zhao Hai to help them. Naturally, Not allowing Zhao Hai participate in the competition didn't mean that Zhao Hai wouldn't participate in future battles. They knew that practice couldn't make an expert, and they already made plans about Zhao Hai's future development. This plan was quite comprehensive. It started after Zhao Hai adapts to the density of spiritual qi. He would first be assigned small tasks. These tasks would be done in groups so there wouldn't be any danger. This would exercise Zhao Hai's mindset as he was given more and more responsibility. Then several years later, he would represent the camp in the family's internal competition. This would be the beginning of his rise in the machine field. There were no risks in this plan as it involved training Zhao Hai. All of these were made because the Spars and Tao Wang placed too much of their hopes on Zhao Hai. They didn't want Zhao Hai to go out this early. Because of this, when they heard Zhao Hai saying that he wants to join the beginner competition, they couldn't help but show a huge response. In their minds, sending Zhao Hai to join the beginner competition was akin to sending him to his destruction. Zhao Hai looked at their reactions and smiled. Camp Lord, Big Brother Tao, don't reject so easily. Let's sit down and slowly talk this over. To be honest, my decision isn't done in the heat of the moment. Let me be true to you. My strength has reached level 4. I have confidence to defeat the enemy. Therefore, I decided to join the competition. Spars frowned and said, I know that you have strong undead and is both a mage and a warrior, so it isn't surprising to know that you can defeat level 4 mages. However, you are competing in the 6 realms beginner competition. No matter which realm, each one would treat this matter with importance. Therefore, the participants of this competition are all elites from all kinds of origin. The losers would either be dead or severely injured. It is a competition with a high rate of mortality. It isn't the reputation boost that I want, and I don't want to extinguish our hopes in it. And to be honest, there is a huge disparity between the mages and warriors of our machine field compared to the other 5 realms, and that disparity is weapons. Spars stopped here, but Tao Wang followed up, right. Our biggest gap is in weapons. The strongest weapons of the other realms are those magic talismans. These talismans are single-use weapons, so in this competition, the other realms would surely use these talismans. The might of these talismans is quite terrifying. Even if we have mages more powerful than them, we still couldn't underestimate them because of these talismans. This is the reason why me and the camp lord doesn't want you to participate in the competition. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I found out about those when I was researching the other 5 realms. But Camp Lord, this makes me want to join the competition even more. Don't forget, all spoils from the battle will belong to the winner. I want to get those items. Moreover, I have the confidence to deal with them. Spars frowned. Little Hai, I still think that it is too risky. Our machine field had never achieved success in the beginner competition. Our top 3 members have already surpassed 5 years. Also, every time we send participants for the competition, they were at least ascenders for 3 years. From this point, you should see how powerful the opponents are. I really don't want you to enter the competition. Zhao Hai didn't say anything and just smiled faintly as he waved his hand. Then a layered formation set appeared in front of him. When Spars and Tao Wang saw the formation set that Zhao Hai released, they couldn't help but be shocked. One must know that layered formation sets weren't easy to use. Every layer added to a formation demanded a high amount of spiritual force. Moreover, experiments would be needed for a mage to use a formation set. They need to know which formation was compatible with another formation, and also find out if the formation was beneficial to the set. Because of this, beginner mages would find it difficult to use layered formations. Only after gaining enough experience could they push on and become stronger. The more they know which formations were compatible for them, the quicker they would be able to layer them. This was also why level 1 mages have 5 formations as their peak, level 2 mages have 10, level 3 mages have 50, and more than that for level 4. And for most mages, finding a 50-layer formation would need about 5 to 10 years of research. Even if one studied magic theory all their life, they would still need 3 to 5 years. Not to say achieving 50-layered formation sets, there were mages who got stuck at level 3. Now that Zhao Hai revealed this formation, Spars and Tao Wang were shaken. They didn't know how Zhao Hai managed to accomplish this in such a short time. Zhao Hai waved his hand again, withdrawing his spiritual force. In turn, the formation dissipated. When the magic formation disappeared, only then did Spars and Tao Wang recover. They looked at each other and saw the surprise and joy in each of their eyes. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled. I'm already a level 4 mage. Moreover, My battle chi is quickly catching up. At the very least, I have the means to survive if I join the competition. Camp Lord, Big Brother Tao, this is an opportunity for the Bone Symbol Camp to rise. Chapter 1121 to 1124. Chapter 1121. Test. A group of 10. On the Bone Symbol Camp's mountainous region was a training ground. It was the most elaborate training ground of the 8. People were currently present in this place. There was a competition between members of the Bone Symbol Camp. One side was Zhao Hai while the other side were people elected by D-Spars. These were the representatives of the latest generation, totaling 10. The context of the test was very simple. As long as Zhao Hai can win against these 10 people, then he would be allowed to participate in the 6 Realm Beginner competition. After Zhao Hai revealed his 100-layer formation, D-Spars finally relented. He agreed to Zhao Hai joining the beginner competition, but on the condition that Zhao Hai pass a test. The mountainous training ground was chosen out of all the training grounds because D-Spars knew that the battles of the 6 Realm Beginner competition weren't only in arenas. Participants would also fight under various environments. The Bone Symbol Camp spent a high price constructing this training ground. The entire place took more than 2,000 mu. There were nearly 100,000 cameras installed inside the area. There were also 100 aerial cameras circling the place. These cameras could monitor the training ground for 5 straight days, completely recording the entire event. At this time, D-Spars and Tao Wang were sitting inside the training ground's spectators' room. In front of them was a large screen showing Zhao Hai and his 10 opponents, the former entering a different entrance than the latter. It wasn't just D-Spars and Tao Wang who were inside the spectator room. Elders of the Bone Symbol Camp were also present. When these people learned from Tao Wang that the unseen Zhao Hai was currently being tested, they couldn't stop their curiosity from surfacing, so they joined in to spectate. The 10 people elected by D-Spars had already surpassed the 5-year mark of ascending. Moreover, their strengths were pretty good. There were 6 warriors and 4 mages. 3 of the warriors were level 4 while the other 3 were level 3. As for the mages, 2 were level 4 while the other 2 were level 3. With D-Spars' signal, Zhao Hai and the other 10 people entered the mountainous grounds. The grounds were densely forested and had varied terrain. There were stones, trees, water, pits, and holes inside. The terrain was very complex. Only those with enough fighting experience could find the enemy and make a surprise attack. When Zhao Hai entered the grounds, everyone's eyes were immediately aimed at him. They wanted to see how Zhao Hai planned to proceed. Zhao Hai looked around and then waved his hand, releasing about 100 undead. The undead went on to scatter themselves out into the surrounding area. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai looked for a cave where he sat down and closed his eyes. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's action, D-Spars and the others were stunned. But in the end, they nodded. They understood what Zhao Hai wanted to do. He hadn't been to this training ground before, so he was quite unfamiliar with its terrain. In this situation, it was better to have the undead scout while he looked for a place to wait in. He would only attack once he found the enemy. This was the most correct approach for him. D-Spars spared a lot of thoughts in constructing this training ground. There were large numbers of spirit-suppressing stones installed all around the training ground. This way, people wouldn't be able to use their spiritual force to scout the area. Otherwise, mages could just sweep the entire area with their spiritual force. If this happens, then what's the point of the varied terrain? Spirit-suppressing stones were relatively common in the world of cultivation. This stone doesn't have any other effect other than suppressing a person's spiritual force. Also, the more stones there were, the more powerful the suppression would be. If your original spiritual force could be released up to 10,000 meters and there are 100 cubic meters of spirit-suppressing stones, then your spiritual force would be limited to 100 meters. Although spirit-suppressing stones weren't rare in the world of cultivation, this didn't mean that they were cheap. In this mountainous training ground, D-Spars installed 2,000 cubic meters of stone. One could see that its construction was definitely a huge deal. Even if the people in the spectator room thought that Zhao Hai's method was very good, there were actually only a few who could really do it. If one wanted their undead to scout like Zhao Hai, they needed to accomplish a few points. First, if one was a dark mage, then they would need to know summoning magic. Second, they need high-level undead. If they only had low-level undead, then they wouldn't be able to gain any information at all, completely removing the possibility of reconnaissance. The third point was that they should have formidable spiritual force. It was well known that summoners couldn't be too far from their summoned creatures. If a summoned creature goes beyond the summoner's range, then their control would go weaker up to the point where the summoner could no longer control the creature. Out of everyone present, only a handful of them could achieve this, and to those who were able to do it, they were able to gauge of Zhao Hai's strength. Before long, Zhao Hai's undead discovered an enemy. It was a mage. Zhao Hai began to move. He walked out of the cave and went towards the mage. The undead that discovered the mage was already unsummoned by Zhao Hai. Because of this, the mage had yet to know that he has been discovered. Just like everyone else, the mage was using spiritual force in order to explore the surroundings. He carefully moved forward while also having a protective shield around him. Although this might possibly cause him to be discovered, the shield would protect him from any surprise attack. Zhao Hai slowly trekked through the dense forest. From the undead, he knew about the terrain in front of him. Therefore, he wasn't worried about falling into pits. Before long, Zhao Hai felt the mage's presence. He didn't only feel the mage's spiritual force, he could also feel the energy coming off of the shield. Zhao Hai began to tread carefully. Not only did he withdraw his spiritual force, he also hid his form using the shadow of the trees. The people in the spectator room looked breathlessly at Zhao Hai's actions. They found that Zhao Hai was like an assassin as he proceeded carefully. The mage didn't discover Zhao Hai at all. The distance between the two was getting smaller and smaller. When the distance between the two became 100 meters, Zhao Hai suddenly sped up. He appeared behind the mage and then a 50-layer formation set appeared in his hand. Then Zhao Hai said, "Sharp metal, spear." As his voice fell, a huge metal spear flew out of the magic formation, stabbing through the mage's shield, and like a bubble, the shield broke. Just as the mage was about to counterattack, Zhao Hai already got another 50-layer formation ready. When the formation appeared, Zhao Hai said, "Breeze lock." Along with Zhao Hai words, a wind element chain appeared around the mage and then entangled him. When the mage was captured, the mage was already out of the test. This was because Zhao Hai could kill him in that state. The mage understood this point and his expression couldn't help but drop. Then he nodded towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the wind chains vanished. The mage bowed towards Zhao Hai before leaving the battlefield. Zhao Hai moved once more and disappeared into the forest. If the people from the spectator room didn't look through the cameras, then they wouldn't have known where he was. Zhao Hai's fight with the mage was very short. Zhao Hai only sent 2 magic formations to defeat the other party. However, as long as magic was used, a disturbance would appear. The others already noticed the magical waves coming from the battle. At this time, Zhao Hai was flying towards a warrior. This warrior was level 4. Although his strength was among the top, he was still quite careful. He had his weapon ready and he moved slowly. Then suddenly, the warrior felt magical ripples in front of him. He wasn't familiar with this ripple, so he readied his sword so that he could immediately send his sword chi. After carefully advancing for 2 minutes, the warrior suddenly felt some movement not far away from him. He hid behind a tree and looked ahead. What he saw stunned him. This was because not too far from him was an undead holding a mage staff. When he saw this, he was startled. He knew that this was a trap. But even if the warrior found out about this, it was already too late. He suddenly heard a voice saying, "Green vine, entangle." Upon hearing this voice, the warrior found that the tree he was hiding behind suddenly sprouted vines. It didn't take long before the vines wrapped around the warrior. However, the vines didn't wrap him for a long time and loosened slowly after. When the warrior saw Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything and just nodded before leaving the area. The man sighed as he took his sword and left the training grounds. At this moment, the other people arrived at the place of Zhao Hai's first battle. Naturally, there was nobody there. Although traces of magic were still present, nobody could make any use of it. The 8 people looked at each other. Then they felt the magic that Zhao Hai released when fighting the warrior. But just as they were about to go over, they suddenly found out that they had been surrounded. Chapter 1122, Resolution of Zhao Hai. There were 10,000 bone-armored undead, each holding their own weapon, and were on battle formation. The undead surrounded the 8 people. The 8 knew that the test was over upon seeing all of these undead. The undead were too high level. Each one of them were rank 9 apprentices. Such strength with that number, They had no chance to resist. D-Spars and the others also knew that the test was over when they saw this situation. D-Spars and Tao Wang looked at each other and saw a trace of excitement on the other's eyes. Zhao Hai's strength and his use of magic formations were completely beyond their imagination. One shouldn't just look at the layered formations that Zhao Hai used. For D-Spars, Level 4 mages could also use normal formations instead of layered ones. They were like cooks. If they only have a handful of recipes on hand, then it might not be appropriate to use those all the time. Sometimes, the chef needed to use ordinary dishes to serve his customers. Level 4 mages might be known for their multiple layer formations, but during battles, they only use layered formations about 10 to 20 times. It was impossible to use layered formations all the time. Although layered formations held great power, the speed of casting them wasn't quick. And in battle, the faster you can release your magic, the better your chances of winning would be. On the other hand, the magic that Zhao Hai used were all 50 layered formations. Moreover, he casted them in almost an instant. Not even level 5 or level 6 mages could do this. Therefore, D-Spars and Tao Wang were very happy. The other people in the room were also very happy. Zhao Hai's performance far exceeded what they expected. They really didn't expect a 3-month ascender to have this strength. In their minds, Zhao Hai was the hope of the Bone Symbol camp. Now that the test was done, D-Spars and Tao Wang led the other people in the Bone Symbol camp towards the training grounds exit. When Zhao Hai came out, D-Spars laughed and patted his shoulders. Then he said, "Little Hai, good, everyone. Let's go to the restaurant. We'll have a good drink together." Everyone cheered, but some of them curiously looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't appear in the camp in the past 2 months, he just stayed inside his room. However, details about him were spread towards the camp. He only ascended for a month, then after taking an exam, he entered the Bone Symbol camp. To be honest, the people from the Bone Symbol camp found this time frame hard to believe, but at the same time, they also felt happy. They were somewhat looking forward to seeing this talent that D-Spars brought. They were anticipating what miracles he would do after closing up for 2 months. And sure enough, Zhao Hai didn't disappoint them. After closing up for 2 months, he really did bring forth a miracle. He actually ended a battle against 10 people in such a short time. Although his undead practically ended the test, these undead were part of his strength. Because of this, nobody thought that it was unfair. D-Spars brought everyone to a large restaurant. This large restaurant spanned the 1st to 3rd floor of the building. The entire place could accommodate 10,000 people at the same time. At the end of each year, members of the Bone Symbol camp would come here for a meal. Everyone would participate. They would review what happened that year while also giving away bonuses. After bringing the group to the restaurant, D-Spars also rung everyone currently in the camp. It didn't take long before 5,000 people came in at once. D-Spars didn't stop anyone. When he saw that almost everyone was here, D-Spars stood up from his seat and walked to the middle. He looked at everyone and said, "I reckon everyone already knows about today's gathering. I'm officially introducing Zhao Hai. He joined the Bone Symbol camp 2 months ago, and after closing up for 2 months, he is now officially joining the camp." Zhao Hai stood up as well. Tao Wang then pushed him towards the camp lord's side. He bowed to everyone in the camp and was met with applause. D-Spars waved his hand down and the crowd stopped. He looked around and said, "Besides introducing Little Hai to you, I also called you over for an announcement. I've decided to have Little Hai represent the Bone Symbol camp in this Generation 6 Realm Beginner competition." Upon hearing the camp lord, the entire room went abuzz. Theoretically, the 6 Realm Beginner competition can be attended by any ascender that had ascended for less than 5 years. However, most groups would have an internal test before deciding on who to send. As for the Ashley family, the 8 camps of the external hall would conduct a test among themselves. Then they would select the strongest to participate in the machine field's own test. This time, there was no limit to how many joined. This matter will be decided by the camp lords. The family wouldn't interfere. Although there were quite a few newcomers who wanted to participate in the competition, they still have to pass D-Spars' test. And according to the camp lord's previous actions, he wouldn't send the truly strong individuals. He was afraid that they would lose their lives in the competition. D-Spars properly cared for these new members. Although those people might blame him, D-Spars didn't want to make any risks. This was because D-Spars knew that their strength was still quite bad. Not to say about the machine field's qualifiers. They might not even pass the test inside the family. The Ashley family adopted a very strict stance on competition. The relationship between the 8 camps wasn't good, and the competition between them was very serious. If these newcomers from the Bone Symbol camp joined the competition, then some of them might die. Because of this, D-Spars didn't allow them to join. If Zhao Hai didn't pass the test, then D-Spars wouldn't let him participate. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to, then it was useless. The test didn't only test Zhao Hai's strength, it also tested his combat experience. Seeing Zhao Hai's performance, D-Spars knew that Zhao Hai had been in wars, so he was at ease. D-Spars looked at everyone's reaction. These people didn't know Zhao Hai's ability, so their reaction was normal. D-Spars didn't say anything and just stood quietly for a while. At the same time, when those present saw that D-Spars didn't speak for some time, they also began to quiet down. When the hall turned quiet, D-Spars said, "There's no need to doubt Little Hai's strength. Although he just ascended for 3 months, he had already passed the test I've prepared for him. He definitely has the strength to participate in the beginner competition's qualifiers. If you aren't convinced, then you can talk to his opponents." The people that D-Spars talked about weren't embarrassed to be defeated by Zhao Hai in the test. On the contrary, they stood up and gave everyone a salute. D-Spars continued, "The first competition is in 1 month, so nobody disturb Zhao Hai during this period of time. Understand?" Everyone loudly complied. Then D-Spars led Zhao Hai to return to their table. D-Spars's table only had a few people in it. There was D-Spars himself, Tao Wang, Zhao Hai, and then a man dressed in warrior clothing. This person was very tall and had muscles akin to forged copper. He had a bald head and radiant eyes. His pair of hands were particularly thick. This person was called Tai Sheng. He was a level 5 warrior whose weapons were a pair of hammers. He was also an expert who knew how the camp worked and was D-Spars's most efficient assistant. Tai Sheng was on duty before and had just come back. He also saw Zhao Hai's exam and understood his strength. Because of this, he was very polite towards Zhao Hai. After D-Spars sat down, he looked at the three and said, "Now that Little Hai's test is finished, Wang, take Little Hai to the treasury tomorrow. Let him choose a few weapons and armor. Those things have gathered dust for several years. It's time for them to come out." Tao Wang gave a small nod before turning to Zhao Hai and saying, "Little Hai, although our Bone Symbol camp is worse than before, when it comes to riches, no other camp compares to us. All these years, the camp has been collecting a lot of good treasures. I will go take you to see them tomorrow." Although he knew that these wouldn't be useful for this strength, Zhao Hai still gave a nod. He doesn't want people to know about this magic staff yet. Even if his staff was his exclusive item, people would still attempt to grab it once they know about its abilities. In their eyes, even if they couldn't use it, they'd still prefer it if it was in their hands. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to follow Tao Wang and take a few weapons for himself. After all, when in battle, it was always better to have more weapons in hand. Everyone happily ate their meal. Naturally, everyone was talking about Zhao Hai. D-Spars and Tao Wang seems to be very happy as they drank a lot of wine and talked non-stop. When the feast was over, Zhao Hai returned to his room and entered the space. Laura and the others were already waiting for him to come back. After they saw Zhao Hai, they immediately provided him with spatial water. After Zhao Hai had settled down, Laura looked at him and said, "Brother Hai, how's the test?" Zhao Hai's face was a bit heavy when he replied, "It went very well." Instantaneous casting of 50-layer formations are on a completely different level compared to lower realm spells. Although they look ordinary, I'm quite sure that even Addison wouldn't be able to block them. As soon as they heard this, Laura and the others nodded. But then, Laura asked, "That's fantastic. But why aren't you glad?" Zhao Hai let out a long sigh and said, "Although this power is already good in the machine field, we still fall short compared to the people in the other realms. Don't forget, the machine field is the weakest one among the 6 realms of the world of cultivation. Battleships are the king here. Experts defeated by battleships couldn't be defeated by normal mages. On the other hand, powerful experts from the cultivation realm could contend against a fleet just on their own. If we are recognized by Lu Wei this time, then we'll be out of luck." When they heard this, Laura and the others turned silent. After a while, Laura said, "Brother Hai, what do you mean?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I was just thinking. We've already arrived here in the world of cultivation. Additionally, with our current strength, we don't necessarily need to be afraid of Lu Wei. Even if Lu Wei is a member of a sect, he still wouldn't be able to do anything in the machine field. If we keep being afraid because of Lu Wei, then we wouldn't be able to advance in this place." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others stared. Then they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. In the past, because he was afraid of being chased by Lu Wei, Zhao Hai ascended in the Atlanta plain. But now, he's no longer afraid? Zhao Hai saw their expressions and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "Are you wondering why I'm afraid of Lu Wei in the lower realms but now I'm not? We're already here, so why the need to be afraid? Why should we continue being afraid of Lu Wei? Since I decided to show my abilities, then we need to prepare for a fight. This time, I'll make an impact so big that the other realms would understand that mages in the machine field couldn't be underestimated. And as long as we give benefits to the machine field, then the machine field will certainly guarantee our safety." Laura and the others were clever people, so they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Laura nodded and said, "Alright, since Brother Hai can now use 1,000-layer formations, you will certainly get a high ranking in the beginner competition. As long as you have a good accomplishment, then the machine field will certainly ensure your safety. Even if Lu Wei chases you down, the machine field would still block him. If they don't save you, then nobody might want to work for them in the future. Therefore, it doesn't matter if it was Lu Wei, Yanwen Ghost Emperor, or the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, we don't have to worry about them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Not only that, but I also want to use this competition to contact a huge sect in the cultivation realm. As long as I can enter one of them, I would truly be assured." The others nodded. Laura said, "Brother Hai will surely get to join one." Chapter 1123, Treasury. Zhao Hai was currently inside an elevator with Tao Wang. Not everyone can go inside this particular elevator. Without Dispars's permission, nobody besides Tao Wang can enter this place. If those with no permission force their way in, then the defense system will immediately attack them. There were only 2 buttons that can be pressed in this elevator. Moreover, this elevator was headed towards an underground area. Only a few people were aware of it. While he stood inside the elevator, Tao Wang turned to Zhao Hai and said, "This elevator's sole destination is the camp's treasury. Inside are things that the bone symbol camp had accumulated for many years. The camp lord was always reluctant in using what's inside. He always said that we could only use them during major situations. Besides me, the camp lord, and Tai Sheng, nobody else is allowed to enter this place." Zhao Hai nodded. He couldn't help but feel warm inside. Dispars and the others had taken very good care of him, making it difficult for him to pay them back. Zhao Hai's principle was returning a drop of graciousness with a river of gratitude. Therefore, he will definitely pay Dispars's favor back. Tao Wang continued, "The treasury is a kilometer underground. Above it are multiple defensive measures. One floor is built out of spirit-suppressing stone. There are also early warning systems, magical defense system, and even a self-destruct system. Anyone who dared to go to the treasury without authorization will be ruthlessly dealt with. And even if an extremely powerful expert comes, the treasury could blow itself up. The might of this explosion is equivalent to 100,000 nuclear bombs. I'm afraid that if the treasury truly explodes, then it would take the entire Dark Demon planet along with it." Zhao Hai was startled. He didn't expect a treasury defense system to be this formidable. It even has a self-destruct mechanism that can destroy the entire planet. Tao Wang turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, "The reason why the bone symbol camp is rich was because the camp lord and our various brothers had desperately worked hard for it. The camp lord said that these things are shared by all of the brothers in the camp. Even if one of us is left, then they could still revive the camp. And if the bone symbol camp cannot keep these things anymore, then the treasury might as well be buried along with our brothers. It can't fall into the hands of outsiders." Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't expect the ferocious-looking but friendly Dispars would actually be this ruthless. The elevator descended for more than 10 minutes before it stopped. Then Tao Wang left the elevator first with Zhao Hai closely following behind. Outside the elevator was a small room with 3 doors in it. Marked on the doors were the numbers 1, 2, and 3. Tao Wang led Zhao Hai to door number 1. Then he took a key no more than 30 centimeters long. Zhao Hai observed the key and saw that it looked very ordinary. However, it was made out of a material that was neither wood nor metal. It looked quite magical. After walking to the door, Tao Wang softly knocked on it. After knocking more than 20 times, he stopped. Shortly after that, a magic formation began to appear on the door. When the formation disappeared, a keyhole was left in its place. Tao Wang proceeded to insert the key and proceeded to unlock the door. The unlocking process wasn't a one-directional action like rotating. It involved moving the key left to right as well as twisting it at certain angles, It looked very troublesome. Tao Wan used more than 10 minutes to unlock the door. Seeing the door open with no problems, Tao Wang let out a long breath before he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Let's go." The treasury is divided into 4 small storehouses, and in order to be safe, doors 2 and 3 are false storehouses. If people went through those doors, then they would immediately be reported. And if the door is forcefully opened, then the self-destruct mechanism would start. As they were talking, Tao Wang and Zhao Hai entered door number 1. Upon passing through the door, Zhao Hai's eyes shone brightly. This storehouse was 30 meters high, about 10,000 meters long and also 10,000 meters wide. There were a lot of shelves inside. These shelves were covered with glass containers. There were a lot of weapons on these shelves, both used by mages and warriors. There were even formation plates. Tao Wang looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "This is only the outside of storehouse 1. We won't be staying here for long. Let's go and see the other 3 storehouses. The good things are there." Tao Wang led Zhao Hai further into the storehouse. There were 3 other doors in this place, each about 10 meters high and 4 meters wide. This time, Tao Wang didn't use a key and just knocked a few times before the door automatically opened. When the door opened, Tao Wang led Zhao Hai to go in. Then as they were walking, Tao Wang said, "This is one of the 3 internal treasuries of the Bone Symbol Camp." The 3 treasures are respectively named, Armor Treasury, Weapon Treasury, and Magic Treasury. We're currently in the Armor Treasury. Deposited here are things used for protection. Armors present here not only included those for warriors, there are also armors that mages can use. You can look through each item to see their function. It's much better than me introducing them. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he used his spiritual sense to scan the entire treasury. To be honest, he wasn't expecting to obtain something useful here. With his staff, almost all of his problems were solved. If he wasn't afraid of other people getting suspicious, then he would have already rejected choosing a weapon. As he swept the area with his spiritual force, Zhao Hai discovered that not only was his spiritual force not suppressed, it was even amplified. This enabled him to see the armors more clearly. After he swept the place, Zhao Hai saw that the armors here were divided into 2 types. The first type were those that were made in the machine field. A majority of these armors were made of metals with engravings on them. Some looked like iron cans. There were also a few that were inner armors. They were mostly made out of metal arranged in a chainmail configuration. The other type of armors were armor that had been snatched or bought from the other realms. The styles of these armors greatly varied. Some looked like ancient armors while some looked like cotton garments that doesn't seem like protective armor at all. Zhao Hai wasn't interested on those full-body armors. Even if he received those armor by chance, he still wouldn't use them. Armors from the cultivation realm were further divided into 2 types. There were protection type and garment type. Protection types could recognize their owners by spiritual force. Afterwards, they could be nourished by their users. The longer they were nourished, the more powerful their protection would be. As for garment type armors, they were armor that can be worn outside. They could provide pure defense and also passive body cleaning. There were also those that can allow their user to turn invisible. But because of its nature, garment-type armors had much worse defense compared to protection types. At the same time, armors from the machine field were also divided into 2 types. First type were exoskeleton armors. These armors were those iron cans that Zhao Hai saw before. These armors were made with the combination of magic and science. When not in use, these armors would wear like small devices. But once they were activated, they would surround the user's body, including the eyes. There was also a computer program inside these armors. The armor itself had a magic formation that provided it with power. Not only could these armors provide protection, they could also aid its user during battle. However, the downside of this armor was that it takes time for it to fully activate. Although it was only a fraction of time, this smidgen of time was enough for an expert to take a life. The second type of armors were these inner armors that looked like chain armor. These armors couldn't cover the entire body and could only be worn as undergarments. Moreover, the manufacturing of these armors was very complex. Each chain in the armor had a magic formation engraved on it, making it good for defense. This chain armor could only play a defensive function and can't be used for attack. It also needed a supply of spiritual force when defending. The more powerful your spiritual force is, the stronger its defensive ability. To be honest, armors made in the machine field still couldn't compare to those in the cultivation realm. Although the chain armor looked good, Depending on it for defense at the very beginning was very dangerous. Armors from the cultivation realm provide for their own energy and can automatically protect their user. With the cultivation realm's armors, regardless if the user noticed the attack or not, they would still be protected by their armor, which was almost a life-saving ability. Zhao Hai scoured through the armors and analyzed them. He was favoring the cotton garments of the cultivation realms. Although their defense was quite poor, the functions were still very useful. It was also the most comfortable armor to wear in comparison to the others. Just as he was about to pick a cotton armor for himself, Zhao Hai suddenly discovered something at the corner of the machine field section. It was a clump of mercury-looking substance. It didn't look like an armor at all, and instead it was a metal sphere. Zhao Hai stared. This was because this metal sphere had no introduction, which was surprising. Tao Wang had been paying attention to Zhao Hai all this time. When he saw Zhao Hai's expression change, he couldn't help but be curious. He didn't know what Zhao Hai just discovered. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly said, "Big brother Tao, I just saw a sphere of liquid metal." "What is that?" When he heard Zhao Hai, Tao Wang immediately knew what he found. Tao Wang smiled bitterly and said, "That sphere of liquid metal is actually very famous in the machine field. Nobody knows that it fell into our hands, but even if they did, there wouldn't be too much of a reaction. After all, it is a failed product." Chapter 1124, Lang Wuxia's Shocking Talent. Zhao Hai asked, "Failure? Why would a failure be in the treasury?" Tao Wang smiled bitterly and said, "Although it is a failure, the person who made it is very famous. He is the most renowned refiner in the machine field of all time. Lang Wuxian." Upon hearing the name Lang Wuxian, Zhao Hai was shocked. Lang Wuxian was born 35,000 years ago. He wasn't an ascender and was a native of the machine field. He died 32,000 years ago, living up to 3,000 years old. Naturally, Lang Wuxian wasn't famous because of his longevity. Instead, he was known for his refining ability as well as his contribution to magic theory. Lang Wuxian was a natural genius. He also had a knack for magic theory. During his time, the machine field still wasn't an independent existence. Instead, it was a territory managed by the cultivation realm. It was a piece of wasteland where people that cannot cultivate gather. They could only study lower realm magic and battle chi. Because of this, they had no way to contend against those who use cultivation methods. Lang Wuxian was born to an ordinary mage family. Even if both of his parents were mages, their status was very low. Their family was pretty much living in hardship. Because of his background, Lang Wuxian swore that he would change the status of mages in the world of cultivation. He diligently studied magic while also researching magic formations. During his time, runes were still unknown and the system of creating formations had yet to be made. Later on, because of his talent, Lang Wuxian joined a sect called Formation Gate and became a disciple. It was then that he started being in contact with true formations of the cultivation realm. The formation system of the cultivation realm was a complete one. Each formation were comprised of runes. This made the formation easier to arrange and even more powerful. After being introduced to this, Lang Wuxian started to deconstruct magic formations. Then he used his results to systemize runes. His research was specially aimed towards runes. When Lang Wuxian reached the age of 2000, magic theory was beginning to take shape. And once magic theory was announced to the machine field, the entire realm seethed with excitement. Although magic theory was unable to contend with cultivation methods, it was still a huge improvement for mages. If a mage was able to use a 10,000 or 10 million layer formations, then they would surely be able to contend with the top experts in the world of cultivation. This method didn't only cause an uproar in the machine field, the effects of its creation rippled throughout the 6 realms. Afraid of losing control over the machine field, the cultivation realm began suppressing the mages. Having just studied magic theory, the mages naturally couldn't match the cultivators. They were defeated again and again. It didn't take long before they were driven into a corner. Lang Wuxian didn't expect this outcome since he was so focused on improving the strength of the mages. He didn't think that he would bring forth a disaster to his people. In the end, he didn't hesitate to close up for 8 years, resulting in magic formations that were now used inside meshs and battleships. And once the machine field began manufacturing meshs and battleships, they started their counterattack. After years of battle, The machine field was finally able to carve their own territory in the world of cultivation. They were finally able to become the sixth realm in the world of cultivation. But Lang Wuxiang was still aware of the innate flaw between the machine field and the cultivation realm. The machine field didn't have peak artifacts that major groups in the cultivation realm had. With these peak artifacts, a person's power would equal the might of 10 million. They were the true ultimate weapons. And at the same time, as they were repelling the cultivation realm, Lang Wuxiang began to feel the end of his lifespan. Because of this, he used his remaining time to leave a treasure behind. This way, the machine field would have a peak artifact capable of resisting the cultivation realm. Lang Wuxiang closed up once more for refining. He used a large number of treasures that he collected his entire life, as well as a powerful technique in order to condense them together and form this liquid sphere. But this sphere was still a half-finished product. This was because it missed the most important step: condensing the formation. Lang Wuxiang's refining technique was different from the cultivation realms. In the cultivation realm, the final step of refining was the attachment of an artifact spirit. Only with an artifact spirit would magic treasures display their most formidable might. However, Lang Wuxiang's method didn't have spirit attachment. Instead, it was a three-step method divided into smelting, tempering, and condensing formation. Moreover, Lang Wuxiang doesn't engrave formations from the cultivation realm. Instead, he used those made with magic theory. In the cultivation realm, the influence of the first formation was big. The reason for this was because the five elements promotes and restrain each other. Some artifacts only allow a few formations to be engraved on them. Even if the material was good, the most formations one could engrave was 1890 formations. Moreover, this was a number most cultivators wouldn't reach. Lang Wuxiang's weapon allowed the engraving of 129,600 formations. Moreover, this weapon can be augmented with additional materials, and every material added, one could carve an additional 1890 formations. It was absolutely formidable. Unfortunately, Lang Wuxiang's lifespan ran out just as tempering was finished. At this point, it was impossible to engrave it with formations, and because it was an original artifact, it had special requirements. One needed to engrave the 129,600 formations in one go. If one fails to do this, then engraving would not succeed. Only after the 129,600 formations were finished could one add materials and another 1890 formations. Lang Wuxiang decided to create the weapon because he thought that he could still engrave formations on it. Since his lifespan was nearing its end, he wanted to squeeze the last part of it in order to engrave the 129,600 formations. As long as he finished engraving this formation, then other formidable mages would be able to add materials and engrave the succeeding formations. With this setup, the weapon would get stronger and stronger until it would surpass any weapon in the cultivation realm. By the time, the machine field would no longer be afraid of the cultivation realm. Unfortunately, Lang Wuxiang underestimated the time needed to smelt the materials. When he died, he just barely managed to finish tempering the weapon. He didn't have time left to engrave the formations. After Lang Wuxiang, although the cultivation realm still accepted disciples from the machine field, nobody was able to reach his level. Therefore, Lang Wuxiang's weapon was never finished. In the end, it can only be placed here. Zhao Hai wasn't strange to the name of Lang Wuxiang. Although Lang Wuxiang has been dead for countless years, his position was still irreplaceable in the machine field. It can be said that the machine field wouldn't have become this powerful without him. According to legend, Lang Wuxiang can release 50,000 layer formations, and maybe even more. Mages from the present machine field would find it impossible to reach this level. Only a few could use 1,000 layer formations, not to say 50,000 layers. But as for Lang Wuxiang refining a weapon, Zhao Hai was completely clueless. Now after hearing Tao Wang, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be both shocked and happy. He was shocked because Lang Wuxiang was actually a talent beyond comparison. By his own ability, he snatched the machine field from the hands of the cultivation realm. He single-handedly gave the machine field its independence. Zhao Hai was happy because Lang Wuxiang actually refined a weapon. Others might not find any use of it, but for Zhao Hai, this weapon was something that he must have. Tao Wang stood beside the weapon and couldn't help but sigh. He failed to see Zhao Hai's eyes burning as they looked at the weapon. After some time, Tao Wang felt that something wasn't right. Sensing that Zhao Hai was silent, Tao Wang turned and was shocked. Zhao Hai's eyes were stubbornly stuck on the weapon made by Lang Wuxian. Tao Wang was scared for a moment. Zhao Hai had the same look as someone who wanted something no matter what. Tao Wang stared, then he quickly said, "Little Hai, don't tell me you want this thing, it's useless. Although its materials are top-ranked, you cannot use it with magic theory. It would be a waste if you have this, choose another one." Zhao Hai turned his head to Tao Wang and said, "Big brother Tao, can you give this thing to me? I want it." Tao Wang sighed and said, "Little Hai, you know that even if this thing can't be used, it is still a sentimental item. So even if I give it to you, you still wouldn't be able to take it out. If others see it, then they will certainly grab it. Listen to Big Brother words, choose something else." Zhao Hai firmly shook his head and said, "Big brother Tao, I don't want anything else other than this. I have a strong feeling in my heart that I must have it." "Brother Tao, what do I need to do to get it?" Tao Wang looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but be moved. To be honest, from the establishment of the treasury up to today, there had been a lot of people who had seen this item, but not one of them had the same strong feeling like Zhao Hai. Tao Wang felt that he needed to think about Zhao Hai's request even more. Instinct was a strange and mysterious thing. Sometimes, you will have a strong feeling in obtaining something. This item might not be great to others, but when the right one gets it, it would be extremely useful for them. This magical feeling seems to be in Zhao Hai right now. With this thought in mind, Tao Wang said, "Wait for a moment." Then after he said that, Tao Wang went to a nearby wall. The wall had a communication device on it. Tao Wang called Despars and told him about Zhao Hai's request. Despars didn't say anything other than to wait for him. Chapter 1125 to 1126. Chapter 1125, Uses of the Liquid Metal Sphere. Despars, Zhao Hai, and Tao Wang were standing in front of a sphere of liquid metal. After some time, Despars said, "Little Hai, do you really want this thing? Aren't you afraid of getting just this one and nothing else?" Zhao Hai repeatedly nodded. Then he turned to Despars and said, "Camp Lord, I need to obtain it. As long as I have it, I don't care about anything else." Despars looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Can you tell me why you want it? Is it just because of your instinct?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's not just because I feel it. I also want to try and see if I can succeed in engraving the formations. I want to make it a true weapon." As soon as he heard Zhao Hai, Despars couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "You really want to try?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'd like to give it a try. This weapons needs 129,600 formations and then another 1890 formations after adding other materials. I think I can do both of it. I also have some materials that can add to it. If I can succeed, then even if I cannot display all of the weapon's strength, I can still go against experts in the cultivation realm." When Despars and Tao Wang heard Zhao Hai, they let out a sigh. They shook their heads at the same time. Then Despars said, "Little Hai, if this is your reason, then I suggest you just forget it. A lot of people thought about this before but weren't successful in the end. This is because the weapon has high requirements for added materials. The materials that can be added to it are limited in number. It also needs to be a material that can handle a lot of formations. Even if you can engrave the formations, if the material is not enough, then you still wouldn't succeed. I tried it before and I failed. You should give up." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Camp Lord, Big Brother Tao, rest assured, I'm not doing this on a whim. I want it." Zhao Hai found that the two didn't want to give him this weapon wasn't because they were reluctant, they just thought that it wouldn't have any use for Zhao Hai. And if others know that the weapon was in Zhao Hai's hands, then he would be an unnecessary danger. Despars and Tao Wang saw Zhao Hai's conviction. They didn't say anything and just nodded. Then Despars said, "All right, take it. Take 2 items for yourself as well. Even if you can complete it, you still can't use it right now. You need things to protect yourself." Zhao Hai smiled at Tao Wang and Despars. Then he said, "Camp Lord, Big Brother Tao, there's no need. I'll use the remaining 1 month before the family competition to complete this." Despars stared, then his expression changed as he said, "Little Hai, listen to me. That wouldn't be good. You choose 2 items, 1 weapon and 1 defensive item." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Camp Lord, rest assured, I'm quite confident in this. Actually, in the lower realms, I once took a risk and was able to obtain a treasure. The treasure's name is measureless golden sand. It is produced from earth fire and can be used for refining. I intend to use it to complete this weapon. I believe I can succeed. Despars paused after hearing Zhao Hai. They also heard about measureless golden sand. It was a formidable treasure that didn't only give the metal attribute, it also had space attribute. It's quite a rare crafting material. If Zhao Hai really has this, then he could certainly try completing the weapon. Seeing Despars and Tao Wang's appearance, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then waved his hand. He took out a crystal jar. Inside the jar wasn't wine nor other liquor. Instead, what was inside was a glistening golden sand. Zhao Hai handed the jar over to Despars and said, "Camp Lord, I'm giving this bottle of measureless golden sand to the camp. A refiner in the camp should be able to use it. I don't have much in my hands and I still need to leave some for the weapon." Despars' eyes shone when he heard Zhao Hai. Then upon receiving the bottle of golden sand, he laughed and said, "Kid, you really have a lot of good things on hand. Alright, I'll accept this. But if you still aren't able to complete the weapon in 1 month, then you need to come back here and pick 2 items." Zhao Hai showed a smile and said, "Alright, then I agree. Camp Lord can rest assured." Despars nodded, then he walked over to the cabinet with the liquid metal sphere. He tapped for a light screen to appear and then entered a passcode. The glass covered opened and the liquid metal sphere was revealed. It was a sphere a meter in diameter and looked like a huge metal bubble. The metal surface was still flowing, and most importantly, this thing was floating inside the glass cabinet. Seeing the metal, Zhao Hai's eyes shone. Then he waved his hand, sending the liquid metal to the space. After storing the item, he turned to Despars and said, "Camp Lord, let's head back." Despars nodded and placed the measureless golden sand into the cabinet. Then he turned around and left the treasury along with Tao Wang and Zhao Hai. Upon leaving the treasury, Zhao Hai immediately returned to his room. He already told Despars that he would be closing up. Then he went to the space. The moment Zhao Hai introduced the sphere of metal to the space, a prompt was heard. Synthesized liquid metal sphere detected. Liquid metal can be used in conjunction with magic formations. Liquid metal can be analyzed through the universal scanner. Liquid metal can also be reconstructed through the universal processing machine. Liquid metal can be unified with the host's staff. The staff will turn silver and will increase in strength. The staff will then help the host in using formations and layered formations. The original abilities of the staff will remain unchanged. Zhao Hai nodded at the prompt. He understood that the sphere of liquid metal could be joined with his staff. Moreover, since this metal can aid in using magic formations, the staff could also assist him in using magic theory. Zhao Hai's staff could still assist him in using magic formations before, but not much. This was because even if the staff had a lot of materials, like the 12 ultimate weapons, the Hell King's ship, as well as its other upgrades, these materials weren't specially designed for magic theory. They were more inclined towards the cultivation realm's formations. Zhao Hai was able to use magic formations with the staff entirely because the staff was able to transform itself and change to suit magic formations. But now, if the liquid metal was incorporated to the staff would now have compatibility for formations. It can be said that the staff was now geared for magic theory. It was because he heard this prompt that Zhao Hai quickly returned to the space. He wanted to see what other pleasant surprises the liquid metal could give him. Upon entering the space, Laura immediately welcomed him. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "What happened to the liquid metal?" Laura smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Hai. We've already fed that thing to the scanner. Once it's done analyzing, you can have a look." Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "You're really impatient. If I came later, then would you have already completed it?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "We can't do that. We know that the process is beneficial to you. We just want to see the item's composition." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then turned to Kair and said, "Kair, after the liquid metal is done being analyzed, fuse it to the staff. Also, have the scanner find the most compatible 14,850 formations for the metal. Then add those formations into the staff." Kair smiled and said, "Young master, there's no need to do that. Even if a compatible set is found, you still wouldn't be able to find a use for it. After the liquid metal combines with the staff, it would also be integrated to the space. So as long as a formation is analyzed by the scanner, the staff would have it. However, with young master's current strength, you still wouldn't be able to use formation sets over 100 layers. But after your strength is improved, you can even use millions of layered formation sets. Therefore, There's really no need for you to analyze formations for the staff. Upon hearing Kair, Zhao Hai's expression lit up. Then he said, "Really? Will the staff really change that much after adding the liquid metal?" "Right. The liquid metal hasn't been combined with the staff. How do you know its effects?" Kair replied, "Young master, don't forget that when the liquid metal entered the space, it has already been branded. Now that the space is level 150, as long as it brands something, then it will immediately carry on an initial analysis. Therefore, although the liquid metal hasn't been unified with the staff, the space can already figure out its future ability." Zhao Hai nodded. His face was lit up. He was just too happy. The stronger the staff was, the better it was for him. With his current strength, he could only use 1,000-layer formations, and after adding the liquid metal, the staff unexpectedly increased his ability by 100 times. This would allow him to layer about 100,000 magic formations. This was absolutely good news for Zhao Hai. According to Ling Wuxia's deduction, as long as one could use 100,000 layer formations, then they could contend with general powerhouses in the cultivation realm. This means that as long as the liquid metal merged with Zhao Hai's staff, then Zhao Hai would have means of protecting himself in the world of cultivation. This was what made Zhao Hai glad the most. The reason he flew to the machine field was because he had enemies in the cultivation realm. If he ascended in the cultivation realm, then most experts there would squash him. Because of this, he didn't dare enter cultivation realm. After knowing the result, Zhao Hai relaxed. He didn't proceed to condense magic formations. This was because he had already condensed all formations that were made public. After thousands of years of development, the machine field made more than 13 million formations. If all of these formations were layered together, then its power was surely hard to imagine. Zhao Hai can be sure that even experts in the cultivation realm wouldn't be able to block formations made with 1,000,000 layers. However, with Zhao Hai's present strength, his limit was only 1,000 layers. He has to rely on the staff and liquid metal to use 100,000 layer formations. 1. What Zhao Hai must do at this time was to practice the stellar tempering body technique. This wondrous benefits to the technique seemed infinite, and there was also the fist technique that could be used against the enemy. Zhao Hai believed that as long as he practiced, he will certainly gain great advantages. In the beginning, Zhao Hai could only practice the tempering technique for 2 hours each day, but after days of practice, he was able to increase it to 3 hours. One shouldn't look down on this 1 hour of increase. For Zhao Hai, this additional hour can make double the effects of the body tempering technique. Besides practicing the stellar body tempering technique and practicing his layered formations, Zhao Hai was also busy with another matter, researching the composition of magic runes. Actually, Zhao Hai himself couldn't remember and understand all magic runes. His ability to use magic runes was mainly the space's merit, not his own accomplishment. The space was like an automatic memory storage, recording all of the runes that had been seen. Whenever Zhao Hai saw a rune, the space would immediately give him the relevant information about it. However, in the end, these things didn't belong to Zhao Hai. Because of this, he could only use existing formations. He cannot create new ones. This was also the space's biggest weak point. The space was merely a tool that can help you accomplish tasks. It cannot help you create something new. Without a proper understanding of the core principles, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to create new things. Therefore, Zhao Hai began studying magic runes by himself. This way, he can create his own formations, and with the space, he wasn't afraid of making trash formations. What he needs to do was write magic formations down and analyze them. This is the number the raw say. Been reading forward to know if it is accurate, but there has no sign yet. Chapter 1126, Heading Out. Zhao Hai spent the entire month practicing inside the space. Ever since the staff and the liquid metal fused together, Zhao Hai gave it the name liquid silver. Zhao Hai also took this time to get familiar with liquid silver. At this moment Zhao Hai could use 100,000 layer formation sets. Since Zhao Hai already told Despars that he needed to close up, Despars gave the word that nobody should disturb him. Besides hoping Zhao Hai to prepare for the beginner competition's qualifiers, Despars also hoped that Zhao Hai could complete the liquid metal. Not only would this give Zhao Hai benefits, this advantage would also extend to the machine field. In this month, Zhao Hai practiced the stellar body tempering technique and also familiarized himself with his new staff. At this point, liquid silver could no longer be called a magic staff as it was now closer to being a magic artifact. It was more of an item than a weapon. Liquid silver didn't only have the blood ghost staff's ability, It also gained the liquid metal's characteristics. The staff can be used both offensively and defensively. Zhao Hai wanted to see to what extent he could use the weapon. This way, he would know how to use his abilities more effectively. Zhao Hai could now use liquid silver to achieve 50,000 layered formation sets. Even if it was 100,000, there wouldn't be any need to spend too much time. And just like what he expected, if he only used his spiritual force to use magic theory, then he could only use 1,000 layer formations. But with liquid silver's support, his formations could reach 100,000 layers. This strength was increased by nearly 100 times. In this 1 month, the bone symbol camp was quite calm. Everyone did what they needed to do. Some of the less convinced members went to get tested. But after the test, they didn't mention entering the 6th realm beginner competition anymore. And also during this time, Taoing and Despars were in agony. Zhao Hai wanted to close up, so they didn't dare disturb him. They didn't know anything about the liquid metal's progress. Without any knowledge about Zhao Hai, the two couldn't help but get more sleepless as the time limit was approaching. Unlike the bone symbol camp, the entire machine field wasn't calm. The bone symbol camp didn't have any competition for their participants. However, the same wasn't true for the other camps. They could only fight, sometimes kill, their opponents so that they could progress further and be chosen as the representative for their camp. Every external hall camp in the machine field was filled with bloodshed. It was precisely because of the bone symbol camp's calmness that it was considered unique in the realm. The newcomers of the bone symbol camp were also paying attention to these competitions. After seeing the number of casualties each camp had, they quickly lost their motivation to join the competition. The rewards might be very good, but you would need to take lives in order to gain it. And once they participate in the qualifiers, if they didn't win, they would either be injured or dead. If this happened, then they would have lost everything. The internal competition of the Ashley family's camps only lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, the Ashley family's 8 external halls camps would proceed to compete with each other. Then they would select N ascenders to be the Ashley family's representatives in the realm's qualifiers. One shouldn't think that 10 people from the Ashley family was a very small number. Medium-sized influences in the machine field numbered several thousand. And if one adds those lower-sized powers, there would be even more participants. The Ashley family having a quota of 10 people was already an evidence of their status in the machine field. The common language of the 6 realms was strength. The more strength you had, the more benefits, advantages, and favors you would gain. Every time the beginner competition happens, the machine field would have 100 slots. Compared to the thousands of ascenders who want to participate, 100 slots was too small of a number. It was precisely because of this that the 3 major powers of the machine field carried on intense internal assessments for their representatives. In the end, each power was given a quota based on their strength. First-class forces could send 20 people to the qualifiers, second class could send 15, third class was 10, fourth class was 5, and then 1 for fifth class. Naturally, this metric wasn't absolute, but changes to quotas could only decrease, never increase. With this setup, there would be over 10,000 people participating in each realm qualifier. Selecting 100 people over more than 10,000 meant that the 100 left in the end would be the cream of the crop. The bone symbol camp didn't gain any good results the last few times the bone symbol camp participated in the Ashley family's qualifiers. In the end, they didn't get any slots in the realm qualifiers. It was precisely because of this that people thought that the bone symbol camp had fallen. But in the past few times that the bone symbol camp had attended, they would at least send 5 people. But this time, these spars only listed on person, Zhao Hai. If the 8 camps want to enter the family's internal competition, then they would have to send their list of participants a month before the event. Moreover, it was prohibited to change this list. This was because once people find out which people were participating, then they might replace their participants. The Ashley family decided to do it like this because they want the 8 camps to investigate the participants and get familiar with their fighting style. Besides the bone symbol camp, all other camps sent 10 participants. Only the bone symbol camp would submit less than the maximum number of people. In the last competition, the bone symbol camp sent 5 people to participate. But this time they only sent 1. This caused an uproar in the Ashley family. Not only the Ashley family, the other people in the machine field were also baffled. They didn't expect the bone symbol camp to only send 1 person. In their minds, the bone symbol camp has truly fallen. As the days passed, The day for the family's competition approached. However, Zhao Hai had yet to come out. Spars and Tao Wang couldn't help but worry even more. They sent people to stroll outside Zhao Hai's villa every day. They want to see if there were any sounds inside. But to their disappointment, Zhao Hai was completely silent. On this day, Spars was currently sat inside his office, his face showing his anxiety. At this moment, Tao Wang entered the room. Upon seeing his assistant, Spars immediately asked, "Did he come out?" Tao Wang smiled and shook his head and said, "The family qualifiers is happening the day after tomorrow. If Little Hai fails to come out, then he would miss his chance for the Six Realms beginner competition." Spars let out a long sigh. He smiled bitterly and said, "If he missed it, then he missed it. It's also good if he doesn't join. With the brutality of the competition, he would be safer if he doesn't join it. Moreover, since he had closed up for 1 month, then it means that the thing had some use for him. If he can make use of it, then it's worth it even if he missed the competition." Tao Wang nodded, then his eyes shone as he said, "If Little Hai can use that thing, then it wouldn't only be the luck of the Bone Symbol Camp, it would also be the luck of the Ashley family and the machine field." At this time, Spars's computer made a sound. Spars looked at his wrist. The name on it made him stare. It was Zhao Hai calling him. Spars stared for a moment before he opened his computer and happily greeted, "Little Hai." Then Zhao Hai's image can be seen on the screen. Seeing Zhao Hai's face, Spars asked, "Little Hai, how is it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Camp Lord, I've completed it. I named it Liquid Silver." "Right, Camp Lord. When will the family's qualifiers start?" Spars immediately replied, "The day after tomorrow." "Are you done with everything?" "Me and Tao Wang want to see it." Zhao Hai understood what Spars wanted. He wanted to see Liquid Silver. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, I'll prepare some food while waiting for you." Spars nodded. Then he closed his computer and turned to Tao Wang. "Let's go see Little Hai." Then he took off with Tao Wang following closely behind. Tai Shen has been busy doing tasks outside, so he was rarely in the camp. However, he was coming back. After all, the Ashley family's internal competition was approaching. For the camps, this event was very important. And now that the Bone Symbol Camp was only sending 1 participant, this means that this was the most crucial event for the camp in the last 20 years. This was something that Tai Sheng wouldn't want to miss. Before long, Spars and Tao Wang arrived at Zhao Hai's villa. Zhao Hai was already waiting for them in the living room. Tinkle was the one offering everyone food. Zhao Hai just sat. When Spars and Tao Wang entered the room, Zhao Hai smiled at them. He didn't say anything and just waved his hand, taking his silver staff out. The staff was more than 2 meters long. Its entire body was bright silver and at its head was a 9-layered silver lotus. On each tip of the lotus were small bells. Liquid Silver's form didn't differ too much from the Blood Ghost staff. However, its aura changed. Now, the staff looked more holy compared to its fierce appearance from before. Chapter 1127 to 1128. Chapter 1127. Life and Death Stage. Dark Demon Planet, Lofty Demon Island, Life and Death Stage. Normally, only a few people were present in the Life and Death Stage. Only people hostile towards each other would duel there. In the Life and Death Stage, injuries and deaths didn't matter. Only enmity was taken into account. Average people wouldn't use the stage to take care of their enmity. The Life and Death Stage was a huge metal platform with a width and length of 100 meters. Each corner of the stage had a column with crystal stones, covering the stage with a barrier that won't let energy go through. This way, the spectators on the sides wouldn't be harmed. Surrounding the stage were seats that could accommodate 30,000 people. The VIP seats were based on the north side. People of status would sit in this area. Meanwhile, the other 3 sides were saved for the civilians. Anyone can sit on these 3 areas to watch the duels. Usually, unless it was related to them, normal people wouldn't come to this place. This was because the killing aura in this place was too heavy. Lofty Demon Island's area is huge, but the Life and Death Stage was placed on a small corner of the island. To be exact, the stage can't be regarded as part of the island. Instead, it was on a huge reef just outside. It was only connected to the island by bridges. This day, in the normally desolate Life and Death Stage, were a lot of people. There were numerous cars stopped at its parking lot outside. The spectator area was also packed with people. However, the northern area was empty. Naturally, this meant that the Patriarch had yet to arrive. Then at exactly 9 a.m., Melodious bells began ringing. The original bustling life and death stage suddenly turned quiet. The members of the Ashley family were too familiar with these bells. This was the Ashley family's world bell. The Ashley family had plenty of special traditions. For example, there's the world bell as well as the police world drum. The world bell was used whenever people with influence arrive and the area needed to be quiet. As for the police world drum, this would be used to issue a warning whenever danger came. Then all of the family's combatants would have 30 breaths to get ready. If they weren't ready in 30 breaths, they would be executed. Along with the Ashley family's strong regulations, as soon as the world bell rung, the audience immediately turned silent. Those who dared deliberately open their mouth would be executed. The world bell rang 3 times and then people began falling straight down from the sky. At the lead of these people was a man wearing a black mage robe and holding a black cane. He already had some white hair, but his face was ruddy, looking stern and defiant. On his side were people with mage robes as well as warrior clothing. Despars was also among these high-level people. The person at the lead was the Ashley family's current patriarch, Thunder Ashley. There were 8 people around him. 2 of them were managers of the internal government, 2 were external affairs directors, and the other 4 were managers of various manpower branches. But there was something that was common among these 8 people. All of them handled their own camp. They were all Thunder Ashley's 8 most trusted people. The group stood on the life and death stage. Thunder Ashley looked around him and then announced, 6 Realm Beginner Competition. Ashley family's internal qualifiers officially begins. Then he moved along with his entourage towards the northern spectator area. When the group entered their reserved seats, a transparent glass immediately emerged from the ground, separating them from other people. Some of the other core members of the Ashley family also entered and sat on their own seats. At this time, a middle-aged man appeared on the stage. This person was also a fatty, but compared to Despars's ferocious face, this man was much more lovable, with a round face and a thick smile. He looked like someone you could fool. However, to those who knew this person, if you dared to make a fool of him, then you would die. This fatty was also quite famous. His name was Kajo. He was someone Thunder Ashley grew up with. His current position was the Ashley family's general manager. He is also the chief manager of Despars and the others. With Despars's ferocious face as well as his kill count, he was named as the Killer Fatty. However, in the Ashley family, there was another fatty with a much higher fame than him. This man was Kajo. He killed more people than Despars, but his face wasn't as ferocious. He was the type of person who had a smiling face with a terrifying heart. Because of this, he was given the nickname of Smiling Demon Kajo. As soon as one hears these nicknames, one would know its meanings. Despars was given the name Killer Fatty while Kajo was named a demon. From this point, one could see the difference between the two. At the same time, one shouldn't look down on Kajo's position of general manager. He was the person Thunder Ashley trusted the most. His relationship with Thunder Ashley's children was also quite good. Thunder's children treated him with great respect. It can be said that, in the Ashley family, Kajo was the number 2 after the patriarch. Kajo stood on the stage with his big and wide smile. On the other hand, everyone in the life and death stage were giving him their full attention. Nobody dared to look at him in contempt. Kajo looked around the stage before he said, "Today is a grand event for our Ashley family. The Ashley family's talented individuals will go on this stage and fight for the family's honor. I invite the 71 brave individuals from the external halls camps to stand on the stage." Just as his voice fell, 2 teams came out into the life and death stage. Some of them wore mage robes while the others wore warrior clothing. On their bodies were badges with a dark mist skeleton emblem. This was the Ashley family's badge. However, there were small differences in their badges. For example, below the dark mist skeleton in Zhao Hai's badge were 2 crisscrossed bones, making it look like a pirate flag. This meant that Zhao Hai was from the Ashley family's bone symbol camp. After the contestants entered the life and death stage, they quickly stood in groups according to their camps. The other groups had 10 people while Zhao Hai stood alone, looking somewhat pitiful. Kajo also saw Zhao Hai, but he didn't say anything and just said, "We'll have the computer arrange everyone's numbers." Then after he said that, a ship appeared on top of the stage which released a light screen that formed a projection in midair. Names began to appear on the screen, from number 1 to 71. Zhao Hai's number was at the middle, number 36. After the numbers were shown, Kajo looked at the projection and said, "For the first battle, we'll draw 2 numbers from the list." Just as his voice fell, The projection began to roll two numbers. Finally, two numbers appeared, number 2 and number 58. Not only did the names of two participants appear on the screen, their faces and details were also displayed. Zhao Hai also looked at the screen and saw that both were 3-year ascenders and level 2. One was a mage and the other was a warrior. When Kazhou saw that both sides had been decided, he said, "Alright, I'll have to ask the other participants to leave." Zhao Hai and the others who were in the life and death stage left and sat on the seats reserved for them. At this moment, people in the VIP room began discussing the battle. D-Spars was sitting next to Thunder. From this point, one could see D-Spars's position in Thunder Ashley's heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sat this close to the patriarch. Thunder looked at Zhao Hai through the glass. Then he turned to D-Spars and said, "Fatty Day, you're too stingy in sending fellows. You protect your people too much. That isn't good. And this time, you only sent one. Do you want to lose sooner to ease your worry? Also, I've read reports about this kid. He just ascended 4 months ago. Are you making it too easy?" D-Spars smiled faintly and said, "Patriarch, rest assured, I will not disappoint you this time. I might have sent only one person, but I can guarantee that you will be surprised." As soon as he heard D-Spars, Thunder couldn't help but stare. At this time, a nearby person said, "Fatty, there's no point in bragging. Your camp hasn't sent more than 8 people to participate in the competition, and every time, you're defeated early. This time, you even sent a young kid. I don't even believe people who ascended for 4 months to be able to use spiritual chi." D-Spars didn't need to look to know who was talking. It was one of the 4 managers. Dia. Dia was brought into the Ashley family's management 20 years ago. Him and D-Spars had always disagreed with each other. The two were always fighting each other in the dark. Nevertheless, D-Spars wouldn't fight him too seriously. After all, Dia was also a member of the Ashley family. If they were to fight for real, then the family would be heavily affected. For someone who grew up in the Ashley family, this wasn't something that D-Spars wanted to see. Since D-Spars didn't want to fight him head-on, Dia began to think that D-Spars was afraid of him. Because of this, he would frequently make a jab at D-Spars during public situations. Seeing that it was difficult for him to retaliate, D-Spars chose to endure. Thunder also knew about D-Spars' thoughts. To be honest, he didn't like Dia. Thunder and D-Spars grew together, so he understood his friend the most. Thunder was aware that the Bone Symbol camp was lacking a super expert, but in terms of comprehensive combat power, the other 7 camps couldn't contend with the Bone Symbol camp. Because of this, Thunder just turned a blind eye at D-Spars' passiveness. Upon hearing Dia, Thunder couldn't help but wrinkle his brows. D-Spars gave Dia a glance before he sneered and said, "Dia, how about we make a bet? I bet 10 million that Zhao Hai will take first place in the competition. If he gets first, then you'll give me 10 million. Conversely, if Zhao Hai fails to get first place, then I lose 10 million to you. What do you think? Do you dare?" Chapter 1128, Going on Stage. As soon as Dia heard D-Spars, he couldn't help but stare. This was the first time D-Spars bet on something. Moreover, Dia was clearly aware of how sly D-Spars was. One shouldn't look at his ugly and terrifying face as well as his fat build. This fellow wasn't stupid. Conversely, the way this person plots was truly terrifying. People who like to plot would make sure that they won't suffer losses, and Dia knew that D-Spars was someone who only took profits and not loss. And now, this person actually proposed a bet. There was certainly something going on. Dia couldn't help but turn towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was currently on the side of the stage looking at the battle. There was nothing much to look at. Although the mage was level 2, he was still having problems using magic theory. Perhaps he was too used to using his magic in the lower realm. However, this method was no longer powerful in the upper realm. The warrior was also having similar problems. Although he can already send out his sword chi, it was obvious that he was burdened every time he used it. Therefore, he wasn't sending his sword chi out and instead did melee combat with the mage. The mage was constantly moving as he shot magic towards the warrior. It was a common type of warrior versus mage combat from the lower realms. Zhao Hai looked at the two and shook his head. He then closed his eyes. All participants already had information about each other. However, this was the first time they saw each other in battle. As for Zhao Hai's information, the only thing people knew was that he had ascended 4 months ago. He was a complete greenhorn. In their minds, Zhao Hai had offended D-Spars. Because of this, the camp lord sent him to this stage. This was basically murder using a borrowed knife. In fact, after seeing this information, Even Thunder had the same idea. But when he heard the bet D-Spars was about to make, he couldn't help but doubt this thinking. Then he turned to D-Spars in confusion. D-Spars was intently waiting for Dia's reply. Dia looked at D-Spars and said, "D-Spars, how are you so sure?" D-Spars coldly snorted and said, "Why do you care? Will you bet or not?" At the same time he showed glee in his eyes. As soon as he saw D-Spars' eyes, Dia knew that he was bluffing. Zhao Hai couldn't be an expert. D-Spars was just using this to make him afraid of doing a bet. Dia thought himself smart when he deduced this. He immediately felt a great opportunity. He turned to D-Spars and coldly snorted, "Why wouldn't I? Of course I'll bet." D-Spars willed his expression change, but he still said, "All right, then it's decided." He didn't care about Dia after he said that. Seeing D-Spars' appearance, Thunder couldn't help but feel worried. This fatty just dug a pit, and Dia happily jumped into it. Thunder grew up with D-Spars. Because of this, he could understand the fatty's manners. He knew that D-Spars wouldn't go into matters that he didn't have control over. Since he made a bet with Dia, then it's certain that he believed his contestant would win. With this thought in mind, Thunder couldn't help but feel more curious about Zhao Hai. He knew that D-Spars wouldn't lie about the time Zhao Hai ascended. Every ascender was assigned a robot and was managed by the Ascender Reception Tower. These two places were controlled by the three major forces and were not subject to anyone's jurisdiction. Even the Ashley family wouldn't be able to touch it. Therefore, Zhao Hai's basic information should be true. Since Zhao Hai's records weren't a problem, then this meant that Zhao Hai was a true 4-month ascender. Moreover, he was invited by D-Spars 1 month after he ascended. There's also the 10 million machine coin bet that D-Spars made. From this point, Thunder Ashley could gauge Zhao Hai's strength. Thunder turned towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was currently closing his eyes. He was motionless, as though he fell asleep. Seeing Zhao Hai's state, Thunder couldn't help but knit his brows. Zhao Hai's action was unsatisfactory. As a participant who is about to fight, he shouldn't give up the opportunity to observe his opponents. Generally, two kinds of people do this. The first kind are those who were arrogant. They think that they are invincible and didn't bother observing their opponents. The other kind are those with absolute strength. They would know at a glance how strong their opponents would be. They don't care how strong their enemy was as they are confident in winning. Thunder thought that Zhao Hai should be the latter type. But even so, he still hoped that Zhao Hai would pay attention to the matches. This was because there were experts who lost to opponents weaker than them just because they were uninformed, and those who participate in this competition had 1 or 2 tricks up their sleeves. If one doesn't pay attention, then they would suffer under their opponents. It didn't take long before the first battle ended with a warrior's win. However, this result didn't make Thunder happy. This was because the skill of the two combatants wasn't high, even to the point of being weak. If they participate in the machine field's qualifiers with this strength, then they would come back defeated or even dead. To any power in the machine field, the realm qualifiers was very important. Only through the qualifiers could a family get a lot of benefits. The higher their placement, the more benefits the family would receive. In the past years, the Ashley family's talents weren't too good. They weren't even able to join the top 100 in the last competition. This made Thunder very disappointed. It was also for this reason that Thunder turned a blind eye on the camp's brutal elimination methods. As battles go on, Thunder's expression turned more serious. Although the levels of the combatants were quite good, they still fall short compared to the talents from the other powers. Being the patriarch of the Ashley family, Thunder also attached great importance to the talents of the other powers. It was especially true whenever the beginner competition was approaching. With their interests on the line, each power would look into the participants from other groups. It was because of this that Thunder understood how high the average strength of talents were. Thunder also knew that this didn't mean that the 8 camps weren't draining their newcomers seriously. In fact, the camps from other powers weren't any better than the Ashley families. There were even some who were much worse than the Ashley families. Other families were just taking a different approach in training their participants. Actually, this approach wasn't anything special. The key point to this training were the innately talented ascenders. From the day they entered the camp, all of the camp's resources would be immediately spent on them. Naturally, a program like this would produce more competitive talents compared to the Ashley family. However, this also came at a disadvantage. Since most resources were focused on a select few, the cultivation of the other members would lag behind, causing the overall strength of the camp to go down. Thunder knew what these people were thinking. In their minds, Ascenders simply weren't included in their groups. These ascenders were merely tools in order to further the family's benefit. This mentality caused their method to be fundamentally different than the Ashley family. The Ashley family attached great importance to their external hall, and because of this, they were somewhat famous in the machine field. What Zhao Hai didn't know was the fact that discrimination existed in the machine field. However, this discrimination didn't target different races. Instead, its focus was on the lower realm ascenders. A large part of the world of cultivation's natives held a feeling of superiority over lower realm ascenders. In their opinion, those born in the upper realms were cut above those in the lower realms. Because of this, not a lot of them placed great importance towards ascenders. Thunder looked at the participants in today's competition. If compared to other camps, their strength was actually very good. However, when it came to competitions, they fall short. Thunder began to consider reorganizing the family's camps and carry on targeted training. The competition carried on, but Zhao Hai had yet to fight. With 71 contestants, there would be 35 battles while one participant would get a bye. Nobody protested this setup. After all, luck was part of one's strength. Zhao Hai wasn't anxious. He just sat there and recalled the runes he studied. At this point, Zhao Hai couldn't help but praise magic rune study. Runes could be said to be the essence of magic formations. Only once someone understood runes could they become better at using magic formations. At this time, 24 battles had already happened. Although the first battle didn't last long, more than 20 battles lasted quite a long time. However, the spectators didn't complain. This was because the battles were becoming more and more intense. This intensity was caused by both sides becoming more and more ruthless. After 24 battles, 3 already died while 5 were heavily injured. Just in the recent 24th battle, a warrior in the body symbol camp broke the opponent warrior's sword and killed them on the spot. Although Zhao Hai had his eyes closed, he was still aware of the things happening on the stage. He didn't feel any discomfort from what happened. If he wanted to survive in the machine field, then he would have to kill people. Moreover, hadn't he killed people before? At this time, the sign for the 25th battle appeared on the huge screen. Then an announcement was heard. 25th battle, Bone Symbol Camp Zhao Hai vs Ghost Symbol Camp Luozi. Then after a short pause, another announcement was made. Zhao Hai from the Bone Symbol Camp is a newcomer that has ascended just 4 months ago. He was able to gain the recognition of Camp Lord Despars a month after his ascension. After closing up for 2 months, not only did he adapt to the machine field's spiritual chi density, he was also able to break through to level 2 mage. One couldn't deny that he is an absolute talent. Ghost Symbol Camp's Luozi has already ascended for 4 years. He is also a rare talent in the Ghost Symbol Camp, being able to succeed in task after task. He is a level 3 warrior, and because he has killed a lot of people, people outside the family called him Blood Ghost Luozi. This battle is a showdown between 2 talents. When Zhao Hai heard his name, he opened his eyes and slowly walked towards the stage. As for the spectators, they were all humming in discussion. All of them were talking about Zhao Hai as well as his short time in the machine field. Although he was able to hear these discussions, Zhao Hai wasn't fazed by it. For Zhao Hai, entering this competition was basically him bullying other people. Before long, Zhao Hai got up the stage. His opponent was already standing there. Blood Ghost Luozi wasn't tall and didn't look strong. However, he had an indifferent face. He wore blood-red warrior clothing while his sword was at his waist. His sword was a little longer than normal. Its length was approaching a small spear's. It doesn't seem to look like a sword. Zhao Hai looked at Luozi and couldn't help but knit his brows. Although this Luozi didn't look anything special, his killing aura was very strong. One could see that he was skilled in killing people. When the stage's shield was raised, Luozi took his long sword out and waited for the signal. It didn't take long before Kajo announced the start of the battle. Upon hearing the signal, Luozi didn't immediately charge like the other warriors to get to the mage's side. In Luozi's mind, he was a level 3 warrior against a recently ascended rookie. As long as he sent his sword chi flying, the other side would certainly be cut in half. However, what made Luozi surprised was the fact that his mage opponent didn't erect a shield like other mages. Zhao Hai was just calmly standing there, his expression showing that he seemed to not care about his situation. Luozi stared, then he sneered and said, "Kid, you're quite unlucky to run into me in your first battle. You might be a genius before this battle, but after I'm done, You will be a dead genius. Zhao Hai just calmly looked at the opposite party. He didn't take his magic staff nor did he release a protective shield. This caused Luozi to feel that he was being despised. Chapter 1129 to 1130. Chapter 1129. Magnificent performance. When Luozi saw that Zhao Hai didn't reply, even set up any defense, his expression turned ugly. His eyes became cold. Then he directed his killing intent towards Zhao Hai. He knew that Zhao Hai was a newcomer, and for those who killed only a few, being hit with a killing intent as strong as his would certainly make them panic. Then as long as they lost focus, an opportunity would appear. Zhao Hai continued to look at Luozi despite feeling the killing intent washing over him. He didn't care about the other party's killing aura. To Zhao Hai, this kind of pressure was pitifully weak. Seeing Zhao Hai remain unflinching, Luozi's heart tightened. Not responding to his killing aura only meant one thing: the other party was also used to killing. Such a person wasn't easy to deal with. And after remembering Zhao Hai's ascension, Luozi's eyes turned murderous. Luozi was a realistic person. He wasn't a warrior in the lower realm, but instead an assassin. Because of this, he preferred his unusual sword. Assassins experience a much crueler world than warriors. In the world of assassins, failure meant death, and you won't only need to watch out for your enemy, you also need to watch your back against your allies. This was because if you can't surpass your peers and become the most powerful person, then you would be left behind at any time, and being abandoned meant death. Because of this mindset, Luozi had always wanted to be the best, and if someone appears that might surpass him, then his choice was very simple. While the other party was still weak, he would kill them. It was also because of this mindset that Luozi became famous in the ghost symbol camp. Those talents comparable to him were now dead, and now that Zhao Hai appeared, Luozi began to feel a threat. He felt that Zhao Hai was going to surpass him, becoming a famous genius. Although Zhao Hai wasn't in the same camp as him, they were in the same family. With the internal competition in the family, Luozi would certainly kill anyone who might become his opponent. Luozi looked at Zhao Hai and began to feel threatened. He took a deep breath. Although he was threatened by Zhao Hai had yet to protect himself. Luozi saw this as the best opportunity for him. Luozi calmed down his mood and then began to slowly raise his sword. The tip of the sword was aimed at Zhao Hai. Then he exhaled as he gripped the sword with both hands. The build of Luozi's sword was the same build as huge swords in the lower realms. The actual sharp part of the sword was only 30 centimeters from the tip. As for the rest, it was no different as a flattened spear. It didn't have any cutting power at all. Luozi grasped his sword with his two hands as though he held a spear. He pointed his weapon at the calmly standing Zhao Hai. Seeing this stance, Zhao Hai finally opened his mouth and asked, "You want to kill me?" Luozi stared. He thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't speak to him. But now, Zhao Hai disrupted his rhythm by speaking. Although he had yet to attack, the mental battle had begun. Zhao Hai's few words just broke Luozi's momentum. Luozi's eyes narrowed. He didn't know if Zhao Hai deliberately did this, but he didn't answer. Zhao Hai looked at Luozi's expression and smiled faintly. "I saw the killing intent in your eyes, so do you want to kill me?" "Why? We work for the same family. Why do we need to kill each other?" Luozi coldly snorted and said, "We work in the same family, but you should know that if I kill you right now, the family will place more importance towards me, giving me more resources to cultivate quicker." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he replied, "So it's like that. This isn't the first time you did this, killing people who seem to get in your way?" Luozi coldly snorted and said, "Less talking, it's time for you to die." Before Zhao Hai could move, Luozi's sword chi was already stabbing towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and whispered, "Shield." After he said that, a 5-layer formation appeared in front of him. Then a giant metal shield flew out of the formation, blocking Luozi's sword chi. A sneer appeared in Luozi's face. He was a level 3 warrior, so how could a mere 5-layer formation stop him? Zhao Hai must be dreaming. However, something shocking happened. When the sword chi hit the shield only lightly trembled. Then the sword chi slid from the shield and hit the life and death stages barrier. Luozi stared. He couldn't believe that his full-powered strike was deflected by Zhao Hai's 5-layer formation. How was this possible? It wasn't only Luozi. Those who knew Luozi were also baffled. They knew that Luozi wasn't someone who would show mercy. All of his moves were aimed with the intent to kill. He never sparred with another person, and those who asked to fight him were all dead. After blocking Luozi's strike, Zhao Hai didn't stop as he waved his hand, releasing a 10-layer formation. Then he whispered, "Turning wind." blade of ice, behead. As his voice fell, a group of tornadoes began to appear. The tornadoes became bigger and bigger until they became 20 meters in diameter, and inside these tornadoes were an uncountable amount of ice blades, all attacking towards Luozi. When he saw Zhao Hai's attack, Luozi's expression changed. He immediately waved his sword and released sword chi towards Zhao Hai's tornadoes. Since Luozi's attention was on the tornadoes, he failed to notice Zhao Hai casting a 10-layer formation once more. The formation turned golden yellow and then it blinked with red light. Then Zhao Hai whispered, "Fire arrows, barrage of 10,000, release." Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, the magic formation set blasted out and released an uncountable amount of red fiery arrows, blasting towards Luozi. Luozi had just broken through the ice blade-filled tornadoes. When he saw the arrow rain that Zhao Hai shot out, his expression turned manic. He frantically waved his sword in order to block every attack coming his way. But just as he blocked a red arrow, it suddenly exploded. This explosion wasn't just a simple fireball. One should know that the arrow was made out of the metal element. That is to say that when the arrow exploded, shards of metal spread out. One of these shards found their way into Luozi's eye. Luozi screamed, the sword in his hand forgetting to defend. What happened next was easy to predict. Arrow after arrow hit Luozi's body, then they exploded. By the end of the rain of arrows, Luozi's body could no longer be seen. His long sword left behind lying on the stage. The area turned silent. Zhao Hai and Luozi's fight was too short, not taking up even 5 minutes of time. Luozi attacked first with his sword chi, which Zhao Hai defended, and then Zhao Hai retaliated with 2 spells, and that was the end. When the two began to move, the audience were loudly clapping. But by the end of the battle, everyone was silent. Nobody made a noise. This was because Zhao Hai's magic was both mesmerizing and terrifying. Nobody could deny that Zhao Hai's magic was enchanting. His metal element shield, the icy tornado, and then the fiery explosive rain of arrows. All 3 were beautiful to look at, and these 3 magics were as terrifying as they were beautiful. The shield was but a 5-layer formation. Nevertheless, it was able to fend off an attack from the level 3 warrior. This showed how uncommon the formation set was. The following 2 spells weren't much worse. Although the icy tornadoes were broken by Luozi, the pillars of wind with ice shards in them looked like revolving pillars that seemed to turn wild at any time. Normal people might praise the spell for its beauty, but for Despars and the others, what they saw was the terror behind the spell. If anyone was surrounded by the magic, then they would be shredded as though they had been sent into a meat grinder. Upon thinking about the outcome, anyone would feel chills crawling up their body. As for the rain of 10,000 arrows, once one was overwhelmed, their outcome wouldn't be good. This was especially true after the arrows exploded. The fire mixed with the fragments of metal looked much like fireworks, and in the midst of these arrows was Luozi, a level 3 warrior. Upon receiving these spells, not even his body was left behind. Such spells were more than scary. They were terrifying. It was a magnificent and terrifying display. All those who understood what was going on couldn't help but think of Zhao Hai's spells as both magnificent and terrifying. It was like a beauty with a hidden terrifying trait. It was too scary. The everlasting smile on Kazhou's face vanished. He heard the conversation between Zhao Hai and Luozi. To be honest, he wasn't against Luozi's procedure. Those who wanted to raise their head above others needed to tread on top of countless corpses. Kazhou just didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this powerful. If Kazhou didn't know Despars, then he would have suspected Despars of bringing a level 5 mage pretending to be level 1 for the competition. Those who can insta-cast 10-layered formations only belong to level 5. Everyone inside the VIP room were also stunned. They didn't expect Luozi and Zhao Hai's battle to end so fast. When Zhao Hai stepped down from the stage, Thunder turned towards Despars and said, "Despars, are you sure that he ascended 4 months ago?" Despars smiled and said, "Of course." When he ascended, he was assigned to room number 2046. He memorized magic runes on his first day in the academy and then reached level 1 a month after. After that, he was sent for an exam to Tyro Planet. Patriarch should already know about all of these matters. Chapter 1130. Have him join the Ashley family. Thunder Ashley nodded. Naturally, he knew about these matters. After all, they were related to his daughter. He just paid little attention to Zhao Hai in the past. And after Zhao Hai closed up, his name was never heard of again. At this time, an internal hall manager asked with curiosity, "Despars, I know that the level of your bone symbol camp isn't good. Those spells used by the kid, I haven't seen them before. Despars smiled bitterly and said, alright, are you mocking me or praising me? And what do you know about the strength of the bone symbol camp? I can only say that Zhao Hai is a genius. He has a lot of formation sets in his hands, and all of it were created by him. The formations he used already existed, but the sets were all made by him. I have seen some of his creations and to be honest, they are really strong. As soon as those present heard Despars, they couldn't help but stare. Then all of them looked at Despars with shining eyes. Despars saw their reactions and he bitterly smiled as he said, I know what you are thinking. You want other mages to learn Zhao Hai's formation sets? Forget about it. Zhao Hai is indeed willing to hand over his formation sets, but only a few individuals can study them. Don't forget, Zhao Hai is an all-element mage. His formation sets have 2 or 3 elements in them. Their might is certainly huge, but if you're not an all-element mage, then those formations are useless. Everyone nodded upon hearing Despars. The formation sets Zhao Hai used were indeed from multiple departments. The power was great, but most mages couldn't use it. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Thunder turned towards Despars and whispered, Despars, tell me the truth. What is the kid's strength? Despars smiled faintly and said, he should be level 4, but even I won't dare to fight him. I reckon I could lose to him. Despars was a level 6 mage. When Thunder heard this, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Then he chuckled and said, it seems like luck has finally come to you. You actually gained a treasure. Despars smiled and said, right, I really picked up a treasure. In fact, he has more than you think. Patriarch, I'll report something to you later. Thunder blinked when he heard Despars, but he nodded and turned to look back at the stage. Thunder now wanted to know what Zhao Hai had that made Despars value him highly. Before long, the 35 battles ended. The competition's first day had ended. All victors will rest for 2 days before competing again. After the competition ended, Zhao Hai returned to his room to rest. Despars also issued a strict order stating that Zhao Hai shouldn't be disturbed. Despars didn't return to the bone symbol camp. Instead he followed Thunder back into the family. Despars and Kajo entered the study with Thunder. After Thunder waved his hand to invite everyone to sit down, he turned to Despars and said, Fatty Day, tell me. There's no need to be mysterious. Despars smiled faintly and said, young master, it's good news. It is about Zhao Hai. When outside, Despars would call Thunder Patriarch. However, when they were alone, he would call him young master. Thunder nodded and said, this Zhao Hai is very good. Kajo also nodded and said, he's calm, and not too forgiving either. He's a skilled kid. Despars looked at the two and smiled, young master. Smiling demon. Remember the thing I have in the treasury? The item a machine field legend left behind? When Thunder heard Despars, his brows couldn't help but raise. Then he asked, you mean the failed product? You still have it? I thought you sold it because you lacked money. Despars smiled faintly and said, it's more useful to keep it. Young master, that thing has been completed by Zhao Hai. He's currently using it. Boom. Despars's words were like a huge bomb exploding inside Thunder and Kajo's minds. Since the two knew what the item was, they also knew the conditions of completing it. They thought that nobody in the machine field could complete it, and now, Despars told them that it had been formed. It was no wonder that they were surprised. Despars saw their reactions and laughed. What? You might not know, but Zhao Hai already completed it and is now using it as his staff. Thunder stood up. He stared deeply into Despars and said, Daddy Day, don't joke with me. Did Zhao Hai really complete it? How did he do it? You should know that a lot of people worked together in the past, but they still weren't able to complete it. Despars nodded and said, Zhao Hai has done it, but he took the clever route. He added a material in the production and engraved 131,490 formations in one go. This caused the final stage to succeed. Now, he called the thing liquid silver. Thunder gawked. It really succeeded? People thought of this method before, but they haven't found the appropriate material. What did he use? Despars smiled faintly and said, Measureless golden sand. Measureless golden sand. So it's measureless golden sand? No wonder. Kajo called out in alarm. One must know that measureless golden sand was a very precious material. Who thought Zhao Hai actually had it? Despars nodded. Little Hai also gave me a bottle of it. I already stored it inside the treasury. But liquid silver is truly evil. After Little Hai completed it, it became his exclusive item. No matter what method we try, that thing is only a hunk of silver metal in our hands. But in Zhao Hai's hands, It became ever-changing. It can turn into all kinds of weapons. It's godly. Thunder nodded and said, divine artifacts always recognize their owners. That's normal. Also, that thing had always been useless in our hands. It's good if it can be used by Zhao Hai. This way, he could give benefits to the Ashley family. But Fatty Day, is Zhao Hai loyal to the Ashley family? Won't he run to other groups? Spars shook his head and said, young master, you can rest assured. After observing him for the past few days, I discovered that Zhao Hai is very sentimental. Since we've been treating him properly, he will not betray us. You don't need to worry. Thunder nodded. I have tried the refining method you brought back last time. Did you send a reward Zhao Hai? Right. I heard that he's still living inside the camp's building. Spars smiled bitterly and said, forget it, that kid is a training madman. I've already sent his reward over, but he had yet to move to his villa. He's inside the camp every day, training. I don't know how to handle him. As soon as Thunder heard Spars, he nodded and said, so it's like this. But I still think he needed to be rewarded. Fatty Day. We need to make him satisfied with the Ashley family. We can't afford to have him leave. Spars smiled faintly and said, young master, I have something in mind. But I'm afraid you won't agree. When he heard Spars, Thunder stared. Then he waved his hand and said, tell me. He has limitless future. I'm willing to pay anything as long as we get to keep him. Spars replied, I don't want to restrain him. Instead, I want to have him join the Ashley family. Only once he becomes one of us would he never leave. As soon as Thunder heard Spars, he paused for a moment. Then his expression changed as he said, you mean Margaret? Thunder and Margaret's relationship wasn't good. Of course, this issue was with Margaret. But even if Margaret wasn't intimate with Thunder, Thunder still placed Margaret next to his heart. Thunder had 5 sons and 3 daughters in his entire lifetime. With Margaret being the youngest, his 2 other daughters had already married while Margaret stayed single. Margaret was Zhao Hai's instructor and had already experienced difficulties with him. This was the reason for Spars's suggestion. Kajo knit his brows and said, Fatty Day, your idea is good, but with Miss Margaret's temper, I'm afraid she wouldn't agree. Spars smiled faintly and said, of course I know about that, but I wasn't thinking of matching them immediately. Instead, we should let them develop feelings for each other. Also, the last time I saw them together, Miss Margaret already had little thoughts about Zhao Hai. Let's have them meet more often and see what happens. When Thunder heard this, he relaxed. He always felt that he had been lacking towards Margaret. Because of this, he didn't want to force Margaret into things for the sake of the family. So after he heard Spars, he nodded and said, all right, then let's have them meet more often. Right, Fatty Day. Don't tell anyone else about Zhao Hai's matter. We don't want him to suffer any accidents. Spars nodded. To be honest, Thunder was being seen as a tyrant in the family. There are only a few people who he would listen to. Among these were Spars and Kajo. As for the others, he wouldn't even hear them out. Thunder stood up and said, the Ashley family had always been lacking during the past beginner competitions. With Zhao Hai, I hope that we can reach greater heights. All great families give priority to their benefits. If a person was useful for them, then they would give them importance. If they couldn't be used, then they wouldn't place them in their eyes. Thunder was the same person. If Zhao Hai cannot give him a satisfactory result, then he would deal with him with no hesitation. Then he would snatch liquid silver away. Chapter 1131 to 1132. Chapter 1131. Kill ruthlessly for fame. Spars completely understood Thunder's character. The reason why he told Thunder about Zhao Hai's liquid silver was because he knew that as long as Zhao Hai strives for the Ashley family, then Thunder wouldn't take liquid silver back. Conversely, if he didn't tell Thunder about this matter, then once Thunder found out about it, the situation would become complicated. Not only would Zhao Hai not be spared, even the Bone Symbol camp might experience bad luck. At the same time, he also proposed the plan for Margaret. Since Thunder doesn't want to have any conflict with Margaret, then he wouldn't make a move on Zhao Hai. It was strange to say that even if Thunder was very overbearing, he had an unusual preference for Margaret. Thunder would pay attention to any matter that involved his daughter. Because of this, Spars wished Margaret to be with Zhao Hai. This way, Thunder would never become Zhao Hai's enemy. Spars's mood wasn't very good when he returned to the Bone Symbol camp. He was very exhausted. In the past, although Thunder's temperament wasn't good and was sometimes overbearing, he still loosened up when it came to Despars and Kajo. There were even times where they would joke around, but recently it was different. Thunder was becoming more and more moody. Despars found himself watching his words more, and even if he made a joke, it was deliberately thought through. This feeling caused Despars to become exhausted. It was because of this exhaustion that he meddled in the family's matter less and less. Instead, he focused more on the bone symbol camp. Although the external hall was something that the family needed, this requirement didn't mean that it was crucial. In the eyes of a great family like the Ashley family, the function of external halls was to work for the family's benefits. It can be said that ships and meshs were the family's core power. Mages and warriors weren't included in this list. Despars was clear about this point. Because of this, he made sure that nobody would look at the external hall, and also to not incur Thunder's doubt. Upon returning to the camp, Despars directly went to Zhao Hai's villa. He was aware that Zhao Hai was currently in a bottleneck on his cultivation. Becoming stronger in a short time was impossible. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't closing up like before. When he arrived outside Zhao Hai's villa, Despars heard voices coming from inside. In addition to Zhao Hai's voice, Tao Wang and Tai Sheng's voices were heard. Upon hearing the voices of these three, Despars couldn't help but smile. Tai Sheng and Tao Wang were people loyal to him. Moreover, their abilities were very good, and there was no need to say about Zhao Hai's talent. Because of this, Despars favored him. It can be said that these people had become important for Despars. Despars pushed the door open and saw the three already in the dining room and drinking. Upon entering the room, Despars loudly said, "Good. Good. It seems like you didn't wait for me before you start drinking." The three immediately turned to look at Despars. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Camp Lord, if you came back later, then we might have to drink until late at night." Despars ignored the three's greetings as he sat on the table and poured himself a drink. After taking a sip and savoring the fragrance of the alcohol, he said, "Little Hai, you've performed magnificently today. You don't know this, but I made a 10 million coin bet with Camp Lord Dia of the Ghost Symbol Camp. If you don't get first place in the family competition, then I will have to pay him 10 million coins. So make sure that you don't lose." Tao Wang stared, then he said, 10 million machine coins? Camp Lord, where did you get that much money? Don't tell me you've been embezzling family funds. Despars slapped Tao Wang's side and said, "What nonsense. You think you know more than me about the camp's finances? Why do I need to embezzle funds? From what I can see, you're the one cheating us money." Tai Sheng, don't come here tomorrow. Instead, let's go to Tao Wang's. Let's freeload off of him for 1 month for speaking nonsense. Tai Sheng looked at Tao Wang and smiled. "Good. I wanted to do this for so long, Camp Lord. However, this fellow doesn't treat anyone. This is a good opportunity to freeload." Tao Wang looked pitiful as he answered, "Camp Lord, you can't do this to me. I'm really poor. I even need to eat Little Hai's food because I can't buy for myself. How about we wait for Little Hai to win the competition and then we have a meal with your winnings from the bet?" Almost at the same time, Despars and Tai Sheng gave Tao Wang a despising look. This fellow Tao Wang was a good person, but he was extremely stingy. However, nobody really took this banter seriously. Everyone present weren't short of money, they were just teasing Tao Wang. After joking around, Despars's face turned serious as he said, "All right, let's talk about proper business. Little Hai, I've informed the Patriarch about Little Silver. He didn't say anything about it and just hoped that you can gain good achievements. The Patriarch has become more and more obstinate in the past few years. He doesn't listen to any criticism. If you don't give good results, then he definitely won't let you off." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Camp Lord, rest assured, I know what to do." Despars nodded, then he sighed and said, "Little Hai, I hope you don't blame me for revealing this matter to the Patriarch." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I won't. I know that Camp Lord might feel embarrassed about this. However, it's impossible to hide this matter from the Patriarch. If the Patriarch is late in finding out about this matter, then he might suspect that something is going on." Despars sighed once more, then he said, "The Patriarch might be unaware of this, but his temperament has become more and more erratic. Even someone like me who grew up with him has to be more careful when in his audience." Despars was currently trusting Zhao Hai because he saw that his origins were very clean. Zhao Hai hardly interacted with other people, and although Zhao Hai had killed a lot of people in the lower realms, he was good to people around him, which was similar to Despars's manner. Because of this, Despars's impression of Zhao Hai was very good. Tai Sheng and Tao Wang didn't say anything. Their situations were also similar to Zhao Hai. After being chosen by Despars and introduced into the Bone Symbol camp, they were trained and gained his absolute trust. This was also the reason why Despars was able to say these words to the three of them. Zhao Hai was silent like the two, but Tai Sheng and Tao Wang's expressions were somewhat difficult. The two of them knew that the only reason why the Bone Symbol camp can still make their money was Despars. If Despars was gone, then the Bone Symbol camp would find it hard to keep their businesses. Outsiders might be clueless, but the others in the external halls weren't. They could see that the members of the Bone Symbol camp were living more comfortable lives than them. Because of this, all of them cast envious eyes towards the camp. But because of Despars, nobody dared to make a move. However, it was impossible for Despars to protect the Bone Symbol camp his entire life. And without Despars, what would the Bone Symbol camp do? Because of this, Despars settled on Zhao Hai. He was hoping that Zhao Hai could become a powerful expert as soon as possible so that he could protect the camp. With his presence, other people would think twice before making a move on the camp. Despars took his glass and drank the liquor in one go. Then he turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, do you have a wife in the lower realms? What do you think about Margaret?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. He wasn't a beginner that he was completely clueless about what was going on. However, he already had Laura and the others, and he didn't want to get a new wife soon. Despars looked at Zhao Hai's reaction and sighed. "I really feel pity for Miss Margaret. Her relationship with the family isn't very good because of her mother's death." Actually, the family really cared about Miss Margaret, but she didn't want to be cared for by the family. And there was also her marriage with the Fire Temple, making her unhappy. "I told the Patriarch that Miss Margaret seems to be interested in you." The Patriarch didn't oppose, and he even hoped that Miss Margaret would be associated with you. "Little Hai, this is your opportunity to join the Ashley family. Only by becoming a member of the Ashley family would a Patriarch let you keep liquid silver. Otherwise, the family might want to reclaim it in the future. When the time comes, your situation will be complicated." Zhao Hai's expression changed. Despars drank another glass before continuing. "I handed liquid silver over to you because I didn't expect that you would actually complete it. Now that you have completed it, liquid silver has recognized you as its owner. If one wanted to get liquid silver, then they would have to kill you. Liquid silver's power has never been seen before. Ever since it has been passed down, there were a lot of people in the machine field that were looking at its progress. Once people know that you have completed liquid silver, your well-being will be placed in chaos. Trouble will constantly chase you." Zhao Hai's eyes narrowed. To be honest, he hadn't thought through this point. In his mind, although liquid silver was very good, it was still on level with artifacts in the cultivation realm. However, he failed to think about the machine field. A weapon like liquid silver had never appeared in the realm before. For powerful experts in the machine field, the allure of liquid silver would be difficult to suppress. Liquid silver was basically the ultimate weapon for magic theory. It was the realm's first divine weapon. Everyone would want to obtain it. In the past, nobody was able to complete liquid silver, so nobody really cared about it. But now that it has been formed, people would desperately fight for it. The worth of owning formidable weapons depended on its user. In the hands of powerful experts, only a few people would want to steal it. This was because a lot of people were afraid of offending a huge power. But if it was in the hands of a person with no identity, then the weapon would be a curse. Although Zhao Hai was regarded as important by Despars, his present status was only a member of the Ashley family's external hall. Such status would without a doubt be seen as unworthy of liquid silver. People would certainly chase him to steal the weapon. But if Zhao Hai married Margaret, he would become a member of the Ashley family. At that time, people would have to think hard if they wanted to steal liquid silver. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of being chased down. However, this matter would still bring him endless troubles. Zhao Hai hated trouble, but he hated relying on women even more. Despars looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and sighed. "Little Hai, I want you to associate with Miss Margaret for 3 reasons. First, it would benefit you. Second, it would be good for Miss Margaret. And third, it would be good for the Bone Symbol camp." In the past few years, my involvement with family matters decreased. Although I still have some influence in the family, my power is becoming smaller and smaller. At this time, I can still support the Bone Symbol camp. But what if an accident happens one day? Who would support the Bone Symbol camp? Once you become a powerful expert, you will have to become the camp's leader. But before you become strong, you would need an identity to support the camp. This way, the bone symbol camp wouldn't be touched by the other camps. Do you understand what I mean? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I understand, Camp Lord. I will consider what you said. To be honest, until now, I only have a sense of belonging to the bone symbol camp. As for the Ashley family, I still feel a distance between us. Also, I don't want to bring Miss Margaret into his matter. It would be disrespectful to her. In the meantime, I'll just make sure that people don't find out about liquid silver. Despars looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, alright, good. Little Hai, I haven't misread you. I can see your virtue by hearing your words. It seems like Miss Margaret's eyes are also good. Alright, I won't barge into this matter anymore. But when the time comes, I hope that you won't reject Miss Margaret outright. Try to know her a bit more. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't speak anymore. Despars poured himself another glass of liquor. Tai Sheng and Tao Wang did the same. Then Despars lifted his glass and said, let's celebrate Little Hai's win today with this glass. Little Hai, always remember, in the 6th realm beginner competition, there's no need to hold back. Kill ruthlessly to gain reputation. You should know that other participants aren't saints either. Only by being ruthless would you be safe. Understood? Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, Camp Lord, rest assured, I have never been lenient towards my enemy. Despars laughed and said, alright, ha ha ha, let's drink. Chapter 1132, A Positive Worry. The day after Zhao Hai's first battle, Margaret went to visit Zhao Hai. To be honest, Zhao Hai was currently feeling a headache. After Despars and the others left yesterday, Zhao Hai returned to the space. Laura and the others then discussed with him about the current matter. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing the result. Laura and the others actually encouraged him to pursue Margaret. If other men came across this matter, then they might feel heavenly. However, Zhao Hai was different. He already has Laura and the others. He still can't believe that they urged him to pursue another woman. And now, Margaret actually came looking for him. Zhao Hai sighed before opening the door and inviting Margaret in. After Margaret sat down, a robot immediately offered her tea. Then Zhao Hai opened his mouth and asked, Instructor, do you need me for anything? Hearing Zhao Hai call her by her title, Margaret couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. She let out a long breath and said, Camp Lord allowed you to join the qualifiers. It seems like he is confident in your strength. However, you still need to be careful against those from the ghost symbol camp. Camp Lord Dia doesn't have a good relationship with our Camp Lord. Moreover, I heard about the 10 million coin bet. That isn't a small number. Although Camp Lord Dia still had good income, 10 million will certainly cut through his wallet. And with the strength you showed yesterday, Camp Lord Dia will surely be vigilant. He will certainly arrange something. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I thought the same. The Camp Lord already reminded me of this yesterday. There's no need to worry. I will certainly win. Margaret smiled faintly and said, I don't doubt your strength, but I think you should still make preparations, and I think you shouldn't use your undead on the stage. It will only reveal your cards. When the realm qualifiers start, others would know about your ability. Zhao Hai nodded. He could hear that Margaret cared about him, but he let out a sigh and said, Instructor, feel relieved. I'll be careful. Margaret nodded. Then she stood up and said, Alright, then I'll believe you. Dins and the others will be safe in the academy. I will look after them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Thank you, Instructor. Margaret gave a nod. Then she turned around and left. After escorting Margaret to the door, Zhao Hai returned to his room. Then he heard Laura and the others complaining about how he called Margaret by her title. They were telling him about how big of an idiot he was. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Others' wives would scold their husbands if they were to see other women outside. On the other hand, his wives were offering him advice to pursue another woman. While thinking about this, Zhao Hai's body flashed and entered the space. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Laura and the others immediately surrounded him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, why did you call Margaret by her title? I can't believe you. You could clearly see that she is interested in you. Zhao Hai bitterly smiled and asked, Laura, aren't you jealous? Actually, I don't have to do anything since I'm already strong. As long as I reveal my true strength, I don't believe the Ashley family would dare to do anything to me. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, you're too relaxed. The Ashley family might not dare to touch you if you reveal your strength, but the family is just a medium-rank power in the machine field. Not to say the machine field, if you reveal your strength, the world of cultivation would get word of it. When that time comes, you won't be able to seek shelter. Lizzie nodded and added, Big Brother Hai, you should also know about Margaret's situation. She's engaged to the Zhang family. However, the Zhang family actually wanted to kill her. If she marries into the Zhang family, then her situation certainly wouldn't be good. Are you that cruel to leave her alone? After your last meeting, it is clear that Margaret has some feelings towards you. You should pursue her. There's no need to worry about us, Big Brother. I know you love us, we love you as well. And for our family, we wouldn't oppose you pursuing Margaret. Meg smiled and said, Young master, don't forget your duty. You need to make the Buddha clan grow and expand. Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, Alright, I'm just worried about all of you, so I didn't want to pursue Margaret. Lizzie and the others spat out their tongues and didn't talk about the topic anymore. Zhao Hai inwardly sighed. This was because he wasn't sure if this was really what Laura and the others wanted or if they were influenced by the space. This was also the most annoying aspect about the space. Zhao Hai had no worries about using the space to subdue his enemies. However, the space seems to be influencing Laura and the others as well. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to happen. However, he has no ability to stop it right now. This was the reason why he could only sigh. Zhao Hai clearly knew that the space would always place his benefits first. Therefore, the current program was inevitable. Whether it was influenced by the space or not, Laura and the others wanted him to pursue Margaret. In this case, Zhao Hai didn't want to betray their expectations. After sighing once more, Zhao Hai finally allowed nature to take its course. Actually, he really didn't have such thoughts about Margaret. But now that Laura and the others said it, Zhao Hai began to think about the situation. It seems like Laura and the others had already weighed the pros and cons of this action. Zhao Hai returned to his room and started to study magic runes. Since there were a lot of magic runes present, Zhao Hai's research started very slow. Fortunately, after multiple breakthroughs, Zhao Hai's spiritual force had become more formidable, allowing him things like an eidetic memory. Naturally, this eased his progress. The day unconsciously passed by. Zhao Hai went out of the space and returned to the villa. Then he sat down and prepared for the competition. Dispars and Tao Wang came in the morning along with Tai Sheng. Tai Sheng had already finished his tasks and had some free time. Naturally, he wanted to see Zhao Hai's battle. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the life and death stage, the place was already filled with people. Zhao Hai went to his seat and then closed his eyes. The other contestants also arrived. The other 35 looked at Zhao Hai with difficult expressions. They saw how formidable Zhao Hai's strength was. Among them, the strongest was only able to insta-cast 5-layer formations. Moreover, after doing so, their spiritual force would be used up. But last time, not only did Zhao Hai insta-cast a 5-layer formation, he also followed up with 2 10-layer formations. Such strength was terrifying for the other contestants. Zhao Hai was aware that the others were looking at him, but he didn't care. His attention was on the Ghost Symbol Camp's participants. It must be said that the Ghost Symbol Camp was quite good. Of the 36 contestants left, 8 of them were from the camp. Besides Luozi, who Zhao Hai killed, only one other person was eliminated. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that their equipment seemed to be different from before. Their armors and staffs were exchanged. The 8 looked at Zhao Hai with bad expressions. Naturally, Camp Lord Dia had already talked to them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't care about them anymore. No matter how strong the equipment they were given, everything still depended on the user. Strong weapons could only be strong in the hands of the powerful. At this time, Kajo announced the beginning of the competition. The computer then began to cycle through the participants. The first battle of the day would be between a mage of the Ghost Symbol Camp and a mage from the Upright Symbol Camp. The mage of the Ghost Symbol Camp went on to the stage and completely crushed his opponent. The equipment of the enemy simply couldn't catch up. The staff used by the mage from the Ghost Symbol Camp was a high-level item. It had a 10-layer formation inside. Even before the battle started, Zhao Hai knew that the mage's staff wasn't inferior to the high-level goods he had in his hand. After clashing for 2 rounds, the mage from the Upright Symbol Camp finally admitted defeat. The mage from the Ghost Symbol Camp proudly smiled before turning his head and glared at Zhao Hai. The provocation could be clearly seen. However, Zhao Hai was just sitting there with his eyes closed, as though he was asleep. Dispars had an ugly face on. After the battle, he turned to Dia and said, Dia, it seems like you really went all out. You even took out some new weapons. What, afraid to lose 10 million? Dia snorted and said, Of course I can afford to lose 10 million. I just don't want to lose to you. I don't believe Zhao Hai doesn't have a special item on him. If he doesn't have anything, he wouldn't have been this strong just 4 months after ascending. Even if you deny it, nobody would believe you. Despars coldly snorted and said, don't think that changing equipment will make you win. Let me tell you, Zhao Hai being first is already set in stone. At this time, the upright symbol camp's camp lord grunted, although your bet has nothing to do with us, we still got to affect it. At least our contestants relied on their own means. Naturally, he was reluctant to accept the ghost symbol camp's win by having superior equipment. In fact, it wasn't only the upright symbol camp, the other camp lords were also having difficult expression on their faces. Dia just gave his contestants an unfair advantage, causing their members to lose. Chapter 1133 to 1134. Chapter 1133, Testing Margaret. A light sigh was heard, making the VIP room quiet. Everyone who heard it couldn't help but lightly cough. It was the patriarch. It was clear that he wasn't amused at what happened. Thunder looked at those present and said, what is going on with all of you? This is a place to fight for the family's honor. Naturally, you need to use whatever means you could. Alright, we'll postpone today's battle. All of you have 1 day to prepare. Today's first battle will not be counted. Now, go. After he said that, he stood up and left. Despars and the others stood up and gave him a bow. They all knew that Thunder was dissatisfied with the squabble. However, they were also dissatisfied with the situation. Therefore, they agreed to the postponing of the competition. After Thunder left, Despars turned to Dia and said, you fool. Then next time you want to die, don't pull us over. The others were also looking at Dia in contempt. Dia knew that he was in the wrong, but he still snorted and said, Fatty, if it weren't for your bet, I wouldn't have done this. Don't you want to flaunt that you are a rich old man? Despars smiled bitterly, then he looked at Dia and said, alright, I'll let you off this time. However, everyone needs to go all out now. Let's also dissolve the bet. If you weren't willing to show off that time, then I wouldn't have proposed it. But whatever you do, Little High's strength would still flatten you. Lister properly. Make sure to tell your people to rein in their murderous intent, or else, Little High might not show mercy. After he said that, Despars turned and left. Dia looked at the departing Despars and said, bah, what dog shit luck did this fatty have to find an expert like that? The other camp lords were also giving dark sighs. Not to mention being the external hall manager, the fatty also had a good position in the family. On the other hand, even if they lorded over the camps, the family's main strength lied on the battleship fleet. Despars grew up together with the patriarch. Therefore, he had the patriarch's deep trust. Despars' privilege of going out with 10 ships without authorization was something that they didn't have. Because of this, the camp lord attached great importance to the camps they were assigned to. They weren't like Despars who grew up with the patriarch. Despars took care of the bone symbol camp because he held sentiment to the camp. Because of this, he protected the camp, not allowing any danger befall it. And because of his unique situation, Despars could afford to not care about the camp's standing. Even if the bone symbol camp did badly, the family won't care about it. But as for the other camps, the patriarch always monitored the way they operate. If they cannot come up with results that can satisfy the family, then the patriarch would not let them off easily. It was also for this reason that the other camps employed brutal selection methods. It was only through this way that they could provide good results. Although the other camp lords were in a dark mood, they quickly calmed themselves down. Then all of them left the stage in order to switch the equipment of their participants. When the others heard that the competition was postponed, they obediently left. Even those who were feeling vengeful. Zhao Hai returned to the bone symbol camp with Despars. Then the group went to Zhao Hai's villa. After they sat down, Zhao Hai asked, Camp Lord, why was the competition postponed? Despars smiled bitterly and explained the situation. Zhao Hai began to understand what was wrong, but then he smiled and said, so all of them want to make more preparations. Hee. In any case, the end result would still be the same. When he saw Zhao Hai's reaction, Despars couldn't help but remind him, Little Hai, you can't be negligent. Now that those fellows were given time to prepare, they would certainly arrange powerful items to support their participants. You can't be so relaxed in your next battles. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Camp Lord, you can rest assured, even if I don't use liquid silver and my undead, they are still not a match against me. Despars' 2 eyes shone as he said, you're really that confident? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Camp Lord, Don't underestimate my fighting strength. If I use liquid silver, even you are not my match." Despars nodded and said, "All right, but things have changed. Make sure to have killing be the least priority. The camp lords have made an agreement. As long as their participants aren't murderous, then don't kill them. After all, nobody will benefit if people die. Also, the 10 million bet has been cancelled." "What? How can this be?" "That 10 million is enough for me to eat in little highs until I die." Without even waiting for Zhao Hai to comment, Tao Wang interjected. Despars slapped Tao Wang before he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "The external hall's 8 camps might be in a competitive relationship, but we are also interdependent on each other. The 8 camps aren't treated as very important by the family, so if we always fight, then we would be finished. The patriarch also knows this, so he allowed us to compete with each other. This way, the external hall wouldn't unite and become a threat to the family. Naturally, the camp lords also understand this, so even if there was fighting, nobody would go all out. At the same time, we make sure that we don't show any sign of unity. This way, the patriarch wouldn't feel pressured. Everybody is in agreement with this aspect. Of course, if someone dared to resort to extreme methods, there's no need to be polite." Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't expect this competition to have this much strings connected to it. However, he decided to place it in the back of his mind. Then he ordered his 2 robots to prepare meals before asking Despars and the others to share a meal with him. While everyone was happily eating, Margaret unexpectedly came. Everyone in the villa stared. Then Despars and the others gave a strange smile before quickly leaving the area. This caused Margaret's face to turn red. Seeing Margaret arrive, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Even blind people could see that Margaret was interested in him. Zhao Hai asked Margaret to sit down and then poured her some tea before saying, "Instructor, is there anything I can do for you?" Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I heard that the competition was cancelled so that the other camps could return and exchange their equipment. I expected Uncle to give you some equipment, but I think that all of you would be drinking here." Sigh. "Zhao Hai, don't treat this competition lightly. It's possible for you to die here." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Instructor, you can rest assured. I have this matter completely in control. Moreover, the camp lords have already reached an agreement. As long as nobody goes to extreme methods to deal with me, then I cannot kill them. I'm not in any danger." Margaret frowned. Then she said, "That's no good. It's too dangerous. Take this. I'll tell Uncle Day to prepare you a set of defensive equipment." After she said that, Margaret took out a mage staff from her spatial equipment. Zhao Hai looked at the staff and couldn't help but gawk. This staff was very high level. It was unexpectedly engraved with a 100-layer formation set. It was suited for level 4 mages to use. He didn't expect Margaret to lend him this staff. Zhao Hai didn't take the staff. Instead he shook his head and said, "I can't use that, and the camp lord has already given me something. It's the best weapon in the machine field." Margaret couldn't help but be curious. "Strongest weapon in the machine field?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You don't know? It's the failed item Lang Wuxiang left behind. It's now mine. I call him Liquid Silver." Then he waved his hand, making Liquid Silver appear. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai decided to tell Margaret about Liquid Silver. Margaret had been good to him, so he couldn't be indifferent to her. He also wanted to see her reaction upon seeing it. Zhao Hai had too many secrets. Therefore, he would need to choose a woman who was virtuous. Laura and the others were also accepted by Zhao Hai with this method. Now, it was Margaret's turn to be tested. To be honest, if Margaret didn't come and remind him today, then it might be hard for Zhao Hai to accept her. Now, Margaret's worry touched Zhao Hai. Because of this, he decided to give her a chance. Margaret knew about Lang Wuxiang's failed weapon. Seeing Zhao Hai wave Lang Wuxiang's weapon caused her to be shocked. She stared at the staff in Zhao Hai's hand for a long time. She didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret's expression and couldn't help but smile, then waved his hand, causing the staff to turn into liquid and then bind into his body, turning itself into a full body armor. Margaret finally believed Zhao Hai's words. She excitedly stood up and said, "This is fantastic. I didn't expect you to complete the item left behind by Grandmaster Lang Wuxiang." "Right, you cannot tell anyone about this matter or else you'll suffer bad luck." "Zhao Hai, does anyone else know about this?" Zhao Hai smiled, then the armor reformed back into a staff. After that, he said, "Rest assured, not a lot of people know about this matter. Only you, the camp lord, Tai Sheng, Tao Wang, and the patriarch." Margaret's complexion changed. Then she said, "You told him?" Zhao Hai knew that she was referring to the patriarch. He nodded and said, "Right." The camp lord was the one who informed the patriarch. Margaret's expression turned difficult. Then she said, "Why did you tell him?" "Fat uncle, sigh. Now that he knows, he will certainly find ways to snatch liquid silver away from you." "Not good, Zhao Hai. You're in danger. You need to leave the Ashley family as soon as possible." Chapter 1134, Challenge Tournament. Seeing Margaret being anxious, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Margaret's performance made Zhao Hai glad. However, he didn't say anything about it. Instead he smiled and said, "All right. There's no need to worry about it. The camp lord has reached an agreement with the patriarch, and the patriarch already agreed for me to use liquid silver." When Margaret saw Zhao Hai's confidence, she calmed down. But then her face turned red. She knew clearly that she had been naive. Since that person now knew that Zhao Hai had liquid silver, then it was already too late for Zhao Hai to walk away. Moreover, her words looked like she cared for Zhao Hai. This caused her to blush. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said, "Margaret, thank you. Can I call you Margaret?" Margaret discovered that she couldn't bear to look at Zhao Hai in the eye. She lowered her head and gently nodded her head. Then she turned and ran out of the villa, not even saying goodbye. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret's appearance and smiled. Then his body flashed and entered the space. Upon entering the space, Laura and the others immediately walked over, grinning. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai is truly fierce. You actually managed to make Margaret flee with a few words." Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I think it's been a long time since I've dealt with all of you, and I'm feeling quite evil today." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand, releasing metallic ropes from liquid silver to tie up Laura and the others. The women screamed and seemed to resist. However, they had smiles on their faces. The next day, the stage was filled with people once more. Zhao Hai was also in his seat. With Kajo's command, the computer began to roll for the participants in the first battle. Zhao Hai just glanced at the battle and was quickly disinterested. On the other hand, the two contestants began to turn hectic. Their weapons and protective gear were swapped for better ones, causing the battle to be more dazzling. The audience cheered for the battle. At this time, Zhao Hai also discovered that even if the battle had gone hectic, the two participants were holding back. The camp lords seemed to have already told their members about not going extreme. The crowd's excitement was great, but the battle was measured. Zhao Hai saw this situation and began to feel relieved. In fact, even he didn't want to kill people. If Wuxia didn't want to take his life, then Zhao Hai might have spared him. Battle after battle quickly went by. Zhao Hai was chosen to fight in the 9th battle. His opponent was someone from the ghost symbol camp, but it seems like this person had already been talked to. His gaze towards Zhao Hai didn't have any killing intent, only a bit of provocation. Even if Dia told them to hold back, it seems like they were still not convinced. Zhao Hai didn't care. He looked at his opponent and then gave him a short bow as he said, "Please." Zhao Hai's opponent couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this polite. He returned the gesture and then quickly took his magic staff out. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then waved his hand to release a formation. Then Zhao Hai said, "Concealing fog." The formation proceeded to blow up, covering the entire life and death stage with a dark mist. Right after the dark mist covered the life and death stage, explosions began to be heard. However, those outside the stage were unable to see what was going on. The audience began to drink and scold. Naturally, the target of their scolding was Zhao Hai and his opponent. After some time, the fog on the stage dispersed, revealing the stage. The two participants were still standing. However, the person from the ghost symbol camp was now wearing his protective armor. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I admit defeat." After declaring his surrender, he turned around and faced Kajo. "I surrender." Kajo nodded. Then he opened the barrier and let the two exit the stage. The others were very dissatisfied. However, they knew that it was useless to complain right now. They only grumbled for a few moments before proceeding to watch the next fight. Fortunately, this time, there was no such thing like Zhao Hai's dark mist. After this day's battles, there would only be 18 people left. Then tomorrow, these 18 participants will be reduced to 9. The day after that, the position for 10th place would be decided. Then after the 10th position was decided, the first place would be decided by a challenge tournament. A challenge tournament was different from a normal tournament. Normal tournaments would have its combatants decided by a computer. On the other hand, in a challenge tournament, the computer would randomly select one person. Then that person would then accept challenges from the other 9. If nobody challenges this person, Then he would be crowned first place and would claim the reward for being the champion. If people challenge him and he was defeated, then the winner would replace him on the stage. This cycle would continue until 9 people are defeated and 1 was left. In such a competition, only the first place would be decided. The second, third, fourth place and so on weren't chosen. In other words, besides the first place, the other 9 would have equal placement. D-Spars and the others have also briefed the participants of this arrangement beforehand. However, Zhao Hai didn't care much about it. He was already settled on becoming first in this competition so that the bone symbol camp would rise. The next days, the 18 participants were reduced to 9. Naturally, Zhao Hai smoothly progressed. Although the others had their equipment changed, their strength still couldn't match up to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't use 2 powerful formations. At most, he would use 10-layer formation sets. However, Zhao Hai's formation sets were very powerful. Moreover, they were interchangeable. Up until this point, Zhao Hai had already used dozens of unique formation sets. This caused everyone to be startled. One must know that the oldest ascender in this competition had ascended 3 years ago. At most, they could cast 1 or 2 formation sets. But now, there was Zhao Hai who showed dozens of formation sets. It was terrifying to think about. Moreover, Zhao Hai just ascended 4 months ago. How was he able to get dozens of formation sets in that short time? Even those who ascended for a year would find it hard to do so. Although the challenge tournament had yet to happen, everyone present knew that the first place holder could only be Zhao Hai. It would be impossible for the others to snatch this position. In the past few days of battles, Zhao Hai didn't use any weapon. He didn't even show his magic staff nor his protective gear. He defeated everyone with his own strength. Not to say about the Ashley family, even in the entire machine field, Zhao Hai should be the most powerful beginner present. The days quickly flew past and it was finally the last day. It was the last day for the family qualifiers and the most exciting one. It was the challenge tournament. Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the life and death stage. Besides Zhao Hai, there were 2 from the ghost symbol camp, 2 from wicked character camp. Then the other camps had 1 participant each. One could see from this point how close the strength of the Ashley family's external halls camps was. The day of the challenge tournament was also the day where the stage had the most people. Not only did D-Spars and the others came, Margaret also went to watch. However, Margaret didn't sit in the VIP room. Instead, she sat behind Zhao Hai's seat where she could speak directly to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't expect Margaret to come. When he saw her arrive, he couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, "Why are you here?" Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "I want to see you compete. You need to get first place." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry." Those who knew Margaret couldn't help but be shocked upon seeing her interaction with Zhao Hai. Margaret's relationship with Thunder wasn't a secret matter in the Ashley family. Because of this, people were clear about Margaret's situation. Due to how Thunder acted, Margaret had a certain resentment towards other men. She barely spoke to the opposite sex other than her elders. But now, she approached Zhao Hai, who knew how many men threw their glasses down in sadness. Zhao Hai also felt people's gazes on him, but he didn't care. He already expected this to happen. Naturally, being in the VIP seats, Thunder was able to see everything. His eyes couldn't help but shake as he turned to D-Spars and said, "It seems like what you said was true. Margaret indeed has a favorable impression towards Zhao Hai. Have you checked his background in the lower realms?" It was clear that Thunder cared about Margaret. Therefore, he needed to investigate Zhao Hai's status in the lower realm. D-Spars hastily nodded and said, "I have checked it. But Patriarch, you should know that these things aren't necessarily accurate. What I know is that Zhao Hai is a patriarch back in the lower realms. His clan is also a dark mage family. He is also known to specialize in dark magic. However, he is also an all-element mage as well as a warrior. He is both vicious and merciless. He uses his refining technique on people he killed. I'm afraid he had killed over 1 million people. Also, he has multiple wives in the lower realms, and it seems like he had a good relationship with his wives. The last time him and Margaret met, he still called her instructor. As for how it developed into this, I really don't know." D-Spars didn't boast too much about Zhao Hai and just told what he found. He knew that Thunder hated being deceived, and if D-Spars lied, then Zhao Hai and Margaret's development would be cut short. Zhao Hai's merciless and vicious manner as well as his multiple wives might be a weak point to others, but this wasn't the case for Thunder. This was especially true for Zhao Hai's vicious attribute. In Thunder's eyes, This wasn't a negative, instead it was a strong point. As for Zhao Hai's wives, Thunder didn't say anything. Instead, in the eyes of Thunder and Dispars, Zhao Hai left his wives behind in the lower realms. Him getting another wife in the machine field wouldn't be an issue. Thunder nodded and said, I didn't expect this kid to be that kind of person. More than 1 million people? Hee. Great. This is the kind of person the Ashley family needs. Dispars smiled and didn't say anything. Thunder turned to Dispars and said, take him to me later. I want to see him personally. Dispars nodded. At this time, Kajo arrived at the stage. He looked at everyone present before he smiled and said, after several rounds of fighting, the Ashley family's 10 brave combatants have finally been elected, and today will be their most decisive battle, the challenge tournament. Select the first person receiving the challenge. The computer rolled through the participants before settling on one. Upon seeing the person chosen, Kajo couldn't help but stare. His smile seemed to turn wider as he announced, the first person on stage today shall be Bone Symbol Camp's Zhao Hai. I asked Zhao Hai to come to the stage. Zhao Hai didn't expect himself to be the first person on the stage as well. However, he just nodded towards Margaret before heading to the stage. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive on the stage, Kajo immediately said, good. Now, the challenge tournament begins. Then he proceeded to leave the stage. Zhao Hai calmly stood on the stage. Meanwhile, the other participants couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. They were clear about Zhao Hai's strength, and they already knew that they cannot win against him. Because of this, the one who went first on the stage would only consume Zhao Hai's spiritual force, making it easier for those following him. Because the others knew about this, nobody wanted to be the first to issue the challenge. Kajo didn't care about this as he looked at the other participants and said, according to the family's rules, once a person stands on the stage for 1,000 breaths then they would win. If nobody challenges Zhao Hai in 1,000 breaths of time, then he will immediately claim victory. The timer starts now. After he said that, a timer appeared on the computer screen. It started from 1,000 and slowly counted down. The other 9 knew that this wasn't Kajo pushing them to fight. This was a well-known rule of the Ashley family. 1,000 breaths of time was neither long nor short for these people to decide. The 9 had ugly expressions after seeing the number on the screen counting down. They wanted to challenge Zhao Hai. After all, their equipment has been upgraded, and these people were talents in their respective camps. They weren't afraid of Zhao Hai. They just want to fight him. When the number on the screen reached 300, one person could no longer keep calm. He stood up and said, I'll go. Then he stood up and went towards the stage. Zhao Hai looked at the man and identified him as a warrior from the Wicked Symbol camp. His strength was at level 3 and his fighting prowess was very good. His weapon wasn't a sword and instead it was a spear. This spear was long at 3 meters in length. If others use this kind of spear, then they might find it hard to fight. However, this person was clearly talented judging by the fact that he was able to place in the top 10. Chapter 1135 to 1137. Chapter 1135. Flawless. After the warrior got on the stage, he looked at Zhao Hai quietly for a while. Then he said, Zhao Hai, you're strong. Very strong, but I'm not weak either. You've gotten arrogant. Refusing to use any weapon will be your biggest undoing. You should know that this is no longer the lower realms. Mages who don't use weapons will not have any achievements, even if you are a genius. Zhao Hai just listened to the warrior from the Wicked Symbol camp. Then after the warrior stopped talking, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm not refusing to use my weapon, but your strength is not enough for me to take it out. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the warrior couldn't help but stare. His expression sunk. Then he said, well then, let me make my move. He raised his spear up and readied to attack. When he saw this, Zhao Hai calmly waved his hand and muttered, shield. Along with his words, a shield appeared in front of him. This shield wasn't as thick as a 5-layer formation shield, but it still didn't look weak. The warrior from the Wicked Symbol camp sneered. Then he thrust his spear forward, aiming towards Zhao Hai's shield. What he released was still sword chi. Sword chi was just a general description, therefore it was used whenever a warrior in the machine field released an attack. Zhao Hai just stood behind his shield and greeted the attack with a smile. The attack didn't even budge the shield. There was no movement at all. When the warrior from the Wicked Symbol camp saw this, he couldn't help but stare. At this time, he suddenly heard a voice coming from behind him. Spear. He turned around since he felt a sharp chill behind his neck. He knew very well that the opponent had a weapon pointed at his back. If he dared to move, then the other side wouldn't mind attacking. The warrior from the wicked symbol camp immediately held his hands up and said, "All right, I admit defeat." When he said that, Zhao Hai withdrew his magic. Then his body flashed back to the front of the warrior eye except the warrior from the wicked character camp muttered, "So this is Zhao Hai." As he said that, he proceeded to head down from the stage. Zhao Hai stayed on the stage and didn't say anything. At this time, the 8 remaining participants looked at each other. They seemed to not know what to do. Those watching at the side could see everything that happened. Zhao Hai just used 2 ordinary spells. One was a metal element shield while the other was actually a dark element spell. Zhao Hai used his shield in order to distract his opponent. Then he used dark magic to attack the enemy with a spear from behind. The entire process could be said to be very simple. However, this was the hardest thing a mage could do when fighting. All battles couldn't last for too long. Even warships have reactor furnaces that needed fuel, and this fuel was limited, placing a time limit on how long a warship could fight. Experts were the same. Whether they be mages or warriors, their battle chi and spiritual force could run out. Because of this, they couldn't fight for a long time. A good example of this was Zhao Hai and Addison's fight. Both of them almost killed themselves from exhaustion. When the warrior from the wicked symbol camp left the stage, the others were at a loss for a while. Although the fight wasn't short, it wasn't as long as they expected either. They already knew that Zhao Hai was strong, so they intend to have the first person consume his spiritual force. But now, it seems like this plan was useless. This caused the other challengers to be clueless about what to do. Even if the challengers were stunned, this didn't mean that time wasn't counting down. The computer began to count down from 1000 once more. If nobody issued a challenge by the time the computer finished counting down, then Zhao Hai would be the champion. The timer continued to count down. However, the 8 challengers below the stage were still looking at each other in dismay, which was the same situation they were in at the beginning. Kajo couldn't help but commend Zhao Hai in his mind. Zhao Hai's first victory was so flawless. Not only had it ended swiftly, it was also so clean and neat, which caused a lot of pressure on the other challengers. Now, they need to think deeply about challenging Zhao Hai. It can be said that Zhao Hai used this tactic to gain time for himself. It could also be a tactic to put pressure on the next challenger. Terrifying calmness. This was Kajo's appraisal of Zhao Hai. Although the fight looked simple, Kajo saw something different. The challenge tournament could be said to be an unfair competition. The person on the stage would be repeatedly challenged by multiple people, wearing him out in the process. Therefore, the first person on the stage would generally be in the worst situation while the last man would benefit from it all. However, Zhao Hai had been too calm in his first challenge battle. In turn, this created a huge pressure on the next challengers, causing them to hesitate. This allowed Zhao Hai more time to himself. This was the best method for someone who wanted to survive a situation that was designed to wear them down. Finally, when the computer counted down to 200, the second challenger went up on stage. This person was also from the Wicked Symbol Camp. The Ghost Symbol Camp and the Wicked Symbol Camp both had 2 contestants in the challenge tournament. Now, both of the Wicked Symbol Camp's participants have gone to the stage. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't dislike the people from the Wicked Symbol Camp. In fact, he didn't care about the people from the other camps. He wasn't even resentful towards the Ghost Symbol Camp. It was only those who wanted to kill him that he needed to kill. The person from the Wicked Symbol Camp was also a warrior. His weapon was a normal 2-handed broadsword. When he got up on the stage, he pulled his sword out and calmly looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai saw that the other party seems to be disinterested in talking, so he decided to stay silent. He just gave the other person a bow and then gestured to begin. The warrior was still intently looking at Zhao Hai and didn't issue any response. When he saw this, Zhao Hai decided to make the first move. He waved his hand and released a magic formation. A spear began to depart from the formation and went directly towards the enemy. The warrior just stood there and didn't have any intention to escape. When the spear was close to hitting him, he swung his sword and sent a sword chi out. Zhao Hai has to recognize that the machine field's metal element magic had very strong attacking strength. Although his spear couldn't compare to the enemy warrior's sword chi, Its might was equivalent to a level 1 warrior. Seeing the enemy parry the spear effortlessly, Zhao Hai knew that the other was certainly an expert. Zhao Hai's two eyes narrowed. He knew what the other party was planning to do. They were planning to hold on as long as possible to consume Zhao Hai's energy. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. He just waved his hand and released a fireball towards the warrior. The warrior lit up with earth yellow battle chi. His broadsword also turned earth yellow before it sliced a fireball, but at the same time, Zhao Hai released a 5-layer formation. However, this formation wasn't like other attacking formations. Most attacking formations would release an attack towards the enemy. On the other hand, this formation would make the warrior from the wicked symbol camp sink into the stage. When the warrior saw this formation, he couldn't help but stare. He could identify that this was an earth element formation. However, the life and death stage was made out of metal. How could this earth element magic be useful? While he was puzzled, the warrior suddenly felt the iron underneath his foot turn into quicksand, making his body sink down. The warrior was startled. He couldn't understand how Zhao Hai's spell could turn the metal stage into quicksand. However, he wasn't given time to think about this. The warrior exerted his energy to fly out. But at this moment, the quicksand suddenly turned into a bed of thorns. It was actually a combined formation. Just after the warrior managed to fly out, the earth below him began to rumble. Then a huge metal thorn began to fly out, shooting towards the warrior. The warrior was greatly surprised. But just as he was about to take action, he discovered that it was already too late. Zhao Hai just released a 10-layer formation, the fiery arrow rain. This arrow rain was the same formation Zhao Hai used against Luozi. Because of this, the warrior was aware of its might. Seeing that Zhao Hai was about to activate the formation, the warrior quickly raised his hand and said, "I admit defeat." Just as the warrior's voice fell, Zhao Hai withdrew the formation. The life and death arena returned to its calm. The warrior bowed to Zhao Hai and proceeded to get down from the arena. Zhao Hai just stood there waiting for the next match. But this time, he didn't need to wait too long. The other participants seemed to realize that waiting too long would only be beneficial to Zhao Hai. Because of this, another challenger immediately jumped on the stage. This time, it was a mage from the ghost symbol camp. The preceding battle didn't have any suspense. Although the mage had a staff with a 10-layer formation inside, it still wasn't a threat to Zhao Hai. After all, a recorded formation wasn't part of a mage's strength. Everything still depended on a person's combat ability. Chapter 1136, Not Too Difficult. No accidents happened in the challenge tournament. With Zhao Hai's overwhelming strength, he was able to become the last person up on the stage. The challenge tournament allowed the Ashley family's external hull camps to see Zhao Hai's strength. Without using any weapons nor supporting items, he was able to win against 9 challengers. This was a first time for the Ashley family's qualifiers. Right after the tournament was the awarding ceremony, held on the life and death stage. Thunder personally gave the prize to Zhao Hai. Actually, the prize was just a formality. Zhao Hai already had liquid silver, so he really didn't need anything. However, it can be seen the Margaret had some influence on Thunder. Therefore, Thunder decided to give something to Zhao Hai, and the prize was also somewhat special. The first part of the prize was a sizable bonus, while the second part wasn't actually an item. Instead, it was a chip that recorded the Ashley family's secret formation sets. This reward was proposed by Despars, and Thunder didn't have any problem with it. In Thunder's mind, Zhao Hai was already set to be a person of the Ashley family. Zhao Hai was a member of the Bone Symbol Camp. At the same time, he had his relationship with Margaret. Besides these two things, there was another reason for Thunder to give Zhao Hai the family's formation sets. Since he was given the family's formation sets, Zhao Hai could no longer think about leaving the Ashley family. If he did, whether it be for liquid silver or the formation sets, Thunder would use the Ashley family's entire strength to destroy him. Zhao Hai also understood Thunder's message. Therefore, he wasn't too polite and happily accepted the chip. And thus, the Ashley family's qualifiers was done. As soon as the ceremony ended, instead of returning to the Bone Symbol Camp to celebrate with Tao Wang and Tai Sheng, Zhao Hai went with Despars to see Thunder. Thunder received Zhao Hai inside his study. After Zhao Hai and Despars entered the room, they quickly gave Thunder a salute. Thunder nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "Sit." Despars allowed Zhao Hai to sit. Thunder stood there and sized Zhao Hai up. After some time, he opened his mouth and said, I heard that you've been very close with Margaret. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect Thunder to be this direct, but he still nodded and said, I am. Ms. Margaret is my instructor, and our relationship is very good. Thunder raised his brows and asked, just your instructor? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, not just an instructor. I've come to care about Miss Margaret. She's a precious friend. Thunder's eyes sparkled for a moment and asked, so just a friend? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, she's just a friend now, but as for later on, who knows? Thunder looked at Zhao Hai's expression and couldn't help but laugh. Good, kid. I didn't expect you to say that. Ha ha ha. Good. Zhao Hai didn't make any noise. Despars turned to Thunder and said, young master. Thunder looked at Zhao Hai and said, I'll allow you to be close with Margaret. However, I have a request. As he said that, Thunder's gaze went cold. Then he continued, you got your hands on Grandmaster Leng Wuxia's ultimate weapon, and at the same time, you have the secret formation sets that the family collected for many years. You should understand that you're now one with the Ashley family. If you dared to betray the Ashley family, then I will do what I can to take your life. Zhao Hai nodded, but he didn't say anything. Thunder continued, recently, our Ashley family hasn't been getting good results in the 6 realm beginner competitions realm qualifiers. I want to leave this matter for you to solve. From the 100 people that will qualify for the realm, I want you to place in the top 10. Zhao Hai knit his brows. Seeing Zhao Hai frown, Despars's heart couldn't help but thump. He knew that Thunder didn't want people to disappoint him. If Zhao Hai couldn't achieve this, then Thunder would certainly be furious. When he saw Zhao Hai knit his brows, Thunder couldn't help but feel his anger rising. But at this time, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, top 10 in the qualifiers. That's easy. I will take top 10 in the 6 realm beginner competition. Thunder and Despars were stunned. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such huge ambitions. Despars quickly said, Little Hai, you know how powerful the guys from the other realms are, right? Are you that confident in liquid silver? With liquid silver, Zhao Hai could now use 100,000 layer formations at will. However, what Zhao Hai told Despars and the others was that he could use 10,000 layer formations. One must know that this ability was at the top of the machine field. However, Despars understood that even if Zhao Hai could use a 10,000 layer formation, fighting people from the cultivation realm would still be hard. The people from the cultivation realm also regarded the beginner competition as a very important matter. They would deliberately train new ascenders just for the competition. They would select the participants the moment they ascend. Then they would train and provide them with countless pills, techniques, and resources. All of this just so that they could achieve a good result in the beginner competition. With this setup, Despars believed that Zhao Hai would still be defeated no matter how many layers his magic theory formations had. After he heard Despars, Zhao Hai shook his head. Then he replied, even if I can't cast that many layers of formations, I am still confident. I will try my best to win. I also want to see how magic theory fares against the other realms. Thunder looked at Zhao Hai. Then he laughed and said, good, that's what I want to hear. My request for you is the same. As long as you get top 10 in the realm qualifiers, I won't put myself between you and Margaret. And if you can really place top 10 in the beginner competition, then not only the Ashley family, the entire machine field would give you a huge gift. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Thunder said, also, the realm qualifiers isn't a joke. There are more than 10 million participants. If you don't take care, then you would certainly suffer a loss. Zhao Hai nodded. Thunder waved his hand and said, all right, you can go back. Zhao Hai and Despars stood up and left after they gave Thunder a salute. Once Zhao Hai and Despars were inside the car, Despars turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, you're too reckless. If you don't reach the top 10 in the beginner competition, then what would I do? You need to watch your promises next time. Zhao Hai knew that Despars had good intentions, so he didn't refute his words. However, he was already settled on his decision. When the two arrived at the bone symbol camp, they discovered that everyone was in a festive mood. Everyone was so happy that one might think that it was themselves who won first place. Despars and Zhao Hai couldn't help but chuckle. However, Despars's smile was bittersweet. Despars had done too much for the bone symbol camp. But even so, the camp was still doing badly in the past few years. Being suppressed by other people made him really uncomfortable. Now, with Zhao Hai here, the bone symbol camp was starting to go above other camps. This caused everyone in the camp to feel both proud and elated. Seeing that Zhao Hai and Despars had come back, Everyone in the bone symbol camp cheered and welcomed them. Zhao Hai could not hear anyone. With too many people present, everyone sounded like they were mumbling. Despars smiled upon seeing everyone. Then he loudly said, "All right, everyone go to the dining hall. We're drinking until we pass out." Everyone cheered. The warriors came over and lifted Zhao Hai and Despars before carrying them towards the dining hall. Tao Wang and Tai Sheng were already inside the dining hall. Moreover, the food had been prepared. Besides Tao Wang and Tai Sheng, Margaret was also inside the dining hall. Naturally, the reason Margaret was here was Zhao Hai. When he saw Margaret, Despars smiled faintly and then turned to Zhao Hai. He said, "Little Hai, go accompany Miss Margaret." "Tao Wang, Tai Sheng, you're with me." Then the three proceeded to leave the area. Margaret was somewhat embarrassed, but she still sat on the table with Zhao Hai. When everyone saw Zhao Hai and Margaret together, they didn't dare barge in. After sitting down, Margaret turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Did that person meet you?" Zhao Hai knew that Margaret was talking about Patriarch Thunder. He nodded and said, "Yes, the Patriarch asked to meet me." Margaret turned anxious. She asked, "What did you talk about?" When he saw Margaret's tense expression, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile as he gave his answer. "Not really that much, but the Patriarch gave me a task. He wants me to get top 10 in the realm qualifiers." When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but relax. But she was still unconvinced. "Only that?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Right, it's only that. But he said that if I get top 10 in the qualifier, he wouldn't go in between us two." Zhao Hai's words made Margaret stare. Then her face turned red as she lowered her head and asked, "Did he really say that?" Zhao Hai chuckled. "He did. You can ask the camp lord." Margaret just nodded and didn't make any noise. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Margaret, I need to be honest with you. I have wives that I love in the lower realms. If you like me, then you need to prepare sharing me with them." Margaret nodded and said, "I understand." Her voice was very low, but it was firm. Zhao Hai couldn't help but bitterly smile. He knew that Margaret was certainly thinking that Laura and the others were left behind in the lower realms. She might be thinking that he meant sharing spiritually. She wouldn't expect that Zhao Hai actually brought Laura and the others with him. Chapter 1137, Doing a Mission. 3 days have passed since the end of the Ashley family's qualifiers. At this time, Zhao Hai was already a celebrity in the family. He was called the strongest beginner in the external hall. The reason why everyone added beginner was because the external hall's camps also had old ascenders who were very strong. Everyone thought that it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to defeat them. Therefore, they only gave him the title of strongest beginner. It was only Despars and a few people who understood that not only the entire external hall, but Zhao Hai would be one of the strongest experts in the machine field if he used liquid silver. However, this matter was a secret. Nobody would dare reveal it. Also, in the past few days, the bone symbol camp was immersed in an endless mood of festivity. Of course, the most enviable thing in the bone symbol camp was Zhao Hai's relationship with Margaret. By this point, everyone had regarded Zhao Hai and Margaret to be together. Everyone could see the both of them together almost every day. The machine field's realm qualifiers would be held in 2 months' time. In these 2 months, the Ashley family as well as the other families would collect information about the other contestants for the competition. And in these 2 months, the family had limited Zhao Hai's activity. If Zhao Hai wanted to do something, then it needed to be approved by the family. In essence, Zhao Hai's life had turned back to normal. Zhao Hai also found the chance to return to the academy to see Dins and the others. Dins and the others were also aware of Zhao Hai's achievements. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong just a few months after ascending. Their friend's progress naturally made them very happy. Dins and the others were also doing very well lately. They already reached a state of being able to outdo others. Moreover, with Zhao Hai was taking care of them, they had already regarded him as a friend and family member. Because of this, Zhao Hai's progress made them glad. After a short reunion with Dins and the others, Zhao Hai returned to the bone symbol camp to resume his training. However, Zhao Hai knew that closing up at this point would be useless, and now that he had become a member of the bone symbol camp, he wanted to do something. It was impossible for the bone symbol camp to develop if they just relied on money. They still needed to do missions, and through these missions, they would slowly gain reputation. So when a special mission comes up, then someone might come and approach the camp. After the family's internal qualifiers, the bone symbol camp experienced a low point in doing missions. Even Tai Sheng, the person in charge of missions in the Bone Symbol Camp, took a rest. With the realm qualifiers happening in 2 months, Zhao Hai didn't want to spend the entire time practicing. Practicing wasn't productive to him. What's productive was doing missions and making contributions to the Bone Symbol Camp. Because of this, when Zhao Hai returned from the academy, he immediately went to look for Spars. Since Spars was the external halls manager and the Bone Symbol Camp's lord, it was enough for Zhao Hai to approach him. Seeing Zhao Hai looking for him, Spars stared for a moment before he said, "Little Hai, why are you here? Do you need anything?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Camp Lord, I have something to discuss." Spars frowned. "What is it?" "I'll do my best to help you." Seeing Spars's reaction, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Camp Lord, ever since I entered the camp, I have yet to do a mission. I couldn't justify this. Since the machine field qualifiers isn't happening soon, I'd like to use this opportunity to do a mission." When he heard this, Spars thought that he misunderstood. He frowned and said, "You want to do a mission? Don't you have to prepare for getting top 10 in the realm qualifiers 2 months from now?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That isn't an issue. I'm currently on a bottleneck. Even if I close up, it would be useless. It's better for me to do missions and experience actual combat. This way, I can also get more familiar with Little Silver." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Spars nodded and said, "All right, I agree. But you need to consult Tai Sheng. The camp's missions are being managed by him." Zhao Hai nodded and went to find Tai Sheng. Tai Sheng's office was also inside the camp's headquarters. He was tasked with picking and handing missions to the camp. There were also particularly important missions that needed to be personally managed by him. Tai Sheng's missions were too crucial. Generally, he would handle group missions, taken in the name of the Bone Symbol Camp. He wouldn't participate in missions that were taken in his own name. At this time, Tai Sheng was processing documents in his office. Then suddenly, the door opened and a person walked in. Tai Sheng looked up and gawked. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to come looking for him. However, Tai Sheng quickly recovered. He looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Little Hai, what brings you to my office? You want to drink? Let me finish this first." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Tai Sheng, do I need to ask you for a drink whenever I see you?" "This time I didn't come for a drink. I want to ask for a mission." Tai Sheng stared. He was puzzled, so he asked, "You want a mission? The realm qualifiers is happening soon. It would be better for you to stay in the camp." Zhao Hai replied, "Brother Tai Sheng, at this point, practicing is useless for me. Therefore, I want to do missions in order to gain battle experience. This would also allow me to be more familiar with liquid silver." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tai Sheng nodded and said, "All right. After all, with liquid silver, it wouldn't be a problem for you to survive in the beginner competition. I can give you a mission." "What type of mission do you want?" Naturally, Tai Sheng's confidence in liquid silver was much greater than his confidence of Zhao Hai. However, he still wasn't confident in the machine field's performance at the 6-realm beginner competition. Zhao Hai didn't say anything about it and just smiled faintly and said, "I haven't taken any missions before, so I'll leave the choice to you. A group mission would be good. However, it needs to be a bit difficult, or else I won't be able to familiarize myself with liquid silver." Tai Sheng thought for a moment and said, "A group mission would be good. This way you can have people taking care of you. I'll see what missions we have available." Tai Sheng opened his computer and searched for a while. Then his eyes suddenly shone. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, this mission is very suitable for you. You can finally take revenge." Zhao Hai replied, "Revenge? Does it involve the Zhang family?" Tai Sheng nodded. "Right. It's an internal mission of the Zhang family. They need to escort a fleet of 10 medium freighters to Luke Planet from their headquarters in Atom Planet. They would send people from their external hull for this mission. What we need to do is to disguise as pirates to attack their fleet. There's no other purpose for this mission other than striking the Zhang family. So are you interested? This will make you go against a battleship. Moreover, it's a group mission." Zhao Hai's 2 eyes shone. He said, "Good, I'm interested." "Right. Who else will take this mission?" Tai Sheng smiled faintly and said, "I'll be going." And besides the Bone Symbol Camp, other camps would also send their own people. The commander for this mission is a core member of the family, but the people from the Bone Symbol Camp will act together. "Will you join?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Of course I'll join. I wouldn't want to miss this opportunity. But if we take a battleship down, how will the accomplishment be handled?" Tai Sheng looked strangely at Zhao Hai and said, "Good. It seems like you're prepared to go to extremes. Rest assured, As long as you're able to take a battleship down, everything left behind will be handed over to the Bone Symbol Camp. You might not know, but modified battleships can fetch a good price, and even if we don't sell it, we can still make use of it. Zhao Hai nodded. Then it's settled. I'll participate. When do we start? Tai Sheng smiled faintly and said, we depart 5 days later. Zhao Hai nodded. All right, then I'll be waiting. Then he turned around and left. As soon as he got back to his room, Zhao Hai found that Margaret was already waiting for him. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Margaret stood up and said, where did you go? Why didn't I find you? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I went to see the camp lord. Since the qualifiers is still 2 months away, I decided to do some missions. I just met with brother Tai Sheng. We'll be departing 5 days later. When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but say, what mission is it? And the camp lord agreed. Margaret already knew about liquid silver, so after thinking about it for some time, she said, I'll take the mission as well. Zhao Hai stared, then he quickly said, why do you want to take the mission? What if something happens? And even if you want to, the camp lord might not agree. Margaret snorted and said, don't underestimate me. I'm a level 4 mage. I'll go see uncle right now. Then she turned around and left. Zhao Hai initially wanted to stop her, but he decided to give up. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly before his body flashed into space. Laura and the others immediately welcomed him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, why don't you find an opportunity to take her to the space? Zhao Hai looked at Laura and couldn't help but force a smile. Let's wait. She's not suitable for the space right now. Are you getting more anxious than me? Laura smiled and said, we just want to see her reaction upon seeing the space. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. He didn't know how to respond. Zhao Hai chatted with Laura and the others before going back outside. He knew that Margaret should be coming back by now. And just as Zhao Hai came out, Margaret knocked on his door with a smile on her face. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, she said, I'll be going with you 5 days later. It's time for me to take my revenge. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. From what he saw during the Zhang family's attack last time, he knew that Margaret's experience was still too low. She was dreaming if she really wanted to take revenge against the Zhang family. However, Zhao Hai wouldn't tell her this. Instead, he smiled and said, alright, we only need to follow Brother Tai Sheng's lead. He's quite strong and has a lot of experience in command. There shouldn't be any problems. Margaret actually looked both excited and nervous. She was like a child that was waiting to do something evil. With her excited face, Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, hey, what if we take a ship by force? Do we sell it or use it? Zhao Hai smiled and said, relax. These things will be handed over to the camp to manage. Margaret's excitement didn't reduce at all. She kept discussing to Zhao Hai about keeping it. 5 days quickly passed by. This mission was kept in deep secrecy. Only a small number of people in the Ashley family knew about it. Even those who accepted the mission were still unaware about what they would do. This time, 200 members from the Bone Symbol Camp joined. The weakest of them was at level 3. After all, those less than level 3 couldn't survive going in outer space. Although there were a lot of people from the Bone Symbol Camp, 2 people became the center of attention. They were Zhao Hai and Margaret. Margaret's status in the Ashley family wasn't a secret. Additionally, she had been visiting Zhao Hai recently. Because of this, the people from the Bone Symbol Camp knew about her. They just didn't expect Zhao Hai and Margaret to participate in the mission. All those who participated in the mission were sent out to outer space by a small spaceship. Then they transferred to a bigger ship before heading to their destination. Since this mission was kept secret, all camps involved would gather at the outer space base and take a medium-sized battleship. For this mission, the external hull dispatched more than 1,700 people altogether. With so many people and only one ship, the rooms were very packed. Rooms originally for 1 person now had 6 people squeezed inside. The room that Zhao Hai was in had the same situation, but fortunately he was grouped up with those from the Bone Symbol Camp. As for Margaret, since she had special status, she was allocated a room for herself. After everyone had arrived at the outer space base, the spaceship immediately took off. Their destination was a place called Rainbow Meteor Field. Chapter 1138 to 1140. Chapter 1138. Ambush. The Rainbow Meteor Field. What a beautiful name. However, just like in the forests, the most beautiful things are the most dangerous. The Rainbow Meteorite Field might be beautiful, but it was extremely lethal towards fleets. The rainbow meteor field was an extremely huge zone. The countless meteorites here were magnetic and at the same time chaotic. Nobody would survive a journey to the middle of this zone. Even if a powerful expert goes in alone, he still wouldn't be able to penetrate the meteor field. The entire field had a radiance surrounding it. It looks beautiful and dazzling, but all fleets chose to stay away from it, and don't think that it was safe to hide inside the meteorite field. In this area, meteorites would occasionally crash against each other and split. Then this would cause a chain reaction where more and more meteorites explode. The irregularity of this event made it dangerous to stay on the edge of the field. However, this meteorite field was actually in the path between Atom Planet and Luke Planet. It was also impossible for the Zhang family to go around it. There is only a small opening in the meteorite field that allowed for a fairly safer route. Zhao Hai and the others would stage an ambush in this place. The Ashley family's ship arrived at the area ahead of time. Then Zhao Hai and the others left the ship and went into groups to hide behind meteors. On the other hand, the battleship went to find a proper place to hide. Because of the magnetic field as well as the energy storms present, most electronic equipment couldn't be used here. Ships would need to rely on the pilot's driving experience so that the ship could safely pass through. It can be said that this meteor field was the best place for staging an ambush. Zhao Hai and the other people from the Bone Symbol camp hid on a piece of meteorite. This meteorite wasn't far from the route. It was quite huge, to the point of reaching the size of a planetoid. After Zhao Hai and the others arrived on the meteorite, they immediately dug open a cavern on it. Then they dug smaller caves inside. It didn't take long before it turned into a temporary base. Besides staying in the temporary base, after discussions with Tai Sheng, Zhao Hai also made a small cave on a meteorite behind the base. This would be a key factor in their ambush. After constructing the temporary base, Tai Sheng would regularly send people to monitor the situation of the passage. This way, they could immediately move once the Zhang family fleet was discovered. Although this mission was being headed by a core member of the family, the commander allowed each camp to move independently due to the mission's nature. Each group leader could make moves on their own discretion. The Bone Symbol Kamo's leader was Tai Sheng, and since these missions were the type he took more often, he was quite experienced about what to do. Because of this, he was able to command the group better. However, very few people knew that Zhao Hai was also offering ideas about how to deal with the Zhang family's fleet. Although Zhao Hai presented a lot of ideas, he didn't claim them for his own. Everything was seen as Tai Sheng's contributions. Zhao Hai knew that even if he was very famous in the Bone Symbol camp, this was only because he managed to bring honor to the camp. His reputation was still less than Tai Sheng's. If people from the Bone Symbol camp knew that these ideas have been presented by Zhao Hai, then they might not be convinced about their effectiveness. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to step aside and credit his ideas to Tai Sheng. He would just offer ideas while Tai Sheng would make the final decision. Days flew past as everyone cemented their plans. It was decided that the attack would happen 10 days later once the Zhang family's fleet enters the passage. The reason for this was because they were afraid that the Zhang family might have made some preparations. To be honest, there were a lot of people who felt uncomfortable about this mission, but the Bone Symbol camp were able to endure since they knew that this was a family mission. Most people from the Bone Symbol camp didn't know about the hidden matter between the Ashley family and the Zhang family. What they knew was that the two families were allies. Because of this, they couldn't understand this action. But after Tai Sheng told them about the reward for the mission, they easily forgot about these matters. For the external hall, nothing was better than a solid reward. For them, alliances between families were worth a fart. Only solid money can move their hearts. People from the external hall were mostly ascenders from the lower realms. They were prideful beings in their respective realms, but after arriving at the machine field, they found that their identity changed from a heaven's son to an inferior being. The natives in the machine field looked down on ascenders. Some ascenders found it hard to adapt to this change in status. Ascenders who had talent were able to slowly adjust their mentality. With their hearts still resolute, with enough effort, they were able to become experts in the realm. However, for most people, this spirit vanished. As they became members of external halls, their pursuit changed from becoming strong to acquiring machine coins. It can be said that these people had lost their ideals and were now chasing after money, which was sad. Ambitious people would set goals, and those with enough talent would become strong. If you only live for money, then your life would be pitiful. However, the majority of people from external halls were doing this exact same thing. living for the sake of money. The Chinese used to say that poverty inhibits one's ambitions. This sentence can also be applied to the people in the machine field's external halls. Mages and warriors who didn't have enough income to support their lifestyle would end up chasing after money. As the days went past, the Bone Symbol Camp also made exchanges with the other camps. Under the commander's orders, everyone made attack calculations from time to time. The Bone Symbol Camp held a key position in this ambush as they would be the first group to launch the attack. However, their position was at the innermost part of the route. As soon as they attack, the other camps would follow after. This was because the Bone Symbol Camp was tasked with attacking the lead battleship of the Zhang family's fleet. Doing so would force the other ships to stop. It can be said that the Bone Symbol Camp's task was very heavy. Their attack on the lead ship would affect the outcome of the succeeding attacks. 10 days went by in a flash. The people from the Bone Symbol Camp were tensed. They knew that the fight was coming soon. Sure enough, the Zhang family didn't disappoint them. They arrived right on time. The fleet comprised of 10 SHPs. These 10 ships weren't true battleships. Instead, they were merchant ships that were armed with weapons. They weren't combat-oriented and mainly served as transport. They were armed with a simple weapons system as well as a limited number of meshs. There were also mages and warriors on the ships to serve as guards. Commanding the Zhang family's ship was a man named Adams. He's a merchant captain with a lot of experience and had already made multiple trips safely through the Rainbow Meteor Field. Because of this history, the Zhang family felt relieved leaving this matter to him. Even with his status, Adams was still wary every time he went through the meteorite field. Adams knew clearly that the Rainbow Meteor Field was extremely random. It was a very dangerous zone that could randomly destroy ships. Once the fleet entered the meteor field, Adams's relaxed expression turned stern. His two eyes were focused on the path. This passage wasn't very long. Spaceships could pass through it in 1 hour with full speed. However, ships wouldn't dare traverse this passage in their full speed. This was because meteors would sometimes wander through the passage. If a ship manages to hit these meteorites, then a chain reaction would certainly occur. Because of this, even if speed was crucial in passing through this region, haste was heavily discouraged. One couldn't go too fast nor too slow. With his experience, Adams clearly knew how to traverse this passage. Adams was currently inside the ship right behind the lead ship. If the lead ship met an attack, then he could use the second ship to help. After eyeing the passage for some time, Adams quickly said, "All ships slow down to 20 knots. Ready your system weapons and keep a steady communication with other ships." The order was quickly passed down. Before long, the entire fleet slowed down. Then the lead ship began to enter the passage. One by one, the fleet entered the meteor field. Adams was anxiously staring at the computer. At this point, the communication was beginning to be affected. Conversations were beginning to crack. However, Adams didn't panic. This was to be expected judging by the meteorite field's characteristics. The fleet slowly advanced. Oftentimes, a ship would shoot some smaller meteorites that were on their way, but generally speaking, they were still safe. Even if the fleet was halfway through the passage, Adams still didn't relax. As long as the fleet was still inside the passage, he couldn't lower his guard. At this time, Adams's expression sank. Then he yelled out, "Ship number 1, pay attention. Ship number 1, pay attention. Immediately descend. Immediately descend." Adams's eyes was stuck on the computer. He could clearly see a meteorite not far away from ship number 1 suddenly moving. Then that meteorite hit a bigger meteorite, causing the latter to move towards the passage. Chapter 1139, A Bait. Adams always felt that the huge meteorite was very weird. It was massive, and yet it was able to be moved by a small meteorite. Why was this the case? Just as Adams was puzzled, the back of the huge meteorite suddenly lit up like a rocket as it sped up and quickly hit the lead ship. When he saw this, alarms began blaring up inside Adams's head. He suddenly thought of something as he ran to a table and looked at the red displays. At the same time, he yelled, "Enemy ambush! All personnel prepare for battle!" As Adams shouted, the lead ship already shot at the huge meteorite. However, the meteorite was just too big. Although the energy beams hit the meteorite, the only thing it did was bore 2 holes on its surface. There was no change to the meteorite's trajectory. The meteorite continued on before directly hitting the lead ship. Moreover, the meteorite hit the ship's bow. As soon as he saw this happen, Adams knew that the ship was finished. Whether it be combat ships or commercial ships, their command room was placed at the same location. the front of the ship. This wasn't only for looks. Installed in each command room were tempered glass windows that allowed first-hand vision towards the outside of the ship. This was very beneficial to maneuvering. But now that it was hit by a meteorite, this design became the ship's most fatal point. Although tempered glass was made with resilience in mind, it still couldn't block against a direct strike of a meteorite. Generally, ship commanders would erect a metal plate outside the glass. However, this was only done during battles. In any other situation, the metal plate was hidden from sight. It was obvious that the lead ship's commander didn't expect an assault. Because of this, he failed to put up the metal barrier beforehand. Once the meteorite hit the tempered glass, the ship was finished. And just like what Adams thought, when the meteorite hit the tempered glass, it shattered instantaneously. And then the meteorite changed direction and flew to the opposite side. And then from the meteorite, a large quantity of human shadows came out and flew towards the ship. But Adams didn't have the mood to ask who those people were. He just immediately said, "Erect the metal barriers, meshs, mages, warriors. Prepare to attack. Prime the weapon systems. Reduce speed to 10 knots. Move slowly forward and attempt to push ship number 1 away. We're making an avenue for escape." The people in the ship immediately got busy. All of them saw the figures coming out of the meteorite. It was clear that they were being ambushed. At this time, a large number of mages and warriors rushed out from both sides of the fleet. A lot of these people also used meteorites to approach the ships. However, these meteorites weren't as big as the one used by the Bone Symbol camp. In the end, these meteorites were destroyed by the ship's weapons. There were even people who died from the attacks. Meanwhile, after Zhao Hai and the others broke through ship number 1's tempered glass, they quickly boarded the ship. The command room had been completely abandoned. The instruments inside were on fire, rendering them useless. All of the staff in the command room were dead, their corpses littered across the room. Tai Sheng looked all around and said, "Little Hai, you lead the way. Break through the cabin doors. Be sure to leave no survivors behind. We need to quickly eliminate everyone." Zhao Hao nodded before flying towards the room's door. Then a 5-layer formation appeared, banging through the door. It didn't take long before the door got crushed. Then Zhao Hai led the people forward through the destroyed cabin door. As Zhao Hai flew into the ship, he also used his spiritual force to scan the surrounding area. He was paying full attention to any enemies. Then suddenly, Zhao Hai felt 2 people in a cabin in front of him. It was 2 warriors. They already had their weapons out as they nervously stared at the door. Zhao Hai waved his hand to stop the people behind him. These people have witnessed Zhao Hai's strength, so they couldn't help but look at what's in front. Zhao Hai turned to look at the others. Then he gestured towards the door and said, "There are 2 people in the cabin up front, 2 warriors. Once I open the door, immediately attack." Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai floated towards the cabin door. He waved his hand, making a 10-layer formation appear. When the cabin door was destroyed, the 2 warriors inside couldn't help but let out a strange cry. As they were blocking against the broken shrapnels, one of them yelled, "Surrender, we surrender." However, the people from the Bone Symbol camp weren't polite. It didn't matter if they surrendered or not. The 2 warriors were quickly eliminated. The people from the Bone Symbol camp knew that they couldn't leave any survivors due to the nature of their mission. Otherwise, the people from the Zhang family would know who was behind the attack. After the 2 warriors were eliminated, Zhao Hai didn't care about them anymore. He flew forward and swept cabin after cabin. Mages and warriors who weren't able to leave were immediately killed by Zhao Hai inside their rooms. Then Zhao Hai took them into the space to be turned into undead. This merchant ship wasn't small, so there were quite a lot of cabins inside it. Under Zhao Hai's lead, they were able to clean the entire spaceship. Besides a little trouble in the room for meshs, the entire operation went with almost no resistance. Before long, the entire spaceship went into their control. Then Zhao Hai and the others returned to the command room. Upon arriving at the room, Zhao Hai saw that the metal barriers of the ship had been forcefully taken out. Even if it was deformed, the mages and warriors could still make use of it. After seeing Zhao Hai's group, Tai Sheng looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's done." "Brother Tai Sheng, do we leave and help the others?" Tai Sheng shook his head and said, "There's no use. Besides this ship, all others were prepared for the attack. The commander of this fleet is experienced. He used his own ship to push our ship away and then open a passage for escape." When he heard Tai Sheng, Zhao Hai nodded. But then he couldn't bear but ask, "So what do we do now? Do we stay here?" Tai Sheng shook his head and said, "We're leaving." Since the ship's engine had stopped working, We'll go behind and push it using magic. We need to leave this place as soon as possible. Zhao Hai nodded. Alright, then let's go now. After he said that, Zhao Hai led a group of mages outside. When Tai Sheng saw that Margaret was about to leave, he quickly said, Miss Margaret, you need to stay here. Since the battle is over, there shouldn't be any danger outside. Let Zhao Hai handle this. Margaret thought about it and decided to remain. She knew about the difference between her and Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was merciless when the situation calls for it, and if any danger emerges, he could deal with it in less than 10 minutes. Zhao Hai led the mages of the bone symbol camp to the stern of the ship. All of them were wearing specially made masks to hide their appearance from others. When everyone got out of the ship, they saw that the ship was already pushed to the side of the passage. There were also a lot of mech fragments and dead bodies floating in space. Meanwhile, the fleet had already disappeared. By this time, there were a lot of mages and warriors around the ship. Naturally, these people were from the other camps. Zhao Hai glanced at these people and whispered, Everyone, let's get this ship out quick. We need to avoid any attacks as soon as possible. The mages and warriors who surrounded the ship didn't have any identity on them. They were also wearing masks. As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, these people couldn't help but hesitate. This mission was a joint task between multiple camps. Normally, they would compete with each other and made sure that the bone symbol camp gets the least benefit. However, a core member of the family was overseeing this operation. If they were caught causing problems, then their camps would be punished. Seeing the mages hesitate, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Everyone, let's move the ship so we don't have to deal with any counterattacks. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, those present couldn't help but stare. In this situation, most people would keep everything for themselves. People like Zhao Hai who allowed sharing the merit were too rare. Not only the other camps, even those from the bone symbol camp were shocked. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to ask others for help. Does he want to share the reward with the others? Just as everyone was about to move, Zhao Hai's expression suddenly changed. Then his figure flashed and appeared inside the command room. Tai Sheng was currently busy commanding everyone to make repairs. When he saw Zhao Hai appear, Tai Sheng couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately asked, What happened? Are the other camps making trouble? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Brother Tai Sheng, we need to leave immediately. Both sides of the passage have been blocked by warships. It seems like the Zhang family is already aware of this mission. They allowed the fleet to come here so that we could attack it. This way, they could find a reason to openly declare war on the family. They've already began sending people in. We don't have enough time. When he heard this, Tai Sheng's expression changed. He said, Are you sure? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm sure, and we're going to be surrounded in about 20 minutes. Chapter 1140, Withdrawing from the Meteorite Field. When Tai Sheng heard Zhao Hai, he immediately shouted, Everyone gather around. We need to escape. Leave everything behind. Zhao Hai couldn't help but insert himself upon hearing Tai Sheng. Brother Tai Sheng, there are a lot of good things in this ship including metals and some special products. How about I open the doors and we store those items in our spatial items? After that, we can leave this place and attempt to break through. Tai Sheng stared, then he shook his head and said, We can't do that. We don't have enough time. But this time, Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Brother Tai Sheng, don't forget that we're here as pirates, so we need to steal some things before entering the meteorite field. Even if we can't return to the family's ship in a short time, we can still be safe. After all, they cannot chase us deep into the meteorite field. Tai Sheng thought about it for a moment before he said, It's too risky. But we can't leave empty-handed. Alright, I'll go organize a group. Zhao Hai nodded before he turned and left the room. Margaret quickly followed behind him. Zhao Hai didn't say anything upon seeing Margaret following behind. The group quickly flew throughout the ship, ransacking every room they could find. And upon opening these cabins, Zhao Hai discovered that the ship contained more things than he imagined. There were some metal bars inside as well as specialties from Atom Planet. Most importantly, it had a stock of the latest models of cars and mechs. However, these were Zhao Hai's priority right now. After opening the doors, Zhao Hai pulled Margaret over and entered another room. Then Zhao Hai didn't waste any time as he stored everything inside that room into the space. Margaret thought that Zhao Hai would take precious items. However, upon seeing Zhao Hai's actions, she found out that she was wrong. Zhao Hai didn't take precious items. Instead, he took all the food and water inside the ship. He also took the wine and other daily necessities. After taking those things, Only then did Zhao Hai and Margaret leave. Zhao Hai didn't take the metals and meshes. He didn't want to let others know that he had a lot of storage capacity inside his space. Naturally, he took these things in preparation for later on. Since they had been surrounded, Zhao Hai knew that they wouldn't be able to escape the meteorite field in a short time. He didn't know how long it would take before they could return back to the family. In this case, they needed to stock up on food and drinks. Although the space could provide food, Zhao Hai didn't want to raise any suspicion. Now that he showed that he took food from the ship, nobody would suspect him. When Zhao Hai and Margaret returned, Tai Sheng and the others already ransacked the surrounding cabins. Seeing that everyone was here, Zhao Hai turned to Tai Sheng and said, "Brother Tai Sheng, let's go. We don't have much time left." Tai Sheng nodded. Then he waved his hand, commanding everyone to leave the ship. Then he greeted the other camps before he retreated into the meteorite zone. While Zhao Hai and the others were ransacking the ship, Tai Sheng already informed the other camps about the situation. The other camp commanders were also aware that if they don't quickly escape to the meteorite zone, they would not be able to escape. Therefore, everyone followed Tai Sheng. Not long after everyone entered the meteorite zone, about 20,000 people comprised of mages, warriors, and meshs arrived at the now empty ship. There were 2 teams sent by the Zhang family. The leaders of these teams were a mage and a warrior. While looking at the ship, the mage opened his mouth and said, "It seems like they discovered us ahead of time." The warrior nodded and said, "Those fellows are truly sly. Since this is the case, make the meshs retreat first. Then we go and take a look at the nearby meteorites. They certainly haven't gone far." The mage was in agreement. He said, "Right, with our fleets outside, they would certainly be courting death if they decide to leave the passage. Let's go into the direction the ship has floated to. Then we'll slowly branch out." The warrior nodded. Then they walked towards the meshs and had them retreat. It can be said that meshs had much greater combat power than mages and warriors. However, their ability to stay in combat wasn't very good. Even if they can fight for 2 days straight, once their energy reserves were used up, they were no greater than scrap iron. And if there were any high-intensity fights, their operating time would be reduced further. This task couldn't be completed within a day or 2. Because of this, it was best if the meshs retreat and save their energy. Due to the nature of the area, most communication devices were rendered useless. Because of this, communication became a major problem. Otherwise, Zhao Hai and the others would have already informed the Ashley family's ship to run on its own. As soon as Zhao Hai and the others entered the meteorite field, they immediately went further inside. However, they didn't go too deep into the zone. Even almighty experts from the cultivation realm wouldn't dare enter that area. After Zhao Hai's group entered the field, they immediately turned towards the family ship. The ship had yet to leave the meteorite field but instead found a place to hide in. Zhao Hai and the others wanted to know how the ship was currently doing. Tai Sheng and Zhao Hai took the lead. After flying for a while, Tai Sheng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I'm almost certain that a spy has infiltrated the family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known about this mission." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Not only an ordinary spy, but someone who managed to penetrate deep. It seems like the Zhang family really had no consideration for the family's face. This is a dangerous time for the Ashley family." Tai Sheng knit his brows. This mission was considered top secret within the family. Even people from the Bone Symbol camp didn't know about its contents up until the operation began. Only the high-level members of the family knew about the time and scale of the mission. And even in such a case, the Zhang family was still able to lay down a trap. Also, the Ashley family wasn't aiming to wage war with the Zhang family with this retaliation. They just want to teach a lesson to the other side. But judging by the current situation, it seems like the Zhang family was prepared for war. One side was deliberately planning while the other had no preparations whatsoever. In this case, if war happened between the two families, then the Ashley family would certainly suffer a loss. Tai Sheng sighed and said, "All right, even if something is happening to the family, we cannot do anything about it at this time. What we need to do is protect our lives. Let's hope that nothing happened to the ship, or else our lives wouldn't be good." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to look at the others before saying, "Brother Tai Sheng, it would be best if you organize a group to clear out our traces. Otherwise, the enemies would quickly find us and give chase. I'll head out front first and explore the area." Tai Sheng nodded and said, I'll choose 2 people to go with you. It's better for your safety." Zhao Hai didn't object. Then Tai Sheng chose 2 people to go with Zhao Hai before he stayed behind. Tai Sheng's status was quite substantial among the external hall's camps, and with his position as the commander of the Bone Symbol camp, the other camps began unconsciously to listen to his words. Tai Sheng looked at everyone and said, "This time, we've been snared in the enemy's trap. Also, the outside passage has been blocked. Some of you might have already known this, but we might have to stay away from the family for a long time. We have people currently chasing behind us, so I ask each camp commander to work together and clean all of our traces. We cannot be discovered. This isn't the time to act on our own. If we are separated, then we'll all be captured." Nobody objected. They knew that what Tai Sheng said was correct. If they don't work together, then they would have no chance to fight back against the Zhang family. Seeing everyone agree, Tai Sheng nodded and said, "Then I ask every commander for a meeting. We need to discuss our further actions." After he said that, every commander went forward for the meeting. Tai Sheng looked at the commanders and said, "The core member of the family is currently in the ship. I'm afraid we'll have to temporarily take responsibility for everyone. We've brought our leads to this mission, so if we all perish here, then the external hull will be finished. What we need to do now is to survive. I've already sent people ahead to scout and look for the ship. If the ship is fine, then we can tell them about what happened. But if there's something wrong with the ship, then I'm afraid we'll have to stay inside this meteorite field for a while." The camp commanders nodded. Just after the battle ended, the core member of the family returned to the ship along with some mages and warriors. Therefore, they weren't here now. Because of this, the people in charge could only be the commanders from the 8 camps. Seeing everyone nod, Tai Sheng said, "I suggest that we send people out to scout the nearby area and clean up any traces we might have left behind. After the person I've sent forward comes back, we'll discuss what to do once more." Everyone nodded. Then a mage asked, "Tai Sheng, who did you send ahead? Is he good?" Tai Sheng looked at the mage and identified him as the Ghost Symbol Camp's commander. He is also the person responsible for their camp's missions, Charles. Tai Sheng looked at Charles and said, "Of course, Zhao Hai personally went out. If he can't do it, then I'm afraid nobody else can." When he heard Tai Sheng's answer, Charles couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, "Right, if it's Zhao Hai, then he could certainly do it." Tai Sheng agreed. Then he said, "All right, then everyone, let's begin. Pay attention to the direction we came from. There may be troops chasing us, and make sure that no camp is left alone." As soon as they heard Tai Sheng, the commanders couldn't help but stare. Charles looked at Tai Sheng and said, "No camp is left alone? What do you mean?" Tai Sheng nodded and said, "It's possible that someone from the Zhang family is with us. Therefore, it would be best if no camp goes on their own. Otherwise, the spy might use this opportunity to send word back to the Zhang family." The commander of the Upright Symbol camp, Liu, looked at Tai Sheng and said, "Impossible. You're being unfair. My men will never betray the family." Tai Sheng turned his head to Liu and said, "Don't talk about fairness. This mission is a family secret." However, it was still known by the Zhang family. They even set up a trap. "This only means that there are traitors among us. And how can you guarantee that your people are completely loyal?" Liu couldn't answer. Charles nodded and said, "Tai Sheng is correct. Let's organize 50 people teams and disperse out. Nobody is permitted to be left alone." Everyone nodded. While the camps were getting people ready, Zhao Hai continued flying forward. Zhao Hai's spiritual force was suppressed in outer space. Because of this, he only discovered the Zhang family's fleet when they surrounded the passage. Nevertheless, Zhao Hai's spiritual force was still the most powerful in the Ashley family's external hall. This was also a reason why he volunteered to investigate. Following behind Zhao Hai were senior members of the Bone Symbol camp. In the beginning, they weren't convinced of Zhao Hai, but after seeing Zhao Hai's strength, they couldn't help but get surprised. The power that pushed the meteorite towards the ship belonged to Zhao Hai. Additionally, Zhao Hai's early detection of the enemy ships saved them. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. Then he waved his hand, stopping those who were following him. One of them went to Zhao Hai's side and asked, "Little Hai, what's wrong?" Zhao Hai turned to the man. He identified this person was one of Tai Sheng's aides. He also had some reputation in the family. He's a level 5 warrior who had 2 blades as his weapons. His name was Richard. Zhao Hai replied, "Brother Richard, it's no use. Let's head back. The ship has been occupied by the Zhang family. If we go back, then we'll be ambushed." Richard stared. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, How did you find out? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, my spiritual force is not a joke. Although the ship is quite a distance away, I could still see its current situation. Let's head back to report to Brother Tai Sheng. We'll have to make another plan. Richard didn't doubt Zhao Hai. He just whispered and said, is the core member of the family fine? If anything happens to him, then we'll be in trouble. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, let's go back. After turning around, Zhao Hai flew back the way they came. Chapter 1141 to 1143. Chapter 1141. Intelligent Spy. Zhao Hai slowly led everyone back to the main army. They couldn't fly too fast since dangers were ever present in the meteorite field. It was very likely that they couldn't avoid pieces of meteorites if they went too fast. In this field, a shard of meteor was more lethal than a bullet. Before long, Zhao Hai's group noticed a group of 50 scouting in all directions. Zhao Hai knew that these people were from the Ashley family, so he wasn't startled at the sight of them. He immediately led his group towards them. The group also noticed Zhao Hai's team, but since the other party was wearing similar masks, they knew that they were in the same team. Zhao Hai nodded to them and said, this one is Bone Symbol Camp's Zhao Hai. May I ask where Commander Tai Sheng is? It was clear that the opposite party wasn't from the Bone Symbol Camp. Upon hearing that it was Zhao Hai, they curiously sized him up. Zhao Hai was currently famous in the Ashley family's external hall. The man in front of Zhao Hai pointed behind him and said, the commanders are currently inside the base. They're waiting for you. Zhao Hai nodded and expressed his thanks. Then he led his team towards the direction the man pointed. Before long, Zhao Hai felt Tai Sheng and the others' presence. Zhao Hai quickly flew over and then bowed and said, Brother Tai Sheng, I'm back. I have also seen the commanders. Naturally, the other commanders knew about Zhao Hai. They looked at him curiously, but since Zhao Hai was wearing a mask, they couldn't see much. Tai Sheng nodded and said, how is it? Did you find the ship? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I found it. However, the situation isn't very good. The ship has already fallen under the Zhang family's control. Moreover, they've set up a trap to ensnare us there. Tai Sheng and the others' faces turned ugly. This was the worst result. This was the last thing they wanted to hear. However, those present here were mentally strong, so they immediately roused their spirits. Tai Sheng said, it seems like we can't count on it anymore. Right. Is the core family member inside the ship? Zhao Hai replied, that person is alright. However, he's already in the Zhang family's control. It's possible that they're just waiting to capture us, then they'll use us as evidence to make war against the family. Tai Sheng nodded, if they can't catch us, then there won't be sufficient evidence. Therefore, we cannot get caught. Everyone, what do we do now? The commanders looked at each other. They didn't know what to do. Tai Sheng turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, do you have any ideas? Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, I think we should stay here for now. The Zhang family had sent out a large army in order to catch us. Even if we managed to escape the meteorite field, we would still be overtaken if we don't have a ship. If we stay here, then the Zhang family wouldn't be able to send their ships in. Even if they have warriors and mages, or even meshs, we still don't need to be afraid since this zone is simply too big. It would be impossible for them to do a comprehensive search of this place. Moreover, the meteors could become our natural shields. Although the Zhang family has great strength, they still wouldn't be able to surround us, and they couldn't afford to stay here for long either. Therefore, as long as we stay here, we could go home once the Zhang family retreats. Tai Sheng turned to the others and said, what do you think? Charles nodded and said, I agree with Zhao Hai. If we leave the meteorite field now, then we'll just be feeding ourselves to the tiger's mouth. It's best if we endure here. At this time, Leo opened his mouth and said, that might be easy to say, but haven't you noticed a problem? We didn't take a lot of food with us, and after the last 10 days of waiting, we've already consumed a lot of our stock. If we don't escape this time, the Zhang family could just starve us here. Upon hearing this, Charles and Tai Sheng were immediately reminded of this problem. Although their cultivation levels weren't low, they still need to eat in order to maintain their energy levels. Most of their food stocks were inside the ship, and the supply they brought with them during the ambush wasn't much. If they don't solve the food problem, they will definitely starve. If they don't want to die of hunger, then their only choice was to exit the meteorite field. But if they go out, they would get captured by the Zhang family. All of a sudden, Tai Sheng and the others were caught in a dilemma. Margaret, who was beside Tai Sheng, didn't speak this entire time, but when she heard Leo, Her eyes turned towards Zhao Hai. She couldn't help but admire Zhao Hai. While others were searching for valuable things inside the ship, Zhao Hai was scraping up all of the food. And now, food became the most valuable commodity. When he saw Margaret looking at him, Zhao Hai immediately understood what she was thinking about. He smiled faintly and nodded. Then Margaret turned to Tai Sheng and the others and said, "Big brother Tai Sheng, there's no need to worry about food." Tai Sheng and the others stared, then turned to look at Margaret. They didn't know what she was talking about. Margaret smiled and said, "Before we left the ship, Brother Hai took all of the ship's rations. It should be enough for us to last for some time." Tai Sheng and the others stared for a moment before their faces turned happy. Tai Sheng looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Little Hai, is this true?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I've taken all of the food inside the ship. It should be enough for us to last a long time. Moreover, I brought a lot of food before we left the family. Rest assured, even if we stayed here for several months, we still have enough to eat." Tai Sheng laughed and said, "Good. Then our biggest problem is solved." "Right, Little Hai, why did you bring so much food before leaving the family?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "It's because of my experience in the lower realms. I was chased down and could only hide. And because I didn't have enough food to eat, I wasn't able to fight properly. Therefore, no matter where I go, I will always bring a lot of food, just in case I need it." When they heard this, Tai Sheng and the others laughed. They were relieved. As long as they have food, then there's no problem staying in this meteorite belt. At this time, an explosion suddenly happened in the distance. Everyone's expression changed. This might mean that the scouts had discovered the enemy and were currently in combat. Tai Sheng looked at the commanders and said, "Immediately recall all the other scouts." "Little Hai, I'll have to trouble you to take a look at the situation." Zhao Hai complied and then turned around and left. Richard and the others were still following behind him. When Zhao Hai left, Charles turned to look at Tai Sheng and said, "You made Zhao Hai go. He's a treasure of the Bone Symbol Camp. Aren't you afraid that he'll suffer an accident?" Tai Sheng forced a smile and said, "I wanted to send other people, but nobody has stronger spiritual force than Little Hai. He can get there without being discovered. In our current situation, he's the only one I can't trust to go." Charles smiled bitterly. They've just began understanding Zhao Hai's strength. Although some people in the family think that Zhao Hai was still far from being considered an expert in the external hall, those present here knew that his strength wasn't simple. The commanders began thinking that they might even fall behind. Zhao Hai led Richard and the others towards the explosion. Before long, Zhao Hai discovered the scene. What surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that there weren't any enemies at all. Instead, the explosion was caused by a fight between two groups from the Ashley family's scouts. They were divided into two, killing each other. Zhao Hai wrinkled his brows. Then he sped up towards the fight. When he arrived at the scene, he immediately shouted, "Stop!" When the two sides saw someone coming, one of them smiled while the other's expression changed. One group had 15 while the other had 35. Someone from the outnumbered side quickly said, "Brothers, quick! These people are Zhang family spies. They want to kill us before going to the Zhang family." "Nonsense," a person from the other side shouted. Then he said, "Brother, don't listen to his nonsense. They're the ones from the Zhang family. We caught them trying to catch the Zhang family's attention. If brother doesn't want to help the Zhang family, then please help us deal with them." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. It's possible that one of them was telling the truth, but this wasn't the time to fight. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I don't care who is from the Zhang family. You need to stop. Otherwise, you can't blame me for being impolite." However, the two sides didn't stop. They kept attacking each other. Seeing this, Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Then forgive me for not giving you face." He waved his hand, making a 100-layer formation appear. Then he declared, "Darkness, capture." Along with Zhao Hai's voice, the 100-layer formation changed into multitudes of long ropes. Then the ropes caught the two groups. No matter how much they struggled, nobody was able to break away. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Now, follow me. I'll take you to see the commanders. If you still struggle, then it means that you're from the Zhang family." Zhao Hai's words were very effective. In no time, the captured stopped struggling. Zhao Hai looked at them and coldly smiled. Some of these people are truly sly. They want to disturb the water. But this time, they were mistaken. Zhao Hai turned his head to Richard and said, "Let's go back to see Brother Tai Sheng." Richard nodded. Then he looked at the people captured by Zhao Hai in a cold gaze. Chapter 1142, Point to me your allies. Richard was very clear about their current situation. And now, these two groups were making such a huge fuss. This could allow the Zhang family to find them, and once they were located, they're finished. Therefore, Richard wished that he could kill these fellows. However, he knew that this wasn't the time to do that. Catching these people and seeing if they had accomplices was the most important thing right now. Zhao Hai and his group quickly returned to where Tai Sheng and the others were. At this point, all of the scouts had returned. All of them were nervously looking at the commanders. Zhao Hai quickly went to Tai Sheng's side and said, "Brother Tai Sheng, the problem lies with these fellows." They divided into two groups and declared that the other party are the Zhang family spies. Since I don't want to attract the Zhang family, I decided to capture them all. As soon as Tai Sheng and the others heard this, they couldn't help but stare. Several commanders looked at these people with cold gazes. They looked like they were prepared to eat these people up. Seeing the current situation, Zhao Hai turned to Tai Sheng and said, "Brother Tai Sheng, they made quite a noise when they fought. I think the Zhang family might have heard it. We should escape in the meantime. Let's deal with them once we arrive at a safe place." Tai Sheng nodded. Then he turned to the other commanders and said, "Just like Little Hai said, they've made quite a lot of noise. We need to leave this area. Only when we're safe can we deal with these fellows. The bone symbol camp shall take the lead and the last group shall take the responsibility of clearing our traces." This time, they didn't move in their original direction. Since they would stay inside the meteorite field for some time, then they decided to take more risks and go deeper into the meteorite field. The more secure their location, the safer they would be. Not even an hour after Tai Sheng and the others left, the Zhang family's pursuing troops arrived at the location. Seeing the scene of battle, the mage said, "It seems like they wanted to return to their ship. But why did a fight happen here?" The warrior smiled faintly and said, "Don't forget, we have quite a lot of spies inside the Ashley family. This scene should be caused by our spies." The mage nodded. "That's possible. But in this case, the spies that caused trouble had lost their value." The warrior shook his head and said, "As long as we managed to capture the Ashley family, then those people had shown their worth. The family wouldn't just use this matter to wage war against the Ashley family. It is also a good opportunity to get rid of their little genius." The mage stared, then he said, "You mean Zhao Hai? He's here." The warrior nodded and said, "Right, Zhao Hai took the mission. I had the chance to read the family's recent reports. Only 4 months after he ascended, Zhao Hai was already able to become an unprecedented champion in the Ashley family's internal qualifiers. If he gets to join the realm qualifiers and gain good accomplishments, then it would be very disadvantageous for us. Therefore, he needs to be destroyed." The mage nodded. "That would be the best outcome. Then let's go." The warrior nodded. Then they led their army of 5,000 mage and warriors towards the Ashley family's ship. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were already deep into the meteorite zone. But before heading this direction, they took a few circles and then went back to the area where they fought with the Zhang family fleet. Then they proceeded to go deeper into the zone. The group settled inside a huge meteorite to take a temporary rest. Mages opened a cave inside the meteorite using magic. After everyone entered, they began to relax. At this time, Tai Sheng and the others convened once more to deal with the scout troop that caused trouble. Tai Sheng and the others were coldly looking at the troublemakers. They lost a few people along the way because they had been forced to evacuate. These people were tied by Zhao Hai's magic, so they were still unable to move. Tai Sheng looked at them and said, "So who wants to speak first?" A mage from one side immediately said, "Commander Tai Sheng, let me speak first. We're just doing our scouting tasks, but then we're suddenly attacked by them. If it weren't for this, then we wouldn't have fought back." "Nonsense," a mage from the other side shouted. "It's clear that you're the ones who attacked first. You actually dared to blame us." Tai Sheng looked at the two sides, then he said, "Remove their masks. I want to see if they are indeed members of our army." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand, removing the masks on the scouts. When the masks were removed, the commanders of the ghost symbol camp and the upright symbol camp couldn't help coldly snort. This was because these 50 people were comprised of people from both camps. Moreover, each side had members from both camps. The expressions of the two commanders weren't attractive to look at. This means that no matter which side has the spy, their camps would still be related to them. Tai Sheng looked at Charles and Leo and said, "How do you want to deal with this?" Leo coldly snorted and said, "In my opinion, all of them should be killed." When he said this, both sides began shouting and blaming the other side. Charles looked at them and said, "I'll have them killed as well." However, They need to go through my method first. I want to see if they have something to spill. Tai Sheng looked at the two, then he knit his brows and said, Charles, are you confident? Charles snorted and said, you should already know about my methods. Under my technique, they wouldn't be able to tell a lie. Tai Sheng and the others didn't say anything. Charles was telling the truth. His savagery was quite famous in the Ashley family's external hall. This fellow could use all kinds of torture to affect the enemy's mind. Therefore, he was best at interrogation. Those who had been sentenced by him were all dead. At this time, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, I also heard about Commander Charles' methods. However, these people are sent by the Zhang family, and since they decided to turn violent, it seems like they have already been psychologically altered. I'm afraid that even if you torture them, they would still talk nonsense. I have a way to solve this. I don't know if you would accept. With the strength Zhao Hai showed along the way, the various commanders have already treated him as an equal. So when they heard him, they nodded. Then Tai Sheng said, tell us your method. Zhao Hai looked at the commanders, then he smiled faintly and said, as you already know, even if I can use all the elements, I'm mainly a dark mage in the lower realms. I can turn people into undead and make them confess everything they know. Moreover, the undead couldn't lie. Even if I commanded them to kill their wife and children, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. So having them confess their allies wouldn't be difficult. As long as we choose one person from the two sides and then turn them into undead, everything will become clear. When they heard Zhao Hai, Tai Sheng and the others couldn't help but be surprised. Their impression of Zhao Hai was of a temperate and calm person. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have a method much worse than Charles's. In their minds, turning a living person directly into an undead was truly evil. Not to say the commanders, those present in the cave couldn't help but feel a chill when they heard Zhao Hai's words. It was at this point that they discovered that Zhao Hai wasn't someone they should annoy. As for the troublemakers below, their expressions turned for the worse. When they heard that Zhao Hai was going to pick one person from each side, they began praying that they weren't the ones to be picked. Similarly, Margaret was shocked at Zhao Hai. However, after she thought about Zhao Hai's accomplishments in the lower realms, she couldn't help but nod. In the machine field, killing people wasn't a major matter. All those who wanted to be strong would need to walk through a pile of corpses. Tai Sheng took a deep breath to calm down his mood. Then he turned to the others and said, what do you think? The others nodded. Then Tai Sheng looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, you can proceed. Zhao Hai nodded before turning his head towards the two groups. As Zhao Hai swept his gaze towards these people, they couldn't help but feel like a pig for slaughter. At this time, someone from the team with 15 people suddenly said, don't kill me. Please. I'll talk. As long as you keep me alive, I'll tell you everything I know. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh and said, there's no use bargaining with me. It's no longer possible for you to preserve your life. I won't believe a single word you say. Then he waved his hand, wrapping that person in a dark mist. The man screamed for some time before his order vanished. Once the dark mist disappeared, a pale white skeleton began to stand up from the ground. Naturally, this was an undead. All those present couldn't help but feel their backs turn cold. The scream was still echoing inside their heads. Zhao Hai looked at the skeleton and said, point out your allies. The skeleton proceeded to point towards the side with fewer numbers, but then he also pointed towards the side with the greater number. Seeing this result, Tai Sheng and the others couldn't help but gawk. Chapter 1143, Returning to Dark Demon Planet. Among the people the skeleton pointed to was the mage who was the most vocal towards the other side. Seeing this situation, Tai Sheng and the others couldn't help but stare. Immediately after that, Leo angrily cursed. Good, you snakes. If it weren't for Zhao Hai, then we would have been caught. Now die. Then he waved his hand, sending a sword chi towards the mage that was pointed out. Tai Sheng and the others didn't stop him. They also wanted to kill these people off. It was obvious that these people wanted to use the confusion to attract the Zhang family. But it has to be said, this method was really effective and it almost succeeded. Zhao Hai waved his hand, placing those pointed out by the skeleton on one side. As for the innocent, he let them go. After completing this action, Zhao Hai turned to Tai Sheng and the others and said, Brother Tai Sheng, how about we turn these people into undead? Then we'll let them identify their other allies inside the other camps. Tai Sheng looked at the other commanders and said, what do you think? If you agree, then we'll let Little Hai continue. The earlier we get rid of the snakes, the safer we will be. When he heard this, Charles' expression sank. Then he said, I agree. If we don't deal with this matter, then we'll continue being in danger." The other commanders agreed as well. Zhao Hai nodded and immediately released his dark mist to surround the identified spies. But all of a sudden, Zhao Hai waved his hand and released a whip to bind someone from the crowd. Tai Sheng and the others stared. When they were able to see what was in the person's hand, they were shocked. The person actually had a miniature nuclear bomb. Now that the person was unable to move, Zhao Hai took the miniature nuclear bomb from his hand. After taking a look at the bomb, Zhao Hai handed it over to Tai Sheng. Then he turned his head to everyone and said, "I advise you all to be honest. If you're not from the Zhang family, then there's no need to worry. If you're from the Zhang family, then I'll let you live if you confess. After all, we still need some proof that there are spies from the Zhang family. If you don't confess now and the undead points you out, then I'll have to apologize. You will be killed." Tai Sheng couldn't help but wipe a cold sweat after storing the miniature nuclear bomb inside his spatial item. Then he nodded and said, "Right, if you confess now, we'll let you keep your life." The crowd began to move, then several people stood up and bowed. Then they said, "I hope Tai Sheng and Zhao Hai could keep their word." Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Of course we'll keep our word. However, I need to suppress you." He waved his hand, restraining those who surrendered early. Although these people could still move, they could no longer use spiritual chi. After Zhao Hai suppressed these people, he said, "Go to the side." Those who surrendered obediently walked to the side. At this time, the undead had already finished forming, but Zhao Hai didn't immediately command them to point their allies. Instead, Zhao Hai looked at those left and said, "This is your last chance to surrender. After this, I'll be impolite." Nobody else moved. Zhao Hai was too lazy to talk anymore. He just waved towards the undead and had them point out the spies. At the same time, Zhao Hai concentrated at the crowd, just in case another person decided to make a move. Everyone anxiously waited as the undead walked among the crowd. Then suddenly, an undead pointed at one person. That man immediately shouted before trying to escape. However, because he was surrounded, it didn't take long before he was captured. Now, as the undead approached a group, those present began to prepare their magic and skills, guarded against those around them. They were afraid that the spies would suddenly lash out. Therefore, those who were pointed out by the undead were immediately besieged. As the undead continued to point people out, the spies began defending while some tried to escape. But no matter what they did, they were all captured. Naturally, Zhao Hai was impolite and immediately turned them into undead. Then he commanded these undead to point out more people. This went on until the undead could no longer point anyone out. Once everything was over, Zhao Hai received the undead. At the same time, those inside the cave began to relax. Zhao Hai turned his head to Tai Sheng and said, "Brother Tai Sheng, we should be safe now." Tai Sheng nodded. Then he pat Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Good job. All right. Everyone take a rest while we discuss what we'll do from now on." Everyone nodded. At this time, Margaret suddenly said, "Big brother Tai Sheng, it's best if we return to the family as soon as possible. Otherwise, Brother Hai wouldn't be able to join the realm qualifiers." Upon hearing Margaret, the expression on Tai Sheng and the others' face changed. Then they turned to look at Zhao Hai. If it weren't for Margaret, then they would have forgotten that Zhao Hai needed to attend the realm qualifiers. The realm qualifiers will happen 1 month from now. If Zhao Hai cannot return, then he wouldn't be able to participate. Zhao Hai was the family's strongest newcomer. If he cannot participate in the realm qualifiers, then not only the external hall, the whole Ashley family would suffer huge loss. When the time comes, the patriarch would certainly not let everyone off. On the other hand, what Margaret was thinking about was Zhao Hai and Thunder's agreement. If Zhao Hai cannot attend the realm qualifiers, then he wouldn't be able to reach the top 10, and in turn, Thunder wouldn't allow Margaret and Zhao Hai to be together. Since she was worried about this, Margaret took the chance to remind Tai Sheng and the others. Tai Sheng knew how serious this matter was, so his expression couldn't help but change. To a family, the external hall was an organization that fought for the family's benefit. Everyone saw Zhao Hai's strength. Because of this, they knew that he could place highly in the realm qualifiers. Additionally, it was possible for him to be in the top 100 in the 6th realm beginner competition. In this case, how much benefit could he bring to the Ashley family? If Zhao Hai fails to come back in time, then it would be beyond unfortunate. With this thought in mind, Tai Sheng and the others began to the pressure. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. Then he said, "Everyone, there's no need to worry. There is still 1 month. I can certainly find a solution." When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but blink. Then she thought about the fact that Zhao Hai was also use space magic. Maybe he could use a spatial rift to return back to Dark Demon Planet. When Tai Sheng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but ask, "Do you have a way?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I can also use space magic, but since my ability is still not enough, I cannot return directly to Dark Demon Planet. As long as I'm given time, I'll be able to do so." Upon hearing Zhao Hai wanting some time, Tai Sheng knew that Zhao Hai wanted to train himself in using liquid silver. When he thought of this, Tai Sheng nodded and said, "All right, but you need to make sure that you'll be on time for the realm qualifiers." At this time, Charles asked, "Zhao Hai, if you can return to Dark Demon Planet, then does that mean that we could return as well?" Charles asked the question on everyone's mind. When he asked this, everyone turned their vision towards Zhao Hai. Tai Sheng's expression changed. Then he sneaked a look at Charles. Taking all of them back to Dark Demon Planet wasn't a simple matter. Was he planning to set Zhao Hai on fire? If Zhao Hai said that he couldn't, then wouldn't he disappoint everyone here? Even the people from the Bone Symbol camp might look disapprovingly of Zhao Hai. But Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course I can take everyone. We'll leave this place together. Everyone can rest assured." Charles' expression loosened up. However, a deep dread began to appear in his eyes. Actually, he hoped that Zhao Hai couldn't send everyone back. Therefore he deliberately asked this question so that people would feel discontent towards Zhao Hai. The one who would lose the most face if this mission failed would be Zhao Hai. Because of the recent events, everyone undertaking the mission were beginning to admire him, and with Zhao Hai's increasing fame in the external hall, his reputation would increase once more when they return. This outcome wasn't beneficial to the Ghost Symbol camp, but who would have thought that Zhao Hai was unexpectedly this strong? He could actually send everyone back to Dark Demon Planet. In the future, Zhao Hai would certainly be able to suppress everyone in the external hall. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they all cheered, causing Zhao Hai to smile. He knew what Charles wanted to do, but he didn't care much about it. Of course, he can send everyone back to Dark Demon Planet right now. The reason he delayed was because he didn't want everyone to be terrified about his strength. At the same time, now that the Zhang family fully intends on becoming his enemy, he planned to make things very hard for them. The Zhang family were now scouring the meteorite field in order to look for the Ashley family. Zhao Hai wanted to use this opportunity to hunt them down. Due to Zhao Hai's assurance, the atmosphere inside the temporary base lightened up. The giant rock pressing down on their hearts disappeared and everyone began to relax. At this time, Tai Sheng arrived by Zhao Hai's side and whispered, "Little Hai, can you really send everyone back to Dark Demon Planet? There's more than 1,000 people here." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother Tai Sheng, rest assured. Since I said that I can do it, then I can do it. Instead, let's use the next couple of days to make the people from Zhang family suffer. This way, they would know that we aren't easily bullied." To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't intend to use the space to send everyone back to Dark Demon Planet, since this would reveal one of his cards. However, with Margaret here, he couldn't help but use it. Moreover, he wanted to attend the 6th Realm Beginner Competition. He was interested in the abilities of the other realms, and this competition was a great opportunity to understand the world of cultivation. Seeing that Zhao Hai was confident, Tai Sheng nodded and said, "All right, we might as well. Since the Zhang family sent a lot of people into this meteorite field, let's clean them up. We'll let them know how terrifying we really are." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then after seeing that Charles and Leo were talking with each other, he whispered to Tai Sheng, "Brother, pay attention to that Charles. He seems to be up to no good." Tai Sheng smiled and said, "You think so as well?" "Rest assured, he can't do anything. He wouldn't dare act unreasonably in this place." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, then I'll be taking a rest." Everyone should take a rest as well. "We still need to settle accounts with the Zhang family." Tai Sheng nodded and said, "Go. Always be careful. You cannot suffer an accident. Otherwise, the camp lord will never let me off." Zhao Hai smiled. Then he waved his hand, opening himself a cave using magic. The long period spent in the meteorite field as well as the matter with the traders made everyone very tired. But after they heard that Zhao Hai could send them back to Dark Demon Planet, they suddenly forgot that they were exhausted. After celebrating for a while, everyone returned to their caves in order to rest. After resting for several hours, everyone began to get up. They still have dry rations on them. Therefore, after waking up, They ate a bit before going out into the main cave to discuss what to do next. Zhao Hai also walked out from his cave at this time. When he came out, everyone gave him their greetings. After returning the gesture, Zhao Hai went to look for Taisheng. At this time, Taisheng was already with the commanders, discussing their future actions. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Taisheng gave his greetings before asking Zhao Hai to sit down. Then he said, "Little Hai, what do you think we should do next?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The Zhang family is still looking for us in the meteorite field. We'll find them first and give them a fierce counterattack." Charles frowned and said, "Since the Zhang family wanted to deal with us, then it is certain that they sent out a lot of people. If we rashly attack them, then we'll end up suffering." Leo agreed. He added, "Although the meteorite field doesn't allow their huge numbers to function well, this also applies to us. Not to say about finding them, aren't we at a disadvantage in a fight?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Numbers doesn't mean strength. As long as we make proper plans, we can clean them up in one go. It would be best if we send people to scout the surrounding areas. This way, we would be more confident in dealing with the Zhang